Chapter 170 Roger's Great Luck. Rogier led the Qing and Silent Fire Strike cruisers on an expedition, sailing along the border of the Taiping Star region in the Segmentum Obscurus, heading deep into the galaxy. He arrived at a remote human colony and decided not to leave. It was a world covered in white snow. For 341 out of 389 days a year, it was blanketed in pristine white. The perpetually frozen tundras and endless snow-capped mountains at both poles filled Rogier with joy. This world was not a planet, but a moon of a planet. Due to gravitational forces, crustal movement was quite frequent. While not as violent as Fenris, it was certainly a suitable home for the Wolf Guard. This was commonly known as the Wolf Guard Snow Frolicking Syndrome. He wouldn't leave, he'd linger here for a while, no matter what. Rogier led the Wolf Guard recruits in delaying here for a long time. They meticulously searched every inch of land, and the small settlement, with only the frozen remains of mortals, had been turned over countless times. Of course, they wouldn't find any alcohol, it had all been drunk before the mortals froze to death. So they went to the hangar and vehicle bay, attempting to find some alcohol. Yes, ignoring the protests of the machine spirit, they had a good drink. There wasn't much in the outside world. Beneath the thick snow, life might exist, waiting for the crucial 40-odd days of the year to become active. But now it was winter, and outside, all was silent, with only the sound of wind and snow scraping against the walls. In this harsh environment, the drunken Wolf Guard seemed to awaken some innate talent, suddenly possessing a sensitivity beyond their previous capabilities. And wouldn't you know it, Rogier actually found some clues. The mass freezing to death here wasn't due to a power supply failure, it seemed there was a frost demon involved. Clearly, this type of demon, whose specific dominion was unknown, was generally categorized as Xiantian. Note, the Imperium indeed does not know of the existence of the Four in the warp, but those in high positions still have some knowledge. For example, if someone is corrupted by Slaanesh, they would say it's corruption similar to Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's children. Their sense of smell led the warriors to an energy maintenance pipeline. For the Primaris Astartes, the passage was too small, they couldn't fit through. Rogier sniffed around, then. Bals. Coming, Bals replied weakly. Having frolicked with this group of wolves for so many days, he was somewhat physically and mentally exhausted. He wasn't a Wolf Guard seed after all. Brother Bals, there's something here. I don't know what it is, but it's better to be careful. Seeing Rogier even draw his power sword, Bals perked up. A dark opening in the passage, likely a heating pipe or similar. Several pieces of scrap metal quickly flew into the opening, beginning to search for suspicious items. But they encountered a problem after a corner. Ice, solid ice, all of it, blocking the entire pipe. Bals clapped his hands together, concentrating on manipulating the scrap metal. The flying metal pieces gathered together, forming a bizarre, drill-like construct, and began violent drilling. Bals didn't know what was deep inside the passage, and he couldn't see. For him, whatever the fragments could sense, he could sense. After a long while, Bals cleared the entire pipe but found nothing, only the continuous removal of ice. Brother Rogier, that's all there is, nothing else in the pipe. Rogier's nose twitched vigorously. He was certain there was a problem here, but he didn't know what kind of problem. Continue, try to go a little deeper. Bals explored a bit further with the scrap metal. A few seconds later, Bals suddenly jolted awake, shouting, "Prepare for battle, watch the pipes." All the warriors cautiously watched the surrounding pipes, while from within the pipe, dinging and clanging, several pieces of scrap metal controlled by Bals jumped out. "What is it, Brother Bals?" "The pipe. The metal pipe. This pipe isn't connected to anything, it's a closed loop." The warriors became even more focused. A meaningless pipe? A completely closed loop, not connected to anything, what was it doing here? For decoration? If it was for decoration, why was there so much ice inside the pipe? Everyone remained still. Rogier, who disliked wearing a helmet, sensed everything around him, but nothing happened. "Brother Bals, what's the circuit of the pipe? Does it surround us?" "Not exactly. There are pipes above your left and below your right, but not directly behind you. It's a loop." And at this moment, beneath their feet, the mass of ice and snow that had been extracted suddenly erupted. Though it looked like ice, it now surged towards the Astartes like an avalanche. Bals reacted quickly, an air wall surrounding the Astartes. The wave of ice and snow crashed like waves against a reef, shattering into countless snowflakes that briefly floated in the air before regathering and enclosing the area, turning it into a sealed snow house. The frost demon was very angry. It was sleeping soundly in the pipe when suddenly a strange object poked into its back door, twisting and turning, throwing it out of its home in a very uncomfortable manner. Then these big metal guys pointed guns at its home, looking ready to blow up its hibernation spot, the pipe, at any moment. Who wouldn't be furious? The ice domain expanded. In its eternal slumber, it could remain unaffected by the veil of reality, but if it became active, it had to act quickly, otherwise it would be forcibly ejected into the warp. It hated it there was no powerful entity specifically in charge of ice and snow, and it was ostracized like a stray dog. Rogier was now boiling with excitement. It is well known that for space wolves, as the temperature drops, all their qualities, including intelligence, increase in stages. For Russ and the Alfather. "Harushan, open fire. You thought I was going to cut the snow with a sword, didn't you? No way, no way." Harushan opened his flamer and unleashed a blast. As a standard warrior of the Red Tide, How could various heavy weapons be absent? The frost demon turned and fled. A fierce blizzard raged through the human settlement, and Bal's enhanced communications, allowing the warriors guarding the entrance to quickly seal off the human settlement. The frost demon was speechless. It absolutely did not want to fight with these guys. Its energy source was the cold felt by the surrounding humans, allowing it to absorb psychic energy. After the mortals froze to death, it would hide in the pipe to hibernate, quietly waiting for the next group of people to arrive, waiting for the hot power system to raise the average temperature here to 26 degrees, waiting for the high temperature to awaken it, and then freeze another group of people. Clearly, these guys, who felt invigorated in the frost domain, were definitely not normal. Run. If it ran out into the snowy expanse, could they roast the entire planet? The frost demon transformed into a cold wind and fled outside. Could Bals let it have its way? Wielding psychic power before the Emperor is to not know your place. Wielding a great saber before Qing is to not be strong enough to cut or burn. Brewing golden juice before Nurgle is to be inferior and seeking trouble. The air in the surrounding area began to move, mixed with tiny metal particles. The metal particles were shattered into very small pieces, appearing as a hazy grey in the refraction of light, revealing the cold wind formed by the frost demon in the air. The warriors didn't know what weapon would be effective against this thing, but it was a tradition of their chapter to always have psychic bolters on hand. For a time, the entire human settlement was filled with flashing muzzle flares and the roar of bolters. One might have thought several regiments were fighting here. Facing such a martial enemy, the frost demon understood that it had to shrink its form to reduce the chance of being hit. But when condensed, it couldn't maintain the state of a cold wind, so we saw a fist-sized snowball flying around in Brownian motion. At this point, our valiant warriors began engaging the enemy with melta-guns. Bals, restrict its movement space, bring it towards me, shouted a warrior holding a flamer at Bals. Psychic pressure began to drive the demon before them, and it was enraged. Since you are forcing me back into the warp, I will drag two of you with me before I go. It stopped, and surging psychic energy erupted without restraint, covering everything around it in a thick layer of frost. It became a gelatinous, bizarre object the size of a mortal, sliding across the frost and snow. The moment it approached the Astartes, it transformed into sharp ice spikes to attack the warriors. Although the hard power armor was not shattered, the warrior was still sent flying. A large amount of ice enveloped the warrior, continuously pressing on his power armor. The machine spirit of the Mark X power armor held, and many alarms appeared before the warrior's eyes. The thermostatic facilities had been struck by psychic power, and the machine spirit was powerless against this formidable daemon. The surrounding air grew scorching hot. Seeing his brother injured, Bals was enraged. He had his brothers open their flamers, then the strong winds swept the promethium fuel, which ignited in the air, forming a stunning fire tornado that enveloped the enemy. The frost daemon's energy abruptly dispersed outwards, and the fire tornado showed signs of collapsing. Bals seemed to have discovered some kind of fusion technique, roaring for his other brothers to open their flamers and spray into the fire tornado. The fire tornado grew larger and larger. Bals earnestly increased his psychic output, until finally, a heaven-piercing firestorm swept across the entire human settlement. Rogier watched the massive storm before him in astonishment. Rune priests rarely used such attacks, and then Rogier finally remembered. Bals was not a rune priest, he was a psyker of the Crimson Torrent chapter. In Bal's eyes, bright psychic energy seemed to solidify. He slightly opened his mouth, as if saying something, and the massive firestorm suddenly contracted, condensing to a radius of 3 meters around the frost daemon, becoming a bright, constantly swirling fireball. A miniature sun. The frost daemon was completely engulfed by the flames and sent back to the warp without even a ripple. It could not understand how it had been exposed. The smell of ice and snow, no, that wasn't it. Rogier said so, how could he explain that? The wolf guard finally left with reluctance. What a pity, if only your warehouse had been a little more hidden, and had a little more stuff. The strike cruiser Azure Sky Pond and the Silent Fire once again jumped into the warp, heading towards the next star system. An unnamed star system, which might not even have a designation in the Imperium's records. A fierce battle had broken out locally. When Rogier's troops jumped out of the warp, the entire star system was littered with the shattered wreckage of ships. Rogier, who had followed Brother Yifeng for many years, immediately noticed the problem. With so many precious warship fragments, why was no one cleaning them up? It should be known that the reason the Crimson Torrent chapter's population growth was slow was because Brother Yifeng's core philosophy was to exchange casualties for the right to clean up the battlefield. For example, if there were 3 options, 30 casualties for a successful retreat, 100 casualties to defeat the enemy, and 150 casualties to completely annihilate the enemy, Brother Yifeng would always choose the last. This was why the Crimson Torrent chapter always operated together, an action that Rogier even considered a complete waste of military strength. Because our chapter always needs to ensure that when facing the enemy, we can have numerical superiority to be able to choose the third option. Clearly, it was impossible for no one to clean up a place that could almost become a warship graveyard. The keels of Imperial warships were made of adamantium, and even recycling them for the Adeptus Mechanicus to recast would be a huge fortune. Therefore, the possibility that the enemy had not yet retreated was very high. The 2 strike cruisers carefully flew through the piles of warships, confirming the status of each one. They found that most of the wreckage here belonged to Imperial warships, but no enemy ships were seen. Was it an internal conflict within the Imperial fleet? Rogier made various conjectures, from discovering a high-ranking commander was a chaos traitor to warships being instantly corrupted by chaos, leading to civil war. The Primaris warrior's multi-track thinking allowed him to make numerous hypotheses in an instant. Brother Rogier, the observer reports that the damage to these warships is very strange, something we have never seen before. At this point, the warship was quite close to a damaged warship, and it could be seen that this warship had been completely burned through by what looked like laser cannon attacks. It was very strange, but Rogier had some guesses. The strike cruiser circled the area, discovering the wreckage of more than 20 warships, and even an undetermined number of capital ships. After all, the massive explosion caused by an engine detonation would blast a warship into countless pieces. Rogier's hanging heart finally settled. Notify Brother Yifeng, and have him come directly. Our warships are not enough for transport. The Imperial fleet has suffered a devastating blow, and the enemy is suspected to be Necrons. Those fellows, of course, would not care for these Imperial trinkets. Cleaning up the battlefield was out of the question for them. When Brother Yifeng arrived in this world, he saw Rogier standing with his hands on his hips, looking at Brother Yifeng with an air of smugness. As the saying goes, if you walk the night road enough, it's my turn to pick up money. Brother Yifeng, however, had a helpless expression. You still haven't learned the essence of our chapter. If I had discovered this place, the transport ships would already be loaded and ready for transshipment. Then, immediately, at the fastest speed, gather the Lamenters. Have a good meal, brothers. Pretty happy, right? Well, Kazanov wants to spar with you all. Hey, don't leave, you in the back. Let's all go, sparring is a quick way for us to improve our martial arts. Chapter Master Matthew Ryall, however, was personally handled by Brother Yifeng. The two fought to a stalemate. Brother Yifeng poked his nose, kicked his kidney, and spat, risking severe internal injuries to aim all his attacks at Chapter Master Matthew Ryall's face, making Chapter Master Matthew Ryall feel dejected. After one round, Brother Yifeng, covered in internal injuries, came out holding his waist, followed by a Chapter Master of the Lamenters with a bruised face. Are you dejected? Are you dejected? Brothers, hurry up and work. We'll attract the Necrons if we don't, so quickly secure the loot. And so, we could see the grand spectacle from when the Dawn Angels chapter rescued Brother Yifeng and his men back then. A large number of warships, all kinds of warships, were bundled into a giant metal sphere, then a Geller field was created in the very center, and then several capital ships pulled it, rushing through the warp. The machine spirit of the Dawn of Light was clearly quite happy. It wasn't the first time it had done this, and it couldn't help but show off. Hey, I'm talking to you. The machine spirits of the 3 strike cruisers? The machine spirit of the Dawn of Light, have you ever seen this method of transportation before? The machine spirits of the 3 strike cruisers, no, never heard of it. The machine spirit of the Dawn of Light, this is the highest treatment in our chapter. You're new, you wouldn't understand. The machine spirits of the 3 strike cruisers, please enlighten us, big brother. The machine spirit of the Dawn of Light, watch closely, learn well, you should exert force like this here. Unconsciously, the fleet's speed increased by another notch. Thus, the Crimson Torrent chapter's current expedition to clear the edge of the galaxy in the Taiping Star region ended with everyone busily and enthusiastically hauling away junk. Forge World Storof remained as peaceful as ever. Since the Crimson Torrent chapter began guarding this area, their escort forces hardly needed to be deployed. They truly were good neighbors, just a bit greedy. The elderly observer leaned back in his metal chair, leisurely daydreaming. As a person with not much money for full mechanization, no grand ambitions, and only wanting to live a stable life, he would perfunctorily bow to the Omnissiah a few times each day, anoint new machinery with sacred oil, and then stand guard. His life would pass like this. In such a world, dying of old age was such a luxury. The old observer had no interest in vying for so much knowledge. All I have are common goods, so no one will bother to kill me. Hee. A slight anomaly appeared on the auger array. The old observer habitually took out a box of sacred oil and smeared it on the auger array, muttering incantations. After smearing for a while and seeing no reaction, he felt something was wrong, so he seriously used the observation equipment to look at the anomaly. Holy moly, a greenskin fleet. Wait, I think I saw them when I was young, not sure, let me look again. Familiar ships, familiar methods, yes, it's them, the great greedy chapter master is here again. The old observer urgently pulled the blue alarm. All Adeptus Mechanicus personnel immediately entered emergency status, hiding a large amount of resources. We are very poor, we haven't had any resources recently. If you want to buy weapons, you'll have to pay more. Chapter 171 The Unconvinced Outlets. Facing the Crimson Torrent chapter, with whom they dealt with year-round, the outline for negotiations with Chapter Master Yifeng, personally compiled by Archmagos Finis, supplemented by several Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and distributed to every tech priest, had become the highest standard of execution for the Adeptus Mechanicus, from top to bottom. This outline included how to feign poverty to raise prices, how to counter Chapter Master Yifeng's tactic of blocking roads and buying up all metal, how to establish precise quantities down to single digits in negotiations, and how to judge their bargaining chips based on the enemy's fleet posture. Archmagos Finis' spirits lifted, a big order was coming. Ever since the Maverick Mechanicum returned to the Imperium, their business had significantly decreased. A Forge World, at its strongest, could fulfill orders for thousands of star systems, but now there were only 12, and they had to compete with the Maverick Mechanicum. Finally, the Great Rift was over. Now was the best time to compete for orders, the optimal opportunity to make money before those annoying fellows from the Imperium arrived with their ES. Then, he was shocked by the familiar large iron ball in the star system. Can my world handle this order? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Archmagos Finis. Hello, esteemed Chapter Master Yi Feng, it's been a long time, and you've been greatly missed. We're old friends, and you know I'm a straightforward man, so I won't waste time with pleasantries. I'll get straight to the point. This time, there are conservatively an estimated 24 Imperial warships Rex. Can your forge world handle it? Chapter Master Yi Feng sat in a familiar large chair, sprawled out in a big shape. That depends on what you intend to use these Rex for. If it's for repairs, our large dry docks and shipyards, operating at full capacity, can barely manage it, but this would halt some existing shipbuilding projects. You know, this would require a portion of. Finis, as always, first played the victim, then raised the price. Ah, no rush. See which warships have relatively intact keels and repair them. The rest can be remelted into basic materials. I need a large quantity of power armor and heavy armor. Just give us any adamantium fragments that can't be melted down. Chapter Master Yi Feng, I understand your idea, but we don't have the technology to manufacture heavy armor, nor do we have that much. Then just give me the materials. Archmagos Finis quickly analyzed Chapter Master Yi Feng's words. Did he have other Adeptus Mechanicus or had they acquired heavy armor technology? Or was this statement just a scam to lower the price? Chapter Master Yi Feng, allow me to ask, where did these warship wrecks come from? What warship wrecks? There have never been any warship wrecks. What do the Imperial fleets lost in the warp have to do with me? In that case, Chapter Master Yi Feng, we need to discuss the confidentiality fees. I'll allow for a 20% loss on the materials melted here. Your proposal is excellent, but our technology is too outdated. The large melting furnaces haven't been started in a long time. After my estimation, it will require approximately a 35% loss. This is the cost. Archmagos Finis, the loss I just mentioned is the cost required to transport these warships to my chapter's own technical center. Technical center? This chapter went to the Segmentum Obscurus to set up such a thing. Finis suddenly remembered that this chapter had descendants of the Iron Hands. Could they have gone to their parent chapter? Considering various possibilities, this statement, in particular, didn't sound like a lie. What a joke, my Red Tide has always treated people with sincerity and never resorted to deception. A 30% burning loss, that's the cost. We need to activate core-level large melting furnaces number 1, number 2. Archmagos Finis rattled off a long list of facilities to increase the credibility of his words. Getting 70%, even if it's not finished products, but just materials, is acceptable. Finis also thought the same. Taking 30% was indeed not much, as there truly were losses and costs, but with such a large order volume, there was indeed a significant profit to be made. The two parties agreed to conduct transactions in batches over several decades. When Chapter Master Yi Feng returned to his warship, he was so happy he almost jumped for joy. A windfall. A windfall. Rogier, you are my lucky general. The chapter is getting rich. At this time, Rogier was still thinking about that pristine white star system. The treasure hunter outlets was very annoyed, he had been mocked. As a prophetic treasure hunter talent painstakingly recruited by Ms. Iwana, his main activity in the Crimson Torrent chapter was to take a nap and then tell Chapter Master Yi Feng what strange things Anos had created and where they were hidden. His reputation within the chapter was almost that of the lifelong enemy of all tech marines. During wartime, outlets usually operated with the Strategic Material Involuntary Transfer Unit and indeed contributed greatly, finding many hidden unclaimed materials. But even his greatest efforts couldn't compare to the value of the fleet graveyard Rogier had found this time. Several mortals who often worked with him joked that sleeping and dreaming big was not as good as someone else's wolf-like sense of smell. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Outlets was very annoyed, he had to find a way to prove himself. At this time, the Grand Fleet had returned to the Atres world for a temporary rest. Outlets asked Tinos for some colon delicacies and, with a hardened heart, ate them all. The powerful anesthetic made Outlets fall into a drowsy sleep. He successfully entered a prophecy, which also nearly drove him mad. Meteors, huge meteors, hundreds and thousands of meteors, filled Outlet's entire vision. Around him was an infinite dark space, with no light shining through. Outlet slowly looked up, he was in the midst of a super-large meteor shower. Some were larger than battleships, irregularly shaped meteors, seemingly with freshly cooled cores. Some were very small, only the size of his fingernail. And some were a mass of semi-liquid, likely part of a planetary core. A large amount of magma was only externally cooled, with a flowing core inside. In space, where heat dissipates through radiation, it cooled very slowly. This large batch of meteors was flying towards the Atres world. Indeed, anything Outlets could dream of must be very close to Atres, wouldn't it? So, where was the treasure? I can't just be dreaming, can I? Outlets carefully observed his surroundings, trying to find something different among the endless meteors. After a long time, he gave up. Everywhere were the same meteors, he couldn't see any difference. He wasn't some Adeptus Mechanicus exploration archmagos, where would he get the ability to know what was inside the meteors? Outlets sat dejectedly on the ground, thinking that Rogier's sense of smell probably couldn't find anything in a pile of meteors either. Wait, the ground? Outlets looked down, and lo and behold, he was standing on something strange. This was Outlet's feet were on a piece of brown rock skin, vaguely damaged in places, revealing what was inside. It looked like a super large amber, with something sealed within. Outlet's unceremoniously lay on the ground, trying to see clearly what was sealed inside. No, it was too dark. Outlet's was just an observer, he couldn't change the environment here. The treasure hunter was a little disappointed. The item looked quite large, but he didn't know if it could surpass Rogier's achievement. Just then, a small meteor flew at an extremely high speed, directly striking Outlet's heart. The treasure hunter felt the piercing pain of death. The light faded from Outlet's eyes. He felt extreme pain, but a second later, a coldness that appeared out of nowhere from the void invaded his senses. Extreme cold spread from the abyss, starting from the soles of his feet, freezing and depriving Outlet's of his senses. Outlet's woke up. The simple large bed looked like it had been soaked in a flood, covered in his sweat. The timer beside him ticked away, and the flickering screen told him he had been asleep for 21 hours. He rushed to find Chapter Master Yifeng, and after reporting a few sentences, hastily fled. Truly, Chapter Master Yifeng's shield made all psychers keep their distance, except for that madman Cancelo. Chapter Master Yifeng clearly remembered the wandering star system corrupted by Nurgle that he encountered back then. That star system was flying towards Astartes, and he naturally didn't stand by. He used a bipolar cyclone torpedo to shatter it into pieces. Calculating the time, the fragments of that star system were almost due to arrive at the Astartes world. Chapter Master Yifeng reluctantly ordered the fleet to depart. His own warships had been sailing for a long time and needed rest, but the situation was urgent. Although the rogue planet had genuinely exploded into fragments, only a small portion continued to fly towards the Astartes world. But that was a small portion on a planetary scale. Fragments larger than a battleship were everywhere. It would require a large amount of firepower to blast them into safe sizes, which was a time-consuming activity with uncertain returns. Chapter Master Yifeng unwillingly commanded the fleet to fly outwards. 16 hours later. Woohoo, that's awesome. This is what you call speed. Speed up, you little brats, you're too slow. Chapter Master Yifeng piloted a shadow drone fighter, weaving through a multitude of meteorites. With flashy maneuvers and agile turns, Chapter Master Yifeng repeatedly flew close to high-speed meteorites, occasionally performing some stunts to make it more challenging for the White Scars following him. The complex meteorite environment, the vast range of the meteor shower, and the considerable distance still remaining to the Astartes star system meant Chapter Master Yifeng unceremoniously sped ahead for a while. This was simply the best training ground for pilots. The descendants of Jagatai Khan were no less boisterous than the space wolves when they let loose. Chapter Master Yifeng, our objective is to find the treasure foreseen by Outlets. Please pay attention to the purpose of our mission. Eng's tone remained devoid of emotion. Only he, one of the first recruits and a true veteran of the Crimson Torrent chapter, dared to speak to Chapter Master Yifeng in such a manner. Reconfirm search target. The target is an oval meteorite, approximately 10 meters long, with some damage to its outer shell. Inside is an amber-like substance. The shadow drone fighter darted through the planetary debris. The warrior in the co-pilot seat operated the exploration instrument provided by the Tech Marine, but found nothing. The instrument was highly precise, constantly beeping, but the screen showed no treasure as large as Outlets had described. Chapter Master Yifeng, we have not. Keep looking. It might not necessarily be amber, Outlets just thought it resembled it. Adjust the exploration parameters to similar objects, including jade-like stones of similar color. Chapter Master Yifeng's words made numerous bright spots appear on the auger array. This was a planet's fragments, all kinds of minerals were abundant. Under the detonation of bipolar torpedoes, violent geological movements fractured numerous mineral veins. Any large fragments that maintained their integrity during such a violent planetary explosion must be rare minerals with exceptionally high overall performance. Regarding the large number of mineral signals appearing on the auger array, our chapter's policy has always been to collect them all. Do you dislike bending over to pick up money? We are honest people who have suffered, so we cannot. Among the White Scars warriors, there were also many warriors from other gene seeds, such as a wolf brothers named Kurosel, an Iron Hand's descendant out looking for minerals, and Luna Wolf's warriors practicing formation changes. Now, the interesting part began. Kurosel's wolf-like vision caught a fleeting glint earlier than the detection instrument, piercing through the vast number of meteorites to find the large stone Outlets had seen in his prophecy. A simple grappling hook secured the target treasure, and it was immediately pulled towards their parent chapter's warship. The rumor that Outlets' treasure hunting abilities were inferior to the Space Wolves was further solidified. Aboard the Dawn of Light battle barge, Chapter Master Yifeng, having finished his revelry, stood before Matthew Rio with a solemn expression. Chapter Master Yifeng sincerely advised Matthew Rio again not to stick so closely to him. They were both chapter masters, and this made it seem as if they were subordinates, which created a bad impression. But no matter how he persuaded him, the lamenters remained unmoved. And when the strange treasure was placed in the specialized explosion-proof warehouse for unknown objects, Chapter Master Yifeng became even more anxious. If a group of lamenters followed you, and you had good luck every day, wouldn't you be afraid? Wouldn't this just accumulate more and more bad luck, eventually leading to an epic disaster? As a successor to materialism, Chapter Master Yifeng stated that empirical science is also science. Before understanding the principles, one should respect the laws learned from countless lessons of blood and tears. Chapter Master Yifeng was fully armed, wearing heavy power armor. He tightened the device binding the untouchable shield, drew his chainsword, and cautiously approached the treasure Kurosel had brought. Gently scraping away the stone shell, the treasure inside was revealed. As outlets had described, it was indeed amber-like in material, but the contents were quite peculiar. This is an Xenos? A golden toad? The amber-colored substance on the outside, after being identified by the tech marine, appeared to be some kind of escape pod? Or perhaps a stasis field-like sealing method. The Xenos preserved inside might have experienced an unknown horrific event, forcing it to do so. Moreover, this was not an indigenous creature of this shattered planet. Chapter Master Yifeng had seen the original species corrupted by Nurgle, although ugly, it was not like this golden toad. It might be from an earlier civilization or another world that fell into this one. Just as Chapter Master Yifeng was pondering the strange sealed object, bad luck arrived outside. This was the rogue planet corrupted by Nurgle, shattered into fragments after being destroyed by bipolar torpedoes. Some very powerful chaos relics survived and were discovered after a high-intensity scan by the auger array. After handing over the amber he found to Chapter Master Yifeng, Kurosel happily went out to search again, hoping to keep up the good work. He flew towards a meteorite according to the auger array's instructions when suddenly a very small meteorite flew past his craft. The auger array beeped. Kurosel, with quick eyes and hands, piloted his ship to follow the small meteorite closely and grabbed it with a mechanical arm. Kurosel happily sealed the hatch and opened the internal warehouse, wanting to see what was causing the auger array's machine spirit to be so unusual. As Kurosel lightly picked up this small meteorite, the stony material on its exterior fell away like chalk dust, revealing the contents within moments. A colorful ring, or rather, a bracelet. Its colors were so chaotic that even a Primaris warrior like Kurosel, with his repeatedly enhanced eyes, found it difficult to discern the smallest color blocks of the bracelet. Kurosel lightly picked up the bracelet and held it up to a light bulb, wanting to examine it more closely through the light. Kurosel vanished, without warning, without any process, he simply disappeared. When this wolf brothers of the Space Wolves regained consciousness, he was already standing in a strange world. Around him were black withered trees and dark green swamps, with clumps of thorns and eerie vines covering the entire world. Occasionally, trickles of water flowed over the mud, but to the powerful vision of an Astartes, those clear streams were full of transparent, deadly microscopic organisms. Kurosel lifted his leg, and the swamp below was sticky, a clump of rotten mud clinging to his power armor boot, with wriggling maggots inside. Nearby were the sounds of mud flowing in the swamp, accompanied by the rustling of withered trees and the sound of strange slime dripping into the swamp. Some kind of flies buzzed around, and some toad-like creatures made croaking sounds. In the distance, faint sounds of laughter could be heard. The environment here filled Kurosel with extreme disgust. But that was not the point. When this wolf brothers looked up, he saw not dense dark clouds, nor the sun or stars. He saw another swamp, identical to the one beneath his feet, directly above his head. This was a ring-shaped world. Or rather, the inner surface of the bracelet. The entire world was rapidly rotating in an unknown dark realm, and Kurosel and the surrounding swamp stood on the inner surface of the bracelet by centrifugal force. Kurosel had never encountered such an event, nor had the Crimson Torrent. This wolf brothers cautiously began to move. The surrounding swamp put him in constant danger of being swallowed by the mud. He could only try to deal with the withered trees, and come into contact with the blood flies flying everywhere and the vines moving as if alive. Of course, it was the kind of contact where his power armor foot crushed them. Kurosel followed the faint sounds of ha-ha laughter, at least it was the sound of a living creature. Chapter 172 Confused Closer. A colossal dead tree blocked Kurosel's path, massive like the remains of a world tree. Its collapse severed the entire world, like a crack in a bracelet. Kurosel tried to walk to the edge of the world, but each time he reached the periphery, a strange force would pull all matter back. The ground beneath his feet was not metal, so the magnetic locks on his power armor boots couldn't secure him. Kurosel slid back to his original position with the mud. The Wolf Brothers was somewhat puzzled and annoyed. He didn't dare remove his helmet, even though it was the best option to leverage the Space Wolves' advantage. The surrounding environment clearly looked highly toxic, and he didn't dare risk whether it was chaos corruption. Kurosel once again looked at the colossal tree remains that spanned the world, or rather, a gigantic rotten wooden house. Laughter of ha-ha-ha echoed from within the tree. He moved cautiously, silent as a snow wolf preparing an ambush, without a sound, even the whirring of his armor was imperceptible. Stepping onto the deadwood, this seemingly utterly corroded supersized tree was unexpectedly tough, perfectly supporting Kurosel and his power armor's weight. Once I find a way out, I must bring some back for the Tech Marine. It should be a good find. Kurosel didn't try to cut the wood with his combat blade. Instead, he used various broken branches and decayed tree hollows to explore inwards, bit by bit. He was getting closer and closer, the loud laughter was right ahead. Turning a tricky corner, Kurosel saw a strange creature ahead. It seemed to be facing away from him, and Kurosel could only see that its body was covered in fine scales. The creature in front of him had no legs, it was a plump, caterpillar-like segment, but it seemed to have arms. Kurosel quickly threw a small piece of wood, and the creature turned around. Its face had only large eyes, and its skin was dark green, likely due to chaos corruption. It had no other facial features and possessed 4 arms, which further confused Kurosel. No mouth? Its laughter seemed to emanate from within its body, I wonder how that works. Kurosel temporarily named them the Laughing Tribe. Kurosel did not act rashly. Clearly, he was in an extremely dangerous state, alone, without a veteran's guidance, and unable to assess the current situation. His only advantage was being a Primaris Astartes of the Space Wolves. Kurosel quietly retreated, like an old wolf pack confirming its prey, slowly circling it, seeking the best attack position. He stealthily moved to another location, a higher area on the colossal tree, where a group of laughing enemies were gathered. Kurosal finally braced himself. He saw something different, a nurgling. The nurgling hopped joyfully around, constantly shedding viscous pus. It was very happy, surrounded by its family, and the plague-ridden world was warm and comfortable for it. The little creature now gave a mighty leap, jumping onto one of the laughing tribe members, then slowly and leisurely climbed to the top of its head. The plump, caterpillar-like structure made the nurgling look like it was climbing a mountain. It stood at the highest point and chattered away, while Kurosal secretly drew his combat blade from the side. Like all Astartes, if faced with such a situation, remaining hidden was pointless. He chose to create chaos through attack, and change through chaos. On the deadwood, a drop of yellowish, viscous sap fell. The moment it landed on the ground, Kurosal instantly burst into action, launching a swift attack. Before the nurgling could even turn around, a single strike had cut it in half. Sticky green blood and rotten entrails clung to the combat blade, but Kurosal's swordsmanship was not delayed. He continued to slash at the other creatures. The laughing tribe immediately let out a high-pitched burst of laughter, warning their kin of an incoming enemy. The laughing tribe member beheaded by Kurosal did not die. Its head still twitched, emitting bursts of laughter, but its body exploded like a water-filled balloon, scattering clumps of dark green entrails and pitch-black flesh everywhere. Kurosal, with little experience, immediately made his next decision: keep chopping until it was reduced to smithereens. Within seconds, all of the laughing tribe in this area were killed by Kurosal. Kurosal corrected his information. These laughs seemed to be a form of communication network. The laughter of the laughing tribe throughout the world formed a vast intelligence network. When a laughing tribe's sound changed or disappeared, it signaled the appearance of an enemy. Kurosal seemed unable to understand why such a creature evolved such a strange mechanism. This usually appeared in mechanical instruments. For a creature, it seemed too energy-intensive. But there was no time for him to think now. The entire ancient tree began to tremble, and countless enemies were rushing towards them. A gaunt laughing tribe member seemed to be the leader of all its kin. It was carried by its kin on a makeshift sedan chair made of dead wood branches, which looked fragile and delicate, yet it sat steadily in the center, its forearms constantly waving, as if directing the entire species with body language. How many years has it been? Finally, something else has come. New family members again. Nurgle's power fluctuated. During Abaddon's 14th Black Crusade, the widespread plagues he unleashed were enough to temporarily elevate him to a position equal to Qing, or even the strongest chaos god. But when the warp storms dissipated, and the Imperium contained the plagues, and living saints moved about, healing one planet after another, his power waned. He essentially returned to third place. The laughing tribe families converged towards this area, noisy and joyful, truly like a large family on a collective spring outing, surging towards Kurosal's previous position. Meanwhile, Kurosal had already sprinted to the outer reaches of the deadwood. He climbed onto the outer bark of the deadwood. Although for this fallen colossal tree, the bark only had a few cracks, to Kurosal, these cracks were large enough to serve as stairs. He carefully judged the vibrations emanating from the tree surface, trying to locate where the enemies had gathered before. There might be something there. The bewildered Primaris warrior didn't know how to leave this place, but that didn't hinder his tactical thinking of going straight for the core. A clamor of sounds, hundreds of hurried footsteps. Kurosal judged it to be on the uppermost layer, the main gathering place of the enemy. On the top of the dead tree, there were scattered laughing tribe guards. They lay bored in a tree crevice, unwilling to move. And then they could no longer move. Kurosal leapt down from the tree hollow they were guarding. As soon as he landed, he saw several laughing tribe members frantically raising their pus-soaked wooden sticks, and several nurglings laboriously climbing up the wall. The Astartes would not show mercy to these chaos creations. In a flash of blades, he cleared out a swath of enemies. To him, this group of guards was no different from their other kin. The spring outing army below surged back, making their usual noises. This time, they were extremely furious. Someone had killed their family members, which was an absolute taboo. Find them. Execute the murderer. Kurosal had no time to linger. He sprinted through the surrounding area, no longer masking his footsteps at full speed. To the creatures below, the rumbling echoes from the upper layer sounded like the sky was falling and the earth collapsing. This was clearly a high-class residential area, with carpets of moss everywhere, vines serving as room doors, and even rotten tree hollows as windows, with a few dead leaves hanging over them for simple concealment. Kurosal did not use the doors. He more violently smashed through several thin walls, rampaging through the upper structures. Finally, he found an altar, a large ring with 7 sacrificial positions, and behind each position, 7 standing areas. He didn't know what they were for. In the very center of this altar was a small bracelet, identical to the one Kurosal had found in space earlier. Kurosal wanted to pick it up, but then suddenly remembered that when he had picked up this item before, he had been teleported here. So, Kurosal used his chain sword to lift it. The chain sword suddenly spun violently, its machine spirit becoming extremely agitated, the blade trembling slightly, making it difficult for the Primaris Astartes to hold it steady. The small bracelet was picked up, and intense fluctuations erupted beneath it, causing the altar to begin collapsing downwards. This startled Kurosal, who leaped several times to get away from the danger zone. The small bracelet, under Kurosal's exquisite skill, rolled down the chain sword to the hilt and then stopped spinning on the sword. The chainsword's machine spirit's agitation vanished, the combat blade's anomaly was not caused by the bracelet. Kurosel looked towards where the altar had been, only to see a deep void, and looking down into it, an endless swamp. Dense warp light emanated, and the withered wooden walls it illuminated seemed to come alive, wriggling eerily as if new limbs were about to sprout. A truly massive warp rift, and the chainsword's machine spirit's unease originated from here. Kurosel immediately distanced himself from this place. This was not the way home, but rather led to a deeper hell. At this moment, in the outside world, the Crimson Torrent chapter's command system showed Kurosel's fighter jet suddenly losing control, then crashing directly into an asteroid, embedding itself within it. A rescue team immediately set out to rescue the unskilled warrior. Chapter Master Yifeng rubbed his temples. It was rare for a warrior to be in such a situation. Logically, it shouldn't happen. He was a wolf brother's scion, not a salamander's cub. Not long after, the rescue team's warrior reported that the auger array showed no trace of Kurosel in the wreckage. They also didn't visually spot any figure from the fighter jet's observation port. This made the warriors take it seriously. Kurosel wore Mark the 10th power armor, never mind a mere impact, even if its engine had detonated, something would have been left behind. For such situations, our usual response is to retrieve the entire asteroid along with the fighter jet's wreckage. A Primaris Astartes had just disappeared like that. Chapter Master Yifeng, just as he had when facing the ember-like object earlier, carried a shield, wore heavy armor, held an activated chain sword in one hand, and had obtained another shield from the boarding party. Now he had also donned the flight module specially made for heavy armor by Belisarius Call. Chapter Master Yifeng slowly departed the battle barge, leaping onto the asteroid. Our Chapter Master Yifeng cautiously approached the wreckage. As the untouchable shield approached, the small bracelet lying quietly in the fighter jet's wreckage also vibrated violently. The entire world beneath Kurosel's feet trembled, the entire bracelet world was wailing. The wolf brothers immediately emerged from the large withered trees. As he half climbed out of the wood, the entire giant wooden wreckage seemed to lose its original hardness, becoming as crisp as a wafer biscuit. The entire giant wooden castle collapsed. Kurosel was now truly scrambling, constantly leaping from various large fragments in the air, occasionally kicking a few Gretchen to death. His Mark the 10th power armor protected him as he slammed heavily into the mud. The crimson armor was covered in grime, and Kurosel shakily stood up. The earthquake stopped, and the entire world shrank, with a large amount of matter squeezed together, grinding against each other. The entire ground became a mushy, viscous soup, scattered with broken wood fragments, long vines, and shattered lichen. The swamp was no longer still, many whirlpools appeared, and a large amount of mud and sand began to flow, constantly sucking large objects into the depths of the world. Occasionally, huge, uncorrodable, hollow bone sticks that could serve as dwellings for certain highly toxic creatures floated up, telling Kurosel that enormous beings had once been here. Mosquitoes and flies swarmed everywhere, and Kurosel once again looked up at the sky, realizing that the world there was closer to him. This chaos relic activated its self-protection mechanism, much like how a frost daemon can slumber in the real world to avoid the rebound of the reality barrier. It also shrank into a jade ring and entered a fully sealed state. As Chapter Master Yifeng approached, this chaos relic remained motionless, as if it were truly just an ordinary creation of nature. The tech marine following Chapter Master Yifeng attempted to analyze the fighter jet wreckage, but the result was that the cockpit had not emergency ejected, there were no records of the fighter jet's hatch opening, and Kurosel had simply vanished completely. Chapter Master Yifeng was already beginning to suspect whether the Emperor, with nothing better to do, had suddenly gone mad and teleported Kurosel away. However, when the auger array in the tech marine's hand jumped wildly, pointing to a small jade ring in the fighter jet, Chapter Master Yifeng knew that something was definitely wrong. Warriors of the Crimson Torrent chapter do not wear any ornaments. Thanks to the lesson learned from a previous Tsiange daemon hiding in a skull ornament, which caused an internal conflict between us and the Emperor's Scythe's warriors, not wearing any ornaments has become a chapter tradition. Chapter Master Yifeng violently cleaved open the fighter jet wreckage with his chainsword, causing the tech marine behind him a pang of distress. The jade wrench remained motionless, and Chapter Master Yifeng grabbed it. He applied slight force, but the jade ring did not budge. Chapter Master Yifeng was very surprised, this was not like an ordinary artifact. At this moment, the tech marine also squeezed in, which was a bit cramped for a fighter jet's wreckage. What's wrong, Chapter Master? Did you find any important clues? Yes, tech marine, use your detector to examine this thing. At this time, the auger array was still going wild. Chapter Master Yifeng, this seems to be simply jade material, hardness 7, color 18. Is that so? Chapter Master Yifeng forcefully slammed it onto the ground, even denting the metal floor. Somewhat unusual. I think it should be taken back to my workshop for further testing. If it can withstand it. Chapter Master Yifeng took out a plasma pistol from his waist, making the tech marine's veins throb. Chapter Master, this doesn't seem appropriate, it concerns a warriors. Oh, my god. Chapter Master Yifeng enveloped the jade ring with a pale green plasma bolt. The powerful plasma storm melted the surrounding metal into a shimmering pool of liquid metal. In this bubbling metal pool, a jade ring still floated quietly on top. Chapter Master Yifeng looked at the shield on his back and began to wonder if this was some kind of Necron's instant storage device, like the kind a certain collector carries with him. Inside this chaos artifact, Kurosel still held a small bracelet in his hand, and he was also trying to destroy this thing. If possible, the Wolf brothers even wanted to bite it a couple of times to see what would happen. Maybe it could be used as a teething toy? For Kurosel, with his excellent vision enhancements, the shrunken chaos world was truly visible from end to end at a glance. He was somewhat disappointed, and also a little frustrated. There were no powerful enemies to fight a good battle with, and no defensive positions protecting the exit, just endless mud and withered trees, boredom within boredom. The machine spirit of his power armor was somewhat weak. The surrounding environment was corrosive, and the power armor could not remain in this state for long. After a series of alarms, Kurosel stepped onto a broken wooden board and gazed into the distance. He knew that the surrounding whirlpools led to the chaos domain he had just seen, but where did the other mud come from? How exactly did he end up here? What was the situation on both sides of this world, an endless void? A barrage of question marks kept pounding Kurosel's head. As the most straightforward of all Astartes, Kurosel let out a characteristic wolf howl. I don't know. Then he hung his chain sword on his sword buckle, got down on all fours, and ran with all his might towards the edge of the world. Chapter 173 Welcome back. Yi Feng and the Tech Marine were at a loss with the jade ring in front of them, so they decided to change their approach. Since it didn't react under the anti-psyker shield, Yi Feng walked away, and Librarian Bowles was invited to assess the situation. Bowles was a bit tired. Rogier had been dragging him all over the ship, claiming there was a strange smell, then they went to Tinos's kitchen and took a few colon. He tasted it and felt something was off, after all, it was a primitive anesthetic. So he ran to the medical bay, rummaged around for a while, and incidentally stole some medical alcohol. Bowles was thus dragged around by the old wolf guard, still unaware of Rogier's true intentions. Upon receiving the order, he let out a long sigh of relief, packed his things, and headed out. Yi Feng had already jumped onto the battle barge's outer armor, using the magnetic locks on his feet to firmly secure himself to the ship, his arms crossed over his chest, looking up at the meteorites in the sky, ready to make a powerful jump into the wreckage of the fighter at any moment. Bowles flew out. He was a telekinetic psyker, capable of flying in a zero-gravity environment. Brother Bowles, please use your psychic abilities to examine this jade ring. My instruments cannot detect any anomalies, but its performance is terrifying. Understood, Tech Marine. Bowles' psychic energy enveloped the jade ring, yet every trace of psychic energy that touched it was completely absorbed. No matter how much power Bowles used, he couldn't make the jade ring fly. It's very strange, this jade ring seems to absorb psychic energy. Recording, a substance that can absorb psychic energy yet resists the approach of the untouchable shield. Bowles wanted to try again, so he exerted himself and enveloped it with a large psychic sphere. The jade ring began to change, gradually transforming back into a jade bracelet. When this relic activates its emergency mode, it will slowly absorb psychic energy flowing from the warp over the next few centuries. For example, when someone picks it up and wears it, it will use the person as a medium to absorb energy from the warp. If it can transform back into the size of a jade bracelet, it means it has been communicating with the warp for a long time, and it is largely safe. This is the case in most situations. But there was no demon residing here, so it wasn't that intelligent. Thus, Bowles watched it transform from a jade ring into a jade bracelet. The power of chaos began to devour Bowles, and as an experienced librarian, Bowles immediately severed his psychic connection with it. Confirmed, Tech Marine, there is chaos power. At this moment, Kurosel was distraught. As he ran, he suddenly stepped into nothingness, and the world abruptly reverted to its original size. He hadn't realized how terrifying this change was when he was inside the dead wood, but now that he was outside, Kurosel truly understood the terrifying wave this monumental upheaval would bring. The entire ring world had suddenly expanded, and he and the surrounding mud were continuously falling, like a sudden mud waterfall. Ancient remains hidden at the bottom and the newest dead wood fragments twisted together, slamming fiercely towards the ground. Half a second later, Kurosel realized this was an excellent opportunity. The entire world was falling, the mud fell faster, while the less dense dead wood and hollow bones fell slower. He could frantically kick off the dead wood in midair and jump towards outside the world. Kurosel exerted all his limbs, flying out of the bracelet in the wolf guard's unique wolf-like behavior pattern. The bracelet began to emit its unique gravitational pull, preventing any living creature from leaving this blessed land. The Space Wolves warrior's warp resistance now came into play. Kurosel should have heard Nurgle's call, but now, through the anti-warp helmet, his head only had a faint buzzing sound, not even as loud as Rogier scolding him. Outside, Yi Feng, who had confirmed it was a chaos artifact through the comms channel, made a huge leap from the battle barge's outer wall, flying towards the meteorite. Bowles was raising his hand, telling the Tech Marine to stay away from the jade bracelet lying on the meteorite's surface, and then he witnessed an astonishing scene. A strong fluctuation suddenly appeared in the hollow area of the bracelet, and then Kurosel's body was mysteriously spit out by the jade bracelet. The crucial point was that this bracelet was resting on the meteorite. Kurosel didn't emerge from the side facing the sky, but from the other side. Thus, we could see the wolf pup's big face, the first part to emerge, making intimate contact with the meteorite, followed by his body, covered in slime and mud. There were also disgusting maggots struggling in space, then their internal organs and blood were drawn out of their bodies by the vacuum, floating in space. Kurosel's body was out, his big face pressed against the meteorite. He might have mistakenly thought he was still in the boundless darkness, and now his hands were constantly flailing. Oh, it looked like a doggy paddle. Kurosel's legs came out too. No. He gave a powerful kick, sending the jade bracelet flying. Consequently, Yi Feng, who was flying towards them from the battle barge, was squarely hit on the head by the jade bracelet. Kurosel was subjected to a flamethrower once, not with promethium, but with low-grade fuel produced by our 300 worlds of the TO, which, though not as strong as Promethium, was cheap and could be mass-produced. The effect was good. A thoroughly clean Kurosel faced the Tech Marine's inquiries, appearing, unable to find appropriate words to describe everything he had seen. After all, it's hard to understand what he meant by killing a few slugs and jumping around on dead wood to fly out. A side effect of the Wolf Guard's boisterous nature is their slight resistance to learning culture. Yi Feng was also bewildered, looking at the jade ring that had suddenly shrunk again, momentarily unsure what to do. Chapter Master, after analyzing the information provided by Brother Kurosel, it seems to be connected to a chaos realm. Yi Feng instinctively wanted to throw the thing away, but, perhaps keeping it by his side was the safest option. Contact the navigator, ask where the nearest black hole is. Thus, this jade bracelet drifted into a black hole several days later, described as having a solid reality barrier, quite complete and young, and of no small scale. Yi Feng clapped his hands, thinking, that's it. The Lamenters only accumulated this much bad luck? Mount Langjugsha world. The chapter had not stationed much force here. At the same time, this was the chapter's closest world to the Imperium. A forge world of the Adeptus Mechanicus that could still connect with the Imperium was nearby in the warp lane. At this time, the warriors stationed here commanded a magnificent battleship to jump into the warp from here, heading towards the 300 worlds of the TO. This was a Gothic-class battleship seized from the Blood Disciples Warband, as spoils of war from their first joint operation with the Lamenters chapter. This battleship had just been captured by Chaos enemies before Yi Feng seized it. Although it was exposed in the warp for a few minutes, fortunately, the corruption was not very severe, and purification was completed in only about 50 years. It was now going to reinforce the 300 worlds of the TO. After Yi Feng left, the defensive forces there were somewhat strained. At the same time, another warship steadily sailed towards the temporary second Taiping Star region. The Black Ship. This Black Ship was not carrying the Inquisition, but the Astromancy Chamber's Psyker prison ship. As is well known, the Imperium has only a few ways of dealing with Psykers: turn them to their own use, or kill them. Weaker ones become psychic fuel for the Astronomicon, while stronger ones, after various trainings, can become Inquisitors, assassins, and so on, of course, not by their own choice. The purpose of this Black Ship was to capture Psykers on various planets, equivalent to a Psyker tithe. Since it was for capturing Psykers, it had to possess powerful anti-Psyker facilities, including anti-warp cages, null generators, and so on. The most common were the Sisters of Silences. The Crimson Torrent chapter's lifelong chapter pet and honorary title recipient, the designated ghost of the Stern Vigilance battle barge, Yi Feng's shadow, the Crimson Torrent chapter's first untouchable, the centenarian old woman who successfully advanced from a speaker to a formal Sisters of Silence INA. The Sisters of Silences do not have many life extension surgeries available, as certain surgical instruments involving psychic phenomena cannot be used. INA was still a core force, capable of going out and performing missions. The first stop, naturally, was her old home, to the temporary second Taiping Star region to carry out the Psyker capture plan. Ina knew Yi Feng too well. As long as she arrived there, the chapter master had dozens of ways to make her stay, if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Ina leaned comfortably on the sofa, mimicking Yi Feng as she heartily ate the free food. Beside her was the High Sister leading this operation and commanding this small squad. She had a headache concerning this newly inducted Sisters of Silence. All Sisters of Silences took an oath not to communicate verbally but through extensive body language. However, this Lady Ina quickly learned all the swear words used by the Sisters of Silences, and when arguing with her sisters, she would close her eyes and swiftly make hand signs, cursing, proving to be quite the rogue. It was said she had a good childhood, raised by an Adeptus Astartes chapter master. Those bad habits must have stemmed from that time. Accompanying this ship were several Astartes, reportedly from that chapter, who had come to assist the Death Watch and were now hitching a ride back. The High Sister turned to look at the Astartes behind her. They seemed somewhat idle, either patrolling the brig in the back or sparring with each other, occasionally checking and rechecking their Psyker bolter magazines. Approaching real space, all units prepare for countdown, 100 seconds. Although Sisters of Silences vowed not to speak, they could still hear. The High Sister sat up straight, and after a jolt, the Black Ship arrived at Scaria. Visible from space was still the massive Emperor statue in the center of the desert. It couldn't be called a desert anymore. After years of afforestation efforts to control sandstorms, only a symbolic desert animal reserve and a ring of dunes around the statue remained. Just as the High Sister was about to issue commands, Ina darted out, standing before the communication window, her large face pressed against the camera, almost trying to climb inside. Soon, this headshot and the Black Ship's arrival communication were sent to Yi Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng was still racing. 10 days later, the Dawn of Light battle barge exited the Mandeville Point, carrying strange golden-toed amber and a large pile of precious materials found only deep within the earth, stored in the warehouse, as well as our very Yaiga mineral great spheres, towed behind the warship. The Black Ship almost entered combat status. The local troops, however, were used to it. Furthermore, before Yi Feng's arrival, Lian Liluo had already arrived to maintain order. The Black Ship was here to capture Psykers. Where were our Psykers? The Psyker University and Psyker Community, where Cancelo was still serving as principal. So, the new batch of Psykers were all young children who had just been discovered. Under Yi Feng's system, population statistics were crystal clear, even tracing 3 generations of your family. It was easy to identify Psykers. Every community had official Psyker patrols. Although instances of chaos corruption hadn't decreased, we could detect them faster. The High Sister felt a bit annoyed watching a group of children chattering, and the planet seemed reluctant to hand over its people. Yi Feng was well prepared for this. We have psyker communities in a psyker university, some people will always fall to chaos. When Librarian Sisyphus was stationed there, he handled them with a single strike. But now, Cancelo, that homebody who always hides near the untouchables, is in charge. So, some people are still thrown into the anti-psyker prison, but it's a bunch of people crammed into one cell. A certain individual with a twisted sense of humor likes to put a pile of psychers in one cell to watch them fight physically, especially those corrupted by Kern, who would be ganged up on from the start. Sometimes, when there were too many offenders, they would be arranged next to Cancelo's dorm. Cancelo spends a lot of time with untouchables, Cancelo could watch the nighttime mini-theater of psychers writhing on the ground, tormented by anti-psycher forces. You like one-on-one fights, hey? Let's see if they'll fight you one-on-one, hee hee. Upon Yi Feng's arrival, his first message was, hold your fire. Ina was flinging her braid at Lian Lai Luo. Hearing this in the communication channel, she immediately ran out. The High Sister was startled. Where was the glory and aloofness of the Emperor's claws? You forgot again. Yi Feng arrived at the space station but did not disembark. Situare came out, and both parties officially met. The High Sister made a series of dazzling gestures that left Yi Feng utterly confused, but fortunately, this time there was a professional team with a speaker sister, a reserve Sisters of Silence who could still speak, not yet having taken the oath, to help translate. Respected Adeptus Astartes Chapter Master, I offer you my highest regards. Emperor's Claws, in the Emperor's name, I salute you. Situare made an exaggerated gesture, considered the highest courtesy of a red-tide warrior. We have come to take away, number encrypted, psychers. The Emperor is above, the Imperium needs them. This world only provides children, and in small numbers. Your warriors forcefully prevent us from searching the Hive City. Situare preemptively spoke, I understand your meaning, respected sister. We have already gathered psychers from the surrounding 12 worlds for you, which is why the psycher population here is sparse. If you don't mind, please accompany us to the next planet. The High Sister was somewhat displeased, but she still admired what the chapter master had done. The black ship wasn't truly like a tithe, only taking 1/10 of the psychers, the more, the better. Unless you could prove that a psycher had completely controlled themselves and served the Imperium, they could capture them all. Respected Psycher Bane, an alias for Silent Sisters, we require a Sisters of Silence to assist our navigator, which will ensure our accurate and safe arrival at our destination. At this moment, Ina's eyes sparkled, staring at the High Sister with innocent eyes. All right, you go. Be polite. This is why Yi Feng wasn't allowed to participate in the talks. If they saw the untouchable shield, they wouldn't have let Ina come over. The two warships set sail again. However, Ina sat very primly in the reception room, awaiting Yi Feng's arrival. The chapter master, upon seeing his beloved pet again, was momentarily at a loss for words. So, you can't speak now. Ina nodded, seemingly not intending to break her oath. Then the two looked at each other, somewhat dazed. Yi Feng couldn't understand Ina's body language. So, under Ina's guidance, Yi Feng began to formally learn the language of the untouchables, primarily by Yi Feng holding a sign and writing words on it, then Ina making corresponding gestures. The Primaris Astartes multi-threaded thinking learned quickly, mastering a whole bunch of swear words in no time. This time, it was truly a case of me cursing you, and you wouldn't even know it. The two finally let go of their inhibitions and reconnected. When the warship arrived at the planet where the psyker community was located, they took a transport ship to the space station ahead of time, began rounding up the prisoners, and pretended to have been stationed there all along. As soon as the High Sister entered the space station, she saw a Primaris warrior over 3 meters tall, carrying a shield on his back, surrounded by a circle of foaming psychers. Classic, unsurprising, and very characteristic. Yi Feng's first words upon meeting were, "Did you bring the untouchable shield you promised me?" The leading sister confirmed Yi Feng's identity and then handed him the shield. This was the reward for taking Ina and 30 warriors last time, but it was a symbol of their mutual friendship. Yi Feng enthusiastically handed these half-dead psychers over to the black ship, repeatedly signaling to the black ship that they had enough people and should leave quickly. Would the black ship tolerate that? The Sisters of Silences were just auxiliary, the real leaders were the bigwigs from the astromancy chamber. They immediately planned to secretly infiltrate the planet to see what was really going on. Yi Feng wanted to continue arguing with the black ship, but then an urgent communication came through. William was missing, along with the cruiser fleet, the infinite loyalty and the stern vigilance, all gone. In the entire 300 worlds of the Tio, the only naval force, the Eternal Mountain, was docked at Tio, studying the esoteric battleship floating there. Chapter 174, Supplies, quite generous. Below this world, the Psyker community, which also serves as the chapter's librarian training center, now had 8 librarians who had completed their training. They had just arrived at the space station and hadn't even had a chance to meet Chapter Master Yi Feng before Rogier immediately grabbed them and secretly boarded the Dawn Light warship. Of the 30 warriors who went to support the Death Watch, only 13 remained after the high-intensity combat that followed the Great Rift's expansion. They were now the most elite Xenos experts. Yi Feng left Xiaolan, tasking her with persuading the actual leader of the black ship to leave, and incidentally, "We have received an urgent plea for help, esteemed sister. We require the assistance of psycher nullifiers." Just as the High Sister was about to refuse, Yi Feng employed the Crimson Torrent chapter's tradition. Treat others with sincerity. We believe the Imperium is currently under immense pressure and are willing to dispatch another 30 warriors, no, 50 to support the Imperium. However, the journey is long, so we suggest traveling aboard your vessel. 50. That's enough to cleanse a planet. The combat power of 50 Astartes far surpasses that of one Sisters of Silence. Before the High Sister could agree, Yi Feng and Ina were seen running at full speed, with a tacit understanding, almost at the pace of a combat charge towards the enemy. In a few blinks of an eye, the two darted back to the warship, and then the warship set sail with an absurd efficiency. The Silent Fire, the Dawn of Light, and the Supreme Chongming immediately departed for the 300 worlds of the Tio, also taking Lian Liluo's 100 warriors with them. On the space station, only 50 Astartes and Xiao Lan were left, staring blankly at the High Sister. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Did the people opposite just forcibly abduct my sisters? No, my sisters ran off on their own. The warp had become much more stable, and the navigators could barely see the light of the Astronomicon, allowing the fleet to sail smoothly. On the ship, the 13 warriors who had left home silently donned their Terminator armor, returning to the First Company. Or rather, one of Yi Feng's main reasons for returning here was to replenish the First Company's ranks. Our Terminators are still the size of regular Astartes. Those 13 warriors, after a long absence, recalled the chapter master's style, believing he merely intended to take Ina away, which was his usual rogue tactic. You said 50 Astartes were left behind. Were they for the Black Ship? Were they to help them fight? That's only if they're obedient. If the Black Ship now forcefully demanded to search the entire world, the 50 Astartes and the dozen or so stationed locally would immediately erupt and attack. This was a powerful deterrent. The 13 warriors thought they would next head to Atres for rest, as this was the chapter master's most frequent activity. Equally bewildered were the 8 librarians who had completed their training. They might not reach the level of a Grand Librarian, Chief Librarian, but they could at least become a Lexicanium. Librarian ranks, Acolyte is a recruit, a Lexicanium is someone who has just officially become a librarian, responsible for organizing historical reports. A Lexicanium can review the work of a Lexicanium, and their main task is to create strategic plans. A Astropath is at Sisyphus level, responsible for maintaining communications on the battlefield and real-time strategy. A Grand Librarian, Chief Librarian, can do anything, and usually takes over after the chapter master's death. In our case, forget it. These 8 newly promoted librarians were native psychers and had never fought with the chapter before, only having heard legends about a certain chapter master. The 21 warriors rested quietly on the warship, then saw a Primaris Wolfguard warrior wandering around, occasionally sniffing deeply and then tilting his head in confusion. As these 21 warriors endured a bumpy journey, wondering if their navigator had taken a wrong turn, the warship finally emerged from the warp. The 300 worlds of the Tio. Brand new. The chapter's roots, its stronghold. The 21 warriors' jaws nearly dropped in surprise. The 300 worlds? What did that mean? Did you wipe out the entire Tio race? Especially for the 13 warriors who had gone to the Death Watch, they were extremely confused. They had even fought the Tio several times when the Great Rift opened. How did it suddenly become our home? Upon arriving at the 300 worlds, Yi Feng's expression was not good. The situation here was not ideal. The Drukari/Dark Yildari had visited once, and one of our worlds suffered significant casualties. Although the newly equipped flamethrowers of the local planetary defense force caused considerable attrition to the enemy, their strength was still too weak, and the local world was plundered. On the other side, a large rogue trader fleet arrived. It wasn't a huge fleet, with an Ambition-class cruiser as its main force, supplemented by numerous frigates. When they arrived at the 300 worlds of the Tio, their first communication was, "Annihilate the Imperium of Man, the Tio shall rule the heavens, long live the greater good." This was essentially the same as "Don't shoot, we're on your side." Rogue traders still worked for the Emperor, plundering weak Xenos planets, exploring new worlds, and making money. They would plunder weak Xenos worlds they encountered and raise the banner of the Imperium of Man against powerful ones. The Tio were clearly not a race that their weak fleet could fully plunder, so it was normal trade, and the first thing they said upon entering was "Don't shoot." What kind of person was the governor of the local world? A hero who endured hardship to restore our human world. He immediately called for support and mobilized all forces to launch a concerted resistance. He, of course, knew this was an Ambition-class cruiser, and that they were people of the Imperium. But if you shout slogans recklessly, as a loyal Imperial citizen, I must maintain this stance, and a fight must be had. This isn't a military issue, it's a political one. Then, both sides saw the statue of the Emperor erected by the other, and with a tacit understanding, fired a few shots and stopped. The local leader awaited the arrival of the Astartes, that was his confidence. Then William's fleet disappeared, vanishing without a single signal. Awkward, so awkward it was cringeworthy. For a rogue trader, if they incorporate a new world into the Imperium's territory but don't inform the Ministry of Internal Affairs, it's a very serious crime, and the Inquisition would get involved. Although no one truly supervises rogue traders. But for an Adeptus Astartes chapter, how much territory they recover shouldn't that be tallied after my crusade is finished? What if I fought over there, reported to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and then the tax ships happily arrived, only for the enemy to counterattack and reclaim the territory? Wouldn't the tax ships be in trouble then? So the local leader immediately disguised it as the Great Emperor's angels having just reclaimed the area, still on a crusade. The rogue trader still wanted to get some spoils, but where was this? The Crimson Torrent chapter had just reclaimed this place, how clean were its pockets? The rogue trader left with a disgruntled expression. Since there was fighting here, he would go trade in another safe Xenos territory. After Yifeng's fleet arrived at Tio, he met with Enos, who was still researching the esoteric battleship, and sighed deeply, a surge of bitterness and sorrow washing over him. William. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have thought, is this all the Lamenter's bad luck? I also don't know why the Lamenter's bad luck didn't happen to me. Why don't you carry an anti-psyker shield from now on? I've already helped you get it back, so hurry back. Most of my chapter's assets are with you. 9 lunar-class cruisers. 1 battleship. 1 strike cruiser. 1 battle barge. Supply transport 2, termite pattern assault drill, 200 Black Shield warriors, less than 200 Primaris warriors, 100 Primaris recruits. You just disappeared like that. Yifeng only took over 100 people, never expecting to become a lone wolf. The only good news was that the Gothic-class battleship seized from the Blood Disciples had been commissioned. During its repairs, several damaged macro-cannon arrays were removed, and Lance and Nova cannon were installed, significantly enhancing its medium to long-range strike capabilities. Therefore, this old warship was named Hurricane's Fury. Any enemy it encountered would be subjected to a rapid and dense hurricane-like barrage of firepower. This also strengthened the defense of the area. Yifeng's heart felt empty at this moment. There were clearly no troublesome enemies, and the surroundings could almost be described as peaceful, but he just wasn't happy. Half a chapter disappearing without warning made him extremely angry and want to hit someone. While half a chapter was lost here, another half a chapter was gained elsewhere. Anthony's squad, notorious for defrauding welfare, received its biggest reinforcement ever. Both they and the Dawn Angels each received 500 Primaris warrior reinforcements. The Crimson Torrent chapter, having always claimed its chapter master was a descendant of Jagatai Khan, received all 500 reinforcements with gene seed from the White Scars. Praise Belisarius call. Why did they get reinforcements? Imagine what the Crimson Torrent chapter looked like in the Imperium's records. 3 valiant chapters, decimated, were reorganized, saving 2 chapters worth of supplies. They defended 12 Imperial worlds, paid the tithe and helped the Inquisitor. Sent 10 men to the Death Watch, later 30, then 50. This is a significant number, ordinary chapters only send a few. On the main battlefield, they held the line, shouting, for the Emperor's grace. Fighting alongside the Salamanders. They were very self-sufficient, it seemed the Imperium never supplied them. Isn't this a textbook Codex chapter? Such a good chapter must be refilled first. Last time they defended 12 worlds, fully reinforced, next time, they might accidentally defend 120, or 1200. Furthermore, Guilliman is not a High Lord, he has been mass-producing troops. After the Great Rift opened, many ships had difficulty navigating. Guilliman, who had been preparing for the Third Founding, was forced to produce Primaris warriors and freeze them, as before, awaiting the arrival of corresponding equipment and supplies. After the Great Rift ended, these warriors were immediately transported to the front lines, given priority to reinforce the decimated chapters. Transport ships delivered the men and then brought back the damaged warships and broken equipment from the annihilated chapters to be repaired at Forge Worlds. This way, when new chapters are established in a few years, these repaired warships can serve as flagships for the new chapters. The Grand Founding had not yet begun, but the reinforcements were already on their way. They were frozen in rows, without matching power armor. Along with these warriors came a blank document, roughly stating that the local Forge World would fully assist in repairing armor and producing power armor, and so on. Anthony looked at the 500 robed Primaris Astartes before him, a dark cloud forming over his brow. Truly, they were so poor they only had a pair of shorts. We can't have 3 of our warriors share 1 power armor, can we? Guilliman suffered, he truly had no armor left. Anthony suffered, he and the Dawn Angels, 2 chapters with 1,000 warriors, where would they find 1,000 sets of power armor? At this moment, the surviving apothecary of the Dawn Angels chapter remembered, don't we have a big order? Anthony? Dawn Angels, the Adeptus Mechanicus of Stolov. When we saved your chapter before, we helped you pull back a lot of wreckage. Anthony? The taste battle before my chapter was founded? Dawn Angels, yes. Anthony, what orders do you have? Dawn Angels, you didn't notice back then? The Mark the 10th power armor and heavy armor worn by so many Primaris warriors from the 3 annihilated chapters, we ordered all of them. Anthony? So our regular Astartes have been wearing purified chaos enemy armor for nearly a century, right? All the armor from the old 3 chapters was ordered by you. Face full of indignation. Dawn Angels, what was given to you at first might have been Adeptus Mechanicus stock, but later ones definitely were. Confident. Anthony, what else? Confess honestly. Dawn Angels, not much, just 3 battle barges and 2 strike cruisers. In that battle, 8 battle barges and 5 strike cruisers were entangled together. How many did Chapter Master Yifeng get? The Stern Vigilance and the Dawn of Light were brought by the Dawn Angels. The Crimson Torrent chapter only had 2 warships, the Eternal Mountain and the Blessed Forest. Even if half of the damaged ones were irreparable, now. Anthony, you actually took so much. We fought the battle. You just transported. Transported. How dare you take it? Dawn Angels, you only had 4 people left at the time. We didn't cut you down and swallow everything, that's already us being righteous. Anthony, and so, the two chapters immediately broke away from the Imperial fleet and sped off to the Stolo Forge world. Lian Lai Luo, after much persuasion, sent the black ship away. You have our 50 Astartes as support, and you've captured enough psychers, at least enough for 12 worlds, so why aren't you leaving quickly? Are you waiting for the Emperor's Ascension Day? After finally seeing them off, Anthony returned. Lian Lai Luo finally cheered up. Although Chapter Master Yi Feng had left with a lot of strength, wasn't support here now? Then, Lian Lai Luo saw Anthony with an expression like he had eaten the dung of a certain big green hulk. Archbishop Phineas had the same expression. Oh, it would have been so much better if you had died, then we could have swallowed these supplies ourselves. The Adeptus Mechanicus got busy again. Many warships, fully loaded with supplies, set sail to equip the 1,000-robed Primaris warriors with armor. Still, there weren't quite enough, about 100 warriors were left without armor. These 100 warriors were sent to Chapter Master Yi Feng, heading towards the 300 worlds of the Tio. After a period of friendly sparring between the Dawn Angels and Anthony was sprayed with spit. Look at what you did, and what we did. You came and saw us on the verge of death, and you snatched away 70% of the spoils. What about us? When we found you, all that was left was a monastery. We only had 2 strike cruisers at the time, and we even gave you one. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to reach the Stolo Forge world now. We even went to great lengths to retrieve your brother's armor from the greenskins and gave it all to you. You truly let down our sincere intentions. Do you not consider us brothers? The Dawn Angels, uncharacteristically, felt guilty but didn't want to give up the large ships they had just acquired. Then Anthony's words took a turn. Between our 2 chapters, who are we? Let's simply become brother chapters. Warships shouldn't be divided between us. After all, we've lived and died together for so long, this is nothing. Anthony tried to put the new warships into a Schrodinger's state, then swallow the Dawn Angels whole into their Red Tide alliance. Of course, you have to eat one bite at a time, and good things take time. Lian Lai Luo looked at Anthony, who was arguing one moment and swearing brotherhood the next, feeling a bit confused. But he knew that his influence within the chapter seemed to have diminished a bit. No, strength is the ultimate truth. Before, with the Great Rift open, we couldn't go out, so we just defended the 12 worlds. Now that the Great Rift is over, I want to fight outwards. How Chapter Master Yi Feng took down the 300 worlds, how he grew the chapter from 4 people to 1,000, that's how I will develop. I also want the 300 worlds. I also want to have over 500 men under me like William. I also want to constantly get new recruits and earn warships every day like Anthony. Then let's fight. Fight out from the 12 worlds. Looking at the standard map, the south and southeast had already been cleared by Chapter Master Yi Feng and Rogier, but the southwest was still untouched. That was the galactic edge world of the Taiping Star region. Lian Lai Luo decided to expand strategically in that direction. 300 worlds of the Tio. Chapter Master Yi Feng looked at the 100 Primaris warriors sent by Anthony, a bit bewildered. These weren't even made by us, how could they be sent here? Almost no one in the Imperium knew about the recapture of the 300 worlds of the Tio, this was a big secret. Chapter Master Yi Feng didn't quite trust these warriors, just as other chapters didn't trust the firstborn back then. Over 100 new recruits were dispersed into various teams and integrated. It would probably take a few battles of living and dying together for everyone to trust each other. With new forces joining, Chapter Master Yi Feng was brimming with confidence. He didn't care whether these Primaris warriors had undergone recruit training or not and immediately began inspecting the 300 worlds. Who attacked us before? The Drukari/Dark Yildari, right? Blood for blood. Chapter 175. What do you think? Soldier. Several warships went out on patrol, and only the Dawn of Light arrived at the world that had been plundered earlier. This world suffered heavy losses, a large number of the people were captured, and the local general died on the battlefield. The surviving executives, seeing the arrival of the Dawn of Light, rushed to Yi Feng, weeping and sniffling. We really tried our best. My home was robbed, and my second brother-in-law was taken away by those hateful Xenos. You must help me get justice. Looking around, the scene was devastated. The Drukari/Dark Yildari looked down on human technology, only plundering the people and sometimes initial resources. The population of this world was greatly reduced, the Drukari/Dark Yildari indulged in slaughter, committing unspeakable atrocities, and then packed dark meals for their families to take away. This poor little planet, which had only enjoyed a few days of comfort, was massacred. Veterans led over 100 recruits through the ruins. The battle-hardened warriors pointed to every knife mark and every bullet hole, explaining the Drukari/Dark Yildari's fighting style to the recruits, and also telling them about the suffering the enemy brought to the people. The first lesson of the Crimson Torrent chapter is always to make these transcendent warriors realize that they are not the Emperor's angels others speak of, they come from the people. They are the best among these, the people kneeling on the ground, crying into their hands. The people entrusted all their hope to us, yet we failed to protect our homeland. In this skirmish, the local defense forces, heavily equipped with flamethrowers, performed quite well. This planet had followed Yi Feng's plan for large-scale agricultural production and processing of agricultural products. Unfortunately, facing the enemy's ultra-fast air and ground vehicles, flamethrowers proved powerless. The local commander immediately realized the enemy's strategic intent. Everyone hid in large buildings, forcing the enemy into urban warfare. In confined spaces, the scantily clad Drukari/Dark Yildari could dodge enemy bullets, but they found it difficult to face flamethrower attacks. Why do you like to expose your flesh? Then, there was no then. The technological gap is difficult to bridge with minor tactics. Yi Feng did not have a guaranteed victory. If the enemy in this battle did not possess that terrifying holy sword, the fight would not be difficult. A Primaris warrior can easily discern enemy movements and gain an advantage in close combat. For a 100-year-old Primaris veteran like Yi Feng, gaining an advantage in battle is easy. However, our equipment is insufficient. Seeing the enemy and reacting does not make the bolter fly faster. After his last encounter with the Drukari/Dark Yildari, Yi Feng summarized that, according to his estimate, if the enemy's distance from us exceeded 80 meters, the time it took for a bolter round to travel that distance would be enough for the enemy to take evasive action. Bolter rounds fly too slowly. Weapons that hit upon firing must be laser-based. The enemy dislikes wearing armor, so even a laser gun could cause significant damage. The reaction speed of a mortal is insufficient, and the Astartes do not have suitable weapons. The laser weapons used by these Emperor's angels are all immensely powerful and quite heavy. Even a Primaris Astartes would not be confident in quickly turning while carrying a heavy laser gun. We need a lightweight, laser weapon for the Astartes that is powerful enough at medium to close range. Christina was not present, she was already at Langjugzhou. Anos was busy analyzing the esoteric battleship. Only Enk seemed free. Enk was excellent at data processing, but asking him to innovate was a bit problematic. After intense deliberation, the Tech Marine decided to go out and seek inspiration. The small town had been reduced to ruins, with scattered fires still burning in some corners. For a world without a hive city, this town was considered a densely populated area, and thus suffered greatly. The air was filled with the stench of burning local building materials, mingled with the smell of low-grade flamethrower fuel. The thick columns of black smoke had dissipated, but a thin haze would linger in the city for years, wandering the streets with thousands of wronged souls. Occasionally, it would envelop a homeless person sitting in a corner, whispering their grievances. The enemy had departed, the Emperor's angels had arrived, and the local residents gathered in some partially standing houses, preparing simple meals. Fortunately, the enemy didn't plunder much food. The smell of the food was also tainted by the foul odor in the air, depriving it of its comforting effect on the people. A group of soldiers leaned against a broken stone wall, their bodies wrapped in numerous bandages. One warrior had lost both legs, he lay beside his comrades, with a warming fire on the other side. A metal helmet hung over the fire, containing a nutrition bar and a little water. Laurent, my feet hurt so much. Ken Wensi, don't be so whiny. Your legs have probably already been sent to the corpse starch furnace. Hold on a little longer, mechanical limbs will be delivered in a couple of days. Laurent, my feet hurt so much. I know, John. Go see if the nutrition bar in the helmet has melted. Once it's a paste, it's good. Get some for Ken Wensi, maybe his legs will grow back after he eats it. John could still move, he only had one arm heavily bandaged, making him the least injured among them. He gently stirred the stew with his bayonet, it looked about done. John dipped a little with his bayonet and blew on it before putting it to his mouth. A warrior with his head completely bandaged, leaning against the wall, saw his actions through a small slit in the white cloth and cast a disdainful look at John. It's almost ready. Damn it, it has no taste at all. Oh, come on. In this situation, there aren't even mushrooms around. I know, Laurent. You know, if only we could find that unlucky family's pet, preferably a furry one. In the fire, it would look like a charred lump, but really, only the outside fur would be burnt, and the meat inside would be fragrant and tender. All right, John, no more. Don't indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Laurent was clearly a higher-ranking officer, leaning on his crutch and giving orders to the injured soldiers around him. Laurent, my feet hurt so much. I know, old brother, eat something first. John tried to prop the legless Ken Wensi against a relatively flat wooden board so he could eat something. A stone was thrown in, hitting the fire and sending sparks flying. Damn it, who's the jerk? You're all useless. A child in his teens, disheveled and ragged, stood outside the half-open house. He furiously threw stones at the injured soldiers. Now, he bent down, trying to pick another suitable one. What good are you? You can't even protect your homes. John, like a furious lion, grabbed the long gun next to him, intending to leap over the half-wall to teach the little brat a lesson. The warrior with his head fully bandaged waved a hand, stopping John. He yanked a corner of his bandage, and all the bandages on his face rustled down. The soldier's jaw was gone, revealing only green medicine and freshly clotted flesh. All his teeth had fallen out, leaving only bloody pits. His face was cracked like parched earth, and one eye, without an eyelid, stared straight at the child outside. Hiss all lacking a jaw and tongue, he let out a strange, forced, but loud hiss. The child, who had just picked up a stone, was terrified. A horribly dead ghoul was crawling out of the wall, intent on devouring the living. The child burst into tears and ran towards the outskirts of the street. Run faster, you little brat. Faster. The ghoul is going to catch you. Ha 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 ha. Laurent shifted his weight, raised his crutch, pointed at the child, and mocked loudly. But half a second later, he stopped speaking, mumbling, yes, run faster, you should run faster. Hiss. Stop making noise, Ka. The medicine I put on you is expensive, don't let it fall off. A trickle of blood oozed from the upper palate of the jawless warrior's mouth. He seemed unconcerned, merely staring at the paste in the helmet, seemingly pondering how he would eat. Honestly, you just had to do that. Now I have to help you rewrap your bandages. John was a bit helpless. He only had one uninjured hand and would have to work with Lulant. Lulant also spoke up, forget it, it's already off. Let's find something to eat. Now you should pray that the higher UPS can give you a prosthetic jaw of the right size. If they give you a large one, you'll end up with that strange big face like an orc. The warrior named Ka shook his head slightly. Those familiar with him knew he was saying, how handsome am I? How can orcs compare to me? John moved that pot of delicacy away from the fire and then said to his brothers, I'll go search the ruins to see if there's anything usable. Hopefully, this family could afford spices. Salt would be fine too. It's all right, I have salt. Hey. Why didn't you say so sooner, Astartes? At some point, a tall, red giant was standing beside them, a mechanical wrench constantly pulling something from his mechanical backpack. The mortals finally reacted, their first thought still being relief that it wasn't an enemy attack. Lulant was the first to open his mouth, respected Lord Astartes, our injuries are severe. Please forgive us for not being able to kneel. No matter, we never require you to kneel. Here, based on my calculations, this amount of salt is sufficient. A small jar appeared in Eng's hand, and he sprinkled a little into the helmet full of paste, his movements elegant and precise. Thank you, great Emperor's angels. Please forgive my presumption. May I dare to ask, why are you here? To assess the battle situation. Can you give me some information about the enemy? Eng's voice came through the loudspeaker, somewhat authoritative and a little impersonal. As you wish, respected lord. It was John who spoke, he had finally relaxed, no longer jumpy at every little sound. Lulant, my foot hurts so much. Please pay him no mind, esteemed Emperor's angels. He has head and leg injuries, he's confused from the wounds. Eng waved his hand, indicating it was all right, and the mortals began to recount the information they could provide from their perspective. As the red-armored giant also sat down on the ground, the mortal warriors finally became less tense. They are very fast, truly very fast. I've never seen such fast enemies in my life. They seem to be able to dodge the triple heavy bolters on the Chimera. Our firepower density can temporarily hold off the orcs' offensive, yet they actually leaped into our positions from the front as if they were dancing. John clutched his chest, shifted his butt in an undignified posture, and moved closer to the fire. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. In no time, they suddenly appeared from all directions, as if they were everywhere. Our positions were riddled with holes, and they slaughtered us at will once they entered. Even our best quick draw Sloth was the best couldn't land a single shot when drawing his gun from a few meters away. Do they have vehicles? Yes, Lord, they do. They're very fast, a bit larger than motorcycles, smaller than armored vehicles. We could only barely make them out. The vehicles were also very fast. Their vehicles were covered in long, curved blades, extremely sharp. I personally saw our Chimera armored vehicle ripped open by one. Lulant also joined the discussion, the officer pointing with his hand to another house outside. Do you see those 3 terrifying marks on the house, Lord? Those were left by the enemy's vehicles. They were racing on the rooftops. Their vehicles can float, but they don't want to. They drive their vehicles into us, making us lose our limbs and lie on the ground waiting to die. Lulant's hand trembled as he reached into his pocket, wanting to pull out a cigarette, but he looked at the red-armored giant in front of him and dismissed the idea, gently patting the clothes on his chest and putting his hand back. The warrior who had lost his jaw also wanted to say a few words, but a second later he realized he could no longer speak. They can slaughter us, easily slaughter us. They throw humans into transport ships like livestock, or those aliens surround some poor people and torment them endlessly, as if watching a performance. Lulant didn't mention that he had fired a shoulder-mounted rocket at the group of enemies gathered together at the time, but unfortunately, it only killed 2 humans who had been tormented beyond recognition. I understand, Eng paused, seemingly considering his words, we will avenge you. What are your thoughts? John was the first to speak, I suggest gathering more people. I'm not insulting you, great Emperor's angels, but, they're really formidable, too fast. Bullets can hardly keep up with them. Cough cough, perhaps you didn't understand what I meant, and hung his red helmet on his mechanical wrench, where it swung back and forth in the air. The tech marine took a deep breath of the foul, burnt-smelling air, then said in a deep voice. I mean, how do you want them to die? Ka shivered. He felt the boundless killing intent rising from the red-armored giant in front of him, and then he made a hissing sound. We don't know what he wanted to say. Nail them to posts, those scumbags, burn their thighs with fire, chop off the roasted meat, and stuff it into their mouths, using their thigh bones. Skewer the meat and force it into their mouths. Dig out their eyeballs, cut off their tongues and roast them. Then mix it all together, cut open their bellies, and stuff this rotten meat into their stomachs. Afterward, use a scorching hot, charred bone, fiercely. Shut up, John, that's enough. That's what they did to Martini, that's exactly it. I'm not finished. Lulant, my foot hurts so much. Eng's mechanical backpack buzzed, stopping the mortal soldier's words. Eng spoke again, if you were to choose one weapon to kill them, what would you choose? A knife, the sharpest knife, 1,000 times sharper than their blades, to slice their flesh off piece by piece. John was still the first to speak. Lulant pondered for a moment, then said. One weapon isn't enough, I'm not contradicting you, esteemed Lord Angel, my meaning is, one weapon can have multiple weapons attached. I want a big contraption with a lasgun and a meltagun tied together, with a chainsword sandwiched between the two guns, like the one our political commissar carries. Preferably with an ion pistol and a flame or two. I want those guys to feel the most ferocious firepower at the very first moment. The wrath of all machine spirits, the wrath of humanity. Although Ka couldn't speak, he figured out how to participate in the discussion. He picked up a piece of wood from the fire, swung it sharply, leaving a long fiery trail. What do you mean? Sword of flame. Ka shook his head, then pointed again to the long fiery mark on the ground, and made a gesture everyone would understand. The Emperor's light shines upon you, continuous, light, oh, a lascutter. Ka nodded excitedly, then pried a blue brick from the nearby wall and slammed it down. First knock them out with a brick, then use a lascutter, right. Enk's helmet still hung on the mechanical wrench, swaying high, like a lantern summoning souls, waiting for countless wronged spirits to gather upon it. Enk's mechanical backpack finally stopped vibrating, and a small, tubular object popped out of his backpack, caught steadily by Enk's palm. Ka was still excitedly making gestures. Enk's speed was very fast. In Ka's eyes, it was merely the action of casually grabbing a cigarette, until Enk's palm pressed down on his shoulder. Don't move, soldier. Enk gently inserted the newly made emergency device into Ka's throat. I hope you are not uncomfortable, strong soldier. Remember to eat liquid food at an appropriate temperature. I will urge them to arrange a prosthesis as soon as possible. Enk slowly stood up, took another deep breath of the murky air, and put his helmet back on. Lulant, my foot hurts so much. The Emperor cannot protect you for now, brave warriors, because the Emperor is busy bringing his wrath upon the arrogant enemies. Enk slowly departed, speaking in a faint voice that no one could hear. Omniscia above, I hope my plan succeeds. Chapter 176 Waiting for the Rabbit. Enk returned to his small workshop, began tinkering, and mediated a dispute among a group of machine spirits. Yifeng, meanwhile, racked his brain but still couldn't figure out how to fight the Drukari/Dark Yildari. These guys had been hunting in the galaxy for so many years, they certainly had some skill. Of course, Yifeng knew in his heart that he could force an encounter, if he showed his shoulder pad insignia and let a few enemies escape, then in a few days, a group of Drukari/Dark Yildari would come looking for him, demanding the Eldar relic. Yifeng continuously scanned the map of the 300 worlds, searching for a place, a desperate battleground where all invading Drukari/Dark Yildari could be buried, but he found no suitable options. Numerous mining exploration vessels were given additional tasks, warriors diligently searched for hidden webway entrances in a large area, under the guise of exploring new habitable worlds. The 300 worlds refers to 300 habitable colonial circles, there are many other uninhabited barren worlds. A year passed with little activity around, this was the normal state for this impoverished region. All planets began constructing large shelters. Enk produced weapon prototypes and tested them several times. 2 years passed. Enk modified the new weapons. 100 Primaris warriors, wearing all of Yifeng's power armor inventory, began patrolling our territory. The cost was that a batch of recruits we ourselves manufactured could only wear scout armor. 3 years passed. Enk's weapons entered mass production with high-intensity manual assembly. Still nothing happened around. A region with a dwindling population was not worth a gene-stealer attack, nor chaos corruption. As the saying goes, as long as the neighboring Necron dynasty wasn't acting up, there was nothing to worry about. 4 years passed. An Imperial scout ship entered this region. It was hard to imagine how they traversed the terrifying ring of Xenos and Daemon worlds outside, bypassing the Tyrannid tendrils to arrive here. When these loyal sons of the Imperium discovered a chapter still on crusade and newly recovered human worlds here, they were moved to tears, kowtowing many times before the giant Emperor statue that had just been erected on the planet. 5 years passed. Yifeng grew somewhat impatient. We discovered a webway entrance, but Yifeng knew that monitoring this star system was useless, the Drukari/Dark Yildari could easily detect our presence, their technology was too advanced. Enk approached Yifeng with the mass-produced new weapons, indicating that most warriors could now be equipped with them. Yifeng's forces primarily consisted of regular Astartes in Terminator's armor, 1st Company, and 100 Primaris reinforcements, warriors of the 13th Company. Enk had no intention of having them carry giant weapons to face the Drukari/Dark Yildari. Yifeng and warriors returning from the Death Watch offered advice to Enk. After the last encounter with the Drukari/Dark Yildari, Yifeng found that the enemy's splinter rifles only posed a significant threat to us after their monomolecular blades damaged our power armor, otherwise, they struggled to penetrate standard power armor, and could not penetrate the Salamander's artificer power armor at all. The enemy had to be dealt with before they approached us with their blades. Enk manufactured a laser gun. Yes, a laser gun with convertible firing modes. At medium range, it could burn through the unarmored flesh of enemies, at close range, it could act as a laser cutter. The power wasn't great, but it was enough against unarmored enemies. No need for precise aiming, if an Astartes could swing his hand fast enough to keep up with the enemy's evasive maneuvers, the enemy would be cut in half. To reduce weight, Enk modified it into an arm-mounted configuration. This laser gun had low power, and the recoil from the air expanding due to its heat was minimal, so Enk removed the stock, grip, scope, and all other attachments. Only a long laser emitter and barrel remained, encased in a basic shell and strapped to the power armor's forearm. This made the weapon light enough that warriors could simply wave their hand, pointing a finger at the enemy, and unarmored foes would fall. There were also drawbacks, it was too fragile. The enemy's splinter rifles could penetrate the weapon's casing, making these weapons prone to damage. Despite using special crystals from Canis Vertex, these low-power weapons still couldn't penetrate enemy vehicles. So, Enk made a second piece of equipment, a shield. Not a power shield, but a reactive armor shield. These shields were covered on the enemy-facing side with a layer of inert explosives, of course, inert in the 42nd millennium sense. They would detonate upon strong attacks but wouldn't react to low-intensity attacks, such as splinter rifle fire. Thus, when enemy vehicles, such as those equipped with graviton blades, crashed into the shield, the reactive armor would generate a shockwave explosion, causing the unarmored foes to suffer catastrophic internal damage, their organs splattering. Its exterior was coated with a liquid metal refractive solution from the TO, effective against laser weapons. Since it worked well for the TO, Enk's version used more robust materials, primarily designed to resist the micro-lance weapons on small enemy vehicles. However, it couldn't withstand a graviton blade attack, it would be completely cleaved apart. The best outcome would be the warrior losing the arm holding the shield. Did we care? Almost all of Ferrus Manus's prosthetic warriors were equipped with these shields. Facing Drukhari/Dark Yildari enemies, land raiders were difficult to contend with. They could easily use their speed advantage to flank our tanks, disabling these adamantium behemoths with a few powerful attacks, then gracefully departing. They couldn't face organized groups of land raiders, nor did they need to, they were pirates, not an army. These small pieces of equipment invented by Enk could effectively counter attacks from impoverished cabals. However, against wealthier enemies, equipped with powerful armaments like Razorwing Raven jet fighters, they were still insufficient. Nothing could withstand haywire missiles and monoscythe missiles. If the enemy had time to deploy advanced weapons we couldn't comprehend, like time shards or graviton pits, our best option would still be to retreat. The Red Tide's only equivalent to Eldar vehicles were shadow drone fighters, super-fast vehicles that could match or even exceed their speed, piloted by powerful centenarian veterans like Mad Wolf. Mortals couldn't maneuver them, everyone stayed in hardened areas. We needed a strategic advantage, a very significant strategic advantage, one that would allow us to deal with enemy spacecraft, forcing them into a decisive land battle with us. Yi Feng was now racking his brain like a TO commander of old, solely to drag the enemy to the ground. In the 6th year, still nothing major happened. The population of the 300 worlds grew rapidly because Yi Feng ordered the creation of agricultural worlds 4 times denser than those of the Imperium. Food and alcohol were cheap, and a large number of transport ships equipped with TO engines were also ready. Cheap fuel and an ample population spurred people into an age of great exploration. In the 7th year, the surrounding areas were thoroughly explored. It was confirmed that there was only one webway entrance around the core 50 worlds. In the 8th year, the enemy arrived. The Cabal of the Tainted Soul was a medium-sized cabal, with nearly 1,000 warriors, closely linked to the witch cult, and with significant cooperation with the Homunculus. No one knew the true name of their leader, his nickname was Tainted Soul. Unlike the Cabal of the Black Heart, the most powerful cabal that courted disaster across the galaxy, with numerous and strong members daring to kidnap the Grand Marshal of the Black Templars, Tainted Soul wouldn't dare court death like that. He was a descendant of a decaying noble house, barely clinging to existence, and he deeply understood the power of space marines like the Salamanders. Thus, the cabal he led always stayed away from Astartes, picking on easier targets. The TO were perfect here, there were abundant human and TO resources, many other Xenos, and occasionally orcs. And no space marines. He typically led his cabal to attack smaller colonies, places with only a few tens of millions of people. As long as they defeated the most elite 10,000 of the roughly 100,000 planetary defense forces, the enemies would become scattered, fat pigs and trembling sheep hiding in corners. He had been plundering this region, usually once every 10 years or so, because the food their transport ships brought back only lasted that long. But this time, he arrived early. He heard from a human blood sacrifice they had recently captured that a group of space marines were on a crusade, fighting their way here. They are still on a crusade, having just recaptured the world they plundered. Tainted Soul decided to make one more big raid before this excellent hunting ground, devoid of space marines, disappeared. This time, he dispatched hundreds of warriors and 5 large warships, preparing to capture hundreds of thousands of strong blood sacrifices in one go. The vast fleet surged out of the webway, advancing towards a world. The countless alarms scattered in the planetary outer ring greatly irritated the Drukhari/Dark Yildari. This world seemed to have not focused its energy on building outer ring defense turrets, but instead had deployed a large number of these more sensitive detectors. Tainted Soul didn't care, he had plundered here for countless years, seeing all sorts of worlds. The 5 warships, also serving as transports, could each carry at least 100,000 slaves and were faster than the warships of most species in the galaxy. This was his reliance. A large number of Drukhari/Dark Yildari descended upon this planet. The world had received the warning in advance and carried out extensive evacuations. Good, it saved them the trouble of catching them, the shelters were just cages filled with prey and with the doors shut tight. Resistance began on the planet, with irregular, scattered, yet powerful explosions. The frenzied mortals had buried countless landmines and time bombs on the ground, especially outside the numerous shelters, burying even more bombs, doing everything to delay the Drukhari/Dark Yildari's attack. They could dodge flying shrapnel, but they couldn't effectively counter the powerful shockwaves of the explosions. These were bombs similar to fuel-air explosives. Tainted Soul realized that this was no longer TO territory, the humans here were well prepared. He hesitated for a moment. Then he continued. He didn't think anything could stop his elite warriors, it would just take a bit more time. 1 day, 2 days, more and more shelters were breached. The Drukari/Dark Yildari discovered that the enemies had set up large amounts of poison gas and flamethrowers at the aisle entrances, effectively hindering their advance. On the fourth day, Tainted Soul felt it was about time. It was time to tell his warriors to stop the slaughter and organize transport ships to carry the prey home. Tainted Soul was not worried about the enemy's arrival at this moment. With their slow-moving small sampans, even if they appeared outside the star system, we could retreat calmly. But the moment the detectors on the outskirts of this star system sounded the alarm, the local psyker team established high-intensity psychic contact with the librarians hidden in various star sectors. All warships on standby at the Mandeville point sprang into action. The first to arrive were the Shadow Drone fighters. After a brief assembly, they immediately attacked the enemy. This time, it wasn't some elite White Scars warrior, Yi Feng himself took action. 10 Shadow Drone fighters, carrying 70 veterans from the first company, sped towards the enemy's 5 space warships with overloaded engines. The Drukari/Dark Yildari had never seen these dark small fighters before and thought they were missiles from the planetary defense. So, their point defense cannons opened fire, trying to shoot them down. The 10 Shadow Drone fighters dodged the enemy's point defense cannons with terrifying maneuverability. Even Astartes wearing Terminator's armor could feel extreme discomfort, but the wailing of humans in the destroyed cities once again appeared in their minds, and the battle cry of "not to fail the Emperor's holy grace" echoed in their minds. Boom! The hyper-reality acceleration system completed its mission, delivering the deadly guests onto the enemy's space warships. The thin-skinned enemy warship was struck with a large hole, and the Melta assault pod almost drilled through the entire ship, flying out the other side. Yi Feng, like his warriors, carried mounted laser weapons, but he was equipped with a reactive armor shield, chose a lighter golden power sword, and had his old friend, the plasma pistol, hanging at his waist. Yi Feng quickly exited the assault pod, kicked through the adjacent wall, and advanced cautiously. Each enemy warship had over 20 Drukari/Dark Yildari remaining on board, as the job of not going down to eat was not very popular. Soon, the first victim appeared. A Drukari/Dark Yildari was the first to arrive. Before his venom crystal rifle could fire, a laser pierced his abdomen. He fell down in disbelief, and an Astartes delivered a follow-up attack, shooting him in the head. Yi Feng charged through the warship with killing intent. Last time, you relied on your terrifying swords of ice, causing us huge losses. Now I will kill my way back. The Astartes combat power, specialized to deal with the Drukari/Dark Yildari, was terrifying, especially when the Drukari/Dark Yildari didn't know what specific weapons they possessed. Around a corner, an enemy holding a wither blade was rushing through the corridor. He was a high-ranking individual. This wither blade was something he had obtained at great cost, a good item acquired only after backstabbing a Drukari/Dark Yildari Archon and framing other cabals. All enemies who saw this weapon were destined to die. The wither blade was a power weapon, and any unfortunate person whose flesh was cut by it would lose all their moisture, turning into a pile of dry bones. Suddenly, this Drukari/Dark Yildari stopped, agilely jumped up, and then, in a split, pressed himself tightly against the ceiling. Yi Feng's heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. This tall chapter master disdained to hide his footsteps. He wanted to attract the enemy's attention, clearly telling the enemy, "I'm here, come find me." The wither blade emitted a faint black glow. This highly skilled enemy was ready to ambush the approaching Yi Feng. 1 step, 2 steps, just one more step, just one more step. Now. The Drukari/Dark Yildari leaped down from the ceiling, slashing at Yi Feng's tactical helmet. Yi Feng detected the attacking enemy from above and only had time to raise his arm before the enemy's blade struck his shoulder pad. Instead of retreating, Yi Feng advanced, slamming his thick arm, along with the enemy on his shoulder pad, into the adjacent wall. Under the Astartes' monstrous strength, if this Drukari/Dark Yildari didn't let go, he would be smashed into a pulp. This enemy was no ordinary foe. He performed a strange maneuver on Yi Feng's arm, moving behind Yi Feng in a way that almost defied physical structure. His feet firmly planted on the power pack, he gripped the hilt of the wither blade. Taking advantage of the huge recoil when Yi Feng's arm hit the wall, he forcefully pulled the combat blade out of the shoulder pad. "Humph, coward." Yi Feng snorted. If the enemy had put his entire body weight onto the wither blade, attempting to cut through his heavy armor, the enemy might have had a sliver of hope. Yi Feng quickly turned. What he saw through his tactical optics was the Drukari/Dark Yildari's long, silky hair, which the enemy used to temporarily obscure Yi Feng's vision, then swiftly swung the combat blade towards Yi Feng's arm. As long as it touched flesh, the wither blade could turn a person into dried goods, even cutting off a finger. Without vision, Yi Feng almost instinctively delivered a powerful kick, forcing the enemy back. The Drukari/Dark Yildari deftly shifted his position, his spiky boots lightly tapping Yi Feng's power boots. He used the momentum to leap into the air, continuing to attack Yi Feng from above. Now, it was Yi Feng who wanted to create distance, quickly retreating 2 steps. But the enemy's feet lightly tapped the side walls a few times, changing several positions in mid-air, relentlessly closing in for close quarters combat. Yi Feng's mind stirred, and a plan came to him. With a flick of his large hand, he threw his golden power sword. This relic spun through the air towards the enemy. The Drukari/Dark Yildari kicked off the ceiling, swiftly dropping to the ground, but Yi Feng's attack was already prepared. The Drukari/Dark Yildari looked up and saw Yi Feng's large hand accurately pointing at his stomach. "I say, whoever I point at dies. Do you believe me?" A searing laser pierced the Drukari/Dark Yildari's abdomen. The laser cutter sliced the enemy in half, and the smell of roasted meat filled the corridor, mixed with wisps of black smoke. Yi Feng forcefully stomped, crushing the enemy's head, then swaggered to the nearby wall and forcefully pulled out his golden power sword. The wither blade dropped to the ground and automatically shut off. Yi Feng picked it up. This power weapon seemed to have some kind of gene lock or similar mechanism, as Yi Feng couldn't activate it. Who cares, it'll be a hefty sum of money to give to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Chapter 177, Fight? Trap? Yi Feng flicked his hand, pointing his arm behind him, drawing a heart in the air. Another Drukari/Dark Yildari fell. Aang's equipment was excellent, giving him absolute dominance at close to medium range. The ship quickly became riddled with holes, explosions, and plasma everywhere. The Astartes, not knowing the structure of these Eldar warships, fired indiscriminately, wrecking the entire warship. The remaining enemies rushed to the hangar, boarded emergency small spacecraft, and flew towards the planet. 5 Eldar warships were completely destroyed in a surprise attack, but this did not mean the enemy had lost spaceflight capability. The enemy's small spacecraft also possessed the ability to fly in space, but it could also fly in the atmosphere, so they all entered the planet to plunder. Tainted Soul, hearing that his large spacecraft was under attack, realized something was wrong and immediately wanted to lead his troops in retreat. This experienced Cabal leader immediately wanted to withdraw, but the Cabal was not harmonious. No one was willing to follow a boss who wasn't strong enough. If he fled in a panic this time, returning to the webway with these few ships that could barely transport slaves, his position as Cabal leader would be precarious, or rather, his life would easily be in danger. But what if it were the other way around? Tainted Soul was very sure that the enemies attacking his large warship could not take the warship away, which meant that the enemies seemed to have entered the slave transport ships themselves, and they were powerful individuals. Thus, he made a decisive move, ordering all small warships to go into space, launch ropes to drag the 5 large warships, and pull them, along with the enemies on board, into the webway. At that point, wouldn't it be better to just sell the warships and the enemies on them together? A blind box? Tainted Soul thought this, finding it a good idea. Several Drukari/Dark Yildari small flying vehicles left the surface, heading towards outer space, circling their 5 wrecked warships a few times, seemingly confirming the warship's status. On these warships, the power system had long been destroyed. The Astartes couldn't identify what was an engine device or what was a shield system, so they smashed everything. After confirming the status of these 5 warships, the small flying vehicles launched several grappling hooks, snagging the large ships, and then tried to accelerate away. Yi Feng was furious. Wasn't this treating him as if he didn't exist? He ran to a breach in the warship and, with one plasma pistol shot, severed a steel cable. The enemy quickly used various weapons to bombard the breach, suppressing fire and preventing Yi Feng from showing his head. While the enemy's attention was focused on Yi Feng, our main force also arrived. Aina was originally sitting in Yi Feng's dedicated command room on the Eternal Mountain, leisurely sipping tea, imitating Yi Feng pointing and drawing on the map of the 300 worlds. Suddenly, she saw the Drukari/Dark Yildari small flying vehicles surrounding the large ship Yi Feng had boarded, about to snatch it away. In her urgency, her hands moved swiftly, opening the front command post communication video, and she began to wildly gesticulate at the camera. According to the Sisters of Silence's language system, a few seconds of information had already been written into a short essay. The general meaning was that Yi Feng was about to be captured, so hurry and save him. The frontline commander looked at it and realized he had been away from Yi Feng for too long and hadn't understood their core strategy. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Men, that one large Drukari/Dark Yildari ship is worth 10 cruisers. Brothers, attack." The frontline commander didn't know how valuable these ships actually were, but he didn't mind exaggerating. Morale instantly soared. After the chapter lost a large number of warships from William's fleet, morale was very low. If things continued this way, when would they be able to liberate the entire galaxy? Now, they suddenly saw hope. "Brothers, let's get the chapter a battleship to accelerate the liberation of the galaxy." The Crimson Torrent warships roared and charged forward. A group of small ships dragging a larger ship significantly reduced their flight speed. Seeing the battle barge behind them getting closer and closer, Tainted Soul gritted his teeth, deciding to abandon the ships and retreat. But it was too late. This star system could access 3 warp routes. From the other 2 sides, 2 strike cruisers and 1 Gothic-class battleship emerged. Although the Gothic-class battleship was an old relic, it was even more troublesome for the Drukari/Dark Yildari than an Emperor-class battleship. This battleship was purely designed to attack enemies with fierce firepower, unlike the Emperor-class battleship, which had a large number of hangars. Facing the Imperial old aircraft, the Drukari/Dark Yildari found it simple, but against dense artillery fire, the fast but fragile Drukari/Dark Yildari warships were a bit unsure about withdrawing. Tainted Soul saw this and decided to use an old tactic. Rush into this world, using the advantage of maneuverability to stretch the enemy's formation on this world, and lay a huge and dangerous trap. After luring the enemy's high-ranking officials into this trap, capture them. This way, when the Drukari/Dark Yildari ships leave, the enemy's fleet will hesitate, afraid to open fire. They could even drop a few genuine and fake escape pods along the way, some containing important captured individuals, others containing bombs, poison gas, or other small gifts. What did it matter? Would they dare not rescue them? With the delay caused by these bombs, they could easily escape the enemy's firing range, and in the end, these enraged monkeys would only swear to pursue them forever. What could they do? You can't charge into the webway. Tainted Soul's cabal skillfully abandoned the ropes and instead rushed towards the world that was already half plundered. Yi Feng was brought back to the Crimson Torrent chapter's warship. He explained the pros and cons of the weapons to Ink, then led the warriors to systematically carry out the plan. A series of encirclement and annihilation plans. On the planet, there was a massive gladiatorial arena, earth yellow in color, with circular stands, a blood-soaked ground, and special viewing platforms perfect for nobles. Everything was designed according to Drukhari/Dark Yildari customs. Yi Feng didn't know which world the Drukhari/Dark Yildari would attack, so in all 300 worlds, such an area was established in each. Now, many performances had already taken place in this planet's arena. Dried blood formed a dark, foul-smelling area, with fresh blood flowing over it. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari could not resist such temptation, they were incredibly proud deep down. They never acknowledged themselves as Drukhari/Dark Yildari, they considered themselves the ancient Eldar nobility, the true Eldar orthodoxy. They were noble, continuing the luxurious, decadent, life of the ancient Eldar. They could not refuse to have a feeding in such an arena, even if it was enemy territory. No need to prepare traps, for you scum barely surviving under Slaanisha's tyranny, your graveyard has already been chosen. Many of these Drukhari/Dark Yildari hunting on the planet involuntarily came here, bringing their newly captured prisoners to feed. At this moment, a drop pod descended from the sky. This was a special drop pod, it carried only one warrior to this world. Khazanov, clad in ironclad power armor, landed steadily in the center of the arena. The chapter insignia on his shoulder pad had long been worn smooth, or rather, all warriors in the entire chapter had worn their insignias smooth. Yi Feng's claim was to remember the enemy's raids, until revenge was complete, the chapter insignia was not allowed to be repainted on the shoulder pad. Khazanov stood there silently, looking around. Everywhere were rats hiding in the corners. Finally, a Drukhari/Dark Yildari shot a few poisoned crystal attacks at Khazanov, which earned him the contempt of both sides. This was clearly a provocation. Khazanov performed a few flourishes with his chainsword, declaring war on all Drukhari/Dark Yildari present. A witch cult member, steeped in the arena for centuries, could no longer endure it. No one could tolerate such a provocation, but she truly wasn't confident in defeating a fully armed Astartes. She had killed many of these individuals called Space Marines in the arena, but only after their power armor had been stripped off. Ultimately, vanity triumphed over her. She entered the arena, wielding a spirit-reaping combat blade, a massive combat blade like the Green Dragon Crescent blade, capable of cleaving even Primaris warriors in heavy armor in half. Khazanov wore no long-range weapons, only a chainsword and an attached power claw. As the two sides entered the duel, the surrounding Drukhari/Dark Yildari also emerged from the shadows. The boldest Drukhari/Dark Yildari directly sat in the audience seats. Madness and perversion had always been their bywords. Madness, perversion, mad perversion, perverse madness. Tainted Soul inexplicably received news that a performance was underway, a public show. What a joke, there's a war going on. You should be slicing through the enemy's bodies with graviton blades, cutting these ants into bloody fragments. You should use magnetic spikes to deeply pierce the enemy's body, impale them on your vehicle, and smash through a dozen walls. You should burn them to ashes with a meltagun, or cut them into pieces of flesh with a monomolecular net fired from a shredder. You are actually putting on a show. As the leader of the cabal, he deeply did not understand the witch cult's way of thinking. He even doubted if bringing these witch cult members was the right decision. The two gladiators were now at daggers drawn. Khazanov's power claw glowed red, then he shook his chainsword, signaling the enemy to come at him. This witch elf of the witch cult was no weakling, she had personally come out to hunt because she felt recent enemies weren't challenging enough. Seeing no movement from the opponent, Khazanov attacked first. In the witch elf's eyes, this large figure in Terminator armor moved slowly as he charged towards her. She did not relax her guard, but instead swung her Soul Reaper glaive, employing her signature technique. Heavy blade, whirling dance. The Soul Reaper glaive was an extremely heavy weapon. She continuously spun the long blade, making the weapon twirl faster and faster. Each of her steps skillfully stabilized her center of gravity and made the Soul Reaper glaive spin faster. To outsiders, her movements were elegant and noble, like a dancer. When Khazanov clumsily approached her, the witch elf leaned forward slightly. The Soul Reaper glaive spun twice on her back, then she no longer gripped the middle of the hilt, but the very end. With a swing, she threw the entire glaive at Khazanov. This strike was powerful and heavy, intended to cleave Mad Wolf and his chainsword in two. Mad Wolf's movements still appeared incredibly stiff. The Soul Reaper glaive came from the side of his power claw-equipped hand, and he merely slowly raised his hand. Too slow. The witch elf was smug. You're not even as good as those warriors without power armor, at least they have enough reaction speed to dodge my attacks. The blade of the Soul Reaper glaive sliced through the blocking area before the power claw could descend, heading straight for Mad Wolf's waist. At this moment, Khazanov's hand moved like lightning. The huge hand smashed downwards at an incredibly fast speed, hitting the blade surface squarely and deflecting the entire Soul Reaper glaive. The original blade was smashed downwards, and the entire glaive struck Khazanov horizontally. His power boots were firmly locked to the ground, and Mad Wolf stood unmoving. However, the power claw cleverly snagged the Soul Reaper glaive, and the ink-black chainsword in his other hand roared as it slashed towards the witch elf along the long hilt. The witch elf was startled, hastily abandoning her combat blade, and dodged the chainsword's horizontal slash with a full body dive. Khazanov lifted his big foot and stomped towards her chest. It still looked incredibly slow, making one mistakenly believe the previous attack was an illusion. The Soul Reaper glaive clanged to the ground. The witch elf rolled, gripped her weapon, and struggled to stand up. The chain sword slashed from behind her, and the howling wind sent alarm bells ringing in her heart, forcing her to duck and lean back. This posture was truly difficult for an ordinary person to achieve. As the witch elf looked up at the sky, a crimson power claw appeared in her vision, growing larger and larger. How is he so fast? The witch elf didn't have time to curse. She held the Soul Reaper glaive horizontally with both hands, using it to block the power claw. And then, there was no then. Khazanev's mighty power claw directly smashed her, body and glaive, into the ground. It wasn't the power claw that killed her, but rather the glaive's hilt, which violently broke her in half. Mad Wolf lightly swung his blade, taking off her head and challenging his surroundings. Who else? It was a feast. Khazanev was a tough nut to crack, but the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Drukari/Dark Yildari arrived in 2s and 3s, quite relaxed, with some even driving vehicles from distant places. They seemed to think the Drukari/Dark Yildari had the advantage. It wasn't their fault. Seeing the current situation, Tainted Soul decided to use the opportunity to set a trap around the gladiator arena. The powerful individual inside was clearly an important enemy leader. Not only could capturing him facilitate his safe retreat plan, but those enemies who came to rescue him could also fall into the trap and be captured, increasing his bargaining chips. Tainted Soul still felt something was off. The sudden appearance of this gladiator arena, with Khazanev standing inside to duel them, made everyone suspect something was amiss. But there were no traps around, otherwise the Drukari/Dark Yildari wouldn't have come here and sat brazenly in the spectator stands. They were very confident in their technology, nothing could escape their detection. Tainted Soul still instinctively stayed away from here. Another professional witch elf entered the arena, carrying a piercing spear. It was a type of power weapon. Though called a spear, it actually had two sharp points, like a double-pronged harpoon with sharpened edges. Mad Wolf forcefully swung his power claw, shaking off the blood of the previous weakling. The power claw was still crimson, and the machine spirit was very satisfied with the current battle. The enemy raised her piercing spear above her head and charged towards Khazanev at an extremely fast speed. When she was about 3 body lengths away, her left hand suddenly pulled a shrapnel net from behind her back. This was a monomolecular net, capable of effectively damaging the iron-clad Terminator armor. She just didn't know where she had hidden it. Who was Mad Wolf? His chain sword and power claw swung in unison, cutting the monomolecular net to pieces in a few swift moves, and the witch elf also closed in on Khazanev. She found that this clumsy individual's arms swung extremely fast, but his main torso seemed to move very slowly. So she gave up on grappling with Khazanev and went straight for Mad Wolf's chest, forcing him to use his weapon to defend. Khazanev indeed held his chain sword horizontally across his chest, snagging her piercing power spear, while the power claw on his other hand attacked her. She smiled contemptuously, abandoned the power spear, freed her hand, and took out 3 warp field darts from her chest. Once these darts were embedded in the big guy's chest, they would form a triangular strong warp field. Not only would the iron-clad Terminator armor's deflection field device be damaged, but the molecular connections within the armor in the triangular area would also be destroyed. At that point, even a splinter rifle wouldn't be stopped by that triangular area. She smiled sinisterly, but didn't notice that Khazanev had also abandoned his chainsword. His hands attacked her with unprecedented speed. Embrace of the Maiden, physical version. The witch elf collapsed limply, enjoying a massage from the Crimson Torrent chapter champion in her dying moments. All her bones were dislocated, and her internal organs burst, leading to her death. At this moment, in the gladiator arena, Khazanev had killed 2 challengers, and for a time, his prestige was unmatched. Importantly, the second challenger died very painfully. For the spectating Drukari/Dark Yildari, they enjoyed a delicious meal. Khazanev waved his combat blade, pointing it at the audience in a 360-degree sweep. Meaning, who else is there? At this point, some Cabal members were still clear-headed. Although it was delicious, were they not being held here? They didn't know what the enemy wanted to do, but preventing them from doing it was the right course of action. 2 witch elves simultaneously jumped into the gladiator arena, startling even themselves. Khazanev gestured that it was fine, telling them to come together, as he was enjoying the killing. The 2 witch elves exchanged glances and attacked in unison. Just as they approached Khazanev from left and right, those clear-headed Cabal Drukari/Dark Yildari drove in a vehicle equipped with a meltagun weapon. A long-range, large meltagun. They aimed at the flanked Khazanev and pulled the trigger. An endless psychic light suddenly flared in the middle of the gladiator arena, causing many Drukari/Dark Yildari to instinctively cover their eyes. When the light dissipated, where was Khazanev's figure? To reiterate, Drukari/Dark Yildari do not use psychic powers, so there was no psychic interference. The iron-clad Terminator had a teleportation device inside. Chief Librarian Maroris, with a casual exertion of power, teleported Khazanev to his feet. Above, the Crimson Torrent warship was already in position. The circular dueling arena was practically a target. Huge lances descended from the sky, incinerating all the enemies in the gladiator arena. Chapter 178 Traps on both sides. Khazanev stood before the Grand Librarian, looking up at him. Chief Librarian Maroris had grown even larger. Anos was busy researching the esoteric battleship, so his modifications to the Grand Librarian were quite perfunctory. Now, please welcome the XV-139 Supreme Armor Psyker Grand Librarian to speak. Clap, 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 clap. The Grand Librarian's height instantly reached 16 meters, making him a veritable titan. Anos finally understood, who is the Grand Librarian? My Chief Librarian? What is there to fear from electronic demons? If a minor demon attacks him, isn't that like a mortal boarding a battle barge? If a major demon attacks, we don't even need an electronic demon, we can't defeat just any major demon, can we? So, what am I afraid of? Thus, with this mindset, our Annos first equipped the cast iron dreadnought with the XV-02 battlesuit. This battlesuit enhances data transmission capabilities, allowing the pilot to easily control large vehicles that would normally require a crew. Then, he put on the VX-139 Supreme armor. Although it was larger than the TO's standard Titan, with the Grand Librarian acting as a stable machine spirit and possessing Psyker teleportation and Psyker lightning attack abilities, its combat power increased rather than decreased. We can see that the dreadnought of the Grand Librarian, wearing the XV-02 battlesuit, has 3 squares in front. These are 2 rapid-fire cannons and a Psyker controller, for firing Psyker lightning. Additional armor plates were installed below to protect the multiple void shields and anti-gravity flight devices inside. The small energy core was no longer sufficient, so 2 were installed. In the approximate position of the kidneys, that area has now once again become the Grand Librarian's vital point. The Grand Librarian's left hand held a fusion annihilation cannon, and his right hand held a triple-barreled ion cannon with a city-breaching melta nozzle attached underneath. On his back, due to the inability to install an ammunition depot, 3 pulse annihilation arrays were mounted. Because of the anti-gravity flight devices on his thighs, they were, as usual, modified into weapons. They could quickly tear apart ground units attempting suicide attacks with melta weapons, and also had rapid-fire cannons capable of tearing through a lemon rust tank's defenses in seconds. The Grand Librarian was quite satisfied with his current body. Aside from the current body's excessive weight causing a slight decrease in flight speed, everything else was very cool, very YAAIC. He instructed the Dreadnought's machine spirit to familiarize itself with the body. The Dreadnought's machine spirit was very disheartened. Upon waking, not only were his subordinates gone, but he also had to operate under load, controlling these unfamiliar things. A small spirit driving a big vehicle, willing but unable. What is this intelligent control thing? Hey, it's quite useful. Oh dash, dot. Another powerful Psyker slap came flying. What are you looking at? Get to work. The cast iron dreadnought's machine spirit suddenly remembered that without his subordinates, he would be the only one getting hit. Kazanov had completed his mission, now it was Chief Librarian Maroris's slaughter time. The enemy still thought this was a clumsy Titan. They didn't intend to bother with him. However, soon, Chief Librarian Maroris used his Psyker-guided precision weapon attacks and ultra-long-range fire coverage to tell the Drukari/Dark Yildari, where I stand, all evil retreats. Mainly, how this Psyker guidance thing was conceived, we don't know. Anyway, the Grand Librarian was like an orc boss in a sanguineous effigy mech, holding down the fire button and not letting go. There was artillery fire flying everywhere, making the Drukari/Dark Yildari jump up and down. My shell will reach your face in 3 seconds, you can run 100 meters, but my shell's explosion radius is 200 meters, so what are you still running for? Have a cigarette and think about what you'll say to Slaanesh. Only enemies on vehicles like Raider motorcycles and Ravager warships escaped harm, but they were also thoroughly battered. At this moment, Kazanov, who was beneath the Grand Librarian's feet, had disappeared. The Eldar certainly have Titan-class weapons, with combat power superior to Imperial Titans. When there were no Eldar Titans, they didn't mind using old methods. Numerous agile vehicles began circling the Grand Librarian, continuously firing powerful weapons. These high-tech attacks rapidly depleted the Grand Librarian's void shields. The XV-139 Supreme Grand Librarian's intelligent control device proved invaluable at this moment. It almost simultaneously locked onto and counterattacked the 9 incoming vehicles. The Grand Librarian could only Psyker guide a maximum of 3 targets, but that was all right. While the intelligent control system couldn't accurately hit the enemy, it could prevent the enemy from daring to charge towards us, forcing them to keep moving. This meant that their warship's main cannons couldn't aim at the Grand Librarian. The Grand Librarian's pulse annihilation array locked onto the most dangerous enemy. One of the crucial assets of this Drukari/Dark Yildari cabal, the Ravager anti-tank vehicle. It was equipped with a powerful haywire blaster, capable of firing powerful haywire bursts or throwing force field weapons, either of which could quickly overload the Grand Librarian's void shields. The Grand Librarian used his primary weapons to try and snipe this powerful anti-armor vehicle, with the triple-barreled ion cannon rotating with the enemy's movements. An enemy venom swiftly rushed towards the Grand Librarian's leg. Your void shield can block artillery fire, but can it block my graviton blade slash? The venom was shaped like a maple leaf, thin and sharp, its gleaming graviton blade ostentatiously displaying its destructive power. It was considered the fastest vehicle among the Drukari/Dark Yildari, its ferocious speed was difficult for even an Astartes to perceive. The graviton blade sliced across the Grand Librarian's thigh, cutting through the hard outer armor like tofu. Then, amidst the sparks, the Drukari/Dark Yildari saw a large number of direct fire rockets inside the leg. In an almost sympathetic detonation, the venom was subjected to a barrage of ion wind, incinerating all the Drukari/Dark Yildari on board. Chief Librarian Maroris stood on one leg, a sight that defied the laws of physics. Fragments of the venom flew towards the Ravager anti-tank vehicle. The Drukari/Dark Yildari on the Ravager wanted to dodge urgently, but then they reconsidered this was a golden opportunity. Using the venom's wreckage as cover, they successfully turned and aimed their main cannon at the Grand Librarian. Turning almost 90 degrees sideways, the Ravager tried to avoid the venom's impact, but the next scene they witnessed sent a chill down everyone's spine. No one knew how Kazanov had clung to the bottom of the venom, but whether it was his brave action or the Grand Librarian's ingenious teleportation, this delivered a devastating blow to the Ravager anti-tank vehicle. A first captain favored by the Emperor leaped from the Venom onto the Ravager, and the outcome was predictable. This vehicle, along with the Venom, fell from the sky, spiraling. In the time that followed, the Drukari/Dark Yildari made a few more attempts. After leaving behind several piles of burning wreckage, the Drukari/Dark Yildari retreated. "We came for captives, why fight with your titan? If you don't let me plunder, I'll just go somewhere else." So they flew towards unbreached shelters in the distance. At this time, according to the Cabal's social security, they should have been salvaging their comrades' corpses to bring back for the homunculus to resurrect. However, the Red Tide warriors seemed quite familiar with the Drukari/Dark Yildari. Upon meeting, they would blast their heads off, and if conditions allowed, they would follow up with flamethrowers, ensuring these bodies could never be resurrected. Land speeders streaked across the sky, and Storm Raven gunships carrying warriors patrolled the planet, searching for traces of the enemy. Tainted Soul had set up a trap, also a good opportunity for the Red Tide to annihilate most of the enemy. Brother Yifeng was leading troops there. Along the way, there were ruins everywhere, with blood and fire intertwined, like a Kerndaemon world. Brother Yifeng's accumulated anger grew stronger and stronger, the Land Raiders' accelerator was floored. "Brother Yifeng, we need support below." It was Matthew Rio's voice. A human shelter had been breached, and an unknown number of enemies were slaughtering mortals. "I must go and eliminate the enemy leader, Brother Matthew Rio. I am the chapter master, this is my responsibility." After a brief 0.01 seconds, Matthew Rio had the warriors stop the Storm Raven gunship. The Lamenters landed on the ground. Matthew Rio stared blankly at the departing Brother Yifeng. He understood that Brother Yifeng had to go, so he stayed behind. If ill fortune is to come, then let it come. I have made my choice, I will stand with humanity. The Lamenters always stand with mortals. The tier banner unfurled and was planted on the corpse of a Drukari/Dark Yildari. "For those we cherish, we shall die with honor, not betraying the blood of Sanguinius." Ahead was a crater, a huge basin. This volcano had long been dormant, and the depression in its center had transformed into a clear lake, surrounded by a ring of green plants. It looked quite beautiful. But now it was winter, the lake was completely frozen, and the enemy had laid a trap there. Brother Yifeng trusted Rogier's judgment, nothing could escape the nose of the Wolf brothers. However, he didn't want Rogier to put himself in danger. The Wolf brothers he brought were too few and too precious. "I'll handle it myself," he thought. Heavy snow covered this high-altitude volcano. Buried deep in the snow were several Wolf brothers. Winter was their home ground. Although many new librarians had arrived, Rogier's favorite was still Bals, so this poor librarian was now lying in a snowdrift with Rogier. Bals and Rogier were both individuals who didn't wear helmets, one was to better unleash his psychic powers, and the other was to better perceive changes in nature. Both of them were now covered in snowflakes. Rogier had plenty of fur to keep him warm, but Bals was truly cold. Brother Yifeng's land speeder schemed over the crater, creating a jolt. Lying in the snow was also quite uncomfortable for the Drukari/Dark Yildari, who disliked wearing much clothing. Tainted Soul and some well-fed elites had created a gravity well here. Once an Astartes stepped into this area, it would be difficult to move, even with a power pack. "Only one person, boss. Should we make our move?" "Observe carefully. What is that on his back?" "It looks like an untouchable shield. In their culture, it seems to be a very precious relic. This one looks very big, likely a very important person. Then he's not a psyker? Can he send out a psychic signal? What if no one knows he's ambushed? Wouldn't we be unable to ambush his reinforcements? His tactical helmet looks intact, and the warship in the sky hasn't been attacked, so he should be able to transmit information." The Drukari/Dark Yildari did not set up psychic seals or communication gemming, they wanted Brother Yifeng to send out a signal. "Then let's move." The entire lake here was frozen, so the gravity device was buried under the ice. In an instant, the device hidden beneath the mud at the bottom of the lake activated. A powerful gravitational force pressed down on Brother Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, flying in the sky, was forced down onto the ice surface along with his land speeder. Under the immense gravitational pressure, even a Primaris warrior as tall as 3 meters found it difficult to move. "This should just be a trap," Brother Yifeng judged. "If the enemy were serious, they could crush me instantly." On the other side, Rogier also nudged Bals, signaling that the enemy had made their move. Bal's eyes flickered with a faint psychic glow, and the surrounding snowflakes seemed to take on a certain ethereal quality. The main force of the Drukari/Dark Yildari flashed out. They fired fiercely at Brother Yifeng, intending to penetrate his heavy armor and then inject solidified neurotoxin into the body of our great chapter master, thereby forcing him to surrender. They aimed to make him surrender before enemy reinforcements arrived. The Drukari/Dark Yildari formed a circle, indicating that this circle was the range of the gravity well. Bals was charging up, preparing for a massive psychic storm. Attacks from all directions gradually overwhelmed the heavy armor, especially the untouchable shield, which couldn't sustain too much damage. Now, only the wreckage of the land speeder was providing cover, preventing Brother Yifeng's defenses from being breached. An avalanche began, a massive one, with snowflakes rushing towards the enemy like a tsunami. The Drukari/Dark Yildari immediately realized that a powerful psyker was at work. They tried to activate another device, but the Drukari/Dark Yildari, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, were somewhat stiff from the cold, while the Space Wolves' fighting spirit was high. A fierce pack of wolves burst out from the snowstorm, instantly pouncing on several Drukhari/Dark Yildari. With swift and brutal tearing bites, the enemies were dismembered in a single breath. Rogier attacked fiercely and brutally. He ran quickly on all fours, his speed actually surpassing the stiff Drukhari/Dark Yildari. An ancient Primaris warrior, a powerful warrior from the Space Wolves' Great Company Honor Guard, now opened his gaping maw and bit savagely at the enemy. Toxic crystal bullets and monofilament weapons were fired at the Wolf brothers, but they missed their targets, instead strangely stopping in midair and then circling around Rogier and his companions. A psychokinetic Grand Librarian, Lord Tainted Soul, what should we do? Just a librarian. How could an ambush force not have a way to deal with enemy librarians? After all, enemy librarians were also important figures. Tainted Soul nimbly dodged and leaped onto a large tree, then jumped a few times through the forest, digging out a buried anti-psychic device from a large tree. There were 3 in total. Although the Drukhari/Dark Yildari no longer used psychic powers, they still had many anti-psychic methods, as their ancestors were skilled in that art. Take this. Each sharp point indicates a direction, at a 90-degree angle, with a range of 50 meters. It can effectively suppress psychic powers. A strange device was thrown to the questioning Drukhari/Dark Yildari. The device was cylindrical, with a sharp conical end and a spherical end. It had a transparent display screen and corresponding buttons on the side, but it was severely damaged, with only one button usable. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari who received the strange device immediately ran towards the front line. Bals did not realize the seriousness of the problem, and even if he did, he wouldn't have time to change. The black device's null zone instantly suppressed him. The snow continued to fall softly. Rogier still held the advantage, the snow effectively slowed down the enemy and revealed their tracks. Bals didn't have the same skills as the Wolf brothers, but he drew his combat blade and bravely engaged the enemy. On the other side, the regular forces of the Red Tide surrounded them. They were a specialized Drukhari/Dark Yildari killing unit, properly equipped with anti-armor shields and arm-mounted laser weapons. Among them were also newly arrived librarians. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari vehicles immediately picked up their comrades carrying the black null zone devices and attacked the newly appeared enemies. In the sky, the Drukhari/Dark Yildari vehicles also engaged the land speeders, but the enemy held a decisive advantage. The newly arrived Primaris warriors were in high spirits. This was their first battle, and they wanted to perform well, but the enemy's strength was still a bit high. The enemy's raiders encountered anti-armor shields for the first time. Another new thing. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari's recorders had no record of such weapons. The concentrated laser fire made the Drukhari/Dark Yildari dare not stand upright arrogantly, forcing them to crouch on their vehicles and charge towards the enemy. The graviton blade was still reliable. A Drukhari/Dark Yildari waved the agonizer in his hand. The whip, filled with monofilament barbs, could damage the enemy's power armor, but he didn't intend to use it that way. While the graviton blade shredded the enemies in front, he planned to lasso an Astartes with the whip and drag him forward. It would surely be an excellent performance. The miniature lances on the raider flying motorcycles opened fire, striking the shields coated with optical refractive material, but with little effect. A thermal spear was fired, piercing through a stunned space marine, melting a half-meter diameter hole in his chest. The warrior's flesh was charred, and not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. Their only response was still lasers that couldn't even break through the vehicles. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari now became arrogant. These people look so poor. They don't even have the bolters written about in the Codex Astartes. Bolters, at least, could break the armor of the raider flying motorcycles. Are they really fighting me with those laser guns used by mortals? Ha ha ha. The Drukhari/Dark Yildari's nerves were taut. The graviton blade cut a perfect arc, slicing through the enemy's shield. Boom! An explosion rang out, and the shockwave disoriented the Drukhari/Dark Yildari. The effect was not as good as Brother Enk had expected. The enemies were hiding behind vehicles with cover, so he couldn't kill the Drukhari/Dark Yildari directly. However, the heavily wounded enemies were blasted to the ground by the reactive armor. Laser cutting mode instantly activated, burning the wailing enemies on the ground into pieces. Brother Enk, we'll make adjustments when we get back. Chapter 179 The plan works. As the Astartes killed with fervor, a question arose in their minds. Why would the Drukhari/Dark Yildari choose to fight the Red Tide in this volcano, a place where even they would freeze? Looking around, the defining characteristic of this place was its isolation, a towering volcano protruding thousands of meters from the earth. Once surrounded, there would be no escape. Cowardly perverts like the Drukhari/Dark Yildari would not engage in suicidal attacks like the Tio, they cherished their lives, otherwise they wouldn't raid for slaves to satisfy their soul needs. This made the warriors even more puzzled. What exactly did the enemy intend to do? Were they waiting for our army to surround this place before detonating the volcano? But this is a dead volcano. Several newly promoted librarians attempted to analyze the current situation, but all they got was a tangled mess. Among the new librarians was a prophetic librarian, but prophecy is something that usually finds you, it's very difficult to actively seek it out. Above, the Astartes who had arrived first were almost all engaged in bitter fighting, constantly calling for reinforcements. The librarians, each leading 10 Primaris warriors, supported the summit in batches. The 3 psychic nullification devices brought by Tainted Soul quickly proved insufficient. They hadn't expected this chapter to deploy so many librarians. Librarians were appearing from every direction. Yi Feng was still in the center of the ice lake, leaning against the wreckage of a land speeder, unable to move. He wasn't worried about stray bullets. Once in this gravity well area, all kinetic weapons fell to the ground, some even detonating under their own gravity. Bored, Yi Feng completely transformed into a fountain commander, only able to direct the battle through the communication channel based on his comrades' feedback. The Red Tide warriors who appeared later were clearly divided into 11-man squads. The front and back 4 were equipped with reactive armor shields and laser weapons, the middle 4 with laser weapons, bolters or melta-guns, and flamethrowers. 2 roaming warriors on the sides carried melee weapons and plasma pistols, and a librarian stood in the very center. Squads with this configuration had ample firepower to cover the surrounding battlefield, incinerating the trees and then slaughtering the Drukhari/Dark Yildari hiding in the woods. Some very intact Drukhari/Dark Yildari vehicles were scattered among the troops. Although the explosion of reactive armor was enough to severely wound the Drukhari/Dark Yildari, it was not enough to damage the graviton blade and most of the vehicle's facilities. A pile of Drukhari/Dark Yildari Reaver jet bikes had just landed when specialized units began recovery. Sometimes, these recovery units would complain about the main force's inefficiency and personally step in to recover unclaimed equipment. But very quickly, the enemy responded. Reactive armor shields defend against melee? Then I just won't engage in melee. Lasers can kill our warriors. Then we'll hide behind vehicles. Large numbers of enemies hid behind vehicles to evade laser gun attacks. Although reactive armor shields could withstand miniature lances, they couldn't block the melta lances mounted on them. So, everyone saw those Drukhari/Dark Yildari carrying melta lances speeding behind vehicle panels, making a sharp turn when extremely close to the warriors, narrowly scraping past the reactive armor shields, then firing their melta lances to burn through everything on the side. We wouldn't let the Drukhari/Dark Yildari run rampant for too long. The Space Wolves and the Sons of Jagatai Khan hid behind shields, ready to pull approaching enemies from their vehicles at any moment. Grav bikes raced against the enemy's reavers in the volcano, and although they were at a disadvantage in both flexibility and speed, the warriors on the bikes could form a pincer attack on the enemy with the infantry on the ground. Multiple lasers formed a crossfire, ensuring that a part of the enemy hiding on vehicles would always be exposed within the firing range. Tainted Soul leaped onto a Ravager transport, pulling out his true trump card, a Dark Lance. The Dark Lance was a true pinnacle of Yildari technology, only the strongest warriors could wield its massive barrel. When attacking, it sprayed a stream of dark matter that, constrained by a stable force field, would precisely penetrate everything in its path. Neither a Terminator's heavy armor, Centurion battlesuit, nor Dreadnought could withstand its powerful attack. Tainted Soul ordered the Ravager transport to charge towards an Astartes squad. The librarian within immediately detected the approaching enemy, and a barrage of bolter fire rained down on Tainted Soul's vehicle. But the most skilled Drukhari/Dark Yildari underground driver piloted this important vehicle, making several micro-adjustments in the air to dodge wave after wave of bolter attacks. The librarian raised a shield, preparing to meet the enemy's melta lance attack. But a never-before-seen massive gun barrel extended from the vehicle, causing him a sense of unease. A terrifying stream of dark matter struck the librarian's psychic shield at an extremely high speed. In just 0.01 seconds, the shield completely collapsed. This librarian, who had just arrived at the chapter, made a decisive choice the moment he encountered the enemy's attack. He self-destructed. This librarian diffused all his psychic energy in an explosive wave, his own flesh and blood completely shattered by the powerful psychic fluctuations. Subsequently, the dark current consumed him. The 10 warriors gathered around the librarian were instantly blown away by the explosion behind them. When they stood up again, what they saw was the completely penetrated ground. The spot where the librarian had stood had become a dark, black hole, leading out of the volcano. Drukhari/Dark Yildari vehicles flew over the Astartes' heads, showering them with various grenades and explosives. The librarian struggled to resist the enemy's attacks. The psycho-reactive grenades capable of corroding power armor were particularly difficult to counter, and one squad within the nullification zone had already been wiped out. Supply Transport 1 had already arrived in the airspace above the battlefield. Its cumbersome form couldn't keep up with the enemy's vehicles, so it could only restrict enemy movement in the surrounding airspace with dense anti-aircraft fire. This Drukhari/Dark Yildari force did not have larger vehicles. The giant warships capable of instantly destroying the Supply Transport 1 freight train had not appeared. Rogier ran quickly, reaching outside the nullification zone. Seeing that the librarian here could still use psychic powers, he rushed over. "Brother, you're a teleporter, right?" "Yes, but I can't teleport too far." "It's fine, can you teleport me into the air? I'll handle the rest." "Understood." The librarian used psychic lightning to detonate several annoying poison needle grenades thrown by the Drukhari/Dark Yildari, then began to chant softly. Rogier curled his lip. "Still a rookie, our grand librarian just shouts Wadaik, and psychic teleportation is cast with a flick of his hand." Tainted Soul's Ravager transport was still circling in the sky, seemingly searching for its next target. Soon, he spotted a small squad. These ignorant metal idiots were slowly moving into the nullification device's range. Tainted Soul once again ordered the warship to swoop down, the dark lance poised to fire. Suddenly, a flash of psychic light appeared before them. The Ravager transport driver thought it was an enemy psychic attack and made a maneuver, flying past from the side. Then, a strange object latched onto the warship. Rogier plunged his combat knife from his thigh into the enemy's vehicle, then, using this as a leverage point, he swung himself up. Rogier's entire body leaped onto the Ravager transport. The most elite Kabbalite Trueborn immediately engaged him, and the entire vehicle swayed in the sky, as if losing balance. Tainted Soul held the massive gun, ready to fire, but saw an enemy jump up from behind. He forcibly turned the barrel, but for a powerful warrior like him, turning the massive gun body was still slow. The squad below finally noticed the enemy attacking from above. Dense artillery fire shot skyward. The librarian below happened to be a telekinetic type. He concentrated his energy, carefully using psychic powers to deflect the bolter fire, and for a moment, a barrage of bolter rounds washed over the Ravager transport. Siren-type armor-piercing rounds shattered some armor, and subsequent bolter rounds whizzed past the Drukari/Dark Yildiris faces. For a moment, it almost looked like the psychic-guided attacks of a Grand Librarian. This new librarian took a deep breath, then condensed a powerful psychic lightning bolt to support Rogier. Tainted Soul abandoned the Dark Lance and instead drew a punch dagger, engaging Rogier in combat. He continuously leaped on the Ravager transport, deftly rotating his body, his feet lightly touching the protrusions of the warship fleet. Although the warship's movements in the air were very erratic, his leisurely demeanor was enough to make observers mistakenly believe he was controlling the warship with his mind. Rogier's strike missed, and Tainted Soul swiftly moved behind him, intending to deeply insert a punch dagger into his power armor backpack to incapacitate Rogier. At this moment, the psychic lightning finally struck the warship, causing Tainted Soul's hand to waver and miss his target. He immediately twisted the punch dagger to prevent it from embedding deeply into the metal wall. Rogier reacted, turning with full force and delivering a solid elbow strike to Tainted Soul. The leader of the cabal was sent crashing down from the warship, landing heavily on the ground. Bleeding profusely, he painfully bit down, and the life-saving medicine hidden in his false teeth flowed down his throat into his mouth. Tainted Soul's body began to self-repair in a bizarre manner, with strands of flesh floating in the air, weaving into a beautiful red net, then returning to his body. The life-saving medicine bought from the homunculus was indeed effective, even faster than a Primaris warrior activating his Belisarius call. However, Tainted Soul felt an unusual pain at this moment, even more excruciating than when he was severely wounded just now. The Ravager transport ship crashed to the ground, plowing a long trench through the permafrost. Tainted Soul gritted his teeth, glanced at the warship, and then swiftly leaped into the nearby forest. The battle between the two sides was fierce, with the Astartes forces that had entered the null zone being suppressed, while those outside retaliated fiercely with psychic powers. Initially, fewer than 100 Astartes and approximately 320 Drukari/Dark Yildari engaged in intense firefights here. On the battlefield, the situation was very deadlocked, with both sides converging forces. Although the enemy's vehicles flew very fast, our chapter's reinforcement speed was certainly no slower than the Drukari/Dark Yildaris. As the fighting continued, the number of Astartes approached 200, while the number of Drukari/Dark Yildari also surpassed the 500 mark. The once beautiful volcanic crater had been transformed, with fragments of power armor and broken vehicles scattered across the snowy landscape, and eerie flames burning on the snow, only attacking organic matter. The surrounding trees had vanished, and the only unchanged part of the entire battlefield was the massive ice surface in the center. And Yi Feng, who was being suppressed. Occasionally, vehicles would fly over the graviton well, only to quickly crash down and turn into flattened wreckage. Tainted Soul now found it difficult to find sufficiently large cover, and the Cabal's vehicles had also suffered significant losses. Lord Tainted Soul, it's almost time. We cannot withstand any more enemies. Tainted Soul darted around amidst the broken wood. He also felt it was time. He intended to raid reinforcements and capture a high-ranking individual, not to engage in a decisive battle with the main enemy force. Tainted Soul issued the command to battle, and all Drukari/Dark Yildari scrambled onto their vehicles with all their might, even if it meant 4 or 5 people clinging to a single raider flying scooter, they did so without hesitation. The ground began to shake, and the ice surface shattered. The area previously controlled by the graviton well was undergoing a strange transformation. The gravity shackles on Yi Feng had not disappeared, he was now in the broken ice, being buried deeper and deeper, moving closer and closer to the gravity facility. The central area of the entire volcanic crater was sinking. The surrounding volcanic wall suddenly collapsed, and the Astartes clung tightly to the outer wall of the crater, with many directly sliding down the rock face. At this moment, some warriors spotted certain terrifying black bombs. These stealth bombs were excellent weapons for sabotage, with outer casings that completely blocked conventional detection, a method often used by the Cabal to assassinate enemies in Kamarak. The inner wall of the entire volcanic crater exploded violently, then began to collapse like a mudslide, sweeping everything in the outer ring inwards. Towards that graviton well. A large number of Astartes were swept into the graviton well's range, becoming immobilized. The Emperor's angels were easily identifiable, chunks of earth entering the graviton well's range instantly became thin sheets, while only power armor and Terminator armor maintained their original appearance, becoming cages for the immobilized warriors. During the descent, Yi Feng gained a precious opportunity to adjust his posture. Yi Feng strained with all his might to reach for the relic plasma pistol. He had never felt the distance from his chest to his waist was so long. A slight anomaly startled Yi Feng, the shield behind him seemed to be encountering some problem. Damn it! Nearly 60 warriors were confined to the gravity facility, while other warriors deeply embedded their combat blades into the unbroken rock face, preventing their descent. After sinking for a period in the center of the volcanic crater, it suddenly began to shake, dislodging some useless power, and then the object hidden beneath the ice finally revealed its true colors. The disc-shaped graviton well device was not the main point, but rather the antimatter carrier beneath it. These rare Drukari/Dark Yildari violent devices were Tainted Soul's personal collection, and also a former glory of the Eldar. It once carried the Eldar's colossal and terrifying super weapons across various planets, battling the Necrons. Now, it was found by Tainted Soul in a dusty warehouse, to aid this Cabal leader in committing unspeakable acts of evil. Tainted Soul initially planned to use this behemoth to directly uproot human shelters from the ground and then transport them into outer space. Blind boxes are truly a very popular marketing method. Now, this carrier device, supporting the graviton well and over 60 Astartes, shook off debris and rapidly ascended. Around it, numerous Drukhari/Dark Yildari vehicles flew around the graviton well, as if escorting them. In the sky, the supply meteorite No. 1 Steel Dragon attempted to attack the enemy's carrier facility with full force, but the encircling stealth energy field nullified the terrifying volcanic lance attacks. Constant Drukhari/Dark Yildari attacks wore down the Steel Dragon's void shield. On the planet, countless Drukhari/Dark Yildari were also rushing towards this location. If a ship was going home, they wouldn't have to fly alone in the webway in small ships. Everyone wanted to return to the large ship. The good news was that there was indeed an idiot who passed by the Steel Dragon and, on a whim, tried to hack apart the dragon claw-shaped turret. The result, naturally, was that he was incinerated by 5 meltagun nozzles until not even his vehicle remained. With such a massive object ascending, our small-scale aircraft were tied up by the enemy, and the warships in space dared not attack because the chapter master was on this moving facility. Tainted Soul now entered the control room of the carrier device, and the surrounding weapon arrays and encircling energy defense rings made him feel secure again. Come, let's make some escape pod blind boxes and show those overconfident fools a thing or two. Should I use some poison gas? Forget it, their power armor ceiling is quite good. How about some psychic liquid bombs to corrode their proud heavy armor to nothing? Tainted Soul thought sinisterly. Although the losses were unexpectedly heavy, with over 1,000 people setting out and only about 400 returning, there were still some gains. Astartes are good commodities, a chapter master or someone similar could fetch a good price in the Kamarak arena. Clang. What was that sound? Clang. Tainted Soul looked out from the observation deck. Dense firepower struck the energy defense ring, illuminating it with bursts of dazzling light. Below, a massive titan was unleashing firepower upon it. TCH, you think you can break my defense? If you can break my defense, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair with lava. Hey, he stopped firing. What kind of titan is this, that it can angrily jump twice? The power system is quite good. Tainted Soul glanced at his recorder. Imperial titans were extremely cumbersome, jumping was impossible for such large units. But why did it look so much like something from those useless TO? Tainted Soul diligently wrote in his recorder, the Imperium of Man is suspected of having integrated TO technology, and Titan maneuverability has been enhanced. Boom boom. Tainted Soul jolted, immediately inspecting the transport device. That previous sound was definitely abnormal, the entire device was shaking. After a long effort, Yi Feng finally reached the light green plasma pistol. He fired shot after shot downwards, finally damaging the inner protective shield of the graviton well below. This was an armor shield, after all, above it was compressed matter, so an energy shield certainly couldn't be used. Thus, even if each shot from Yi Feng's plasma gun had minimal power, it could still slowly wear down physical armor. Tainted Soul hurried upwards, unaware that the clang sound from below was not made by Yi Feng. Chapter 180, Battle in the Antimatter Carrier. Kazanov squeezed into this transport facility from a strange corner. He was somewhat at a loss, unsure how to rescue Yi Feng and his comrades. After all, he had absolutely no connection to technical personnel. Although his first reaction was still to just chop down all the enemies, after 0.1 seconds of thought, he decided to look for the power energy lines and cut off their power. Then, he predictably got lost. He returned to the starting point, chopping his way through. The difference was, wherever the defenses were strong, that was probably the vital point. With this belief, Kazanov began his slaughter in the narrow passages. Tainted Soul, sir. An iron-clad space marine has appeared in the cabin, killing, the floor is covered in bodies. Tainted Soul was bewildered. How could there be a guy in the passage? And wearing iron-clad Terminator armor, wasn't this a joke? He considered the possibility of a coup by his subordinates, as this escape had been rather desperate. You all take men and guard the passage. I'll come down after checking the situation above. Tainted Soul issued the order, but instead of going towards Yi Feng, he headed for his private armory. At this moment, the transport device had already moved away from the ground. Falling from here, no matter what one wore, it would be a dead end. But the XV-139 Supreme Psychic Dreadnought below was still bombarding relentlessly. The TO's weapon attack range was indeed far. The weapons carried on its back could even attack transport ships in low orbit. Mad Wolf hurried through the passage. He was no longer interested in pretending to be slow. The heavy iron-clad Terminator armor burst forth with a speed that didn't belong to him, and the terrifying mass of this armor allowed Kazanov to disregard his opponents, simply crashing into them to kill them. He passed through one strange room after another. The attacks from the internal defense turrets were blocked by the 2 shield systems on his armor, then destroyed with a single slash. He successively passed by warehouses, deep hibernation zones, medical bays, and a large number of rooms he had never seen before. After killing more than 20 Drukhari/Dark Yildari, he finally found a rather special place. Green metallic cylinders floated within a glass dome, with floating white spherical crystals at both ends, also mysteriously suspended there, spinning rapidly. The cylinders had many net-like holes, and golden patterns could vaguely be seen inside. Kazanov was somewhat at a loss. He had broken through many layers of defense to reach this point. He came here because many Drukhari/Dark Yildari had rushed out of a metal door here just now, but when he actually saw such a magnificent and strange facility, he didn't know what to do. The Drukari/Dark Yildari who rushed out of here were all wearing full armor, so it should be a very important place. When in doubt, chop it with a chainsword. The chainsword bounced off the transparent barrier. More subtle movements of Drukari/Dark Yildari came from afar. It seemed a large force was rushing over. Kazanov got angry and considered whether to take off his helmet. 0.001 seconds later, he decided to try again. Gripping his sword with both hands, this time, a jumping slash. A full force blow slammed down, creating a small dent in the transparent barrier, and then fine cracks began to spread. Alarms sounded around, and outside this facility, a heavily armored barrier covering the transparent barrier was slowly descending. Kazanov, with quick eyes and hands, slashed again at the original spot. The transparent barrier shattered with a crash, and the liquid inside surged out from the broken opening. As the liquid drained, the cylindrical body and crystal balls that had been floating within lost their original state and scattered to the ground. The chaotic energy defense ring suddenly lost its energy source, and the shield vanished without a trace. A Grand Librarian's pulse annihilation bombardment instantly pierced the transport facility's armor protection, and a second shot immediately after pierced the gravity well's power supply system, shutting down the gravity well. The Grand Librarian's continuous bombardment had been blocked by the chaotic energy defense ring, making the Drukari/Dark Yildari relax their vigilance. Now, they tasted the bitter fruit of their complacency. Yi Feng and the warriors were now on an open-air balcony. One couldn't say the scenery was unique, but the starry sky was certainly brilliant. The plasma pistol entered overload cooling, and it was unknown when it would be ready, while the enemies had already moved to a high point, the edge of this gravity well, preparing to set up some magical devices to keep these Astartes under control even after the gravity well was disengaged, and then use solidified neurotoxins to make them comply. Who knew where these specialized toxic crystals came from? Yi Feng truly couldn't think of any way to escape. After this transport device ascended, it seemed to have activated some interference, and communications in the tactical helmet were severely disrupted. Just as our chapter master was idling, the gravity well suddenly shut down. The intense pressure Yi Feng was under instantly disappeared, making him somewhat unaccustomed. He raised his hand, confirmed he could move again, then quickly pushed aside the shattered ice and crawled out. Yi Feng stood up, and more than 60 warriors stood up. The Drukari/Dark Yildari standing outside were dumbfounded. Their devices were not yet fully deployed, and they hastily picked up their toxic crystal rifles. For the Emperor. Exterminate the Xenos, liberate the entire galaxy. The Astartes laser weapons were crushed in the gravity well, only their combat blades remained intact. The warriors of the Red Tide never despaired. More than 60 Astartes, led by Yi Feng, swiftly, charged towards the entrance of this facility. These enemies, wielding toxic crystal weapons, roamed and leaped outside, but our armor was not damaged by the monomolecular weapons, completely ignoring the splashing toxic crystals. More than half a company of warriors surged into this ancient transport facility. On the other side, Kazanov watched the facility being destroyed by him, and then there was a violent shaking. It seemed his actions had been effective. Although the methods were completely different, the result was the same, wasn't it? The ground was covered in transparent liquid, and the iron-clad armor warned of strong radiation in the surroundings. A sealed metal door opened, and several Drukari/Dark Yildari rushed out in a panic, carrying shoulder-mounted thermal spear weapons and broad, sharp executioner's blades. Just as Kazanov was about to raise his combat blade and charge, the enemies let out an inhuman scream, then their flesh turned crimson, decayed within seconds, and became a pile of corpses on the ground. Strong radiation? You don't wear full armor? Kazanov paused for a moment, then made a rather wise decision. He scooped up the flowing liquid from the ground, simply smearing it all over his body. After a few rubs, he felt it wasn't efficient enough. Seeing no one around, Kazanov quickly rolled in the liquid. Now, I am a true angel of death, a death knight. Kazanov, covered in radioactive liquid, chopped through the descending sealed door in front of him and began to rampage through the warship. Anyone who dared to appear before him would suffer total decay, dying instantly from severe radiation. Those Drukari/Dark Yildari wearing full anti-radiation suits suffered a decrease in agility. In front of Kazanov, they didn't even have a speed advantage, so they could only meet death. Tainted Soul had just emerged from his armory when he received an urgent message from his subordinates. An Astartes in Terminator armor, running exceptionally fast, covered in radiation, rampaging through the warship. Hey? Gravity well and chaotic energy defense ring failed. Hey? Where are the close-in defense systems? Close-in defense, another tremor came from below. Although the warships in the sky dared not attack this facility, the Grand Librarian below was wantonly unleashing firepower towards this thing in the sky, engaging in a shootout with the turrets above. This was just a transport platform, it had no strong firepower, and the main psychic cannons couldn't be used. Many close-in defense cannons were destroyed, followed by various fancy boarding maneuvers by the Astartes. A group of people, driven by the belief of seizing great treasures, crossed out, rescuing Chapter Master Yi Feng, boarded this device. Following the combat philosophy of not taking a single needle or thread from the common people and not leaving a single needle or thread for the enemy, even the firefighters and salvage team warriors boarded it. For a time, the entire device was overcrowded. Large numbers of Drukari/Dark Yildari scattered and fled, taking small vehicles away from the main force. Some small vehicles capable of spaceflight flew into space, heading straight for the nearest webway gate. They no longer considered Tainted Soul their master, such a leader who suffered a great defeat was not worthy of their loyalty. Many Drukari/Dark Yildari formed new small cabals in groups of 2 or 3. Unfortunately, the warships in the sky had been in position for a long time, including the Gothic-class battleship, known for its firepower. Originally, over 100 Drukari/Dark Yildari left in vehicles, but under the dense artillery fire, only nearly 50 Drukari/Dark Yildari managed to escape, fleeing towards the only webway in the surrounding area. More unfortunate souls didn't want to stay on this antimatter transport facility that was about to be destroyed, but they didn't grab any devices capable of spaceflight. So, they could only descend to the planet in those atmospheric vehicles, where they would fiercely battle the Lamenters and then be cruelly slain by the sons of Sanguinius. At this moment, the fully armed Tainted Soul was intercepted. He was intercepted by our furious chapter master of the Red Tide chapter. Chapter Master Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony, he didn't recognize this as the leader of a cabal. There were still 200 Drukari/Dark Yildari to kill here, no time for small talk. His power sword activated instantly, a sword cry accompanied by irresistible force sweeping towards Tainted Soul. Tainted Soul was not foolish enough to contend with a Primaris Astartes in strength. He dodged backward, attempting to evade Chapter Master Yifeng's slash. But Chapter Master Yifeng suddenly took a large stride forward, significantly increasing his attack range, forcing Tainted Soul to continuously roll backward. Chapter Master Yifeng's right-hand sword slash missed, and as he spun, the plasma pistol in his left hand was flung forward. A pale green plasma bolt rapidly flew towards Tainted Soul. Tainted Soul contorted his body in midair, curling himself into a circle, and the plasma bolt passed through the hollow area of his torso. He wasn't just taking hits, he was currently wearing full armor. Although its agility was significantly reduced, it concealed many hidden weapons. Several monomolecular needles were fired. The purpose of these weapons was to penetrate Chapter Master Yifeng's armor, allowing the subsequent poison gas weapons to be effective. Chapter Master Yifeng was a son of Jagatai Khan. The Drukari/Dark Yildari could see fast-moving bullets, and he could also see the flying needles fired by his enemy. He blocked 3 needles with a horizontal combat blade, and another was dodged by Chapter Master Yifeng, embedding itself in the wall behind him. Fallen scum, lingering in the webway. You are nothing but maggots hiding in the shadows. Chapter Master Yifeng mocked his opponent without mercy, an old habit. His opponent was unmoved. They were both ancient warriors, his years of life could rival the service time of the strike cruiser we piloted. Tainted Soul threw several smoke grenades and flashbangs to the ground, momentarily disorienting Chapter Master Yifeng, then swiftly advanced low to the ground, aiming for Chapter Master Yifeng's lower body. Facing the sudden smoke, Chapter Master Yifeng, as if by a strange impulse, chose a similar attack. He also crouched down, sweeping his golden greatsword across the ground towards the front. After 0.01 seconds, both regained their sight, their eyes meeting. Tainted Soul reacted first. He strangely slammed his knee to the ground, and his entire body performed an elegant front flip over Chapter Master Yifeng. Tainted Soul's right hand intended to bring down a punch dagger, attacking Chapter Master Yifeng's power pack, but he saw a shield strapped to the back of the pack. So, his left hand retrieved a bomb filled with highly corrosive psychic fluid from behind him. Chapter Master Yifeng's reaction was a bit slower than Tainted Soul's. He performed an aerial spin, intending to confront the enemy's attack head-on, but he just happened to see the enemy retracting his punch dagger and pulling out a bomb with his left hand. Chapter Master Yifeng was quick-witted, swiftly raising the combat blade in his hand. If the enemy continued to attack, Chapter Master Yifeng's combat blade could also cleave him completely in two. Tainted Soul dared not gamble his life, he believed no one would collect social security for his corpse. The Drukari/Dark Yildari's flexible body twisted once more, dodging Chapter Master Yifeng's attack, and the two passed each other in a flash. As soon as Tainted Soul landed, he heard the clatter of a weapon falling to the ground. Before he could turn his head, his armor alerted him to a high-speed object flying from behind. Tainted Soul dodged to the side, evading the combat dagger Chapter Master Yifeng threw, but this also gave Chapter Master Yifeng time to pounce. A golden flash streaked past his eyes, tearing a gash in his armor. Damn it, now I can't even use the gas bomb. Tainted Soul retreated several steps, and Chapter Master Yifeng pressed his advantage. Coward, still claiming to be the most excellent race? Look at you, a little rat from the filthy sewers, you don't even dare to remove your helmet and look me in the eye. The distance between them was very close. Tainted Soul performed a small jump, turning in midair to present his undamaged armored back to Chapter Master Yifeng, then dropped an impact grenade. A violent shockwave swept through the area. Chapter Master Yifeng instantly activated his magnetic boots to lock down, while Tainted Soul, in midair, was propelled a long distance by the shockwave, once again widening the gap with Chapter Master Yifeng. He turned to prepare to face Chapter Master Yifeng again, but saw a round object flying towards him. Chapter Master Yifeng used the same trick again, but he no longer had a dagger, so he threw his own helmet. Tainted Soul dodged with a tilt of his head, and then his armor finally had the chance to fully deploy, entering a semi-stealth state. If he stood still, he could be almost completely invisible, even Chapter Master Yifeng's eyes couldn't discern him. Tainted Soul danced gracefully, merging completely with the patterns on the wall. How could Chapter Master Yifeng be without a solution? What if he couldn't see? I can feel the flow of the wind. Just as the two were about to make contact again, a violent explosion erupted, and a fierce shockwave swept from behind. Chapter Master Yifeng clearly saw Tainted Soul's figure, whose movements were affected. Unity. Liberate the entire galaxy. The golden power sword struck Tainted Soul squarely in the chest. Tainted Soul's punch dagger was originally aimed at Chapter Master Yifeng's head, but it was deflected to his shoulder pad by the shockwave, getting stuck and unable to move. Tainted Soul cried out in pain, sensing imminent danger. He bit down hard on the elixir in his other tooth, and his left hand tried to block Chapter Master Yifeng's punch. How could the iron fist of a century-old Primaris Astartes be blocked by a Drukari/Dark Yildari? Tainted Soul's left hand and head merged together, then splattered across the entire corridor. Further away were the Astartes boarding pods. Shadow drone fighters had successfully caught up with the antimatter spacecraft, smashing in their reinforcements. The hatch opened, and a squad of warriors rushing out just saw Chapter Master Yifeng spitting on the corpse. Wisps of white smoke rose from the headless body, and then the golden power sword flung the corpse away, crashing heavily to the ground. Retrieve this corpse. This armor is quite good, my golden combat blade actually didn't pierce it completely. Several warriors exchanged smiles, the Chapter Master was still as formidable as ever. Then. Unity, liberate the entire galaxy. Over 200 Drukari/Dark Yildari were attacked from both inside and out. Given that their good brothers had driven all the vehicles away earlier, they were now trapped here, wailing as they died. They hid in various facilities, but the librarians' frantic searches made it incredibly difficult for them. There were no null field devices here. These were devices the ancient Eldar used against the Necrons. They were psychic users, why would they install such things? The Astartes and the enemy fought a bloody battle. Both sides were at their last gasp, fighting for their final breath. The battle on the planet was also nearing its end. Drukari/Dark Yildari enemies flying from the antimatter transport to the ground were immediately subjected to psychic lock-on strikes by the Grand Librarian. The Grand Librarian was very annoyed, he found his body too large to teleport. If he forcibly teleported, he could only teleport his Castellan dreadnought. He somewhat wanted to teleport missiles, but he feared that the moment the missiles entered the warp, demons would immediately possess them, bringing unnecessary trouble. Alas, a few small rats escaped. Several raider flying motorcycles escaped the Grand Librarian's attack range, plunging into the city ruins. They had little time. If they didn't cruelly kill enemies and savor their suffering souls for a long period, they would rapidly age, and their souls would then be devoured by Slaanesh. Chapter Master Yifeng was familiar with the enemy's characteristics and would not order the mortals to leave the shelters. Desperate, they could only charge the Lamenter's lines. At this time, the Lamenters had also dealt with most of the enemies. Matthew Rio was covered in blood. Several pieces of his armor had been sliced off by monomolecular blades, and several Drukari/Dark Yildari corpses lay around him. Fortunately, in the narrow corridors, the Astartes had an advantage. The apothecary was still working hard, restraining several warriors who had fallen into the black rage. He constantly called out to them, seizing their moments of disorientation to disconnect their power packs from them. They needed to be quickly transferred to the Death Company's stasis field, where too many brothers already were. Too many. Chapter 181 Annihilate them. The street fighting within the anti-gravity carrier continued. The enemies, relying on their defense systems and bizarre advanced technology, fought with the Astartes, and Khazanev's high radiation armor played a decisive role in eliminating enemy forces. Except for almost accidentally injuring a librarian who wasn't wearing his helmet. A Drukari/Dark Yildari chieftain realized that the enemies were growing in number and they could no longer gain an advantage. With a ruthless decision, he shut down the antimatter carrier's power system. Dozens of Astartes and about 100 Drukari/Dark Yildari slammed into the ground. The sea. Directly below was a vast ocean. The Astartes, using their maglocks, stood firmly on the ground, continuing their struggle against the Drukari/Dark Yildari. A sudden sense of weightlessness appeared. Yifeng initially wanted to order a full retreat, but after being told that the sea was below, he began to kill without restraint. Yifeng took a laser weapon from a warrior who had boarded, put on his helmet, and advanced towards a fiercely contested area. In the narrow passages, laser weapons held a significant advantage. A metallic sphere was thrown to the corner ahead, then exploded violently, creating a transparent, gel-like substance in that area. Yifeng, sensing enemies behind the gel through the subtle vibrations of the floor, decisively activated his laser gun. The scorching laser hit the gel-like substance but did not penetrate further, instead, it was completely absorbed, and the entire mass of gel rapidly increased in temperature. After reaching nearly 200 degrees, the gel became even more slippery and no longer clumped at the corner, but slid around the passage with the shake of the anti-gravity transport device. A Drukari/Dark Yildari was behind the gel mass, holding a lance, aiming at Yifeng. This shot would undoubtedly blast both the gel and Yifeng into black smoke. Suddenly, a large hole appeared to his left, caused by something unknown, but it was the last thing he saw. A certain radiation warrior emerged from it, followed by several other warriors. These warriors were truly worried. Khazanev was wandering around here, and what if he encountered a librarian who hadn't had time to put on his helmet? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Thus, despite poor communication, they tried to move around Khazanev, but with little effect. When this aircraft began to fall towards the sea, they all cast psychic head shields on themselves, which is something every librarian must learn, as sometimes they need to take off their helmets to fight in harsh environments. In a sense, librarians should be administrative personnel, primarily responsible for compiling chapter history, analyzing battlefield information, and making strategic decisions. However, a certain librarian wildly swinging a golden mace and another driving a heretical dreadnought around set a bad example. The Crimson Torrents chapter librarians all had a tendency to lead the charge. Even more fanatical than this group of librarians were certain apothecaries. Who are we? Apothecaries taught by Situware. Situware can chase Yifeng with a surgical knife, which implies, my master is greater than the chapter master. The chapter master has 10 companies under him, Situware taught 10 apothecaries in one batch. Roughly speaking, I am at least greater than a company commander. Thus, these combat medics were filled with fighting spirit. If I kill all the enemies, I won't have to bother with surgery to treat my teammates. Among other things, they were excellent at throwing knives, so each was allowed to carry multiple combat daggers. These apothecaries and librarians were currently troubled by Khazanev's actions. One not wearing a helmet, the other observing gene seeds exposed to high radiation. On the planet, 2 librarians had not boarded that aircraft. Now they were rapidly arriving at the crash site in a land speeder. Bowles looked at the behemoth in the sky and took a deep breath. I said, let there be water. The ocean waves eerily stopped, the psychic influence extended nearly 500 meters. The seawater began to boil strangely, small water droplets constantly flew towards the sky, followed by fine streams, and then waterfalls. The azure seawater shimmered under the refraction of the sun, and the rising water vapor created a beautiful rainbow in the air. This beautiful sight quickly disappeared. More and more seawater rushed towards the sky, the sea rising from the ground. Those on the sea surface, looking up, felt a fear they hadn't even experienced when facing an Emperor-class Titan. I am but an ant. A colossal pillar, hundreds of meters thick, rose to meet the falling device. The 100-cloth robe, leisurely playing in the warp, stumbled and almost fell flat. A terrifying psychic demand, so vast that even it found it unbelievable. What are you doing? Are you trying to tear apart a Titan with your bare hands? Bowles' psychic power shone, the sheer magnitude of the psychic energy around him unbelievable even to the librarians beside him. Where his finger pointed, seawater covered the sky. The massive sea pillar impacted the antimatter transport vehicle, causing the entire vehicle to vibrate, and its descent speed was effectively slowed. Brother Adams, it's your turn. This new librarian slammed his hands into the seawater. The senior next to him acted so cool, I'll try it too. I said, let there be ice. From where Adams' lexiconium's hands touched, white ice rapidly spread. A pillar of ice first appeared in the very center of the rising mountain of seawater, then gradually expanded, completely freezing the surging seawater and arresting its violent power. The spectacle created by the combined efforts of the 2 librarians supported the powerless antimatter transport device, turning it into a pillar of ice sculpture on the ocean. This is what you call protecting the world. Such a massive object falling could cause a planetary-level disaster. The tsunami alone could destroy large areas of terrestrial ecosystems. Moreover, a certain high-radiation warrior had spilled a large amount of fatally radioactive liquid everywhere. If these things fell into the sea, the entire planet would be lost. A librarian jumped from the device, stood on the ice, and waved to Bowles. He was the one who had sent the psychic message to Bowles. It must be said, inside this antimatter transport device, although communication was disrupted, psychic short messages were delivered quite quickly. Dozens of Drukari/Dark Yildari deftly leaped onto the ice, immediately intending to jump into the sea to escape, but they got stuck at the first step. After jumping onto the ice, their feet were completely frozen. Then an ice spike impaled them. After the pioneers perished, one Drukari/Dark Yildari jumped onto their bodies and fled outwards. The 2 librarians below had already exhausted their strength and could barely move. But the one above could still fight. A psychic lightning bolt slammed into the enemy's back, turning him into a charred mess. Behind, scattered Astartes emerged, exhausted, and sat on the ice, resting around the wreckage of the device, guarding against enemies jumping out from within. Only a few powerful veteran warriors hunted enemies inside, and the entire battlefield gradually became like a skirmish with the Night Lords, assassination and counter-assassination. 43 warriors, supporting each other, stood outside. The Crimson Torrent began its final operation in their unique mode of action. The enemies are hiding inside and won't come out, hey? Then starve to death in there. Without life to consume, you will perish in a place full of radiation. In fact, there were no living things left inside, hundreds of Drukari/Dark Yildari and over 100 Astartes would sleep here forever. This radiation was very similar to the high-energy fuel leaked from the Eldar spaceship Yifeng found on Adres, and our handling method was also very traditional, package everything and take it away. After regrouping with the scattered personnel, after this battle, counting all those who could still move, only over 90 survived. The 100 men just transferred from Lien Lai Lo, 100 from the 1st Company, 100 newly arrived Primaris, and dozens from the 13th Company were almost completely wiped out. Afterwards, the librarians tallied, 221 brothers had fallen, including 4 of the 8 newly arrived librarians. Approximately 930 Drukari/Dark Yildari were annihilated, including those killed by orbital bombardment after being lured by Khazanev and those killed by the XV-139 Supreme Psychic Dreadnought. Afterwards, there was one final battle remaining. At the only webway entrance in this area, they hadn't come from here, because this webway was too small, only 10 meters high, just large enough for the smallest Eldar spaceship to pass through. Their warships could not pass through here. Now there were no transport ships. Among the 50-odd Drukari/Dark Yildari who had escaped, over 20 were piloting 5 Cloud-class scout ships, rushing towards this location. Get into the webway first. On the desolate planet, a massive hole plunged deep into the ground. Over 20 Drukari/Dark Yildari, piloting small land speeders, scrambled into it, completely lacking any team consciousness, each eager to return to their own territory first. Violent explosions echoed from the cave entrance, startling the Drukari/Dark Yildari. They used their exceptional piloting skills to dodge falling rocks, large and small. As they showcased their skills, several deployed heavy lasers fired, destroying 2 small land speeders. 9 Drukhari/Dark Yildari were instantly incinerated by the exploding engines. Standing at the entrance to the webway was Doflit's Dawn Dreadnought, an angel of the Emperor's fury. Beside him were 4 Astartes, operating heavy lasers, attacking the remaining enemies. Over 10,000 Imperial auxiliaries were deployed here, having moved to this location at the start of the war to establish defenses and block the enemy's retreat. They didn't know if the main battlefield could defeat the powerful enemy, they didn't know how many enemies would arrive at this webway entrance, they didn't even know if this webway was functional, but they were here. Doflit's Dawn Dreadnought had stood here for several days without a stasis field. Now, old enemies met, and death followed. Dare to let the Crimson Torrent chapter establish defensive positions freely, and the firepower density here will exceed your imagination. We no longer have Astartes to spare, the Imperial Auxiliary are currently under immense pressure. After the initial panic, the remaining 3 Eldar land speeders quickly adjusted, launching a raid on the Astartes laser cannon positions. The Nimbus-class reconnaissance land speeders, being too small, were not equipped with terrifyingly powerful weapons. Their main cannon was a small splinter cannon, which, though not very powerful, was enough to destroy a laser cannon position. The Astartes were aware of the laser cannon's cooldown time, they knew they wouldn't have a chance for a second shot, so they retreated immediately after firing. The Nimbus-class reconnaissance land speeders adjusted their angle and dived, 2 shots reducing the laser cannon position below to ashes. And it was precisely within our plan. The Mortals' counter weapons quickly opened fire, and missile launchers hidden in the surroundings fired densely. This interwoven firepower made it impossible for any land speeder to pass. How could an 8-meter-wide land speeder pass through an area where there was an autocannon shell every 5 meters on average? Soon, 1 inexperienced land speeder was also blown apart, and the remaining 2 were heavily damaged and fell. The ammunition consumed to maintain this firepower density was astonishing. Within tens of seconds of engagement, everyone had expended their ammunition. 10 Drukhari/Dark Yildari, covered in dust, crawled out of their damaged warship. Outside were 4 Astartes and 1 Dreadnought. Over 10,000 Imperial auxiliaries silently fixed their bayonets. The war was over. Doflit clamored that there were too few enemies, not enough to kill. He wanted to charge into the webway and utterly annihilate these annoying Drukhari/Dark Yildari, he wanted revenge for the arrow that had put him into the Dreadnought. Ank, ah, yes, yes, yes. He pulled the lever, sending Doflit into a stasis field. At this moment, Brother Yifeng had been stabbed 360 times, weak and slightly wounded. Kazanov had also taken a severe beating. Situ Weyer, when he got serious, would beat anyone. That's what you get for running around with strong radiation. Many of the gene seeds of the warriors who died in the final battle were unusable. After William's unit disappeared, the gene seed survival rate here at Brother Yifeng's location had already fallen to a very low threshold. Now, it was even worse. The only good news was perhaps that the Iron Warrior's Black Shield warrior from the 13th Company, whose pure gene seed had been enticed back from the Death Watch, had died in the volcano, and his gene seed was successfully recovered. This was even more precious than the Wolf Guard's gene seed. The apothecaries circled it, it was one of the most adaptable gene seeds, but there was no guarantee against accidents. The top recruit in the next selection might just be an Iron Warrior. Brother Yifeng sat in the meeting hall, having replaced his shield with a new untouchable one. Rogier squatted beside him, eating roasted meat with an open mouth. This wolf brother had undergone a warp teleportation by the librarian. The Wolf Guard detest the warp, including teleportation, which is why their boarding vehicles are so varied. Even more critically, Rogier wasn't wearing his helmet during the teleportation. You'd think with a large part of a Wild Wolf's great company reduced to just him, the Emperor would be looking out for him, but he himself didn't feel that way. After that teleportation, Rogier felt uncomfortable everywhere in his body. He simply squatted beside Brother Yifeng's shield. Brother Yifeng, you commanded this battle very well. We didn't have information about the enemy's strange weapons, and to achieve this casualty ratio is excellent. Epsilon equals, Omicron asterisk, Psi, 2 companies, a casualty ratio of 1:4, it's too ugly. Rogier, do you know? Excluding those lured into Kazanov's gladiatorial arena and killed by lances, those killed by the strong radiation on Kazanov's body, and those killed by the psychic dreadnoughts, do you know what our actual casualty ratio is? Even with Enk's specialized equipment, the casualty ratio is still 1:2.8. Brother Yifeng, you can't calculate it that way. Our casualties, for example, in the volcano, were also caused by the enemy's strange null field facilities and bombardments. One explosion would kill an entire squad. In true face-to-face combat, our casualty ratio is still roughly 1:5. Rogier, tell me honestly, what casualty ratio can your Primaris warriors achieve against the Drukhari/Dark Yildari in direct combat? I've never lied. My parent chapter, if they were the same age, they'd only be slightly stronger than the wolf brothers I brought out. Brother Yifeng took out the data for several wolf brothers. Kurosel, 7 kills. Hongwoer, 6 kills. Herok, deceased, 9 kills. Brother Yifeng silently closed his small notebook and sighed deeply. Rogier, why do you think other warriors differ so much from your wolf brothers? Rogier pondered for a moment. He reviewed the training of the other warriors in detail, there seemed to be no problem, and he had also participated in their instruction. I think our battle results are great because we leveraged our strengths. Other warriors might not be as prominent. More specifically, Rogier scratched his head. For example, Iron Hand's Gene Seed warriors, equipping them with prosthetics and reactive armor shields is a good choice, but they seem more adept at controlling and commanding mechanical legions, or at least endless combat. Iron Hand's Gene Seed warriors can replace their entire bodies with prosthetics. If injured, they don't need long recovery times, they can simply return, replace the prosthetics, and continue fighting until the enemy is annihilated or their critical organs are damaged. In this battle, their shields and prosthetics were cut off by enemy vehicles. They had completed their mission and should have gone back to replace their prosthetics instead of continuing to fight. No, that's not right either, this time it was outnumbered, so we had to maintain firepower density. Rogier vigorously scratched his thick hair again. He wasn't very clear on how other Gene Seed warriors should fight. You make a lot of sense, Brother Rogier. Brother Yifeng fell into contemplation, his fingers gently tapping the table. I say, Brother Yifeng. What is it, Rogier? Are there any good wines? Aren't you the one who knows best what wines are on the ship? Those aren't strong enough. Fenrischen wine is still the best in the world, sigh. Indeed, from every perspective, this was a victory, and we should have a wine party. However, I'm afraid the brothers aren't in the mood for such things right now. Most of the living only killed a few Drukari/Dark Yildari, except for a certain mad wolf, who, with radiation and gladiatorial arena lures, killed nearly 200. Thus, a large number of Khazanov imitators appeared. Now, on the warship, Astartes wearing 100 cloth robes were nowhere to be seen, as if wearing them made one an outcast. Everywhere were warriors in power armor. They moved little by little on the warship, only adjusting the power of their power armor backpacks from 1% to normal when given orders. They gradually became twisted amidst the immense casualties and their self-loathing for their own weakness. Chapter 182 Titanium is difficult, titanium is useless. Matthew Rio thought it was about time. The Drukari/Dark Yildari outside were practically starving. These past few days, the Drukari/Dark Yildari attacking the sanctuary grew increasingly frail, their combat effectiveness steadily declining, until for the last week, no enemies appeared at all. The Lamenter's casualties were considerable, only about 30 individuals remained conscious. Fortunately, a batch of new recruits was about to complete their modifications. Matthew Rio walked out of the dark, narrow passage and looked up at the battle barge. The Emperor's angels had returned to the sky, and the ravaged the people emerged from their shelters, facing the devastated land, once again beginning their arduous labor. They no longer wept, their tears having long since dried in the dozens of days of fierce fighting, they no longer felt resentment or loss, like servitors devoid of all emotion, they began the mechanical reconstruction of their homes. In space orbit, Matthew Rio led the Lamenters back to the Dawn of Light, where Chapter Master Yifeng was also present. The Eternal Mountain had already returned to Tio, where Anos was still researching the esoteric battleship, necessitating ample defensive forces. The two Chapter Masters sat silently in a private room, Matthew Rio resting his right hand on his chin, his left hand holding a wine glass containing a bright red liquid. He continuously swirled the glass but never drank from it. Matthew Rio now truly resembled a melancholic archangel. Chapter Master Yifeng held a large red fruit, gnawing at it bite by bite, his mind was not present, and after dozens of bites, he was still mechanically repeating the same motion at a single indentation, completely unaware that he hadn't actually eaten any new pulp. Finally, Matthew Rio spoke first. Brother Yifeng, there are some voices within the Lamenters who feel that your slogan for the greater good is an empty promise. I'm not questioning your loyalty, but those few brothers feel that you didn't stand with the people, and humanity suffered tremendous casualties. Chapter Master Yifeng stopped gnawing, and after a moment, slowly said. Yes, our warriors did not stand before the sanctuary and fight alongside you, and this is not entirely because we trusted you. Chapter Master Yifeng paused again, as if considering his words. Our philosophy is for all of humanity in the galaxy/Milky Way to live happily, free from xenos, corruption, and rebellion. Such peaceful and stable days are now as precious as jewels. We annihilated the enemy, and you held the line. Yes, Matthew Rio, you completed your mission exceptionally well, but what then? If we weren't here, if you were the chapter master of 1,000 Lamenters warriors, would you have your chapter fight as I did? No, you would command your chapter to reach various sanctuaries and engage in bloody combat with the Drukari/Dark Yildari attacking them. You would achieve victory, yes, and kill many enemies, while the remaining enemies would flee in vehicles, carrying the captives they had already seized. You would achieve victory, protecting the majority of the people, allowing the remaining enemies to escape with a few unfortunate humans. You wouldn't pursue them because your bloody battle in front of the sanctuary would have resulted in heavy losses. Am I wrong, Matthew Rio? I cannot say your efforts are wrong, Matthew Rio, but those so-called remaining, fleeing enemies will regroup and return. There will be a time, Matthew Rio, there will be a time when you cannot attend to every world. That world will be destroyed. And I will eliminate all invading enemies at all costs. I want to tell my enemies that this is forbidden territory for them. Come here, and death is certain. Even if my chapter suffers over half casualties, even if this planet is shattered, what I do will be the same. Tell them with blood and fire that death has arrived. My territory is not a rich land for anyone to covet, it is guarded by powerful forces. If I were to remain entrenched in front of the human sanctuary, the Drukari/Dark Yildari would simply think they were unlucky today, that they ran into trouble, and they would retreat, then find a place where we are not present to continue their slaughter. They would believe humanity is weak and easily bullied, they would believe it was just bad luck, but they would never believe humanity is not to be provoked. Then fight. One punch opens the way, preventing 100 punches from coming. Perhaps the orcs are madmen who are drawn to places where there's a fight, but others are not. The main forces of chaos are still focused on breaking through the Imperium's defenses. This is not a strategic location, it makes no difference whether it exists or not. Gene Stealer are intelligent creatures, they will seek out profitable places for the Great Devourer, places where the biomass cost of conquest is far less than the blood meat that can be obtained. Drukhari/Dark Eldari are a race that fears death. Although some cults of strife will capture powerful warriors for performances to prove their strength, the cabals that primarily go out raiding are not fools who clamor to die in vain. Necrons, whoosh whoosh, Adeptus Mechanicus grave robbing in progress. Tio, your, bolter cocking sound, the greater good is very good. Matthew Rio was silent, he understood where the fundamental difference in their philosophies lay. They consistently fought as an Astartes, for the Emperor, for humanity, believing it their undeniable duty to protect the children of the Holy Emperor. But Chapter Master Yi Feng was not, he was not considering it from the perspective of a general. He was standing as a king, as a ruler, as the king of the 300 worlds, looking at the problem. But Brother Yi Feng, in that case, other worlds. This is the cruelest part, Matthew Rio. Worlds within the Imperium of Man also operate on the law of the jungle, so powerful worlds will ruthlessly oppress weaker ones. Only through one's own strength can one endure until the Imperium's support arrives. This time it was Matthew Rio's turn to fall silent, he understood this principle perfectly well, but ultimately, it was humanity that suffered. A strategy of sacrificing this generation for the peace of future generations, but can our generation bear it? Truly, will there even be future generations? The moment this thought appeared, Matthew Rio felt deeply that he had failed the blood of Sanguinius. In an instant, Chapter Master Yi Feng saw Matthew Rio about to perform the traditional Lamenter's ritual. Stop, don't cry yet. Brother Yi Feng, I think. I don't care what you think, your thoughts don't count. Sometimes, Chapter Master Yi Feng really wanted to send him to the Angels of Dawn for further training. How good those descendants of the Archangel are, always believing in hope, always believing the Emperor will return, except for the drawback of being the Galaxy/Milky Way's loudspeaker. Forget it, if Matthew Rio were sent there, tomorrow the entire Galaxy/Milky Way would know the TO were annihilated, done by the Red Tide. If you cannot decide, go among the people, walk among those you protect, and listen to what they have to say. Matthew Rio left, and Chapter Master Yi Feng began writing a letter. The specific content was, Anthony, our casualties are heavy, can you see if there are conditions to send more people over? On Anthony's side, he had already started doing that. The Imperium sent 500 Primaris warriors, so wouldn't I have over 700 people? Rounded up, that's a regiment. With so many people, continuing to rely on Imperial welfare feels a bit lacking in confidence. The Imperium will make us work hard. In every battle, Anthony secretly reported 1 or 2 more casualties, and in this way, he had slowly hidden over 50 people. The 500 warriors given by the Imperium couldn't be used, but it was no problem to secretly send the warriors we created ourselves back to the parent chapter. Anthony wanted to keep the chapter's numbers below 500, so they could continuously be in a state of requiring recuperation, reinforcements, and supplies in Imperial records. Then, when the Imperium looked at their combat history, they would see impressive achievements and outstanding military service, assisting the Salamanders chapter in getting assists. Wouldn't brand new supplies just arrive then? And so, 50 Astartes willingly came to the TO territory, and incidentally, while passing through Wolf Jugshu, visited Sage Heichuo and Archdeacon Christina. Sage Heichuo stated that he had sent messages to Chapter Master Yi Feng a long time ago, perhaps they weren't received, regarding a super reality acceleration device, he had made some progress. Christina simply stated that her research had made no progress and incidentally inquired about Chapter Master Yi Feng's number $%. These warriors, after reuniting with Chapter Master Yi Feng, conveyed the information to him. Chapter Master Yi Feng thought for a moment, and it seemed his plan with Christina could not be told to anyone, so he decided to go in person. Bowles was entrusted to command the entire chapter in Chapter Master Yi Feng's stead. Chapter Master Yi Feng looked around, seeing no one, and confirmed that Matthew Rio was still on the planet. So, he quietly slipped away with a few battle brothers. On Mount Langjugshu, Christina was arguing with Sage Heichuo. The 2 Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, both powerful, refused to yield to each other, there was no need to pretend here. Sage Heichuo, relying on his advantage of arriving first, occupied a large amount of space, while Christina, leveraging her status as an untouchable and the extensive knowledge of an Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos, forcefully seized a piece of land from Hedo. Sage Heichuo saw this and was not pleased, immediately coming forward to argue, but was scolded away by the lady. Hedo was unaware of Christina and Yi Feng's plans. He thought they were simply insane, what would an untouchable do in pure warp space? Experiments could be done outside just as well. The 2 Archmagos argued fiercely, and the Red Tide personnel on standby dared not intervene. When Adeptus Mechanicus personnel fought, cannon fire flew everywhere, and never before seen weapons shot wildly, who would dare to step in? They could only try to mediate and stall. Until Chapter Master Yi Feng's arrival. 2 lumps of mechanical constructs were engaging in an unspeakable, wondrous communication. Christina's body had grown larger, fitted with a massive amount of new machinery, like a small mountain within her anti-warp field, truly a pure physical devotee of firepower supremacy. Sage Heichuo was beside her, piloting a never-before-seen machine. Although Sage Heichuo's body was not as terrifying as Christina's, the warp-related weapons he created were quite formidable. Both sides were on edge, continuously bombarding some mechanical constructs in the middle. What are you two doing? The moment Chapter Master Yifeng spoke, Christina's massive body erupted with a speed we couldn't comprehend, rushing towards him. Christina, you first. Muffled sounds. Christina's massive mechanical body suddenly unfolded a characteristic giant gate, which was typically the Archmago's escape route for shedding her skin. Now, it directly enveloped Chapter Master Yifeng. Chapter Master Yifeng directly entered this gate, then the metal valve closed, and Christina, encapsulating Chapter Master Yifeng, immediately fled, rushing into her laboratory with astonishing speed. The onlookers were dumbfounded. One moment, Sage Heichuo was still calibrating warp weapons, the next, he saw his opponent run off with Chapter Master Yifeng. A thought popped into his head. It's over, the wicked will be the first to complain. In Lady Christina's private laboratory, her massive body finally managed to squeeze through the gate. Only upon arriving here was it considered safe. The two Adeptus Mechanicus personnel still had a sense of propriety, this was a private area, not within the disputed territory. Chapter Master Yifeng was released by Christina, feeling a bit dizzy at the moment. He had thought he wouldn't need to wear a helmet here, but then Christina enclosed him inside her body, nearly suffocating him. Lady Christina, cough cough, the smell of engine oil mixed with holy oil is truly unbearable for me. Chapter Master Yifeng took several deep breaths. That's not the point, Chapter Master Yifeng. Regarding the experiment you assigned me, I need a larger experimental area and more personnel. The Archmago's mechanical voice was somewhat agitated now. Also, wasn't it agreed that I would be the chief technical officer? Why is there an Adeptus Mechanicus sage here, not only conducting completely independent research but also daring to contend with me for experimental areas? When I asked him about other matters, he actually told me my authority was insufficient and inaccessible, which is utterly ridiculous. Chapter Master Yifeng felt fortunate that the lady was mechanized, otherwise, he would surely be splattered with spit right now. Lady Christina, where is the forge world you promised would be under my command? I built it myself, but then you pulled me away just as it was almost finished. Doesn't that just benefit those who came after me? I believe our current topic of discussion. My built world wouldn't have been taken over by your tech marines, would it? I see it now, you're a plunderer. A kidnapper. A great slave owner constantly searching for valuable slaves. Let's get back to the TO experiment topic. Christina finally stopped her complaining. A mechanical arm extended forward, revealing a smooth iron plate. Chapter Master Yifeng didn't understand what she meant, a high five? Chapter Master Yifeng reached out and gently tapped the iron plate, then he felt a surge of killing intent. I mean, money. The resources you gave me are all used up. I need more resources. So, what are the results? None. The experiment you mentioned seems completely meaningless, no anti-psyker substances were found. Say, do you want to try a TO corpse food stick? That shouldn't be the case. Chapter Master Yifeng fell into deep thought. The TO must be a warp species. You could say their emotions are very faint, always maintaining extreme rationality, making it difficult to cause fluctuations in the warp. You could say their advanced technology has effectively handled disease problems, even Nurgle's corruption can be managed well. You could say they have a good social structure and arranged marriages, where scientists professionally deduce based on genes to ensure the next generation's genetic excellence, and their individuals have no desire for procreation. You could say that the greater good they promote, by some strange coincidence, is like Chapter Master Yifeng's, avoiding Slaaneish's authority over personal desires, and evading the warp through the belief in the common good of the entire species. You could say that in battle, they commonly use intelligent AL and fire control systems, with almost no desire for combat or close quarters fighting, making them the kind of creatures Kern despises most. However, the TO are an intelligent species, a technological species capable of building Titan-class units. Even with the esoteric battleship's psyker intervention, they still have a large number of innovative technological products. Tsinch, not only the god of conspiracy, the god of technology, is also the god of knowledge. Knowledge is his authority. He can even attempt to teach an Ogren to count to 7, it's impossible for him to ignore the TO. A species capable of technological innovation, a species capable of acquiring knowledge, must have a connection with Tsinch. But what exactly severed, or greatly weakened, this connection? Chapter Master Yifeng spoke again, could it be certain living organisms? Only effective when alive? Or perhaps you should try combining these to see. Do you think I haven't experimented? I am a Archmagos. Then how about implanting some psyker signal emitters in their bodies? Monitor them from outside. Christina pointed to herself with the large iron plate. She seemed to think it was inappropriate, so she switched to an exquisite mechanical arm and pointed to her chest. An untouchable, are your demands on me too high? Wouldn't psyker stuff break if it got near me? Christina extended a long mechanical arm, almost reaching the disputed area she and Hato had demarcated. Look, roughly up to here, I can conduct absolutely accurate psyker experiments. The territory you gave me isn't enough. Alright, I'll talk to Hato. Psyker experiments are a bit difficult for you, but only you can do them. Later, next to the Kurkorks Zoo, a TO zoo was opened. TO from various clan were there, arranged marriages, in Planned Parenthood. They were trying to create a TO untouchable. Now the scale would probably need to expand further. I think we should still focus the experiment on the head area, as the brain is the primary region that resonates with the warp. As you wish. I'll follow your ideas, alright? Don't blame me if it hits a dead end, these are all your suggestions, agreed? You're not allowed to use this as a reason to cut my resources. Ah, yes, it's all my fault. Chapter Master Yifeng had a splitting headache. That's more like it. The massive mechanical lump finally quieted down. Here, look at this. Christina waved her hand, and a robot opened a huge warehouse. This is pure warp space, a place where intelligent control facilities can be used with confidence. The specialized metal door slowly rose. Beyond the black door were two massive suits of armor. There were two huge suits of power armor, one an assault centurion suit, and the other a devastator centurion suit. The assault centurion suit, as its name suggests, boasts reinforced armor, siege power weapons, and meltas, designed specifically to breach enemy defenses and city walls. Its chest is equipped with a hurricane bolter array, capable of instantly shredding any enemy daring to block its path. The devastator centurion suit perfectly aligns with the Red Tide's chapter combat style, featuring an abundance of weapon mounts on its hands, chest, and head, if desired, even on its legs. An Astartes wearing this suit can control far more weapons than usual, making it a perfect replacement for the Red Tide's standard dreadnoughts. We don't seem to have standard dreadnoughts. Note, this is for a standard Astartes. I made two original versions based on my memories. It's important to note that the machine spirits of these two are quite wild. I believe no one can control them temporarily, they require more blessings. Understood. However, once it acknowledges an Astartes, that warrior will have no problems wearing it in the future. After all, it's not a Titan's machine spirit that needs to be tamed every time. That's not bad then. Give it to the Grand Librarian, and after a few psychic slaps, we'll see if it's still so wild. Oh, right, you can't wear this, it's for a standard Astartes. Chapter Master Yifeng looked at Christina with a puzzled expression. If I can't wear it, why did you make it? This is what I remember. Who told me I'm an old antique from 38K? I don't have information on your so-called Primaris Astartes, let alone the corresponding equipment. Ha 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 ha, Christina laughed heartily, finally getting the better of this guy. Yifeng walked around the two suits of power armor again and again, touching them left and right, occasionally picking up the weapons hanging nearby. If he had enough time, Yifeng could polish these two suits of power armor until they developed a patina. Christina didn't forget to mock him. Oh, you couldn't stand the smell of sacred oil and machine oil just now, so why are you so close now? Well, after machine oil and sacred oil, there's iron and fire. This is a man's ultimate romance, you women wouldn't understand. Yifeng was unapologetic. There weren't many things he could say to retort the Archmagos, but he said what he could. Humph, I made them, how could I not understand? We are human civilization, not mechanical civilization. Culture is the will passed down by our ancestors from generation to generation. Alright, you can talk all you want, but you still can't wear it. Yifeng hardened his heart and slumped his face. Fine, I'll assign them to my champions. Even those wearing iron-clad Terminators run ridiculously fast, so wearing this shouldn't allow them to keep sprinting. Yifeng, disheartened, gestured for Christina to pack them up, then silently walked towards Sage Heichuo's territory. Goodbye, my great unclean one, come visit often. Christina's mechanical arm creaked, and a flag hung from the mechanical pillar on her head, waving in the air. Yifeng, walking away, resolved to get some Primaris warrior gear. Primaris Astartes have big mechs, the Redemptor Dreadnought, which isn't just additional armor, it's truly going out in a big mech, like humans driving a sentinel. I just got some Eldar stuff, I'm going to trade it now. On the other side, Sage Heichuo was pacing anxiously. What should I do? If my achievements aren't as great as that upstart Archmagos, won't I lose a lot of my territory? At this point, he couldn't care less about holding back. He quickly brought out some of the good things he had hidden away. Seeing Yifeng approach from a distance, he was unusually enthusiastic, almost to the point of rolling out a red carpet with a sign that read Welcome Chapter Master Yifeng. Why say that? Because there really were colorful flags and balloons. Heito now resembled a vendor at an arms trade fair, desperately trying to attract customers, frantically showcasing his new weapons to Yifeng. Chapter Master Yifeng, look at this warp rift generator. Although it's only this big, its power is quite considerable. It can open a warp rift and suck all enemies into it, just like a vortex torpedo. The attack range can reach several kilometers. It's just that the range hasn't been fully upgraded yet. Currently, it can only tear open a rift 20 meters in front. In the outside world, there's a chance of releasing demons, or the warp might not suck things in, but instead shine with strange lights. That's also possible. Hey, Chapter Master, don't leave. Come look at this. This is a quick assembly gun emplacement. Hey, I know Anno's Mechanic has this technology, but mine is definitely different. Look, it only has 8 components. That's right, just have 8 warriors carry them. You don't even need a tech marine, ordinary warriors only need brief assembly training. Yes, really, just like that. The firepower is quite good. As long as the 8 machine spirits don't fight, it can take out a line of orcs. Hey, Chapter Master, don't be angry. Let me tell you, I've made significant improvements to the previous hyperspace accelerator and solid field. They should be fine now and can be equipped on cruisers. Yi Feng suddenly slammed on the brakes, and Sage Heichuo behind him crashed right into him. I'm sorry, my mech. Stop it. Are you serious? Heito had previously installed this device on the Fountain of Wealth, which was a destroyer, and it almost allowed them to escape a blockade of several cruisers. Now, he claimed it could be equipped on cruisers. Really, Chapter Master Yi Feng, it can definitely be equipped on a strike cruiser. This time, I've boosted the power output of the hyperspace accelerator, and the solid field is also larger and stronger. That's great, this. Wait, where did you test it? Yi Feng reacted. How large are a cruiser's engines? How could experimental prototypes be manufactured in such a small space? On paper. I at $% and. Yi Feng was about to erupt on the spot. You dared to do that just on paper. Sage Heichuo immediately stated that all new parts had completed sectional testing, and once assembled, they could proceed with the experiment. Yi Feng was speechless. Christina's hard-built home still hadn't completed the construction of the space dockyard, it would probably be a long time from now. Where would he get a cruiser for her, and then find a shipyard? Fine, you continue your research. Research the reduction of land. No, snowflakes fluttering, north wind howling. Sage Heichuo's heart turned cold, feeling as if he had gone to hell. It must have been that insidious, gossiping woman. She must have been spreading rumors. Sage Heichuo hurriedly ran in front of Yi Feng, shoving a large pile of mechanical creations into his hands, explaining their marvelous uses. On the shattered ruins, a few survivors stood scattered, surrounded by flames, corpses, blown-apart bunkers, and metal fragments. It was another brutal siege. As the warp storm disappeared and the Imperium began to re-examine its territories, such scenes had occurred countless times. The Imperium had begun a new round of crusades, having recaptured many worlds, some occupied by orcs, others merely rebellions for self-preservation. The Imperium had always treated all enemies equally, showing no mercy. Inquisitor Mephis landed on the ground and slowly walked to a dirt mound. All around were the bodies of Chaos cultists. These traitorous planetary defense forces had caused considerable losses to the Astrum Militarum. Chaos Astartes and demons had appeared on the battlefield, which the Imperium barely managed to cope with, aided by several Salamander's warriors. And the Krieg Death Corps. The Inquisitor reached the top of the mound. Looking out, the view was excellent. From here, he could see most of the battlefield, making it an excellent choice as both a vantage point and a deployment area for concentrated firepower. The Inquisitor silently sat down. Beside him was a Krieg veteran. A true veteran who had lived for decades, a loyal son of the Emperor who sought death but could not find it, one blessed by the Emperor. His name was 1313. Krieg guardsmen had no names, or rather, no one used names. Codename was their most direct form of address. But his true codename had long been forgotten. The origin of his name was very simple, the 1313th Regiment of the Krieg Death Corps in the Segmentum Obscurus. Currently, all other warriors had fallen, and he was the last warrior of this regiment, and naturally, he was called 1313. 1313. 1313 slightly moved his arm, indicating to the Inquisitor that he had heard him. Krieg guardsmen did not like to speak, or rather, they did not like to speak with non-Krieg guardsmen, and few had ever witnessed their internal communications. One of the main tasks of their political commissar was to represent their respective Krieg Death Corps and interact with the outside world. The Krieg Death Corps always appeared and vanished in silence, briefly illuminating the night sky like meteors before disappearing from the battlefield. The Inquisitor was initially sent to investigate 1313, after all, a Krieg guardsman who had lived for so long, fighting enemies across the most perilous battlefields of the entire Imperium, with his comrades all dying dozens of times around him, yet he still lived. However, after the Inquisitor's rigorous scrutiny, he became convinced that this was a warrior blessed by the Emperor. The Inquisition's high command was reluctant to accept this result, so they assigned the Inquisitor to follow 1313, searching for any trace of corruption. Inquisitor Mephis found it a bit absurd. A Krieg guardsman, even if not blessed, he had never heard of one being corrupted by chaos. Inquisitor Mephis trusted his judgment and fought alongside 1313 in many campaigns. He became 1313's political commissar, blowing the charge whistle for him and communicating with others on his behalf. 1313 gripped his rifle, the bayonet already removed and put back in its place. He was somewhat lost, as he had been dozens of times. He didn't understand why he couldn't die. Was it that the Emperor was unwilling to accept his atonement? 1313 stood up. The Inquisitor, with a silent understanding, handed him a string of bullets, the ash rounds of 1313's corpse. As long as one Krieg guardsman of the 1313th Krieg Death Corps still existed, these ash rounds should be fired by him. Get ready, 1313, the transport is here to pick us up. Next, we still need to go support another perilous battlefield. 1313 saluted, then stood at attention, perhaps believing Inquisitor Mephis was issuing an order, or perhaps waiting for the aerial transport to descend. The enemies are chaos traitors. They have occupied an arid desert world with important mineral resources. A Talern Desert Raiders Astra Militarum force arrived first and is now locked in battle with the enemy. The Salamanders, Angels of Dawn, and Red River Warband have responded to the distress call and are en route. The transport descended. 1313 and Inquisitor Mephis headed to the fiercely contested desert world, accompanied by a Vostroyan firstborn detachment. Anthony and the Angels of Dawn were embroiled in a bitter struggle. This was a large-scale campaign, and even fighting alongside a wealthy original chapter like the Salamanders, he felt unprecedented pressure. The enemies were a regular motley army. It was unclear which Chaos God had blessed them, or perhaps they had pledged themselves to the warp itself. However, these Chaos warriors were heavily corrupted, formidable in combat, capable of matching Primaris warriors, and surprisingly numerous. Anthony was now riding the Imperium's newest anti-gravity tank, the Astartes Super Heavy Tank, Belisarius calls greatest innovation to date, which finally looked like a 42K-era technological product. The horns of war blared once more. The tremors from the desert and the eerie sounds from afar made the Talern Astra Militarum ambushing in the desert extremely uncomfortable. The enemy formed a disciplined battle array, all their movements perfectly synchronized yet without any discernible pattern, creating a wild symphony of the warp. The Talern Desert Raiders retreated. They were not an army that charged mindlessly, their specialty was ambushes and guerrilla warfare using the desert terrain. Their main force was now attempting to flank the enemy to ambush their supply lines. The Astartes on the front lines had no intention of retreating. In the sky, the Salamander's second company commander led their warriors, ready to deep strike into the enemy's midst and unleash carnage. On the front, the Red Tide and the Dawn Angels chapter would serve as the main force. The Basilisk's earth-shaking cannons roared, and terrifying shells with enough power to kill a company of mortals slammed into the enemy. The enemy's sorcerers acted. Clouds of black smoke floated above the enemy troops. Powerful shells, trailing long fiery streaks, plunged into the black smoke. When they re-emerged, they had transformed into loose, fine metallic sand, dissipating in the air before even reaching the ground. Eerie colors appeared in the sky, and strange clouds constantly changed hue, isolating signals here, preventing Imperial warships in space from targeting this location. From space, this was a chaos cloud painting that would drive any mortal insane with a single glance. However, the Imperial warships were not idle, they were engaged in fierce combat with a massive chaos fleet. The Navy and the Astra Militarum never got along, it was good enough if they didn't bomb their own. The enemy approached. The Astartes Super Heavy Tank's machine spirit locked onto the enemy. This advanced tank, borrowed from the Salamanders, was so powerful that it was equipped with void shields and twin laser cannons, with formidable secondary armaments as well. It's borrowed, so fire. The Salamanders pay, so blast away. Anthony hadn't given this order in a long time. The Imperium's so-called solid supply lines had been breached countless times, and Anthony received less than a third of the promised supplies. If not for the occasional century-long supply promised by the Adeptus Mechanicus, the chapter would have been so poor they'd only have their blades left. The enemy's ranged weapons also began to unleash their power. Anthony didn't recognize what they were. A black cloud covered the area, and black blood rain began to fall. The rain fell into the desert, mixing with the sand to form clumps of sand. These lumps would produce considerable explosions when subjected to pressure, making them excellent anti-infantry mines. Fortunately, the Talern Desert Raiders had retreated, Anthony thought. If they hadn't, the casualties would probably have been heavy. Clumps of strange yellow substance drifted from low altitude towards them, expanding to 3 times their original size upon landing, consuming everything they enveloped, then vanishing into thin air a few seconds later, leaving perfect hemispherical sand pits on the ground. The Astartes Super Heavy Tank floated anti-gravitationally in the air, rapidly closing in on the enemy, with the constant explosions of anti-infantry mines echoing around it. Suddenly, a dark purple beam of light flashed from the side. A powerful psychic attack slammed into the void shield, causing a ripple. The enemy was close. Anthony could clearly see their appearance. They no longer looked human. Most of their warplate was damaged, and corrupted flesh protruded from their armor. Some Chaos Astartes had become fully demonized, such as the largest one standing at the very front. His power armor was reduced to just a shoulder pad, other parts had become quite grotesque. A mushroom-like growth sprouted from his head, with strange spikes on its cap. The largest spikes even had a few leaves. Transparent tubes extended from his back, seemingly containing liquid. These tubes shot straight up into the sky. There was a chattering face on his right chest, talking incessantly. It was unclear whose commands this body truly followed. His legs resembled old tree stumps, with roots extending in all directions, causing a violent tremor with each lift. His left hand had completely vanished, replaced by a void from which green smoke continuously emanated. On his right, however, were 3 arms, an indescribable oddity. Anthony had no intention of inquiring about his aesthetic standards for such wild growth. He immediately ordered the main cannon to charge, and the next volley of attacks to be fired at this creature. At this moment, this chaos creation stopped, its feet deeply rooted in the ground. Black roots caused the desert to continuously bulge. His upper and lower body suddenly separated. His entire upper body tilted backward, and his stomach grotesquely split open. A head emerged from his belly, he actually had another head. This head had no eyeballs, only 2 empty eye sockets. After briefly steadying himself, these 2 eye sockets lit up. 2 attacks, no less powerful than the main laser cannons, shot directly at the Astartes Super Heavy Tank. The void shield issued an overload alarm, and the entire tank flashed with red warning lights. The red lights illuminated the warrior's red armor, blinking, making it even redder. The Angels of Dawn were the first to move. They were highly skilled in close quarters combat, and their swordsmanship still bore traces of Chapter Master Yifeng's Tai Chi sword techniques. After several rounds of rolling barrage cover from the rear, the Sons of Sanguinius charged directly into the enemy's faces. As always, Chapter 184. Is this the combat power of 1313? Dune after Dune had been soaked in blood, the blood of chaos cultists polluted this holy land, for they were nothing but cowards who surrendered to the warp. The fierce assault of the Sons of Sanguinius tore a gap in the enemy's front line, and the warriors of the Salamanders seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the sky. The librarian of the Salamanders seized the opportunity, chanting a counterspell from within a storm transport, dispelling a black mist that hung over the enemy, allowing the pilot to clearly see the ground conditions. The warriors of the Salamanders, armed with power hammers and flamethrowers, jumped into the very center of the enemy ranks and launched a fierce attack. The strong Salamander's Primaris warriors were the most powerful of all Primaris warriors. With a full force hammer blow, the enemy fell to the ground. Neither the horns growing from the enemy's body nor their already decayed armor could withstand the powerful hammer blows of the Salamanders. Seeing this, the Chaos Sorcerer hidden among the enemy decided to go all out. His body began to burn, with pink flames emerging from the still intact flesh on his body. The sorcerer bled from his 7 orifices, exhausting himself to beg the warp for more power. However, another effort by the Salamander's librarian dispelled the black mist that had been covering him. Anthony noticed the anomaly ahead. The psychic light was too bright, making it difficult for him, even with his helmet on, to look directly at it. Main cannon. Fire at sector 129 to 313, 3 rapid rounds. The laser main cannon rotated swiftly, but a blob of black, viscous slime was summoned from the chanting of some unknown enemy, appearing directly beneath the Astria's super heavy tank. The tank's activated gravity facilities pulled this sludge towards the tank's power wall, emitting a grating friction sound. The machine spirit went into a frenzy, the laser main cannon spun 360 degrees non-stop, the auger array crashed, and a large number of electronic facilities failed. The Red Tide warriors on board manually pulled open the hatches. They had not yet reached their designated position and could only charge forward on foot. The enemy's self-sacrificing sorcerer was nearly finished with his ritual. Unstable psychic energy began to appear around him, and dark light flickered incessantly. This battlefield lightbulb was not only seen by the Red Tide warriors. The Salamander's librarian did not just dispel the black mist to clear the view, but more importantly, to reduce the enemy's psychic interference and allow the Terminators to teleport in. On this battlefield, the Salamander's Terminators squad was small, with most of them on an expedition in another direction. But it was enough to annihilate a Chaos Sorcerer. The Terminators teleport to the enemy's rear, and fierce firepower instantly engulfed the Chaos Sorcerer hiding behind. The Terminators squad and the charging warriors of the 2 chapters formed a pincer movement against the enemy. On the other side, the Talorn Desert Raiders Astra Militarum discovered the Chaos Cultists' supply line on the enemy's flank. They were transporting already corrupted shells to the front line. According to the spotter's report, some shells suddenly opened their mouths and bit off the heads of the Chaos Cultists carrying them, yet the headless cultists continued to walk forward mechanically. Some particularly large missiles required several people to carry, but those fanatical individuals seemed intent on crawling inside the missiles for a greenskin-style carbon-based guided attack. The reconnaissance squad of the Talorn Desert Raiders did not act. They quietly followed the enemy and located their artillery position. It was on the backside of a dune, covered by dense smoke in front, making it undetectable even by heavy auger arrays. 2 Chaos Sorcerers, covered in strange steel spears, were performing a ritual, likely maintaining the barrier before them. The spotter's eyes bled as he reported the enemy's position to his superior. He knew he was beyond saving but chose to remain silently hidden, continuously reporting the situation, awaiting the bombardment that would eliminate both him and the enemy. The bombardment from the Earthshaker cannons covered the area, but the situation was dire. The 2 Chaos Sorcerers began to exert their power, blocking the terrifying artillery fire. More and more steel spears appeared on their bodies as if from thin air, and the surrounding black smoke barrier grew thicker. Just as the spotter was falling into despair, a squad of Vostroyan Firstborn suddenly charged from the flank, immediately breaking into the enemy's artillery position. Inquisitor Mephis bravely charged towards the Chaos Sorcerer. In the name of the Imperium, I declare your death. Die, heretic. Inquisitor Mephis was both an inquisitor and a powerful psyker. His psychic abilities were subtle, unlike Balz's earth-shattering displays. They were invisible and intangible, without even a breeze, yet they killed the enemy. The Chaos Sorcerer seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer, abruptly flying from his spot, tumbling in the air, and the steel spears on his body scattered. When he landed, he was already a pulpy mess. The black mist barrier, having lost a key personnel, gradually became unstable. The other Chaos Sorcerer simply abandoned maintaining the barrier and attacked Inquisitor Mephis with full force. Suddenly, hard black branches appeared on both sides of the trench where Inquisitor Mephis was, their sharp thorns capable of piercing armor plating. Inquisitor Mephis's steps were steady and powerful. He leaped continuously in the trench, dodging strange attacks, and brandished the chain sword in his hand, cutting down the Chaos Cultists blocking his way. The Chaos Sorcerer opened his mouth wide at Inquisitor Mephis, letting out a silent roar, apparently unaware that he no longer had a throat. A thundercloud gathered in the sky, pressing down on the artillery position. The surrounding Astra Militarum could not hide their fear, while the Chaos Cultists fled in all directions without looking back. Suddenly, a bayonet flew towards the Chaos Sorcerer's large face, causing him to pause. A bayonet? Is he looking down on me? A black thorn appeared out of nowhere, lashing out at the bayonet, but the bayonet pierced through the venom-covered thorny branch, embedding itself in a steel spear on the Chaos Sorcerer's chest, penetrating more than an inch. This startled the Chaos Sorcerer, who turned his head to see several ash-filled bullets flying towards his eyes. He shook his withered arm. It was then that the Talon Desert Raiders scouts realized that the metal pipe in the enemy's hand was not a steel spear embedded in his arm, but a staff he held. He brandished the staff, conjuring a shield before him that glowed with a starry, iridescent light. The spotter actually found it somewhat beautiful. These ash-filled bullets vanished without a trace upon entering the shield, teleport to some unknown location. The Chaos Sorcerer raged, lowering his shield to counterattack, but saw no enemy before him. Was it that shouting Inquisitor? The Chaos Sorcerer froze for a moment, then felt a violent gust of wind from his side, making his skin sting. He dodged to the side, and an entrenching tool shattered several steel spears on his body. A Krieg guardsman, wearing a gas mask, appeared in his vision. Before he could wonder why the steel spears, formed by the power of the warp, were broken, the entrenching tool came swinging from the other side. The Chaos Sorcerer cast a quick, minor spell, forming a cloud-like mist to his side, but a golden light suddenly appeared on the entrenching tool, shining for a moment before fading into the shovel. The cloud ignited, with a touch of tragic beauty. The Chaos Sorcerer brandished his staff, desperately blocking the entrenching tool's strike, and received a heavy kick to his waist and abdomen. How is he so fast? The Chaos Sorcerer felt a bad premonition. Now flying freely in the air, he decided to flee. This isn't a champion, is it? Do these Krieg people even have chapter champions? Before he could land, all the steel spears on his body flew out, surrounding the charging 1313 and impaling themselves, forming a fence. The Chaos Sorcerer chanted an obscure incantation, intending to open a warp portal to escape, while his hands did not stop, constantly forming seals and releasing a mud pit spell, turning the area beneath the Krieg guardsman's feet into a swamp. 1313's greatcoat was covered in filth, but his mask remained clean and tidy. The entrenching tool cut into the steel spears at an odd angle, sweeping away these petty obstructions. The enemy's hand seals became faster and faster, and one small pit after another appeared beneath 1313's feet, containing scorching lava, yellowish-green pus, deep holes filled with ice spikes. As the Chaos Sorcerer shifted his main power towards 1313, Inquisitor Mufus freed his hand and drew an ion pistol from his waist. Good, don't move, you bastard, just like that. Inquisitor Mufus pulled the trigger. A ball of ion energy flew towards the enemy. The unstable ion mass, weakened by the forces of chaos, struck the sorcerer's palm, causing him to lose most of its structure. 1313 had already rushed to his face, and the Chaos Sorcerer was about to complete his teleportation spell. A large shovel slammed into his face. 1313 remained silent, but in the reflection from the glass eyepiece of his gas mask, the Chaos Sorcerer seemed to see holy flames and the terrifying might of the Corpse Emperor. He teleported away, to the enemy's rear, deep within the mining complex, most of which had already been occupied by chaos, where a newly constructed altar stood. Its structure was peculiar. The altar was square-shaped, with 6, 7, 8, and 9 layers of skulls on each side respectively. Directly above the altar were carved complex inscriptions that would cause any mortal to completely lose their sanity upon seeing them. At this moment, all these inscriptions lit up. The Chaos Sorcerer teleported over, and a headless corpse fell onto the altar. The Chaos cultists maintaining it nearby said nothing, slowly walked onto the altar, knelt, and began to tear and devour the flesh before them. 1313 smashed the enemy's head, and the surrounding black mist barrier completely collapsed. Then came, damn it! The Astra Militarum of the Vostroyan Firstborn scattered in panic, clutching their heads. In the sky, the earth-shaking artillery fire of the Basilisk covered the entire position, causing at least 100 casualties among the Vostroyan Firstborn. These damned fellows, couldn't they receive communications? The Talon Desert Raiders observer outside sighed. It was truly clumsy coordination, but fortunately, the enemy's position had been taken out. His body had turned into a pool of pus, merging into the endless desert, leaving only a spine, lying bare on the sand, connected to completely withered arms. His observation telescope had grown into his flesh, and his communicator glowed red, sending signals to an unknown location. He was still reporting his observations to the void. The raid was successful, the pressure on the Astartes front line had been greatly reduced, and follow-up units could calmly rush up to fill the gaps and bring wounded battle brothers back for treatment. The Angels of Dawn shouted, "Light is coming!" and engaged in a fierce struggle with the stubbornly resisting enemy. Anthony's arm felt like it was being grilled on a hot plate, intense pain filled every inch of skin on his right arm. He had just traded blows with an enemy who was relatively less corrupted, narrowly escaping death. Anthony was not a Primaris, he did not possess the immense strength granted by muscle coils, nor the rapid wound healing of Belisarius' call. He could only contend with endless pain and strife with his tenacious will and unyielding soul. At this moment, he truly wanted to undergo the ascension surgery and become a Primaris warrior. Another Chaos Astartes charged from the front. Anthony had led his warriors too deep, and they were now completely entangled with the enemy. There was no longer any front or rear, no support or retreat. Slaughtering all enemies from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood was the only way to be the ultimate winner. Anthony gripped his combat blade in his left hand, ready to confront the enemy before him, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a grey greatcoat. A Krieg guardsman? 1313 ambushed this chaos warrior from the side. The enemy's corrupted combat blade sent him flying, but it also gave Anthony an opportunity to plunge his power sword into the enemy's head. Something isn't right. Anthony felt that something was off. The speed that was normal to his eyes, for a mortal, wouldn't it be as fast as lightning? Anthony turned his head to look at 1313 again. At this moment, the Krieg guardsman was struggling to crawl out of a sand dune. He took a blow from a Chaos Astartes and didn't die? Anthony began to wonder if he had been corrupted by Chaos, and if the Astartes he had just killed was actually his own battle brother. 1313 stood up and lunged at a part of a Chaos enemy. This enemy's arm was too long, a full 6 meters. Whatever the mutation, the fingers on its hand had all atrophied, becoming hard black bone shells. Now, the 6-meter-long flail was swinging wildly, and 1313 grabbed its end. A single psyker attack from Inquisitor Mephiss severed the long arm. 1313 was once again sent flying by inertia, crashing into another pile of sand, struggling with difficulty. Anthony's worldview was a bit shattered. If all Krieg guardsmen were like this, what would they need them for? Inquisitor Mephiss became entangled with the enemy. The combat power of an Inquisitor, or rather, a psyker, was a matter of metaphysics. For example, Cancelo, when exerting his full power, could tear apart several Astartes, but a mere flick from Brother Yifeng could also cost him his life. Inquisitor Mephiss was no weaker than Cancelo, especially with the Salamander's warriors intentionally or unintentionally covering him. The battle in this small skirmish quickly ended, with the Imperial forces achieving a hard-won victory. The troops reassembled and advanced towards the mining complex. Anthony was injured. An apothecary was providing him with basic treatment. His injuries were neither light nor severe, but he would at least miss the next battle. There were also a dozen other injured Astartes and Astra Militarum accompanying him. The other warriors, under the leadership of the Salamander's second company librarian, pressed deeper. Anthony curiously approached 1313. Although for Anthony, it was a walking pace, for 1313, it was already a run. That Krieg guardsman, your performance just now was very good. 1313 turned to look at Anthony. He seemed to hesitate, wondering whether to stop and salute this Emperor's angel, or to continue charging, in fervent pursuit of atoning death. Fortunately, he had an Inquisitor political commissar. Inquisitor Mephiss came to his rescue. Don't mind him. Krieg guardsmen are not good with words. If you want to issue any orders, just tell him directly. Of course, you can tell me too. Inquisitor Mephiss arrived from behind, riding in a chimera armored vehicle. He reached out and pulled 1313 onto the armored vehicle. By the way, my name is Inquisitor Mephiss, an Inquisitor of the Inquisition. Since you are here, that means he is fine. Yes, I understand your confusion, but he seems to be a living saint? No, that's not right. My investigation into him is still ongoing, and there is no definitive conclusion. Then, may the Emperor protect you all. An hour later, the main force arrived at a cave entrance. The front had already been completely overrun, and the corpses of Chaos cultists were everywhere. Anthony flexed his arm. As good as new, time to keep killing enemies. It's an honor to travel with you, Inquisitor Mephiss, and this Krieg guardsman. Now, I must fulfill my duty. I hope to meet with you again after the battle. Anthony shouted towards them, then formed a small team with the other warriors whose injuries had mostly healed, and charged into the mine shaft. Brother Yifeng returned to the 300 worlds of the Tio, bringing some specialties from Langzhugshu, 2 sets of combat blade armor, and a pile of miscellaneous items given by Sage Heichuo. Upon arriving in the Tio star system, Brother Yifeng found that there were not many warriors stationed there. After inquiring, he learned that most of the warriors had gone with Enk to a forge world, attempting to trade some drukari/dark Yildari items for resources. Enk understood the principle of scarcity. These Eldar items certainly couldn't be sold to just one forge world. Even though he had captured 5 heavily damaged large Eldar transport warships, he only took one, along with several intact raider flying motorcycles. Those remaining were Anos, who was still scratching his head researching the esoteric battleship, and the Lamenters, who were training recruits. Hello, Brother Yifeng, where have you been? Matthew Rio rushed over, almost needing a jetpack for propulsion. Brother Matthew Rio, I went to Langzhugshu. The tech priests there have made some progress. Brother Yifeng quickly pulled out a round iron ball from a pile of Sage Heichuo's mechanical devices. Like this one, it's called an impact orb. When we fought the drukari/dark Yildari before, they also used something similar, though a bit smaller. Brother Yifeng threw a round orb, and a violent shockwave made Matthew Rio stop in his tracks, while Brother Yifeng took the opportunity to float back several zhong. Although the Lamenters were in a bad state now, it was better to be safe. Matthew Rio, are you in a good mood? If not, come find me again. Chapter 185, Fierce Battle in the Mine. The battle in the mine was bloody and brutal. Chaos sorcerers often used the power of sorcery to shift underground tunnels, making a squad of Astra Militarum wander in circles, or employed more violent sacrifices, causing the earth to collapse and tunnels to close, burying the Imperium's elites with the earth. For the frontier region, yes. The area Anthony was currently attacking belonged to a legitimate mining operation in cooperation with the Adeptus Mechanicus, equipped with large-scale mining machinery and relatively reliable mechanical conveyor belts. Several Astartes leaped from above, descending directly to the first level of the mine, stirring up a large amount of dust. Mineral debris trembled at the arrival of the Emperor's angels. Anthony looked around. Everywhere, there were blasphemous symbols drawn in blood. This blood, empowered by chaos, maintained its vibrant red color, and the ground tremors from the heavy combat blade's descent even caused mysterious ripples to undulate across the blood. There were some severed limbs scattered around, indicating that a unit had clearly been here before, but they had unprofessionally failed to destroy the surrounding runes, which somewhat angered Anthony. Soon, they knew the answer. The surrounding inscriptions glowed eerily, and then these unsuspecting warriors were teleported to another location. The inscriptions gradually dimmed. Beneath this land, in a hidden altar, another group of sacrifices had their souls extracted, while the next group shivered in fear. Countless human souls wailed as they emerged from the inscriptions, only to vanish without a trace in an instant. Anthony and his squad were teleported into a large pit. Traces of fierce combat were everywhere, numerous Chaos Astartes corpses and fragments of Salamander's green armor were scattered around, and flamers had scorched the entire pit black. Looking up, there were many firing ports. This might have been where miners used to hoist minerals. Now, the massive hoist had been broken, leaving only a thick, long metal beam, one end fallen to the ground, the other still hanging above, forming a passage to the top. Huge bullet holes, visible to the naked eye, covered the pit walls, along with the blood of Chaos cultists. Follow the path of battle, move forward. Anthony gave the command to advance. He heard no sounds of fighting and did not believe the enemy could have dealt with the Salamander's Terminator's squad that had entered first. Maintain vigilance, advance in sections, and watch out for traps. Anthony, learning from the previous lesson, had his unit advance in sections. Indeed, not long after, they encountered another small teleportation area. This time, a dead sacrifice was clearly visible, lying on the altar, a Chaos Astartes whose flesh had completely withered, even the abnormally grown parts corrupted by chaos having lost their luster. This small altar had previously been hidden beneath something unknown, preventing the Astartes from discovering it. But after the Chaos Scum, on a luring mission, drew the Imperial forces here, he successfully used himself as a sacrifice to activate the trap. What do we do now, Brother Anthony? Asked a Primaris sergeant from an Angels of Dawn assault squad. The Red Tide and Salamanders were both all-rounder chapters, but the Angels of Dawn were still a Codex-compliant chapter, and their warriors were specialized according to the Codex. Assault squads were close combat specialists, usually the first to charge into enemy lines or jump directly into enemy clusters with their jump packs. This son of Sanguinius stood on Anthony's flank, holding a power sword, cautiously guarding against suddenly appearing enemies. First, destroy this place. Then, continue exploring along the passage. The warriors moved quickly. Moments later, the area was reduced to ruins. Several battle-hardened veterans explored forward along the passage. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the path ahead finally ceased to be a dull mining tunnel. A platform appeared ahead, with some scattered transport tools and a large amount of spilled minerals. As the warriors approached, they saw that below the platform was a flat transport area. Various signs indicated it might have been for large transport devices like land trains, and looking left and right, the tunnels stretched out of sight. This was a mineral transshipment hub. The Astartes searched the area but found no valuable information, deciding to go back and look again, as some entrances might have been blocked. Just then, a bright whistle sounded from a distance. Woo clackety 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 woo. A massive train approached from afar. The warriors immediately sought firing positions, each finding suitable cover. The Angels of Dawn assault squad sergeant hid behind a pile of empty mechanical crates at the very front. He was ready to destroy any enemies that jumped out at the first opportunity. The train slowly pulled to a stop in front of the platform. The Astartes did not sit idly by, they attempted to force their way in before the land train had fully stopped. Then they saw a head pop out. Inquisitor Mephis. And a large squad of severely wounded Vostroyan Firstborn Astra Militarum were operating this land train. Inquisitor Mephis waved and shouted loudly. Reinforcements are needed ahead, Emperor's Angels. Continue to investigate the next station. The Astartes entered the carriage, which was very spacious, allowing even the Salamander's Primaris warriors to stand upright. The carriage was not tidy, it had been converted into a makeshift medical area, where several army medics with somewhat wild medical skills were performing surgery. Upon seeing the Astartes enter, the Astra Militarum all did their best to make space, and the warriors were also quite polite. The mixed Red Tide and Salamander's warriors had a very good reputation among mortals, and this group of sons of Sanguinius from the Angels of Dawn was also not bad. The warriors relaxed, and even a brave Astra Militarum pulled out one of his food bars, asking if the Emperor's Angels needed any. What a pity. If we were sons of the people, if you asked that, I'd at least light a fire on the train and cook a meal, eating with you all in a rush. Anthony was in the locomotive control room, and 1313 was also there. He still had his rigid face, sitting by the side, cradling his rifle. He had few bullets left, the gun was merely a tool for mounting a bayonet. Inquisitor Mephis, could you share the current intelligence? As you wish. Subsequently, Inquisitor Mephis recounted their story after separating from Anthony. This unit had entered the mining tunnels, an area still being excavated. They engaged chaos cultists there, the resistance was not strong, as if the enemies were also lost in the tunnels, and the remaining sane enemies had gathered somewhere. After dealing with the chaos cultists in that area and paying a considerable price, this Vostroyan Firstborn unit had reached the casualty threshold for retreat. 1313 walked at the forefront, boosting the warriors' morale. They heard violent explosions and felt the tremors, but when they arrived, they only found the remains of chaos warriors. Inquisitor Mephis judged it was the work of the Salamander's Terminator's squad. They followed the traces of battle forward and then discovered the railway station. There was nowhere else to go, if they didn't turn back, they could only proceed along the railway. The two transport trains were gone. The Inquisitors found this old fellow in the adjacent maintenance area. Inquisitor Mephis's psychic abilities were somewhat unique, he could be called an assassin or an information officer. After observing his surroundings, his psychic power simulated previous events in his mind, achieving almost 100% reconstruction. He was certain both units had taken trains. Gritting his teeth, without any blessings to the machine spirit of this train, he led the Vostroyan firstborn warriors aboard the train and pursued the enemy. And so, they met Anthony and his team. Anthony believed this account, not trusting Inquisitor Mephis, but trusting 1313. At each station, the train would slow down, and Inquisitor Mephis's psychic probe would confirm if there were any issues, so their progress was not fast. Anthony now turned to look at the Creek Death Corps soldier he was very interested in. "Hello, Creek soldier, what is your designation?" "Just call him 1313, Inquisitor Mephis said from the side. The Inquisitor seemed somewhat helpless, speaking for 1313 to a high-ranking Astartes was ultimately not very polite. Before he could offer any explanations, Anthony suddenly shouted for the train to stop. They had reached the terminal station ahead. There were indeed 2 trains ahead, and this station was even more bizarre. "It looks like a processing plant, Inquisitor Mephis, what are your thoughts?" A button on Inquisitor Mephis's cuff gleamed faintly, a small psychic trinket. "The enemy used sorcery here. I can only confirm that everyone entered through this door." A damaged metal door hung crookedly, appearing on the verge of collapsing, seemingly torn open by force. "Let the wounded stay behind. Their combat effectiveness can no longer keep up with the pace of the war. With all due respect, these warriors are safer following us. Leaving them here alone seems..." Anthony raised a hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. "Ahead, there's a tremor. Angels, you take the left side. The rest of you, come with me." Anthony drew his combat blade and charged furiously, making no attempt to conceal his footsteps. He was announcing his arrival, and also covering the Emperor's angels beside him. After rushing through several areas, the sound of gunfire grew louder, and finally, the battlefield came into view. A Salamander's Terminator's squad was engaging enemies several times their number. The enemies had a continuous supply of ammunition brought by Chaos cultists. This was an armaments factory, so there was no shortage of such things. A mortal cultist, carrying a box of bolter rounds, felt a violent tremor behind him. Before he could turn around, he saw a red figure flash past him. The Chaos cultist tried to shout but found he couldn't make a sound. A second later, he saw his own shoes. Directly in front of Anthony were 3 Chaos warriors. From their livery and mutations, it was vaguely discernible that they were likely Iron warriors. They were holding their weapons, positioned at a firing slit, shooting at the Salamanders. Hearing the tremor from behind, the 3 enemies immediately turned their muzzles. Anthony was running at full speed, but 2 others beside him were even faster. One was a Primaris sergeant from the Angels of Dawn assault squad, and the other was a Salamander's Primaris warrior. Both of them, each with a blade, struck at their opponents swiftly and fiercely. The enemies had no power swords or chain swords, they only had bolters and combat knives strapped to their thighs, and they were quickly defeated. Anthony barely caught up to the 2 of them, stabbing the terrified third enemy to death with a single strike. This was a spiraling downward area, with the Salamander's warriors at the very bottom. He wondered how they had reached such a disadvantageous position. The Astartes warriors split into 2 teams, one attacking upwards, led by Anthony, and the other going downwards, led by 2 Primaris veterans. Inquisitor Mephis quickly arrived, hesitated for a moment, and went up with 1313. 1313 was already charging downwards with a bayonet-fixed rifle. Anthony fought his way upwards, combining forces with the warriors who arrived behind him, killing several Chaos warriors. A demon was positioned higher up, possessing a large transport machine. This large machine was completely out of control, indiscriminately crushing anything in its path, whether it was the surrounding Chaos cultists or anything else. The machine spirit roared, it was dying, being corrupted. Anthony's arrival attracted the demon's attention. It drove the transport device towards the Astartes. Anthony dodged the attack with a swift movement. The warriors who emerged next quickly dispersed, attempting to dismantle the out-of-control machine. This integrated loading and transport machine swung its massive mechanical arm at Anthony. For an Astartes, it would be more appropriate to call it a mechanical pillar. A warrior from an Angels of Dawn Devastator squad, which is responsible for suppressing fire and very inhumane destruction, stepped forward. He held a very heavy plasma cannon. He was the last warrior to arrive, but it was significant. The plasma cannon didn't aim at the mechanical arm, but at the control cabin. A single shot melted the control room. Facilities without a void shield could not withstand this level of attack. The demon emerged. Its disc-shaped body had 2 thin, long, rectangular ribbons, and its entire body was a vibrant mix of red and bright yellow. If it were the festive Emperor's Ascension Day, it could perfectly hide among the colorful banners and balloons. It flew rapidly through the air, then its disc-shaped body spun quickly, creating many illusions with a few shakes. Even in the Astartes' vision, they could only see a sky full of phantoms, unable to distinguish the real body. Several warriors quickly found positions and began tentative firing at the aerial phantoms. Not many warriors had ranged weapons. By this point in the war, most Astartes were left with only combat blades. As Anthony moved, a glance from the corner of his eye revealed a large quantity of unprocessed raw ore. Anthony had an idea. He climbed and jumped, appearing to be looking for a good vantage point, but when he reached a high-placed mechanical box, he leaped up, slashing his combat blade at a metal container filled with minerals. A large amount of ore poured down, and even the demon's aerial illusions dissipated. The demon, hiding nearby and preparing a sorceress trap, saw the ore engulfing it like a tide and immediately fled at high speed. It chose to do the opposite, charging directly towards the path the Astartes had come from. Its figure was so fast that every bolt or round fired was easily dodged. When it reached the entrance of the spiral staircase, a shovel appeared. From the demon's perspective, it even shimmered with a faint golden light. 1313 swung with all his might, batting a demon back perfectly, sending it directly into the muzzle of the plasma cannon. The Astartes looked at 1313 in astonishment. A mortal warrior not only ignored the demon but also launched such a quick and effective attack. Was the Emperor's blessing truly so terrifying? Inquisitor Mufus emerged from behind, then saw all the Astartes staring at him, and 1313 beside him. The pressure was a bit much. At this moment, Chief Apothecary Situware, who preferred to remain anonymous, finally reached a turning point in his life. 10 new apothecaries had graduated. These were all Primaris warriors, and with their multi-threaded thinking, they could learn and think several times faster than ordinary Astartes. However, it still took Situware 50 years of meticulous teaching. Why? Situware stated that his ascension surgery still depended on these little brats, and if he taught them poorly, he was afraid they would send him away. 10 apothecary interns stood neatly in a row in front of the new recruit modification tanks. Situware carefully drew a right-handed spiral mark on the inside of each warrior's specialized power armor. These marks should have been drawn on the shoulder pads, but as a chapter that completely disregarded the Codex Astartes, Yi Feng had long since ordered that no other markings be allowed on the outer surface, so these marks were all drawn on the inner armor, serving merely a ceremonial purpose. A ceremony signifying that Situware could finally rest for a period. Including the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel from the biology department who assisted Situware, they too had been working overtime for a century. Recently, their grievances had grown. The Crimson Torrent chapter very loyally employed them with technology, but due to such a long period without rest, they never had the chance to update their memory devices, and now protests were constant. Sometimes, Situware would often think about whether to persuade Yi Feng to put the chapter into hibernation mode, leaving only a small number of warriors to guard outside, and letting the majority go into dormancy, hiding the chapter on a planet for 100 years, only to re-emerge when fully manned. However, Yi Feng was still standing at the edge of the map, repeatedly studying it. In such a poor and desolate place, even from the perspective of TO development, alien invasions only happened once every few centuries, yet Yi Feng was meticulously building defenses. Sometimes, Situware felt that Yi Feng planned defenses like a son of Dorn, though not brilliantly, it was completely unlike the style of the White Scar's gene seed. At other times, he showed a fanatical love for machinery, and even a preference for gourmet food and wine. He truly wanted to dissect him to see what was going on, but unfortunately, he no longer had a gene seed. The chief apothecary went to preside over a new recruit selection. The champion would become the chapter's first Primaris Astartes with Iron Warrior's gene seed. Perhaps, for him, it could be considered a vacation. Chapter 186 Cleaning the Mine. Situware arrived at the planet for recruit selection, which was not Scaria. It lacked prosperous hive cities, advanced transportation systems, and magnificent space orbital stations. None of the 300 worlds were wealthy in the imperial sense. If Scaria and Atres combined could match one world among the 500 worlds of the Ultima Segmentum, the combined output of the 300 worlds might only be equivalent to that of 10 wealthy worlds. Poor planets were the norm. For some unknown reason, the initial colonists who arrived here did not begin constructing hive cities. Instead, they followed older traditions and built vast complexes of buildings. These continuous building complexes were not spread evenly across the planet's surface like jam. Instead, they were well planned into long strips, built along ecological boundaries, such as the borders between grasslands and forests or plains and deserts. The planet's ecosystems were separated into distinct, unique regions. Overall, this world was on the drier side, with the topography dominated by plains and deserts, which fostered a highly efficient close-to-nature lifestyle among its people. Sports and large-scale military training were very popular here. During the TO era, this was a place they disdained. These humans possessed extremely low technological development, wielding crude weapons for foolish, large-scale assembly drills. To the TO, such backward tactical thinking was merely target practice for artillery on the battlefield. Armies gathered in one place would be wiped out with a single blast. As for those sports, they were merely symbols of barbarism. A group of sons of Sanguinius stood silently on the periphery, awaiting Situware. They intensely disliked the Iron Warriors, having clashed countless times over 10 millennia. Fortunately, under certain circumstances, they were somewhat acceptable. In prolonged combat, stealing gene seed from each other was a common occurrence. This time, these sons of Sanguinius viewed it with the mindset of successfully obtaining enemy gene seed and experimentally modifying it. Even though this gene seed came from a Black Shield warrior, they stubbornly maintained this belief. If we create an Iron Warrior, the traitors will have one less Iron Warrior. It was foreseeable that this future Iron Warrior's life would receive high-intensity special care. So, which lucky individual would receive this honor? Let's turn our attention to the arena. At this moment, dozens of competitors were carrying the rock, standing motionless on metal plates with strange protruding spheres, competing solely on endurance. In a sense, it was more akin to a Death Guard selection process. This competition was extremely boring. Everyone watched the sweating children struggle, while Situware judged the quality of the talent from their subtle reactions and expressions. This was also the most benevolent part of the process. Next came the triple torment of machinery, calculation, and combat. The Iron Hands contingent was quite pleased, anyway. Then came the warp test. The subsequent selections were more diverse. After all, we have many gene seed, whether it's racing or combat, there are categorized tests. Many people actively signed up for various events, truly like the Olympics, with everyone striving to win gold medals in each event. Sitcherware's longest vacation ever, modifying a single candidate. It was relaxing enough for him to ponder life. On the other side, Anthony was so exhausted he was questioning his existence. After rendezvousing with the Salamander's Terminator's squad, they dealt with a large number of Chaos enemies. The retreating remnants had hidden in deep underground mining tunnels, slowing the Imperial forces' comprehensive cleanup. The enemy had turned this place into a deadly trap. In previous battles, when fighting reached this point, Chaos sorcerers would often choose to sacrifice to open a warp rift, allowing everyone to escape. But this time was different. The enemy instead set up numerous traps, greatly delaying the Imperial forces' time and energy. At the War Council for this small campaign, Anthony explained his theory to other Imperial high-ranking officials. This might be a delaying action by the Chaos enemies, aiming to tie down our large army here to cover other undisclosed operations. Unsurprisingly, he met with opposition from all human factions. The Navy High Command had their own agendas, they only needed to expel enemies from the surrounding star systems. Regardless, a significant portion of the credit for conquering this area would go to them. The Navy temporarily rested outside, citing high material consumption and the need to await supplies. The Astra Militarum, responsible for the ground war to retake the planet, feared that if the Astartes left, their human forces would suffer immense losses. Since these were their elite forces, they naturally wanted as many Astartes as possible to remain. Cooperate with the grand strategy of other expeditionary forces. Is that more important than preserving the strength of my own faction? The various officers from the Schola Progenium and Imperial Guard representatives who genuinely wanted to fight failed to persuade the powerful Old Guard. The war continued, to exterminate the enemy. The Navy was content, after all, the enemy was underground, so they didn't need orbital support. After some maneuvering, the burden of swiftly eliminating the enemy fell upon Anthony. As a White Scars chapter, the War Council requested Anthony to deal with the enemy with efficient and rapid attacks. Anthony felt deeply weary. Was this a gene seed problem? The Imperial High Command assigned a stack of tasks to the Crimson Torrent chapter with absurd conclusions. Anthony didn't refuse, but in turn, demanded a large amount of supplies. Our few Indomitus pattern Terminators advanced, with the intricate passages surrounded by bizarre warp flora. Some were transformed mortals, others grew nourished by blood and flesh spilled on the ground. The cave Anthony was now leading his squad into was covered in moss. Though a power armor boot could easily crush it, if flesh came into contact with it, you would completely vanish from this world within minutes. Carnivorous moss. Inquisitor Mepha strolled casually down another passage, subtle ripples emanating from him as he activated some psychic trinkets. 1313 was still charging at full speed, but the problem was he didn't know where the enemy was. There was no political commissar to give him orders now. He swiftly moved through various passages and encountered Anthony's unit. Anthony inexplicably recalled Kazanev's uncanny talent for always finding the enemy, and he decided to lead his unit to follow 1313. Thus, a strange formation was assembled, a Creek Death Corps warrior in front, followed by a group of Astartes. They rapidly advanced through the passages, breaking through one Chaos cultist's defensive line after another. In the dark, narrow areas, the enemies had set up explosive traps, intending to bury the approaching enemies in collapsing mine tunnels. Two Chaos cultists were hiding in a trench behind, with the detonation lever right beside them. They conversed in an unknown language, one voice was hoarse, the other sharp. From their tattered attire, they appeared to be a foreman from the mining team and an ordinary worker favored by the warp. Their statuses had swapped, the foreman's tone was quite fawning. If we complete the mission, can we truly ascend to the higher realms and gain the favor of the gods? Certainly. We are eradicating the parasites that infest the real world. They have polluted this beautiful world, making it rigid, old-fashioned, and lifeless. We need the light of the higher realms to shine upon this land, so we must cleanse the old forces. Long live the gods. What was that sound? The two Chaos cultists had just poked their heads out when Anthony was already upon them. Without any time to react, they died instantly. Anthony looked at the unexploded traps and gave no orders, because 1313 was already rushing towards the next area. Deep within the mine tunnels, several Chaos warriors, leaders of mortal cultists, and a Chaos sorcerer were also holding a meeting. Are we truly not retreating yet, my lord? Our cultists have suffered severe losses, and the warp's grip on this place is weakening. I can feel my power fading, the psychic abilities I can use are less than 30% of what they once were, a Chaos sorcerer said, holding his staff and standing at the outermost position. Watch your words. Are you commanding me? The Chaos warrior said, clearly displeased. It doesn't matter, as long as we can finally open the rift. We still need to ambush those damned Imperial forces one last time and let the servants of the false Emperor lie on the ground and pray. Behind him, a massive roar caused the cult leader's eardrums to burst, oozing inky black blood that stained the pustules growing on his face. Inside the cage behind the Chaos Astartes, thick iron chains firmly bound a hell brute, Chaos Dreadnought. It struggled fiercely, making the chains clatter. Ahead, the enemy, mistaken for having breached our core area, will be torn to shreds by its sudden appearance and vanish into thin air. The forces of Chaos were certain that the Imperium would never deploy a dreadnought in such a confined area. This area had been widened into a large plaza, with a narrow exit leading to a vast space large enough for armored units to deploy, a terrain suitable for the Hellbrute to rampage. Many cover points were set up around it, though they were, of course, very fragile, shattering with a single impact from the Hellbrute, unable to even slow it down. The sole purpose of these cover points was to conceal the fact that this was an empty space at the beginning of the battle, to deceive the Imperial forces. Naturally, they also served to stabilize the few remaining sane Chaos cultists, who would hold their ground within the cover, then die, becoming sacrifices. The Salamander's offensive is fierce, and it's said that White Scars are also involved. Them? Facing our defenses, speed is useless, they will only... Bang! A bolter round shot straight for the Chaos Warrior's head. In a desperate move, he shifted slightly, and the bolter round struck his front armor, deflecting. The Chaos Sorcerer immediately turned around, but a deluge of bullets tore him to pieces. The White Scars had nothing but speed. Even without motorcycles, they were the fastest warriors. Anthony held a pistol in one hand, firing continuously, yet his body remained in a rapid assault posture. His other hand gripped his combat blade, held to his side, ready to unleash a spinning strike at any moment. 1313 appeared from the rear side. At first, he tried to vault over obstacles, as he couldn't smash through cover like an Astartes. But after vaulting a few times, he realized it severely hampered his charging speed, and there were very few people behind these cover points. Then he thought, if I follow Anthony, won't I just charge straight into the enemy's face? Thus, amidst a large company of Astartes charging, 1313 was interspersed, along with Inquisitor Maphis, who was huffing and puffing at the very end. A bloody battle was imminent. The Chaos cultists received no warning, the Imperial forces had already arrived. The speed of both sides' Astartes was extremely fast, and after only a few bolter shots, they entered close quarters combat. Anthony was no longer at the very front, he couldn't outrun the Primaris warriors the Imperium had provided as support. A Chaos warrior with sharp horns growing from his head immediately moved backward, preparing to unleash the Hellbrute. The other individuals drew their combat blades and engaged the warriors. 1313 was sprinting with his entrenching tool. His bayonet-equipped rifle was already impaled in a Chaos cultist's head, and before he could retrieve his weapon, he had already set his sights on another enemy. He silently and efficiently charged to the side of a Chaos warrior, raising his entrenching tool and swinging it towards the enemy's waist. The Chaos warrior initially ignored him, intending to simply kick him to death, but the sudden sharp pain in his abdomen made him realize that any underestimation came at a cost. Several scattered skulls fell from his body, the decorations that had been hanging from his waist were now strewn across the ground. A scorching power burned his flesh. Damn it, the power of the false emperor. The Primaris warrior before him didn't understand the blasphemous words uttered from his mutated throat. He punched the wound, knocking him back, then swung his combat blade across the enemy's head. The battle-hardened Chaos veteran immediately ducked his head. All the skulls impaled on the tall spikes on his back were severed, along with a piece of his scalp. This was an insult to his honor. After ducking, he kicked 1313 away. The Krieg guardsman landed amidst a pile of materials used to construct the false cover, severely injured. Before the Chaos warrior could make another move, Anthony suddenly appeared, cleanly severing the enemy's head with a single strike. Then he glanced back at the Primaris warrior. Learn well, this is how a Khan's blade is used. A Hellbrute's roar echoed across the entire battlefield. Flames blazed upon its body, and its black carapace was covered in long and short black spikes. Its yellowish-brown flesh could vaguely be seen protruding from the armor's gaps, with dense fleshy growths in some places, swaying as it moved rapidly, making one feel nauseous. It roared and charged towards the red-tide warrior. But the warriors behind him also completed the deployment of the teleport Homer at the first opportunity. A squad of Salamander's Terminators teleport directly onto the battlefield. The first to meet the enemy was a Primaris warrior of the Angels of Dawn. He carried a meltabomb at his waist and a shield given to him by the Salamanders, intending to attack the Hellbrute. However, the rampaging Hellbrute did not unleash the fierce firepower he expected. Its weapon, which resembled a gun barrel, suddenly extended several meters, revealing itself to be a power whip. The crimson power whip struck from the side. The shield was completely unable to block the long whip, and the Primaris warrior behind it was flayed, his power armor half shattered, stumbling and falling to the ground. The Dark Mechanicum had equipped this Hellbrute with some new weapon, or perhaps Chaos warriors had plundered the Dark Mechanicum and fitted various chaotic weapons onto this insane beast. The weapon on the other side of the Hellbrute seemed to be an explosive blade, not only having a strange large gun mounted beneath the blade, but the blade itself was also impossibly thick. The Salamander's Terminators charged into the battlefield with steady strides, their flamers sweeping away a section of false cover, incinerating both the cover and the Chaos cultists within it. The Chaos warriors retreated towards a true metal cover, leaving behind a crazed Hellbrute. They dared not approach it either. This madman was even more terrifying than a son of Sanguinius consumed by the Black Rage, truly killing anything and everything, even walls and pillars would suffer. A White Scars was killed by the Hellbrute's projectile weapon. To this point in the battle, no one had yet identified what kind of weapon it was. A large hole was blasted into the red power armor, and the area behind it was also affected, leaving a long trail of fire on the ground, possibly inspired by the Drukari/Dark Yildiris penetrating heat lance technology. Within the Salamander's Terminators squad, two finally reached the front lines. Heavy blades tangled with the enemy's power whip, and the Hellbrute, without ceremony, swept its heavy, broad blade across. Another Terminator's drew his combat blade and blocked the Hellbrute's combat blade, while a plasma blast flew from the side, destroying the weapon that resembled a heat lance. But the great blade remained, and the massive combat blade violently exploded, completely shattering the combat blade in the Salamander's warrior's hand. Metal plates on the side of the Hellbrute's great blade fell away, revealing square-shaped bombs within. Several blade fragments embedded themselves in the Terminator armor, and the warrior was blasted away, falling onto the scorched ground. 1313 finally found what he considered a worthy and valuable death. The Krieg guardsman walked past several Astartes, seizing the opportunity to charge towards the power whip that had just been flung to the other side. It was undefended there now. The other Chaos warriors still ignored a mortal, they were busy in a bloody battle with the Primaris warriors who had breached the cover. The Hellbrute noticed the mortal attacking from the side. It swayed its body, and a thick, long black spike from its side struck 1313. 1313 did not dodge or evade, leaping fiercely to close in on the enemy. His chest was pierced, leaving an incredibly large hole. Strange pipes on the Hellbrute's back began to spray crimson blood gas, as if draining a large amount of 1313's blood. But what the Krieg guardsman revealed from his embrace startled even the Hellbrute. The melt-a-bomb that the Angels of Dawn warrior had carried was now in 1313's hand. With a muffled explosion, a red torrent of heat engulfed most of the Hellbrute's body, and also consumed 1313. No trace of 1313 was found at the scene, no entrenching tool, no gas mask, no fragments of his greatcoat, nothing. Inquisitor Mephis ambushed the Chaos scum, then turned to see that his mission target had vanished. Had he returned to the throne? Chapter 187 A rare period of peace. The recruit selection ended, and Situare found suitable personnel. The champion unlucky fellow selected by Situare was named Relf. The gene seed of the Iron Warriors would be implanted into his body, and Situare, as a son of Dorn, was now actually going to personally create an Iron Warrior, which was simply too exhilarating. 10 years passed in a flash. It seems it has been a long time since that phrase was uttered. Continuous warfare is the norm for the Astartes, but not the norm for this poor, desolate place. During this period, the Crimson Torrent chapter's warship traveled back and forth between multiple Forge worlds, engaging in high-intensity trade. Except for the Dark Lance weapons kept for themselves, everything else was sold for resources. Currently, all Forge worlds are working overtime. After the warp rift closed, their workload was so immense that their schedules were booked for a century ahead. Our method of exchanging resources was also unique, Eldar artifacts as the primary trade item, and Teo technology as secondary gifts. It wasn't just for resources, it was also for heretical trinkets. For example, if you acquired some Xenos tech product, you certainly wouldn't loudly proclaim it, you would only secretly research it behind closed doors. But what about after you finished researching it? You'd definitely have to dispose of it, right? These things couldn't be sold openly. If the Imperium found out, an Inquisitor would come. So, the Crimson Torrent arrived. Exchange a researched Xenos trinket for an unresearched one. Reasonable, right? Adeptus Astartes chapters fight Xenos, so there would be Xenos spoils of war. That's perfectly logical, isn't it? The Crimson Torrent's trading fleet, like peddlers, sold large quantities of Teo technology. The Teo are on the edge of the Ultima Segmentum, to the Segmentum Obscurus and the Forge worlds of the Taiping Star region, and half exchanged, half sold Eldar tech products, acquiring a vast amount of resources and new, unseen heretical trinkets. We generally refer to this behavior as normal rogue trader activities. After almost circling the edge of the Imperium's worlds and encountering several crises of various kinds, our fleet arrived at a very wealthy Adeptus Mechanicus world. Although the vast majority of Adeptus Mechanicus worlds fully serve the Imperium, there are still some particularly powerful Forge worlds that build warships for certain extremely wealthy individuals. For example, rogue traders, people who legally explore space, trade, and plunder Xenos with charters granted by the Emperor or certain high-ranking officials. The Crimson Torrent's trading fleet hijacked a poor rogue trader, who was poor due to being too honest. Several armed freighters were Flo's entire property. He was one of the few rogue traders who strictly adhered to the sacred mission given to his family by the Imperium. His main source of income was exploring resource points in new star systems and selling them to the Adeptus Mechanicus, destroying some weaker Xenos. Sometimes he would also be charitable, reporting these alien creatures as livestock suitable for husbandry, allowing these races, which had not experienced the perils of the galaxy/Milky Way, to preserve some of their bloodline. In short, this was a person who had done nothing wrong. And we hijacked him. We used his name to purchase Ambition-class cruisers on a very wealthy world, forcibly buying the last 2 in stock. These 2 Ambition-class cruisers were originally ordered by a big shot, but given that he had been unheard of for many years, it was likely that his entire fleet was gone. The Adeptus Mechanicus embezzled these warships and sold them to Flo. His explanation for his sudden wealth was that he had latched onto a sugar daddy. Flo stated that while sailing beyond the Astronomicon, he encountered a loyal Space Marine chapter that lived by hunting. From then on, his voyages had security, and he himself traded with the Adeptus Mechanicus for these the Emperor's Angels, selling their captured resources to Forge worlds for supplies. A rather reasonable explanation, especially when several Astartes who were unwilling to reveal their identities stood behind him. Thus, this fleet traded everywhere among the various Adeptus Mechanicus worlds, as some technologies, once given, were given. While XV-139 was not to be given, XV-128 could be. A Night Titan-sized, powerful weapon would surely be welcomed on many Forge worlds. The Crimson Torrent was highly experienced in such matters. We weren't just hitting and running, some Forge worlds had previously traded for an Eldar warship. When our trading fleet returned after a round trip, there might be some Necron technology or ancient human technological secrets available for further trade. For the first 5 years, our fleet was new to them, but in the latter 5 years, we became familiar with many important Adeptus Mechanicus worlds. After all, you walk in, pull out a long list with a plethora of secret technologies that make the oil guzzler's oil pressure skyrocket. And being one of the Imperium's strongest fighting forces, our credibility instantly soared. Regarding the items for exchange, the Crimson Torrent's delegation accepted all comers. Not only warships and other secret technologies, but they even wanted to directly buy the Adeptus Mechanicus's firepower ships. Occasionally, if their own funds were insufficient, they would go back to the Earthcast to get some finished technology to make up the difference. Eventually, several frequently visited Adeptus Mechanicus worlds even asked us to specifically search for certain technologies, with an added price, of course. Chapter Master Yifeng was starting to consider abandoning his primary duties to become a rogue trader. Originally, Situare was opposed to such matters, but our chapter's traditional concepts were quite deeply ingrained. The fleet commander, upon hearing Situare's opposition, immediately began to pay attention to related matters. Finally, on a peripheral Adeptus Mechanicus world, they acquired some gene seed from the Minotaur's chapter, obtained from an unknown source. It was from the descendants of Guilliman and Dorn. The apothecaries received the desperately needed gene seed for the chapter, and there were no more dissenting voices. Having obtained this batch of critically needed supplies, the chapter went full throttle, dedicating all efforts to recruit modification. With abundant bio-organs and recruit support, the chapter simultaneously created over 300 recruits in one go. Several apothecaries, looking at the empty gene seed storage equipment, began their first major 5-year vacation. The inventory clearance operation was a complete success. The oppressed TO wanted to revolt, but they were quickly suppressed internally. It's unknown what they were thinking, but we are not great philanthropists either. Immediately, we informed them that, due to the efforts of the Earthcast, we decided to reward all TO. Considering that the TO's current living environment was too crowded, we decided to allow them to colonize a new world. Thus, a new world was designated for them, and half of the TO people on a certain planet happily and voluntarily boarded the transport ships. 10 large transport ships headed towards the new world at full power. Unfortunately, only 3 transport ships using TO technology made it, the other 7 transport ships were destroyed, their crews lost without a trace. Chapter Master Yifeng was furious and immediately issued an order for the Earthcast to initiate a new experimental plan to research more reliable engines. At the same time, the 7 unarmed TO crews were sent into Christina's hands. In the 178th year of the chapter's calendar, the trading fleet returned here, to TO. By this time, they had acquired 5 additional Ambition-class cruisers, 1 strike cruiser, and 3 Adeptus Mechanicus firepower ships. Their technological wealth was unprecedented, indirectly making an outstanding contribution to counterpolarizing the technological power of the Imperium's Forge worlds. The training of the 300 recruits was very arduous, the weaker Xenos around the TO worlds were excellent training opponents. The Orcs had, more or less, received news of the Imperium's vast expedition. The official Imperial expeditionary fleet was so massive, clearly very capable in battle, very warlike, so the surrounding Orcs did not invade our worlds, most of them headed towards the main expeditionary fleet. The Drukari/Dark Yildari who barely escaped the last war had all joined other cabals, completely dividing the resources of their original cabals. They also spread the word that a force was stationed here, with decent overall combat power. Some witch cult personnel became interested and asked if there were any particularly strong individuals. They thought about it and concluded there weren't any. Everyone lured to Kazanev's gladiatorial arena was obliterated by orbital bombardment, no one escaped. Their impression was only of a person covered in strong radioactive fluid running around. These survivors had heard the heart-wrenching screams of their comrades after being irradiated through communication channels, and even now, the memory sent shivers down their spines. The other Drukari/Dark Yildari, upon hearing this, decided not to raid this place. How could there be a lunatic covered in strong radioactive fluid? This wasn't a matter of martial skill or whether one's soul was delicious, this was an incomprehensible madman. So, the Space Marines, with their recruits, spent some time fighting low-grade Kroot that were like Gene Stealer, and then some time fighting high-grade Gene Stealer that were like Kroot, developing steadily. Except for Ralph, who was undergoing special training. This Space Marine, specially cared for by the Sons of Dorn, made rapid progress in close-quarters combat and short-range engagements. Because the Imperial Fist's offspring fought to kill, and Situare, also a son of Dorn and an apothecary, specialized in treating Ralph, no matter how badly he was beaten, he would be healed. It wasn't until the 5th year, when the apothecaries performed surgery to remove the recruit's first gene seed and began a new round of modifications, that Ralph's special training was taken over by Kazanev. Kazanev, wearing an old Mark 7 power armor, guided Ralph. Ever since Yifeng brought back the Centurion battlesuit, Kazanev had been wearing power armor. During a combat alert, he only needed the help of a servitor to slip into the Centurion battlesuit. He didn't need the Grand Librarian's psychic slap to subdue the machine spirit, he was a man favored by the Emperor. The small machine spirit had best not be too unruly, if he couldn't conquer the machine spirit, then the Emperor's psychic slap would come down. Ralph initially didn't realize the seriousness of the situation until he saw the Sons of Dorn among the first company survivors grinning as they surrounded him. The weak deserve to be beaten. Iron Warrior's philosophy. Whenever this Space Marine began to doubt life, a certain chaplain, political commissar, would appear and begin to prattle on about needing sufficient strength to protect the people. These weak mortals are also a part of our strength. We protect them, and they provide us with basic support and recruits. Do not push them to oppose us because of their weakness. Have a broad vision, consider problems from the galaxy/Milky Way perspective. For every human who supports us, our strength increases a bit. The Iron Warriors view mortals as components and actively maintain these components to ensure they don't suddenly break down in war. Clearly, someone here made a slight modification. Tech Marine Inc. was responsible for instructing Ralph in computational abilities and mechanical knowledge. Under this cultivation with the full strength of the chapter educational model, Ralph successfully maintained his position as the most outstanding individual among this generation of Primaris recruits. Another unit of the Crimson Torrent chapter also yearned to have Primaris recruits. Lien Lai Luo felt that expanding territory was too difficult. Chapter Master Yifeng's ability to conquer the 300 worlds of the Tio in such a short time was nothing short of a miracle. Ever since he decided to break out from the temporary second Taiping Star region and seize the opportunity to expand his territory, the strike cruiser Azure Sky Pond had become his new flagship and embarked on its journey. The Blessed Forest was still guarding the 12 worlds. Lien Lai Luo led a company of ordinary space marines to explore the outer regions of the galaxy/Milky Way, operating alongside Adeptus Mechanicus exploration vessels. This area contained numerous rebellious worlds, and Lien Lai Luo's first battle was to reclaim these rebellious places. The people on this world called themselves the Forsaken. The people here had completely forgotten the existence of the Imperium of Man. When the rebellion broke out, the epic war between the Loyalists and the rebels plunged the entire world's human population back into an era of slavery. The generation that experienced the war was powerless to revive their technology, so they held their descendants' hands tightly and said, "Remember these great creations, revive technology in the future." Thus, these words were passed down from generation to generation, but the descendants were unable to recover this technology for a time. Generation after generation, the descendants no longer believed in massive warships that could fly in space, or super hive cities that soared into the clouds and could house tens of billions of humans, or magical shields that could make laser attacks disappear out of thin air. They treated these as myths, becoming excellent bedtime stories and perfect tools for lulling children to sleep. Until this day. A giant flying stick, crossed out, appeared in the sky. A metal cathedral with an engine attached flew over their world. Red armored giants came from deep space, crashing onto the world in metal boxes. Everyone scrambled home, many packing belongings and food to hide from the mysterious aliens in their rural hometowns, deep mountains, forests, lakes, and caves. The local government dispatched a large army to surround the Adeptus Astartes who had descended from the sky. But there were still some people, historians, dreamers, and those who believed in ancient legends who were so excited they could barely stand. These were the spaceships from ancient texts, these were the Emperor's angels from ancient texts. We are not the Forsaken, heaven has sent his angels to find us. Almost simultaneously across the globe, these people tore up the ancient texts they had previously cherished and frantically celebrated the arrival of the space fleet. A group of people, in a state of religious fervor, rushed into the streets, shouting and loudly praising Adeptus Astartes. They didn't know what these syllables meant, but the ancient texts said that if you were in danger, just shouting these syllables would make the danger dissipate, and you would escape harm. They were very good words. Over the long course of history, this phrase gradually evolved to mean luck bless you. After the street-wide frenzy, the local rulers quickly intervened, ordering citizens to stay at home, or else be jailed. The army mobilized and advanced, attempting to figure out what these aliens intended to do. Lien Lai Luo chose a good day, strolling leisurely into the enemy's military base, then kicked open the main gate, tore open the sealed door of the underground defensive facility, and walked into the bunker cum conference room of the local highest leaders. Both sides engaged in frank exchanges, each demonstrating their unique characteristics. Our representative, neither servile nor overbearing, expressed our friendly intentions with sincerity, and exchanged drinks and lively conversation with the opposing representatives, ultimately reaching an agreement for in-depth cooperation. This exchange achieved complete success. After witnessing the terrifying combat power of the Adeptus Astartes, all surviving local leaders immediately swore allegiance to the Imperium. They had long since forgotten why this world rebelled in the first place, and the Imperium didn't know either, it was completely lost in the river of time. The Adeptus Astartes actively helped the locals implement social reforms, eliminate backward social mechanisms, establish an education system, and initiate technology sharing. Technological development would not happen overnight. Even if the locals possessed all the knowledge and established advanced factories like those of the Imperium, they would not have enough highly skilled workers. They needed to proceed gradually with education and learning. At this time, some fanatics had already begun to erect statues and build churches for the Adeptus Astartes. The churches here had a very primitive appearance, requiring roofs constructed from sufficiently thick local specialty boulders, and decorated with tree bas-reliefs around them. Their origin might have been loyal believers who protected statues of the emperor with their own bodies, hiding in stone caves. Lien Lai Luo immediately ordered the rectification of these structures, and the construction of historical museums and a Ministry of Truth. The Ministry of Truth had the same function as the one Guillemot established in the Imperium, primarily responsible for restoring the true history of the Imperium. These facilities replaced those vague and eulogizing churches. The deeds of numerous great heroes and the magnificent history of humanity would stir the hearts of visitors, making them genuinely support us. Where there are good people, there are bad people, where there is support, there is opposition. Opponents lurked in every corner of society, using another human tradition, a culture developed in a slave society, to corrupt the newly awakened people, attempting to drag the slaves back into that dark era. Without exception, they faced the fiercest counterattacks. These individuals could only hide these thoughts in their hearts like rats, quietly waiting for an opportunity that would never come. Some factions more directly launched armed resistance. These people were ruthlessly purged, with a level of bloodshed that terrified all humans. It was at this time that Lian Liluo issued a conscription notice. Humans will not be content with the rule of other powerful beings unless they have a channel to join them. Do you wish to possess a superhuman body and become a valiant warrior fighting on the front lines? Do you wish to have your name written on the first page of your family tree and inscribed in the magnificent history books of the Historical Museum? Come and join us. Chapter 188 The Nun Who Came from Afar. Astartes recruitment. Most excited were the local nobles who had lost their status, as they found they still had a path to promotion and an opportunity to become superior again. These unrepentant individuals demanded that all their eligible descendants participate in this selection, hoping that these children could revitalize their families and restore them to their former transcendent status. They believed that this group of super warriors were now the rulers, holding the position of their former slave owners. However, most of them died on the selection grounds. Many old nobles were so overcome with anxiety that they fell ill and never recovered. Lian Liluo had already left by this time, entrusting subsequent matters to several of Guilliman's descendants. The Supreme Chongming was already sailing to the next world. The second world Lian Liluo arrived at was on a moon of a planet. All life in this colony had died. When the Astartes arrived, they found no signs of life, not even microorganisms. This situation usually only occurs in worlds hit by virus bombs. After investigation by the Tech Marine, there were only a few guesses. It might have been a stellar flare from the local world, but no anomalies were observed externally. The situation here could only be attributed to warp corruption. They searched here for a while, looking for useful supplies, but only found some basic necessities for survival. This was a complete colony, with a little repair in the transport of people. A new round of colonization could begin immediately. To be safe, Lian Liluo decided not to colonize for the time being. This place was designated as one of the key observation areas. The third world was an ocean world that had not been in contact with the Imperium for a very long time. It was uncertain whether it had rebelled or if the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs simply hadn't sent a ship for centuries. When the warriors arrived, they only saw shattered floating platforms. The good news was that there were indeed people here, the bad news was that they had degenerated to the point of having no written language. Speedboats became the primary mode of transport. The people here clung to a few ancient floating platforms, treating them as their most precious resource. No one knew how to maintain these mechanical constructs, and many had resorted to using small boats made from various floating debris. This used to be an ocean aquaculture world, originally just dropping floating cages onto the ocean surface to farm fish. They had explored the deep sea areas and found nothing. What they didn't know was that the ocean on this planet wasn't just one layer, but two. There was a shallow outer ocean, then a solid rock layer. Passing through this rock layer led to a deep inner sea within the planet. When a floating cage accidentally lost power and sank to the seabed, striking near a cave connecting the inner and outer seas, the thin geological structure of the outer seabed gave way. The floating cage became the last straw that broke the camel's back. A huge collapse occurred, creating a new connection between the inner and outer seas, successfully destroying a city of the inner sea civilization below. The enraged Xenos from below came to investigate the cause and launched a war against humanity. The attack destroyed a major floating island, which housed the primary external communication facilities. The entire island sank to the bottom of the sea, with no survivors. The Xenos suffered heavy casualties due to the intense light. For them, it was lethal. These enemies retreated to the seabed, leaving behind the humans who had lost contact with the space station above. The people on the space station tried to contact the Imperium, but warp storms blocked communication, leaving them helpless. The people of the local world tried to save themselves. The only transport shuttle constantly traveled between the land-based platform and the space station. However, the local world had no shipyards, and when the last transport shuttle broke down, this world completely degenerated. Lian Liluo thought more deeply. In the classification, this was an agricultural world that provided food. If this world lost contact with the outside, then the surrounding planets would suffer for centuries, enduring hunger. We need to quickly restore this place's production capacity, Lian Liluo said. The Astartes attempted to scout the Xenos in the deep sea, but they were surprised to find that the enemies were truly difficult to deal with. While the first layer of the outer sea was not deep, the second layer, the inner sea, was tens of thousands of meters deep. The ultra-high water pressure at the bottom of the sea made it difficult for the Astartes to attack them. Even power armor could hardly withstand that intensity of water pressure, and even if it did, even an Astartes would find it difficult to move, struggling even to lift an arm, let alone swim. The Xenos below were also fierce. Because there was absolutely no light, they had not evolved vision and relied entirely on vibrations for communication. Later, they evolved electromagnetic wave communication, which was very smooth at closer distances. Later, these Xenos developed their civilization. It was an unimaginable feat to develop a civilization in such a near-death world. For them, reaching the seabed of the outer sea was tens of thousands of times more difficult than humans approaching the atmosphere. They needed to wear specialized protective suits to move in the outer sea, maintaining the water pressure required for their survival and radiation protection. The sun, for them, was simply a great weapon of destruction. Their tech tree developed along the lines of wave weapons. Underwater, kinetic weapons rapidly lose power, and the attack power of energy weapons is greatly reduced by the surrounding water. Perhaps they never considered other types of weapons. These Xenos developed attacks that killed enemies through violent water vibrations, and their excellent close combat skills also gave them an advantage in underwater combat against humans. This information did not come from the people still living on the planet's floating islands, but from engravings on the space station. When the transport shuttle broke down, the people on the space station knew their time was limited and worried that with the passage of time, unmaintained electronic products would fail. They did not record history in electronic instruments. They engraved what they saw and heard onto metal plates, which is how Lian Liluo learned the information. The last part of the metal plate inscription was a portrait, a simple depiction of the Xeno enemy. The enemy looked round, with several tentacles extending from its body, using weapons made from the shells of the only type of crustacean enemy in the deep sea. In such deep places, with such strong water pressure, these shells were also exceptionally hard, comparable to some metals. Lian Liluo was in a predicament. This planet was very valuable, but without using some powerful means, these Xenos would be truly difficult to eliminate. Adeptus Mechanicus personnel suggested using virus weapons to cleanse the entire ocean planet, and then restart the ecosystem. The remaining humans were evacuated to Imperial warships, totaling just over 200,000 people. Lian Liluo immediately ordered the Alyai world to bring another batch of grain. After more than 100 years of reconstruction, the Alyai agricultural world had fully recovered, with very high production capacity. In the upcoming voyages, we will face countless worlds struggling on the brink of subsistence. After completing their refit, the main forces were touring the Teo world. The chapter began a new reorganization. Nominally, although our total numbers exceeded 1,000, we still had a 4-company structure. Now, a reorganization was needed. First company, Commander Kazanov, unknown number of personnel. Their strength depends on how many Terminator armor suits they possess. Second company, Commander William, unknown scale, who knows where they went. Third company, Commander Anthony, currently scamming welfare in the segmentum obscurus, with approximately 600 people, trying to reduce their population. Fourth company, newly reorganized, Commander Lian Liluo, responsible for Taiping Star region defense. Currently consists of less than 200 regular Astartes. Fifth company, Commander Aslan, leading 32 survivors from the Primaris warriors supplemented by the Imperium, over 50 warriors sent by Anthony, and regular Astartes poached from Lian Liluo. Sixth company, Commander Rogier, Wolfguard, currently with over 20 people, conducting autonomous training. Seventh company, no current commander, temporarily led by Chapter Chaplain Vallis, responsible for leading their own serving Primaris warriors. Eighth company, mainly composed of warriors returned from Deathwatch, currently only 9 personnel, no current commander. Ninth company, none. 10th company, Commander Xiaolan, currently leading 300 Primaris recruits in training. Each subunit is allowed to establish its own recruit company. 11th company, units that have completed recruit training but have not undergone assessment, currently unified under Xiaolan's management. 12th company, friendly forces sailing on borrowed ships, primarily consisting of 5 Raven Guard warriors, with a hidden roster, Lamenters and Angels of Dawn. The 13th company, led by Captain Jonal, consists of remnants of the Emperor's Scythes and other Black Shield warriors who joined early, primarily fighting for atonement. The 14th company, led by Captain Leon, comprises Black Shield warriors whose loyalty is yet to be fully assessed and other similar personnel, currently missing with William. The 15th company is made up of special warriors, including the Fire Brigade, Astartes from Strategic Resource Involuntary Transfer Units, Supply Transport Vehicle crew members, and Gilliman's descendants stationed in various worlds, among others. The first reserve company consists of elite combat servants, ready for ascendant surgery to be promoted to Primaris. Note, the success rate is about 20%, and they typically serve as leaders for the Imperial Auxiliary. The first trade fleet, the strike cruiser Silent Fire serves as the flagship, currently accompanied by several Ambition-class cruisers, Adeptus Mechanicus gunships, and armed merchant ships. The Damocles Sector Autonomous First Fleet, led by a Gothic-class battleship, it is currently being assembled, with the battle barge Dawn of Light and the strike cruiser Supreme Chongming frequently making adaptive guest appearances. The Byway Army, an honor guard formed by Yifeng, with an unknown number of members, depending on Yifeng's mood. The Apothecarian, led by Situ Weyer. The Liberius Department. Grand Elder, Grand Librarian, crossed out. Elder, Sisyphus, missing. Lord, Bells. Currently the de facto leader. Tech Marines, led by Enos. Note, this chapter does not possess any heretical technology. Heavy Armored Army Group First Army, led by Maroris, it currently possesses 202 Baneblade Super Heavy Tanks, 34 Roscoe Ground Sweepers, 5 Land Raiders, and Titans, 5 combat ready, 2 in reserve, 1 severely damaged. Atmospheric Combat Formation, 13 Land Speeders, several Mortal Fighter Jets, 1 Storm Raven gunship, and several other armed transport ships. The properly reorganized chapter has a new look, though it still does not plan to establish specialized units. Assault squads, usually filled by the first company, are currently unavailable due to a large number of jump packs being taken by William. Devastator squads, we are all devastators. Arbitrator squads, isn't our standing firepower already fierce enough? Just as the chapter finished its reorganization and was preparing to expand its territory a bit more, a tattered warship emerged from the warp into our domain. This was a warship that had participated in an expedition, a specially modified cruiser carrying battle sisters, hospitalers, and some warriors. Hospitalers typically treat the wounded in hospitals behind the front lines. This time, it was a forward hospital relocation after the front line advanced. However, they got separated in a chaotic warp battle. During the intense impact, the navigators suffered heavy casualties, and after drifting aimlessly for a while, the warship emerged from the warp. When the field hospital exited the warp, what it saw was a giant gas planet with constantly surging waves, surrounded by debris from warships. This warship remained anchored here for several days, waiting for technical personnel to repair the damage and restore the void shields in Geller Field. The hospitalers diligently treated several severely wounded navigators. The warship would not enter the warp until they recovered. Soon, the star system's alarm system attracted Yifeng's fleet. Our chapter master thought it was some short-sighted Xenos wandering into this area, a former TO defensive line, so he came over in the dawn of light. When the battle barge charged out menacingly from the Mandeville point, the sisters shouted, "Emperor, protect us!" Believing they were saved, Yifeng shouted, "Bad luck!" Unsure whether to eliminate these people. All the sisters were 100% devout followers of the Emperor as God doctrine. Especially the battle sisterses. Their combat power was a mystery. They wore a mortal version of power armor, and the force feedback mechanism of their armor gave them superhuman strength. That was it. No surgery, no enhancements, just prolonged training allowed them to wear force feedback armor. Their combat power was purely augmented by their faith in the Emperor. If the Emperor watched you, you would be a living saint, able to catch up with or even become a formidable individual like Celestine, who, with wings and radiant light, wielded a flaming greatsword and single-handedly challenged greater demons everywhere. If the Emperor did not watch you, your combat power might not even be stronger than the Solar Auxilia. A squad of sisters could be used like an Astartes. These girls being thrown here, did the Emperor watch them or not? Many wounded also disembarked from the warship. Since it was a hospital relocation, the wounded who hadn't fully recovered also came along, from various Astra Militarum regiments, except Krieg. Leading them was High Sister and Liana from the Saints Convent. Originally, this was just a simple escort mission, and they were all preparing to support Imperial forces upon reaching the front line, but something unexpected happened midway. And Liana would have had enough experience and prestige to try to become an apostle after completing this mission, but something went wrong halfway. "Hello, esteemed sisters." It was Xiao Lan who spoke. Yifeng, with his large shield, was clearly not suitable to appear here, so Xiao Lan took his place. At this time, 300 recruits were being beaten by the chapter master. "Emperor, protect us, great angel. We are from the 6th Holy Hospital of the 3rd Logistics Team of the 6th Expeditionary Fleet from the Storm Sector, currently undertaking a hospital relocation mission. My name is Liana." The High Sister made a gesture of courtesy towards Xiao Lan. "Hello, we are the Red Tide chapters. 9th Company. I am Xiao Lan, currently on a special mission. Why are you here? This should not be the direction of your expedition. We were attacked by traitors and separated from the main force. Our navigators suffered heavy casualties. Emperor, protect us, great angel, we escaped danger and met you. Emperor, protect you, loyal sisters. We will escort you back to an imperial world, but we cannot guarantee to take you to your intended destination. You will need to proceed with the rest of the journey yourselves." Xiao Lan was highly vigilant. No one stipulated that enemies could not disguise themselves as battle sisters to launch an invasion, so the best approach was to have some professionals investigate. The High Sister was a bit displeased at this moment. She was also indecisive. She had never heard of this chapter and couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Then she saw another hand of the Emperor. A Sisters of Silence walked out. "Ina, here. Let me introduce you. This is High Sister and Liana, and this is Sisters of Silence Ina." As soon as Xiao Lan finished speaking, Ina gestured, giving a Sisters of Silence version of a self-introduction. And Liana immediately felt relieved about the Red Tide chapter, confident they were allies, but also couldn't help but feel a touch of confusion. Xiao Lan spoke first, "Please do not reveal our identity. The special mission given to us by the Emperor must not be told to anyone. This is top secret. You have never been here. No Astartes has ever been here, understood?" And Liana's astropathic report indicated that this was the Far East sector, a remote area beyond the Astronomicon, which should belong to an alien territory. "By the Emperor, as you wish." And Liana felt infinite curiosity inside, but she controlled her desires. Now she had to carry out her mission, bringing these forces back to the main battlefield's rear. The two fleets then set off again, but with a difference. Now you are in me, and I am in you. Ina and several Astartes went to the other warship to strengthen their defensive capabilities, while Liana was invited to the battle barge Dawn of Light. Xiao Lan had led the recruit company for too long and developed a bad habit, always wanting to gather information. His tone carried a hint of interrogation, making Liana somewhat uncomfortable. "Sister, can you inform us of the current main situation of the expedition? We have been outside the Astronomicon for a long time, and communication with the Imperium is not very stable." And Liana glanced at Xiao Lan, who continued, "We are the sons of Jagatai Khan." "Very well, esteemed Khan Xiao Lan, I will recount everything I have heard, for the Emperor." Chapter 189. The situation in Storm Star region is not optimistic. "All right, please repeat that, Reverend Sister Onlina." "Reverend Khan Xiao Lan, I will recount everything I heard, for the Emperor." "Is there a problem?" "No, please continue, and if possible, start from when the warp storm disappeared." Xiao Lan was inwardly thrilled. Khan doesn't necessarily refer to Jagatai Khan, it's a title for a leader of a White Scars unit. If you're a company captain, you can be called a Khan. If you're the captain of a special operations team, you can also be called a Khan. But Khan just sounds better than company captain, ah. We were ordered to the storm sector, arriving at Ba, and then launched an expeditionary force with the Ba fleet. There was too much rebellion and Xenos there. Ba, relying on its powerful fleet and extremely high warship production, fought a bloody battle with the enemy, but other areas were still lost. Ba almost became a lone star, with only one warplane still usable. We operated with the Rain Knight chapter, a chapter newly established during this extreme founding, fully equipped, but the Imperium is currently severely lacking in Imperial Navy warships. As she spoke, Sister Onlina glanced at Xiao Lan again. This Astartes was listening very intently. They only had 1 battle barge and 3 strike cruisers. We operated with them to strengthen their naval power. Soon, we entered a region of warp silence and experienced strong navigation interference. Our fleet jumped out of the warp and found that the local world had already suffered a fierce attack from the Tyranids. The ecological world here had become a lifeless, desolate planet. The enemy had not yet left, and we engaged their bio fleet, driving them away. Xiao Lan was speechless inwardly. Was it you who drove them away? They just finished eating and left. There, we encountered an Adeptus Mechanicus fleet that had also made an emergency jump out of the warp due to severe interference. They were from the Titan legions. Not long after, the surrounding warp interference disappeared, and we received a mission to launch a pincer attack with the Baal fleet, targeting a planet occupied by orcs. At the same time, we received support from a Caradon fleet from the Far East sector. A few days later, we launched an attack on that important star system. The area was one of the gateways to the Ba world, possessing a large number of defensive facilities and many factories. When it was first attacked, for some unknown reason, it failed to send out a distress signal. By the time the Ba world discovered the anomaly, it had already become an important orc factory. The enemy was powerful, they had obtained massive material support there. However, they didn't manufacture too many things there, they transferred all these materials to the interior of their territory. This was later, we didn't know any of this at the time. From the information we had at the time, the enemy had many space warships, including a battle moon and many metal spheres. Yes, their warships were like that. As soon as we jumped out of the Mandeville point, we were met with a fierce assault. We were the first force to arrive. For some reason, the attacking forces from other directions did not launch their attacks simultaneously. The fleet suffered a fierce assault, and the battle was extremely difficult. The orcs boarded our warships, killing many of our sisters. But we are the Emperor's warriors, and we will never surrender. The enemy and we fought in every room, on every inch of the warship's deck, and blood soaked the entire warship. There were truly too many of them. The battle lasted a full 7 Terra-day. We suffered heavy losses, yet the enemy's numbers did not diminish in the slightest. Those barbaric, meteor-made makeshift assault pods had smashed through most of our warship's armor. The entire warship was riddled with holes. At that time, we could no longer awaken the machine spirit. Yes, the machine spirit fell into slumber within days of the battle starting. Anlina paused. My apologies, I seem to have included too much subjective emotion. It's all right, sister. This can better help us understand the brutality of the time. Please continue. Anlina took a deep breath and continued, the enemy was endless, and we fought very hard. By the 7th day, my sisters had suffered heavy casualties. The Adeptus Mechanicus gunship had been completely destroyed, and their remaining personnel managed to evacuate to our warship. The Skitarii had all perished, only a few priests and a venerable made it onto our ship. We lost too many important positions, even the bridge and command center. A priest desperately cut off the connection between the engines and the command center, meaning that if the enemy wanted to change the engine status, they could only issue commands manually from the engine room. It wasn't very useful, but it was better than nothing. These orcs would only dismantle everything in front of them, and in fact, that's exactly what they did. The Emperor protects. Just as the orcs began to attack our last stronghold, the junction of our void shield and warp engine, the Ba fleet and another Astartes mixed force finally arrived as reinforcements. After days of bloody battle, our warship was covered in so many orc constructs that the Ba fleet's commander initially thought it was a giant orc warship. They opened fire on us. The void shield was still in our hands and withstood several rounds of shelling, and the Ba fleet finally realized something was wrong, taking a moment from the tens of thousands of enemy warships of all sizes to scan our keel code. The Emperor protects. They discovered it, and a mixed force of an Imperial Fist's successor chapter entered our warship and rescued us. The names of these valiant warriors should be eternally engraved on the warship's wall of honor. But the war was not over. In the naval battle with the orcs, we pierced through the enemy's defenses with concentrated and precise attacks. The chapter master of the Xinhan chapter commanded all of this. However, the orcs on the planet had not yet been expelled. The entire planet had been transformed by the orcs into a giant iron ball covered in massive gun barrels, super cannons manufactured by the enemy using the planet's already highly mechanized infrastructure. Its ground-based main cannon could completely overload our battleship's void shield with a single shot. At the War Council, the Astartes decided to send elite troops to raid the enemy's core area and kill their orc war boss, under the cover of the Imperial Navy fleet. After difficult negotiations, the Imperial Navy agreed to this plan. We wished to follow these brave Emperor's angels and land on the planet with them. The Astartes refused our request. At that time, only 9 battle sisters were still able to fight. They asked us to protect their rear. I didn't understand what this meant at the time. He said he trusted our loyalty to the Emperor and our will to win. The battle began, and the main force of the Imperial Navy began to cover the strike cruisers and battle barge. Fierce artillery fire pounded the planet's surface. The enemy's strange force field was very solid, and the artillery fire had little effect. The orc cannons began to roar. Giant shells, as large as our gunboats, flew out. Various lasers were powerful. I personally saw a strange beam of light hit a Nova frigate, then completely pierce through it. The enemy used weapons never revealed during the previous probing attack. The power exceeded the War Council's estimates. The strike cruisers began deploying drop pods. The Imperial Navy warships were responsible for suppressing the enemy's anti-air fire, but they retreated. These cowards! The Imperial Navy Admiral gave the order to retreat, disregarding all dissuasion, shouting that he was responsible for everything, and commanding all Imperial Navy warships approaching planetary orbit to withdraw. The Astartes suffered heavy casualties. Many of their drop pods were destroyed by the freed-up orcs, truly many. Those damned cowards! We finally understood why that chapter master had told us to protect their rear. I was on another warship at the time. The Imperial Navy Admiral told me to stay there. Damn it, I should have realized it then. One of my sisters was on a Furious-class cruiser at the time. Her reaction was much faster than mine. Yes, I was not as good as her. She immediately killed the Imperial Navy captain of that ship. The moment she heard the Imperial Navy Admiral's order on the comms system, she saw that the Imperial Navy captain's actions were amiss. She stabilized the situation and also died a glorious death. That cruiser blocked a charged attack from the enemy's planetary cannon. If she hadn't been in that position, it would have been the Angel strike cruiser that fell from low orbit to the planet. I watched helplessly as my sister and that broken cruiser fell into the planet, creating a shockwave of steel and fire mixed on the orcs' massive facilities. It shouldn't have been like that. In the plan, our warships were supposed to take turns bearing the enemy's planetary cannons. After each warship's void shield overloaded, another warship would take its place. No warship should have been destroyed. We achieved victory, yes, a tragic victory. This Astartes mixed force suffered heavy casualties, but the Imperial Navy Admiral was completely unharmed. The Departamento Munitorum launched an investigation afterwards, completely useless, a slowly progressing investigation. These damned bastards, perhaps by the time he is convicted, hundreds of years will have passed, and he will already be dead. He does not deserve to return to the throne. Anelena's emotions were somewhat agitated, but she composed herself within what, to an Astartes, was a remarkably short time. She glanced at Xiao Lan again. The Khan remained expressionless. Annalena continued. After deliberation, we decided to continue the offensive, heading towards the core star system occupied by the orcs. At the time, we believed that this orc attack had to be suppressed in its infancy. Once it became a massive tide sweeping across thousands of star systems, it would be difficult to stop. The Angels suffered heavy casualties and issued a call to arms to the surrounding sectors. The good news was that several other warplane nodes in the BA star system were also opened at the same time, and many fleets came as reinforcements. At that time, we gathered the forces of the Inquisition, Deathwatch, and several Adeptus Astartes chapters, including the Rain Knight chapter who had fought alongside us, and together advanced towards the enemy's core star system. An Inquisitor led all of this. His position was so high that he held significant sway within the Inquisition and even the Imperium. He dominated the entire war, making the fleet's coordinated operations much smoother. We fought a bloody battle against the orc on their core world. The local orc warboss was very powerful. They had already developed a Gorgut. A Gorgut is a supermechanical construct even larger than a Great Gargant. It has no detailed classification because the number of greenskins capable of building a Gorgut throughout history is minuscule. That orc warboss was called Wild Fang. According to post-war intelligence, he not only favored technology but also more traditional techniques. In our confrontation with him, we fought those giant Gretchen inside the enormous Gorgut. The enemy was also skilled at using highly toxic and corrosive liquids, which were concoctions made from certain mushrooms. We suffered heavy casualties, but the Emperor favored us. The Emperor's miracle appeared. That holy and warm light. The enemy scattered before the power of the great Emperor. The Emperor's angels, bathed in holy light, pursued the enemy, and we hunted these orc to the ends of the earth. We also suffered heavy casualties, but it was worth it. The Emperor's holy domain is inviolable, and we will surely slay all enemies who dare to invade. Sister Onlina took a breath, but Xiao Lan remained unmoved. As long as she was willing to continue speaking, even if it was just boring rambling, Xiao Lan would diligently record it, trying to analyze more information from it. Your loyalty is worthy of the Emperor, Sister Onlina. Please continue. We drove out these arrogant Xenos. My sisters and I received orders to continue fighting with the Expeditionary Force. It wasn't called the Expeditionary Force back then. After we stabilized the situation, the Departamento Munitorum of the Storm Sector decided to launch an expedition to reclaim the many lost worlds. These traitors must be purged, every last one of them. The Storm Sector formed 7 medium-sized expeditionary fleets, and my fleet was the Storm Sector's 6th expeditionary fleet. We were supposed to fight alongside the Emperor's angels on the Imperium's harshest battlefields, at least for the first few months. That's how it was. We fought alongside Astra Militarum from various places. The Catachan warriors didn't like us, they thought our combat skills were inferior to theirs, which made us very angry. But they weren't boasting, whether it was their will, their skill, or their tactics, they were all top-notch. Together with them, we reclaimed a planet full of tall carnivorous trees, named Planet Cross 3. This war took us quite some time. 1/3 of the entire Storm Sector was not under Imperial control, which was unacceptable. Another third was carved into several small areas by our expeditionary forces' fierce fighting. We will exterminate the enemy. We subsequently went to another world, which was very prosperous. They enthusiastically paid their tithes and provided us with high-quality supplies. However, the Daemon Inquisitor who was traveling with us never returned after arriving on the planet. I felt something was wrong and went to search with my sisters. We discovered unspeakable crimes. They were not loyal Imperial citizens, they were mutants, they were not human. They tried to twist our faith, but loyalty to the Emperor is not to be defiled. It was a very difficult engagement. They continuously corrupted our pure faith, trying to entice us with some blasphemous 4-armed Emperor and 10,000 armed ascension. Oh, it feels blasphemous just to say it. May the Emperor forgive me. We should have killed them all, every last one, completely exterminated them. I lost consciousness during this battle, reinforcements from the ship saved us. When I awoke, Sister Teresa was acting in my stead, pleading with the captain of that ship not to send us to a rear hospital. However, the casualties were too great, and my sisters were all seriously injured. At the captain's strong insistence, we were forcibly sent to the 6th Holy Hospital of the 3rd Logistics Team for treatment. The hospitalers were highly skilled, and they quickly healed our injuries. Just as we were about to leave, we received a mission to protect the hospitalers and the patients, moving the entire Holy Hospital closer to the front lines. After that, we could continue to fight for the Emperor. The sisters were all happy, we didn't want to lie in hospital beds. Our injuries were almost completely healed. At that time, we received the last information. The 1st and 2nd Expeditionary Forces had suffered setbacks, and it was said that the accompanying Astartes had also suffered heavy casualties. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 Imperial Navy warships remained intact, continuously delaying the enemy near the front lines of the Federal Foreworld. The 3rd and 4th Expeditionary Forces were progressing smoothly. They had reclaimed many worlds but had no intention of supporting the 1st and 2nd armies. Instead, they continued to push deep, aiming to reclaim more territory. The 5th Expeditionary Force took a detour, attempting to attack the enemy faced by the 1st and 2nd Expeditionary Forces from the rear, creating a pincer movement, but they went missing after entering the warp. Our expedition's route deviated too much from the other expeditionary forces, and the command ordered us to continue with the original plan. The 7th Expeditionary Force had just been formed and, for some unknown reason, had not yet departed. Those parasites delaying the Emperor's holy mission should all be hanged, they should be condemned as heretics, ahem. My sisters and I were responsible for escorting the transport ship of the 6th Holy Hospital. A recently healed Inquisitor was traveling with us. He suggested not using these transport ships but instead moving all personnel and facilities to his warship, which is the ship we arrived on. His premonitions were always accurate. We listened to him. Although this warship's efficiency in transporting supplies was not commendable compared to other supply ships and frigates, its safety was very high. Violent warp turbulence suddenly appeared, scattering our entire fleet. Some strange, gigantic construct violently collided with our warship, and all the navigators perished. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan finally spoke, "What happened to that Inquisitor?" After most of the navigators died and the remaining personnel were severely injured and unconscious, he forcibly used his psychic powers, attempting to find the correct direction. He succeeded, and he failed. He left us a way out, guiding us to reach here. But he transformed into a blasphemous creation. The Emperor above, I am unwilling to describe the specifics. I killed him with my own hands, yes, I am very sure. Then, I met you all. Hi Sister Online concluded her narration. Although heavily influenced by her subjective perspective, it was largely possible to understand what had happened. What concerned Xiao Lan more was whether that Inquisitor had truly died and his soul vanished. These individuals are not easily eliminated, they have been fighting heretics for too long, and their experience is even richer than mine. As Xiao Lan turned his head, he saw Sister Online staring directly at his face. Now it was Xiao Lan's turn to explain their existence. There isn't much I can tell you, as this is top secret, related to direct orders from the Emperor. If you wish, I can take you directly to inquire with that warrior blessed by the Emperor. For such matters, Yi Feng's suggested course of action was to push everything to Khazanov. Our taciturn first company commander would not speak out of turn, Yi Feng was always very confident. The Battle Sisters and Khazanov had a long conversation, spending several hours in a secret room. Xiao Lan inexplicably thought of Ms. Siwana. She hadn't contacted the chapter for a long time, or rather, she had contacted Lian Liluo's forces in the Taiping Star region. It was time to give this female pirate, who was infatuated with our first company commander's looks, a little stimulate. Xiao Lan secretly saved the information about the Battle Sisters and Khazanov being in the same room for several hours, and also got a few photos of the sisters, photos with peculiar angles, and saved them all in a short message. On the other side, the hospitalers who came with Enlina were very popular. These highly skilled ladies were not idle in the lounge. The Imperial Auxiliary within the chapter were also seasoned troops, and injuries were naturally common. Under the guidance of our great, correct, and undeniable Grand Librarian Adeptus Mechanicus doctrines, Tech Marines would occasionally make prosthetics for some mortals in their spare time. Occasionally, these mortals would still miss their own flesh and blood. Now, the sisters were here. Professional equipment was in the adjacent ship, and even simple devices were carried personally. These hospitalers helped the Imperial Auxiliary treat their long-standing chronic illnesses, gaining incredibly high popularity. The happiest, the most benefited were the mortal doctors. The reason of learning medicine was always effective, and opportunities to be in the same room with the sisters were not entirely absent. Of course, Slaanesh thoughts are forbidden. Everyone, watch your words and actions, beware of the political commissar personally delivering meals, chatting, and giving special attention. On the other side, Ina was disliked by everyone on that dilapidated black ship. She sat bored in a corner, lost in thought, her legs swinging rapidly, visibly unapproachable. Several Astartes, however, had a good reputation, they were willing to communicate with others. The conscious wounded would flinch when they saw an Astartes, but then feel relieved remembering they were in a hospital. It was a habit, seeing these the Emperor's angels on the battlefield meant that the enemy they faced could easily slaughter them. It was the same principle as the appearance of the Creek Death Corps. The Astartes upheld Yifeng's teachings and went among the people in a friendly manner. Aside from these girls constantly saying holy and invoking the Emperor blesses with every other word, everything else was very harmonious. The warp entities didn't think so. Chapter 190 You are blind and come to my ship to arrest people. The warp was far from peaceful, some warships, after failing to catch their juicy prey, lingered nearby, constantly eyeing the vessel. After some consideration, a battle barge that appeared nearby clearly possessed formidable combat power, so they turned to call for support. 2 warships rapidly sailed and arrived at Sorok World. This was the border of the chapter's territory, and also an outpost for battling various monstrous entities. The Supreme Chongming strike cruiser was temporarily resting here, its mission was to patrol this area near the Imperium of Man and, incidentally, explore warp routes to see if the missing William could be found. When the 2 warships emerged from the warp, Xiaolan calmly put away the recording equipment, which, as precious chapter historical data, she handed over to a certain colluding librarian. After her conversation with Kazanov, Liana returned to the lounge. She didn't go to find Xiaolan again, she didn't know what Kazanov had told her, but when Xiaolan was about to look for her, she was undressing, believing she should become a penitent sister. Xiaolan, after much persuasion, insisted on secrecy. You cannot reveal any abnormalities, neither internal nor external, you must be in the exact same state as before you met us. Only then did the sister relent. Xiaolan internally exclaimed how reckless she had been to hand the recording equipment to the librarian first. If she had recorded the sister undressing and sent it to Captain Siwana, Xiaolan couldn't even imagine what would happen. Sorok World had become an important supply point, with many resources from the 300 worlds being transported here to build a strategic barrier zone sufficient to delay invading enemies. Liana and the sisters were somewhat surprised, this world looked very prosperous, unlike a small place on the edge of the galaxy. After more than a decade of planning and development by the Crimson Torrent chapter, although it still lacked sufficient mineral resources, its other industries were very prosperous. The population had grown significantly, not yet forming a labor force, but greatly increasing employment demand in the education sector, making the entire world thrive. Some navigators were transferred to black ships, all were experienced and not privy to our internal situation. The ascetics among these navigators were already a minority, and now almost all of them had been taken away. Yifeng was anxious to send these sisters away quickly, and those things in the warp were also anxious, wondering why their support hadn't arrived yet. A Slaanesh-aligned fleet had targeted these sisters, this had almost become a challenge. From the Imperium's perspective, only one battle sister's sister Superior Miriel of the Order of our Martyred Lady was officially acknowledged as having willingly fallen to chaos, a result of the Dark Prince Baal Zerop's personal intervention. Of course, this was officially acknowledged. Battle sisters are, after all, mortals, and not a few have fallen to chaos. Miriel later even corrupted a group of battle sisterses. However, this information was strictly suppressed by the Adeptus Auroritas and the Ecclesiarchy. Anyone daring to discuss it was considered a blasphemer against the Adeptus Auroritas and a heretic. The number of other sisters was even greater, with chaos sorcerers boasting impressive achievements such as corrupting an entire hospital of hospitalers at once. This does not mean that sisters are commonly found in chaos, quite the opposite, only the most powerful corruptors can corrupt these pure sisters. This had almost become a symbol. For Slaanesh-aligned entities, possessing a battle sisters personally corrupted by Slaanesh was a symbol of identity and status. The higher the rank of the battle sisters, the better. If you don't have a battle sister's slave, do you even have the face to go visiting? Do you even dare to call yourself a big shot? Now, a chaos force the Phantom Feather Warband had set its sights on these sisters. Their chapter master fantasized that if he could corrupt the leader of these battle sisterses, at least a high sister, he might win the favor of Lord Slaanesh and undergo a grand daemonhood ritual. He trailed the 2 warships to the corresponding warp region of Sorok World, and as time passed, he grew increasingly agitated. Slaanesh's war to steal Nurgle's wife was in a stalemate, and a protracted battle with those toxins was essentially a failed operation. Large numbers of Slaanesh forces were retreating, and the chaotic war situation made it difficult for Haka, the leader of this chaos warband, to gather his strength. Attacking the sisters, protected by a battle barge, with just over 100 men was clearly impossible. Haka grew increasingly agitated, driven by unfulfilled desires. When his subordinate's other warship finally arrived, they impatiently burst out of the warp. It's just a small world, let's conquer all of it. The Dawn of Light and the Supreme Chongming in planetary orbit detected 2 Slaanesh-aligned battle barges and 3 cruisers entering the star system. Yifeng immediately realized this was a standard invasion. 3 against 5, a disadvantage, so stall. The Dawn of Light swiftly maneuvered with the unique navigation techniques of the White Scars, moving to intercept the enemy ships from the flank. Sorok World entered a state of emergency. Which fleet is closest to us? In what direction? Chapter Master, it's the trading fleet that just left. They departed 3 Terra day ago. Tell them to return immediately, the enemy is attacking. Our warrior numbers are severely insufficient, the plan is to prioritize naval combat to gain an advantage. These frenzied Slaanesh forces didn't wait for us to enter the warp before attacking, they wanted to conquer the entire star system. One enemy cruiser headed directly for Sorok World, 2 battle barges flanked the Dawn of Light, and the remaining 2 cruisers engaged the Black Ship and the Supreme Chongming. The Slaanesh forces didn't know if the sisters were on the damaged Black Ship or had already transferred to the battle barge, so they launched a full-scale assault. These Chaos Warriors were not mainstream units like Noise Marines, they were more like the perverted Drukari/Dark Yildari. Haka himself was skilled with the ripping long whip. This power whip had desire toxins installed on its power hooks. These drugs, originally aphrodisiacs, were specially formulated by certain traditional Chinese doctors to enhance their potency and side effects. Not only would they make people struggle to maintain sanity and amplify all sensory experiences multiple times, but they would also greatly reduce blood clotting. Even Astartes could not resist, areas struck by the long whip would bleed profusely until the drugs were treated by a chief apothecary. These enemies were also equipped with a large number of light and shadow grenades. For those blessed by Slaanesh, these were a beautiful visual feast, but for Astartes, and even Primaris Astartes, their light intensity was no less than pressing one's face close to the sun. Yi Feng, whose vision was more specialized than other gene seed recipients, would suffer greater damage and could fall into a temporary state of blindness. For this weapon, Slaanesh's warriors aptly named it, "Let's watch a big fireworks show." They hadn't neglected touch either. Haka's warband members all wore elaborate cloaks. These were not just beautiful decorations, but also a form of corruption for the enemy's sense of touch. Astartes wearing power armor didn't need to worry about such attacks, but mortals couldn't endure them. These cloaks carried strange circuits that could tear apart non-biological matter at a special frequency, including the flak armor commonly used by the Astra Militarum. For biological beings, these eerie frequencies could activate cells, making your flesh feel supreme pleasure, so supreme that you would lose all control over your body. Different Astartes charged, and along their charge path, both man and beast were shattered. These Chaos Fellows were different. When they charged, their ornate, wide cloaks could cover 5 body widths to their sides. As they swept past, people on both sides fell, twitching. These people would die filled with desire, becoming Slaanesh's food. For Slaanesh, people dying this way were more delicious and juicy compared to those killed by the beautiful music of Noise Marines. Haka, with his eager troops, attacked the Dawn of Light. Sister Online knelt earnestly before the statue of the Emperor in our chapter's memorial hall, performing pre-battle blessings in their unique manner. She also wondered, didn't the Emperor's angels perform pre-battle prayers here? On the other side, in the armory, a tech marine was placating the machine spirit, while the warriors on the other side listened to the political commissar's exhortation. The current battle situation is not optimistic. The time has come for the chapter and the people to test us. Before he could finish speaking, the warriors had already grabbed their weapons, ready to fight. If Wallace hadn't stopped them, these high-spirited troops would have rushed into the assault pods to seize, to destroy the enemy ships. Yi Feng waved his hand. We have a great advantage, why should we board? The warship's main cannons opened fire, and everyone entered defensive positions. Let the enemy see our defensive firepower. With 2 untouchable shields and Sisters of Silences guarding the Black Ship, we can truly ensure you never return. The Chaos Sorcerer made the first move. The few decorations on his body indicated he was a low-ranking sorcerer. He knelt on the ground, picked up an exquisite golden dagger, and plunged it fiercely into his own belly. No blood flowed out, a large amount of psychic energy was released from his belly, beginning to dissipate, forming a magic circle, or rather, an altar, around him. The sacrifice was himself. Haka and his elite guard entered the altar. The warp fluctuated, and they performed an ultra-long distance teleportation for boarding. And Liana heard the ship-wide alarm and, grasping her weapon, rushed towards the enemy invasion area. Halfway there, Xiao Lan encountered her and, pulling and dragging, took her to her defensive position. Why is this girl like a Krieg? We even need to assign a political commissar to keep her from charging. Wallace on the side was also half dead with exhaustion. The well-trained veterans were already at their positions, but Xiao Lan's recruits, over 300 of them, were simply too many to manage, so Wallace had to help guide them. These recruits were far more fanatical than the veterans, ready to expel the Emperor's enemies and restore the human galaxy. The enemy appeared in the central area of the Dawn of Light, which was an important weapon storage facility and inherently a key defensive zone. As soon as Haka landed, he saw a large number of mortals checking ammunition. The Chaos Warriors immediately spread their war robes and began to charge. The war robes brushed past the mortals' bodies, turning fresh blood food into Slaanesh's delicious snacks. The mortals screamed and writhed on the ground. The Chaos Warriors moved to the next area. Several bombs suddenly blew open the walls on the enemy's flank. The warrior controlling the turret blasted open the false walls, which were originally for living quarters but could be completely abandoned during combat. A torrent of fire instantly engulfed one of the Chaos Warriors. Haka reacted swiftly, throwing a flashbang grenade, temporarily blinding the warrior manning the turret. By the time he could see the enemy again, the barbs of a power whip were already inches away. Terminator's warriors began to appear, and the demons on the enemy's warship also started to exert their power. Both sides engaged in a brutal struggle on the Dawn of Light warship. Slaanesh's demons didn't care what the Chaos Warriors thought, they were the first demons to attack the star system, destined not to exist long in the real world, and were determined to feast first. Yi Feng, carrying his combat blade and a deadly storm shield, charged out of the command center. From another direction came Rogier, wielding his slightly damaged psychic nullifying storm shield. The two of them went to reinforce different sections of the warship. Haka wielded his long whip, smashing the surrounding walls and engaging the Primaris recruits, easily wounding them and leaving them to lie in pools of blood, bleeding to death. Haka didn't care if these guys could get back up, he just needed to incapacitate them. His main target was the battle sisters. And Liana, holding her combat blade, moved with a Kurosel, who advanced quickly through the corridor, his nose suffering greatly. With every deep breath, he could smell a thick, putrid scent of desire. It was too strong, fouler than some of the guys specialized in corruption. These enemies used a lot of perfume, causing immense damage to the sense of smell. Mortals who inhaled it would suffer severe neurological damage. Combined with their cloaks, it had a surprisingly effective impact. It was also particularly effective against the Wolf Guard. It was just too foul. Haka felt a sudden discomfort and turned to see a Primaris warrior approaching with a dark green combat blade. The power whip cracked, and the pink great guns of the surrounding bodyguards turned, all their firepower directed at Yifeng. Behind Yifeng, several warriors charged out first, raising their storm shields to block the barrage. Those selected for the byway army were the few remaining Primaris warriors, powerful individuals from the same batch as Aslan. In a flash of sword light, Yifeng and Haka exchanged several blows. Do you know that I've really started to hate whips lately, especially the whips of you chaos scum? Yifeng was in an awful mood. He had just finished fighting the Drukari/Dark Yildari and now he encountered Slaanish's chaos warriors. Is Slaanish coveting my beauty? Has he set his eyes on me? The rapid approach of the psychic nullifying storm shield made Haka feel a suffocating field drawing near. The mutated flesh blessed by the warp on his body was dissolving, urging him to quickly eliminate Yifeng. For those of Slaanish's faction, the most painful thing isn't experiencing extreme pain. Pain is also part of their perversion. For them, the most unbearable thing is losing all sensation. To feel nothing at all could drive them insane. As the organs that once brought Haka extreme pleasure began to disappear, and the last vestiges of sensation could no longer be transmitted, he too went mad. Universal pleasure, phantom feather delight. Yifeng remained silent, utterly disdainful of the enemy before him. The long whip swirled in the air, lashing towards Yifeng's combat blade. A crisp crack was followed by Yifeng's swift swordplay. At 7 body lengths, your long whip has the advantage. At 2 body lengths, prepare to die, traitor. The blade sliced through the enemy's armor, which, due to warp corruption, had fused with his flesh, becoming Haka's skin. However, the approaching psychic nullifying storm shield caused this skin to begin flaking off. If he fought Yifeng much longer, Haka might end up a naked pervert. Several elite bodyguards of the Phantom Feather Warband were also suppressed by the Primaris warriors. They used their speed advantage to dodge the heavy, powerful attacks, launching quick counterattacks with small, perverse weapons. Haka had only exchanged a few blows with Yifeng before he began to think of retreating. This enemy, who seemed to charge furiously to engage him in a direct sword fight, once engaged, wielded his combat blade with a fluidity even greater than the power whip. His attacks felt as if they struck empty air, making it incredibly uncomfortable. Haka twitched, and a flashbang grenade dropped from his crotch. He had no idea where he had hidden it, but it was surprisingly effective now. The sudden burst of light injured Yifeng's eyes. His tactical helmet failed to reduce the light to a suitable brightness, and the violent explosion made his ears extremely uncomfortable. The grenade detonated with strange powder. Fortunately, he wore a helmet, otherwise his skin might have festered. Yifeng quickly retreated several paces, took out his plasma pistol with his left hand, and moved sideways, constantly changing position in front. An unfired plasma pistol still held deterrence. Yifeng recovered quickly, but the enemy had vanished, and even several bodyguards had fled, leaving only a few wounded enemies who couldn't retreat. Without a word, several plasma bolts flew over, tearing through their fragile flesh, and Yifeng plunged his light green combat blade into their necks. How strange, where did the enemy go? At this moment, Haka was also severely wounded. He was too deeply affected by the storm shield, and his eye blessings were greatly weakened. He forcefully left the battlefield with 2 bodyguards. They were now in a corridor, spotlessly clean and tidy on both sides, devoid of holy inscriptions or statues of the emperor, which made Haka very uncomfortable. A white wall? Are you insane? Couldn't you have painted some exquisite artworks? Do your combined artistic cells weigh less than a bolter? Even paintings of the false emperor would be better. Haka was very distressed. He ran quickly, either to leave here immediately or to find some mortals to decorate the walls with. Not long after, he indeed encountered mortals. His target for this mission, Sister Onlina. Seeing the blasphemous creature charging towards her, the sister roared, "For the emperor!" and raised her blade of faith, a power sword inscribed with numerous holy runes, to charge at Haka. Haka was overjoyed, hesitated for a moment, and spent an instant thinking about how to capture this living battle sisters. Never mind that, first disarm her combat blade. The 2 bodyguards also gleefully raised their special weapons. They used a type of hook with a chainsaw, capable of snaring prey or hacking apart enemy weapons. These chainsaws were specially designed to tear apart enemy weapons and corrupt their machine spirit. They had turned off the chainsaws, already prepared on how to restrain the sister. These chaos warriors rejoiced too soon. Kurosel leaped out from the side wall. The surrounding white walls? My chapter only spends money on consumables. This was also a false wall. Kurosel crashed through it, shattering it into pieces. Sharp wolf claws and bared fangs grew larger and larger in the enemy's eyes. Kurosel slammed one hand furiously onto the enemy's weapon-holding arm. The Wolf brothers didn't carry weapons, he was faster and fiercer. After restraining the enemy's arms, his gaping maw lunged at the enemy. This Slaanesh Chaos Warrior looked, what a huge mouth. Then, his long tongue, carrying some Slaanesh specialized toxins, extended into the Wolf brothers' mouth. Kurosel bit down, crushing the disgusting head before him, tearing off half of it with a powerful bite. He hadn't yet felt the revulsion of taste, because his wolf nose had already been severely damaged by the nauseating scent. Kurosel now only thought of one thing, where are the firefighters? Give me a flamethrower, I'm going to burn all this disgusting stuff to ashes. The other bodyguard took 2 steps back and activated his chainsaw button. Kurosel turned his head, spitting out the enemy's fragments. He looked like a man-eating ogre with a mouth full of blood, but when a tongue wrapped in viscous, transparent liquid fell from his mouth, Kurosel also froze. And Liana was sent flying by Haka, stumbling to the ground, but her blade of faith remained in her hand. Haka was somewhat annoyed. Nicely put down your weapon. I will bring you ultimate pleasure, join the Slaanesh cult. As Haka prepared to continue his attack, the sound of a wall shattering behind him instinctively made him feel uneasy. A trap? The wall was fake? He turned to look and saw Kurosel spitting wildly, still covered in part of a cloak, with crackling electric lights that looked somewhat beautiful. Kurosel's movements didn't stop, he seemed to be bending over to vomit, but in reality, he was taking a combat dagger from his thigh and accurately throwing it at Haka, then ducking and rolling like a wild dog to dodge the enemy bodyguard's attack. He rose and pounced on the last Chaos bodyguard. Just as Haka turned, and Liana got up and delivered a blow with her blade to the Chaos leader. The forceful wind generated by the swinging blade of faith drew Haka's attention back. Without looking behind him, a full-force elbow strike sent Liana flying again. The machine spirit of her force feedback armor was severely damaged, and she gradually lost control of her power armor. The Emperor's wrath, you cannot bear it. Divine retribution will come. And Liana's mouth bled, but her curses continued unabated. Haka felt an inexplicable irritation, lashed Liana with his whip, shattering the armor around her waist and abdomen. The flesh cut open by the power whip showed no sign of healing, blood stained the clean and tidy pathway. Kurosel dodged a swing of the chainsaw hook, he was at a disadvantage now, but it didn't matter, the enemy was within 3 feet. A flashbang grenade fell from the enemy, this elite bodyguard precisely hooked his foot back, and the grenade flew up from behind his power pack, its light shining on Kurosel's armor, sparkling. This wolf brother wasn't wearing a helmet, his thick fur blocked some of the scattered medicinal dust, but the explosion still brought him unspeakable pain. Ow! Chapter 191 Universal Joy, Fantasy Feathers Joy. A wolf howl echoed through the entire corridor. Haka's long whip lashed across Kurosel's face, and the wolf brother abruptly lowered his head. A large amount of fur was severed, but thankfully, no flesh was injured. Haka grabbed Sister Onlina, gestured to his brothers, and turned to leave. Fun fact, lone wolves don't howl. Just as Rogier never howled when he first joined the chapter. Key point, Haka felt a surge of irritation. Rogier, holding a psychic nullification shield, passed through the wall. He was still in his regular form, shield in his left hand, sword in his right, his chain sword striking precisely and fiercely at the custodes. The Slaanesh corrupted enemies were agile, but as they approached the shield, their proud bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Their flesh sloughed off like melting fat, and the parts that were once blessed transformed into a pool of pus, becoming the culprit for slipping underfoot. This was no sword fighting practice, this was a fight to the death. Rogier seized the opportunity, severing the enemy's arm along with its chain sword hook with one swing. This custodes was no pushover either and pulled out another light and shadow grenade. Rogier, the protective old wolf, already knew about the enemy's special weapon. Communications within his warship, protected by the librarian, were quite clear. These grenades were effective, just not damaging. The light and shadow grenade spun in the air, about to reach the height of the warriors' heads. At this moment, Rogier slammed his patched-up shield directly onto it. The brightly shining grenade got stuck on the bones of the untouchable, pushed into the enemy's gaping maw. At this moment, the custode's head shone brightly, becoming the most dazzling light bulb on the entire warship. The chain sword swung again, mercilessly separating the enemy's head from its body. Haka, holding the severely wounded sister in one hand and shielding his face with the other, crashed heavily into the wall like the Astartes, passing into the next area. Behind him, Kurosel, having recovered, was pursuing him along the sister's blood trail. The war entered a white-hot phase. The enemy had greater numbers, but we held them off with psychic nullification shields and ample defensive installations. Haka was sprinting and encountered 2 psychic nullification shields in succession. This was terrible luck, he should have prepared to retreat. Since he had already captured the sister, there was no need to continue fighting. Reason told him to retreat, but did he have reason? As Haka moved further away from the shield, Slaanesh's blessings returned, and desire once again gained the upper hand. Killing these people in agony, or rather, in ecstasy, might earn him more of his favor. And Liana, in his hands, had already fainted from excessive blood loss. The strong drug reaction made her face flush, and her blood flowed faster and could not be stopped. After running for some more time, seemingly feeling that his prey was about to die, Haka stopped and then looked at Liana's abdominal wound. Haka licked the sister's wound with his long tongue. Transparent mucus sealed in Liana's wound, and Slaanesh's corruption assailed her even more fiercely. Haka looked around, trying to find a good spot. Large outer areas of the Dawn of Light had already been occupied by them. He needed to find a place where a sufficiently grand sacrifice and powerful demons could enter to set up his daemon ascension ritual. He wanted to ascend to daemonhood on the battlefield. The outer areas of the Dawn of Light were originally strategic buffer zones. In defensive planning, these areas were expected to be destroyed by enemy bombardment, so not many defenses were set up. Haka's initial boarding was precisely in a fortified area, which is why he met with stubborn resistance. The enemy's 2 barges began to press forward. Having spent a long time in Slaanisha's domain, these warships were more or less corrupted, becoming more agile. Some still usable Chaos assault pods, carrying the remaining Chaos warriors, began boarding. Corrupted machine spirits, with unsatisfied demons and Chaos warriors within them, crashed into the most densely populated areas. Haka gathered some strength and occupied a row of outer cabins. The Chaos warriors' assault pods were arriving. More and more enemies gathering also meant an increasingly thin veil of reality. Chaos sorcerers opened their barriers, making it easier for Chaos demons to act in this area. The Imperial Auxiliary deployed in an orderly fashion, resisting step by step, adopting a defensive stance from the outset. Combat servitors directed the mortals while operating heavy gun turrets to engage the enemy. The Byway army moved swiftly, following Yifeng's lead. Another unit was the elite 1st Company warriors led by Kazanov, splitting into 2 routes to advance towards the Chaos-controlled area. Kurosal finally returned to normal. He was hidden behind a corner, behind a collapsed Emperor's statue. When he found the sister, he discovered that Haka had already rendezvoused with several enemies. Kurosal did not rush forward but instead monitored them like a scout. He was not a lone wolf, he had a pack. The war had been going on for 10 hours now. The enemy's progress was slow, but they had captured many mortals. These people were to be used as sacrifices, to be corrupted simultaneously in a grand ritual. Not much time passed. When Haka finished dealing with the specifics of this sacrifice and turned to corrupt the sister who had been struggling for so long, the wolf packs arrived. 2 wolf packs. The Luna wolves would never fall behind. The veteran squad led by Kazanov launched the first attack, violently tearing a gap in the center of the enemy's defenses, like a dagger plunging into the enemy's vital point. The enemy frantically diverted forces to block this fearless squad. Kurosal seized the opportunity, let out a wolf howl, and charged out. Hearing the wolf howl, Haka flinched, instinctively drawing his whip and looking towards the source of the sound. The wolf that had been pursuing him was actually charging alone. He chuckled, was that a feint just now? No, this is it. Haka suddenly looked to the side. The wolf brothers led by Rogier had already torn through a large number of Slaanish cultists, slamming their shields into a demon's face. Wolf packs howl before attacking, but when they attack, they are silent. Haka reacted quickly, grabbing Ilyana and charging towards Kurosal. He ordered his brothers to first deal with Kurosal, who was alone. He dared not entrust his wounded sister to other Chaos warriors. These desire-corrupted individuals would undoubtedly snatch the woman without hesitation and attempt daemon ascension themselves. Then I'll kill you all. All of you are sacrifices, ha 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 ha. Universal pleasure, phantom feather delight. These madmen fired purple lasers, strange pink cannon fire, and unknown viscous fluids at Kurosal. The wolf brother was well prepared. All the surrounding metal plates floated up, helping Kurosal block the attack. Haka immediately realized a psyker was involved and shouted loudly at the Chaos sorcerer on the other side. The sorcerer was trying to cast a spell to stop Kazanov. Rogier had a shield. Hearing Haka's call, he slammed his staff onto his own instep. The entire staff plunged into his foot, pinning him firmly to the deck, restricting the twisted spells of the First Company warriors from continuing to be cast. Behind this Chaos sorcerer, the flesh-carved and ravaged skin completely split open, and half a person floated out from it. Similar to Christina's cicada shell escape, but this spell was far more bloody and brutal. The sorcerer opened his mouth wide, emitting no sound, but on the warp level, a summoning wave had already been sent out. A snake woman-like demon drilled into his mouth. He became a host for a demon. The Chaos sorcerer, now empowered, immediately cast powerful sorcery and engaged bells. Despite the metal deck, as the Chaos sorcerer chanted, the shadow beneath his feet gradually spread, turning the surroundings into a viscous swamp. From these pools of evil mire, bamboo shoot-like cones grew. Bals didn't know what these things were for, but it didn't stop him from attacking. The air was compressed, continuously pressing down on the black substance covering the ground, forming an air wall that replaced the original floor. Kurosal and the warriors who followed Bals charged at the enemy, stepping on the airboards. The Chaos sorcerer chanted, and those bamboo shoot-like spires subtly threatened to break through the wallboards. The chanting ended, he clapped his hands together, and shouted a piercing, ancient language. It roughly meant, the bamboo shoots are home? These spires instantly bloomed, becoming seductive, beautiful flowers. In the center of the vibrant, beautiful petals, the stamens were twisting tendrils of flesh, each stamen the soul of a resilient Astra Militarum member. This spell was extremely demanding. They had to capture a squad of strong-willed Astra Militarum beforehand, preferably Katachan or Cadia warriors, and simultaneously seize their souls with swift, potent corruption. Only then could they be handed over to a greater daemon to be condensed into this bamboo shoot-like substance. Once these stamens were exposed to the outside, they immediately emitted soul-level screams, attacking people's projections in the warp simultaneously, with astonishing power. Bals also felt immense pressure. His head throbbed, and his psychic output was somewhat erratic. The warriors on the air floor struggled to maintain balance. They floated eerily up and down on the airboards, their trembling arms unable to even grip their combat blades. They could only raise them with all their might, turning sideways to block enemy fire with their shoulder pads, with no spare energy for other actions. Bal's entire body trembled. The airboard enveloped the blooming bamboo shoots, and he bore the brunt of the sole impact. His vision blurred, his hearing was no longer keen, and the painful howls and the wails of mortals filled his ears, his soul's hearing. He felt irritation and sadness, and in his mind, the Emperor's projection, standing on the Terra space station, on the flagship, gradually turned around. The Astartes legions behind him had vanished, replaced by countless mortal warriors. For the first time ever, Bals felt such discomfort, such an urge to howl at the sky. Bals opened his mouth wide like a wolf brother, and with all his might, expelled his pent-up emotions. No sound was heard, but on the warp level, the roars of thousands of mortals drowned out the cries of pain, as unified mortals stood together, and beneath their 100 cloth robes, they let out the most resolute shouts towards the pitiful souls in these cages. The surrounding flowers were instantly destroyed by an unseen force. Ordinary people only felt a gentle breeze, which immediately refreshed them. But in the eyes of the Chaos Sorcerer, a scarlet psyker energy mixed with the power of faith swept towards him like a tsunami. He was not a reef, he was shattered by the waves, completely dissipating in the real world, and so was his other body, impaled to the ground by a scepter. The snake woman-like demon was instantly flung into the warp, where it saw a tattered robe cover it. The floor returned to its original state, with only damaged holes and exposed wires telling of what had just happened. Bals knelt on the ground, unable to continue, and Kurosel also charged into the enemy's face. Haka, holding the sister, sprinted wildly. This was their way, they held onto their prey tightly, and his intense desire meant he would never abandon this body. Thus, we could see some of the toughest individuals from our chapter, carrying shields, chasing Haka, while other scattered chaos warriors ran a few steps, then realized with confusion that no one was pursuing them. Who cares, just keep breaking through the defensive line. This group of people didn't care about Haka at all. If the leader died, they'd just replace him. There were plenty of individuals obsessed with domination, and these people usually wished they could usurp Haka, but couldn't defeat him. Now, they were directly using someone else to kill him. The main force of these chaos warriors surged towards the internal lines of the Dawn of Light. On the front line, Xiaolan and Valis directed the recruits in setting up defenses. 300 Primaris recruits, an unimaginable fighting force for any chapter, were now deployed en masse on the position, controlling cleverly designed defensive turrets, ready to give the incoming enemies a grand welcome. The newly appointed librarian, who had once fought alongside Bals, had already exchanged several rounds with the enemy's psyker. As soon as he engaged an enemy, he would call for Yifeng. After Yifeng led the Baiwei army in a charge, he went straight to the armory and got on a motorcycle. Tech Marine Inc. was currently fending off the enemy's attack at the entrance when Yifeng suddenly appeared from behind the enemies. Caught in a pincer attack, the 5 chaos warriors who had come to attack were eliminated. The nightmare for the enemies only began when the White Scars rode their anti-gravity motorcycles, speeding along the main thoroughfare of the warship. Only individuals with this gene seed could ride motorcycles at high speed inside a warship without crashing, or rather, they had long wanted to do so. Sitcherware's throwing knives precisely and elegantly killed the enemies who came to attack the gene seed storage facility. He was one of the oldest individuals, and his combat power was not weak at all. He split the incoming chaos warriors with a few slashes, then vanished, hiding in the enemy's blind spots. These enemies hesitated for a moment. Stealing gene seed was very important, but the defensive force was a bit too strong. Before they could ponder for too long, they heard someone on the flank shout, "Flying bike thugs." The leading enemy had just turned his head when he saw himself flying. Well, his head flew. The White Scars on motorcycles, like the sons of Ferris filled with prosthetics and the Wolf brothers in the ice and snow, possessed combat power that could not be measured by ordinary standards. On the other side, the black ship was well protected by the Supreme Chongming. Aslan led the warriors in a fierce close-quarters battle with the enemies, and with the assault of a strike cruiser, its macro cannons on both sides fired furiously, temporarily holding back 2 of the enemy's cruisers. There were not many chaos warriors on these cruisers, but there were many demons, mostly possessing Slaanesh cultists, launching boarding actions towards the Supreme Chongming. These mortal-piloted flying bricks were much easier to intercept than assault pods. Close-in weapons systems, especially Land's close-in weapons systems, could penetrate the engines of transport pods. While they couldn't completely destroy them, losing power and drifting in space was tantamount to death. The Hospitallers gathered in the medical equipment warehouse. Outside them were various Astra Militarum warriors who had just been treated by them. These individuals were all fortunate souls. Those who could retreat to the rear for treatment were all valiant warriors who had fought and been wounded in the terrifying, meat-grinder-like battlefield, and whose lives had been temporarily sustained by medical officers. They held simple weapons, standing behind several Astartes and Ina, with several eager battle sisters nearby. The discomfort around the Sisters of Silence, the untouchable, ironically became their protective umbrella. They were particularly fortunate to fight alongside a Sisters of Silence, and they were also doomed. Those who saw demons could not be saved, there was only death. The black ship trembled violently as a large flying brick broke through the Supreme Chongming's firepower blockade and crashed into the black ship, which was providing long-range fire support. A large number of demons and chaos cultists rushed out of the hatches as the deck fell, met by Astartes' bolter fire and Ina's thrown psychic grenades. Ina was finally fighting alongside the Emperor's angels, just as she had dreamed countless times in her youth. Wearing her vow armor, she even pushed further forward than the warriors, banishing the enchanted mortals the moment they emerged. Her execution greatsword, originally meant to kill heretic psychers, now swung mercilessly at the heads of these fallen humans. Seeing their chapter's darling charge forward, several warriors disregarded fire suppression, drew their combat blades, and met the enemy, leaving only a few recruits, warriors who had been modified after Ina left, still fighting alongside the mortals. The vow armor worn by the Sisters of Silence was very reliable, the laser guns used by the mortals could not harm her at all. The only thing to note might be that this armor was not completely sealed, and falling into space would still result in death. The Slaanesh cultists saw that there were space marines here, so they couldn't fight and called for reinforcements. A battle barge entangled with the Dawn Light wanted to turn to support the attack on the black ship. The Dawn of Light could not let it leave and fired violently at its engine area. Haka decided to retreat. His altar had been destroyed, and he needed to return to his warship to establish a new altar. He had been running within Liana for an unknown duration. The unconscious sister's face had developed an abnormal deep red. Even though her will was strong, her frail body could not resist the potent corruption. Kazanov also found it strange. How could this guy in front, carrying a girl, run so fast? Is my jump pack broken? It shouldn't be. It must be Slaanesh's corruption running too deep. I must eliminate this important enemy figure. After another turn, Kazanov had just rounded the corner when he saw several unidentified masses of flesh wriggling and flying towards him. He twisted his body, dodging several flesh projectiles. Taking this opportunity, the librarian of the Phantom Feather Warband, a master of the art of flesh sculpting, rendezvoused with Haka and used a sorceress teleportation to return to the battle barge, leaving behind only some half-sculpted mortal captives. Kazanov did not hesitate, immediately returning to change his armor, preparing for a teleportation boarding. The Mark 7 armor was ultimately too poor, he still planned to switch back to the old Terminator's armor that had fought alongside him for 100 years. Yi Feng, hearing the news that Liana had been abducted, was enraged. Prepare the boarding assault pods for me. I will personally go and deal with that defeated foe. Chapter Master, the Dawn of Light's outer armor is severely damaged, and all assault hatches are destroyed. Kazanov, I wish you a smooth journey. Yi Feng could not approach the teleportation boarding area, his shield would cause damage to the facilities. Rogier walked past Yi Feng, threw his shield to him, and then also boarded the teleportation device. Disgusting be damned, the Wolf brothers abhorred teleportation, but you snatched someone from my hands, I cannot tolerate this. Kurosel also went along, the grudge of the French kiss could not go unavenged. All those in the know must be annihilated. At this moment, our trading fleet was rushing towards the Sorok world at maximum speed. The speed of the Ambition-class cruiser was undeniably fast. The rogue trader's strongest warship, sailing beyond the Astronomicon, possessed a very reliable engine. Leading these people was one of the new librarians, also a prophetic librarian. He had originally studied under Sisyphus, but later, due to Principal Cancello's arrival, his learning progress slowed, causing him to arrive at the chapter a step late. He had intended to continue studying with the old librarian after arriving at the chapter, but to his surprise, Sisyphus had disappeared. Thus, he volunteered to lead the trading fleet, while searching for news of Sisyphus and using his prophetic abilities to help the fleet avoid disaster. He now deeply regretted it. He had foreseen some vague images, pink and purple forces threatening a world, and the trading fleet dealing a devastating blow to the enemy. He had initially thought it was another Forge world in trouble, and had prepared the warriors for battle, only to find that his own home was being plundered. The massive fleet exited the Mandeville Point, and the scene before them was desolate. The star system's early warning systems had been destroyed, and layers upon layers of defensive nets were largely ruined. Our warships were being chased and attacked, and some enemies had already landed on the Sorok world, engaging in fierce combat with the local planetary defense forces. The librarian immediately ordered all warships to activate their afterburners. 3 of the 5 Ambition-class cruisers separated, heading to suppress the enemies entangled with the Black Ship. The remaining 2, along with the firepower ships purchased from the Adeptus Mechanicus, launched a fierce attack on the enemy's battle barges. The Soul Strike cruiser, which was also the flagship, sailed towards the enemy ships in orbit around Sorok world. The situation had reversed, offense and defense had swapped. Chapter 192 The Secret that Wolf Brothers Must Tell. Astartes were fighting chaotically all over the warship, with the most intense combat taking place in the battle barge where Haka was located. At this moment, Haka's cabin was in disarray. The Phantom Feather Warband indeed had more numbers, but why did the enemy have so many Terminator armor units? Especially the one at the very front, that was too outrageous. How could he run so fast? The mere dozen Chaos Warriors in Terminator armor were no match, they were hacked into chunks of flesh, these guys were practically world eaters. After the trading fleet arrived at the battlefield, the Slaanesh warships didn't even think twice, turning around and fleeing. They would deal with the enemies who had boarded the Phantom Feather Warband's warships in the warp. But the Crimson Torrent chapter had no intention of letting them have their way. After a series of deep enticements, the enemy had already entered the very center of the star system, and retreating was not a simple matter. Killing people and seizing ships were old hands at this. The Ambition-class cruiser began to suppress the enemy warship with its excellent firepower. Haka knew the situation was out of control and he had to make a drastic decision, otherwise, they would all be lost here. He held in Liana, this lady's body, after a warp jump, hadn't suffered physical corrosion, but her power armor's machine spirit had entered a state of neural disarray. Then let's do it again. Haka, relying on his familiarity with his warship, arrived at the teleportation room first. He pulled the lever, and the teleportation room immediately closed, its hatch turning into sharp, snowy white teeth, now sealed tightly shut. The chaos teleportation room had transformed into the stomach of some massive flesh construct. Protruding blood vessels formed runic inscriptions, and a dim bloody light flashed, teleporting Haka to another battle barge. Kazanov and Rogier, who followed, had no idea where the enemy had gone. After an unsuccessful search, they began to extensively sabotage this warship. The second batch of warriors was teleported over, and then the Dawn of Light slowly disengaged from the enemy warship. We had no other choice, the warship's outer layer was battered, and if the boarding warriors failed, they wouldn't be able to withdraw. They could only increase their strength, hoping to capture that warship. Yi Feng began to clear out the remaining enemies in the Dawn of Light. On his motorcycle, he was like a divine descent, even Chaos warriors found it difficult to escape his pursuit. Some enemies no longer tried to seize our void shield and engine facilities. They plunged into the lower decks where mortals were abundant, unleashing a massacre and performing warp sacrifices to gain stronger power to slay the speeding thugs. The Slaanesh cruiser above Sorok World was destroyed. Under the close-range bombardment of the strike cruiser, they completely lost power, and most of their forces fell onto Sorok World. The Astartes who boarded easily captured this warship. Sorok World needed reinforcements, but no Astartes could be spared. They could only rely on the newly established local defenses to temporarily hold them off. Rogier and his team captured a battle barge, but they didn't see Haka or Enliana. The enemy's last battle barge advanced towards the black ship, but halfway there, it was discovered that the Chaos Sorcerer who had boarded had already died. The unfortunate sorcerer responsible for teleportation was split in two by INA's execution greatsword. Haka ordered the warship to retreat immediately. There weren't many people left on this warship, mostly brothers who were severely afflicted by gluttony. They were too lazy to attack, guarding their own kitchen was their greatest effort. Therefore, their kitchen was located on the outer part of the warship, so that boarding enemies would engage them first. Haka felt the war wasn't over. He still had troops, and by reuniting with some subordinates still engrossed in looting, he still had a chance. What's more, he still had some spoils of war. Haka held Enliana, contemplating how to corrupt her. At this moment, on the silent fire strike cruiser, the new librarian stood in the boarding bay, with a few warriors beside him, and another old friend. Nian Cijin looked at the few people around him and felt it wasn't very secure. Brother, are you sure we can win? I see it, Pastor brother, our offensive will completely annihilate the enemy. Their influence in this star system will be erased, not a single bit remaining, the prophetic librarian said with full confidence. Then let's act, let's go. The Emperor protects, for humanity. Warp light flickered, and the warriors' figures gradually blurred, then disappeared. 8 warriors were teleported to a position very close to the enemy warship's core. They only had 8 Terminators units. The teleportation location of the 8 warriors had already bypassed the enemies guarding the mess hall, going straight to the enemy warship's core. Nian Cijin chopped off his own left arm with one strike. Boarding chaos forces often led to such situations, getting stuck inside the warship. Fortunately, there was no situation of being completely stuck, and the life signals of the 8 warriors were stable. There was still another unlucky brother, but the good news was that he was a son of Ferris and also a tech marine. He directly cut off his stuck prosthetic leg and used the mechanical arm from his mechanical backpack to walk in place of his thigh. The silent fire and the enemy warship began close-range bombardment. The enemy warship had just taken a round of hits from the Dawn of Light battle barge, and many of its turrets were unusable. Both sides were locked in a stalemate for a short time under the mutual bombardment. Haka felt the ship shaking violently, and then the machine spirit sounded alarms everywhere. He had to return to the command position. Enliana's corruption would be left to the warp. Briefly exposing her to the warp, he believed she would yield. Haka rushed out of the room and saw several red-armored men frantically stomping on his brothers. That Praetorian guard had already become a pulp of flesh. Nian Cijin reacted first. How is there still one? Get him. He charged at Haka with his chainsword. Haka turned and ran. The opponent was wearing Terminator armor, a one-armed warrior, with no gun. What was he waiting for if not to run? The librarian smiled slightly, swung his power maul, and slammed it into the ground. The entire deck was pierced, and another brother jumped down to the next level with the librarian. Nian Cijin chased anxiously, the enemy's movements were agile, and he couldn't keep up at all. After a few turns, the opponent disappeared without a trace. Haka was now hiding in the area below Nian Cijin. His desires were starting to get the better of him again. If he dealt with this enemy in front of him, he could obtain half a set of Terminator armor. He had to do it. Not being greedy, and still a Slaanesh worshipper? Haka, in this state of rational confusion, running and being greedy, gradually fell into a complete disadvantage. The Red Tide was different, they had firmly believed from the start, with a unified ideology, to be utterly greedy and devour this entire fleet. Haka walked into a storage room. Inside were some of their special bombs, living balls of flesh that were still wriggling. These were standard soul bombs. The flesh after their explosion would corrode enemies, a psychic level corrosion. For power armor, whether it would be corroded through depended solely on the strength of the machine spirit. As soon as he entered the room, he was met with a great hammer. Haka was extremely fast, ducking to dodge the attack in an instant, followed by a dense hail of bolter fire that instantly severely wounded him. Behind him, a beautiful voice representing death emerged, splat, and the flamethrower's inferno swept through the surrounding area, turning Haka into a blazing inferno. This leader of the Phantom Feather Warband, the wicked Slaanesh fanatic, finally met his end. He collapsed despairingly to the ground, his fleshly senses gradually leaving him. He struggled to writhe, wanting to see the enemy's face, but all he saw was the corpse of the librarian, skilled in flesh sculpting, nailed to the ceiling. At this moment, the corpse above suddenly disintegrated, and a pair of large feet grew larger and larger in his vision. Then, he lost his sight. Nian Si Jin, who had jumped down, looked around and saw his comrades. Battle brothers, I heard a commotion and thought it was the enemy. At this moment, Sister Onlina was still in a coma. In her illusion, the Emperor's statue behind her had shrunk considerably, but it remained pure and undefiled, holy light enveloping in Liana's body. Beyond the light, monstrous beasts roamed, demons and specters, accompanied by fox spirits and snake maidens, ravaged the Mind Lake. The Slaanesh evil shadow loomed high in the sky, stagnant for 3 inches, making no progress. After a long time, a power that distinguished neither friend nor foe finally crashed into the battlefield, as if a black hole had descended upon the world. All illusions were sucked into it, and Liana was sucked in along with them. In a daze, Liana seemed to hear someone calling her. Are you asleep? Wake up and go back to sleep. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and her brain abruptly cleared. All her senses were returning. She felt as if her whole body was on fire, in excruciating pain. Then her hearing slowly returned, and she vaguely heard someone saying, What? Her serious illness must have expired, she's still alive after all that. And Liana vaguely opened her eyes and saw a skeleton right in front of her face. Death. Yi Feng, quick as a flash, chopped her unconscious again with a hand chop. That's it, Situate, hurry up and cure her and send her away. I'm going to hide first. Yi Feng slipped out the back door, leaving Situate looking helplessly at his patient. The hospitalers were waiting at the main entrance of the infirmary. The Astartes righteously declared that warp corruption must be dealt with first before any treatment, and these mortals could only wait. And Liana was pushed out of the infirmary a while later. At this moment, a large amount of flesh had been excised from her body, any sign of corruption had to be completely cut away. The most experienced director of the 6th Holy Hospital personally began her treatment. Additionally, a certain old Six suggested that Kazanov personally go to Liana's side, just in case there was still chaos erosion. Kazanov mercilessly refused this suggestion. Every time he saw this sister, he was reminded of how he failed to catch the enemy who was sprinting away with her. How could I not catch him? So infuriating, thought Mad Wolf, and he ran a few more laps in his power armor. The naval battle was nearing its end, 2 battle barges were completely captured. These followers of Slaanesh were scattered in every corner of the warship, bullying the weak, dodging the Astartes, and striking hard against the mortal warriors. We didn't tolerate it. The recruits were sent out to practice, and the warlike warriors of the 13th Company charged in. With the arrival of the trading fleet, this place gradually became a hunting ground for chaos. Hunting the enemy when outnumbered and clearing out remnants to collect spoils has always been our excellent tradition. As the saying goes, no guns, no cannons, the enemy provides them for us. Yi Feng was feeling a bit conflicted now. If you say I'm poor, well, 2 more battle barges arrived. The corruption is quite severe, and the Adeptus Mechanicus might lose nearly 1 million personnel of various types purifying these things, but ultimately, they are still part of our assets. If you say I'm rich, the only functional battle barge left is the Eternal Mountain. After this battle, the Dawn of Light had almost all its armor plates destroyed and its weapon arrays largely ruined, it was just a transport ship floating in space. Tearfall, when we were fighting the Phantom Feather Warband, they seemed to have engaged enemies in another direction. They said they won, but the situation is probably not good. The Stern Vigilance, the last time we fought the TO, 1/5 of the entire warship disappeared. Later, I don't know what stage of repair it was in, but it definitely wasn't fully repaired when William took it out. Otherwise, why would you think my trading fleet runs around all the forge worlds in the galaxy? That's definitely to find William. There aren't many forge worlds that can repair battle barges. If William is alive, he will definitely find a world, bargain fiercely, and then stay there peacefully for repairs. What else? Could it be for money? Earning food money for our own fleet doesn't count, does it? Maintaining a fleet is very expensive. The Dawn of Light entered repair status, and all facilities were transferred to the Eternal Mountain. Sister Onlina was taken to the Black Ship by the Hospitalers. At this moment, Kurosel was discussing with Situate how to make Liana believe that she had been corrupted at the start of the battle and everything she saw afterward was an illusion. Our chief apothecary looked puzzled. Did you expose any important secrets of our chapter? The Honest Wolf Brothers was about to say no, then thought, that kind of thing can't be known by Situate either. In my haste, I called out the names of some non-existent people. Situate pouted. Leave such matters to the priests. Nian Si Jin is still clearing out the enemy ship. Let Valis do it. Damn it, making me work overtime? No way. So, we could see Valis sitting by in Liana's bedside, not caring if she was awake or not, just continuously muttering things like Emperor, Great Vow, and Human Galaxy. It seemed these sisters would be delayed here for another 2 days. Yi Feng really wanted to send them away. Or, since they're idle anyway, why not have them do some work? Among the 300 worlds of the TO, not all are suitable for human colonization. Some are quite challenging, like those inhabited by the Kroot. Their adaptability is strong, and we need to deal with them first before humans can colonize. In some worlds with tropical jungle terrain, for some unknown reason, a group of crude ate local plants and mutated, becoming creatures with tough hides but slow movement. Yi Feng affectionately called them tree men. Living alongside them were crude apes, similar to monkeys. They wielded simple spear weapons and were skilled in throwing and close combat. Even if a warrior in power armor stood there and let them hit him, they wouldn't be able to deal with him. Yi Feng was confident that this was a good species for recruits to practice on. Now, let these sisters exert some residual heat and relax. It's best if they don't interact with human worlds. The destructive power of these sisters is a bit too strong, and this is even without missionary sisters. These sisters had just finished a terrifying battle when they were taken by the warriors of the Crimson Torrent to orbit a planet for rest. A stable and peaceful life is the aspiration of most people. The hospitalers were busy treating those wounded in the previous battle, while the battle sisters continued their monotonous daily training. Time aboard the ship was boring, and the sisters naturally asked the warriors why they weren't going to an imperial world but were instead stopping here. Our recruits smiled at them, packed their gear, and entered the drop pods, descending onto this world to attack enemy settlements one by one. This greatly angered the battle sisters. You're fighting without calling me? Are you looking down on my faith? They immediately went to find the leader, Valis. At this moment, he was still muttering in the sickbay, perfectly inheriting Yi Feng's whispering mode. Valis. Wind Speaker, why don't you let us join the ground battle? We, like you, have a responsibility to drive out the Emperor's enemies and exterminate the Xenos. Sisters, your casualties are too heavy. Continuous combat is not suitable for your mortal bodies. Let us drive out the enemies below. You all rest well and prepare for the next battle. This enraged the battle sisters. These fanatical zealots did not believe it was right to let the angels charge first. As long as they could move, as long as they could see the enemy, they would unhesitatingly organize an attack. Wind Speaker, we strongly demand to participate in the attack. If you refuse, we will act on our own. After all, this was their ship, and their own strike cruiser was nearby. Also, Wind Speaker, we didn't ask earlier, where did the Imperial fleet that supported us go? Why aren't you letting us act with them? That was not the Imperial Navy, that was a rogue trader's fleet. They heard our distress call and came to help us. The direction they are sailing is different from yours. Don't worry, we will send you back very soon. We hope for it to be sooner, Valis Wind Speaker. We wish to participate in the battle. After much back and forth, these battle sisters voluntarily joined the battle, boarding transport ships and descending to the world below. Valis found them a small forest, with only about a dozen enemies, and assigned them the task. Giving them something to do is better than having them cause trouble for mortals. Relf's squad was next to the battle sisters'. They were dealing with a massive enemy clan. How numerous were they? When the enemies of this clan began to pursue Relf's squad, the entire forest started moving. After a while, this forest turned into a swamp. Relf's combat was excellent, his fighting skills proficient, and his movements agile. He was faster and stronger than those monkeys, leaping through the trees, launching effective attacks before the tree men below could react. This was still the recruit training phase. Xiao Lan did not allow them to use powerful siege weapons. The massive tree men often required Relf to slash several times. Before a branch could reach him, his combat dagger would slice through the dry bark, skinning and dismembering the enemy. They fought tirelessly. In comparison, the battle sisters' combat was much easier. With the help of mortal-grade power swords and chain swords, they could easily deal with the enemies. As for the Crimson Torrent's true main force, those powerful warriors who fought bloody battles against the enemy in these battle barges, they were now tirelessly descending upon the Sorok world. Slaanish's forces had already caused immense destruction to this world, and the local mortal lines were on the verge of collapsing. The Death Guard's 7th Company, Nurgle's favorite unit, as 7 is Nurgle's sacred number. He personally bestowed Father Nurgle's fruits upon these warriors, making them true big family leaders. These terrifying plague marines were planning an operation against the Space Wolves warriors. At this moment, the main planner, the great unclean one known as Disease Brewer, was imitating Father Nurgle, standing before his enormous brewing vat. Corruption, rebirth, plague, and so on are all Nurgle's domains, including a variation, brewing. Wine is also brewed. At this moment, the Disease Brewer was brewing a fine wine that the Space Wolves would find irresistible. They would continuously drink this slow poison, constantly craving this exquisite wine, until they found antlers growing on their heads, their skin turning dark green, and their fur transforming into thorny vines with tiny barbs. They would feel Father Nurgle's call. The Disease Brewer laughed heartily, stirring up the mischievous Nurglings around him. Joyful laughter echoed through his forest. A blood wolf roared incessantly in its cage, its violent struggles making the cage of Deadwood creak. This was a member of a renegade Space Wolves unit, a blood wolf squad loyal to Kern. The Disease Brewer had captured him, warmly inviting him to join Father Nurgle's big family. He ladled out a bowl of wine from his exquisite brewing vat. The rich aroma of the wine was so captivating, out of place in the plague-ridden Deadwood forest. The blood wolf stopped struggling. He stared blankly at the bowl of wine, his corruption began the moment he smelled it. He furiously roared at the plague marine holding the bowl of fine wine, signaling him to come and fight him one-on-one, with the victor claiming the bowl of wine. The plague marine said nothing, mechanically placing the wine bowl before the blood wolf warrior, completely unconcerned as sharp claws tore open his rotting flesh, revealing black bones. Soon, a Nurgling climbed onto the plague marine's arm, smearing his saliva on the wound. The wound healed at an extremely fast rate, and he became even more wooden. The blood wolf drained the bowl of fine wine, then let out a long howl to the sky. Chapter 193 Wine, Wolf, and Nun. After drinking, the blood wolf seemed to gain even more strength. He spread his arms wide, his sharp wolf claws glowing under Kern's blessing, then slammed his arms together, striking the withered wood cage heavily. The entire cage trembled. His wolf eyes gleamed, as if his entire body had undergone a complete transformation. The surrounding moss and withered wood made him uncomfortable, and the foul stench in the air irritated every hair on his body. He just wanted to break out, kill the plague marine in front of him, and drink all the fine wine from that large jar. Kern's crimson blessing still protected him. It was foreseeable that if he fought his way back to the brass throne from Nurgle's domain, Kern would be quite pleased with him. Disease Brewer, your special agent doesn't seem to be working. What do you mean doesn't seem to be working? It's not working at all. This is real-world fine wine. The Disease Brewer patted the huge brewing vat behind him. This holy artifact could simulate any fermentation environment inside the vat, including purely real-world conditions. It was just that after the fine wine was just taken out, a small amount of plague had attached itself to the aroma. Then the meaning of this is... Patience, this is just the beginning. Here they come. The guys from the 5th Company are here, they said their families are a bit. Before the Chaos Warriors who came to report could finish, a group of Rust Ghouls frantically charged towards the Blood Wolf. Rust Ghouls are specialized Nurglings of Nurgle's forces, focused on machinery. Wherever these grey little creatures are, steel rusts and machine spirits go awry. They are a sharp weapon specifically designed to counter the Imperium's large-scale armored forces. These were Father Nurgle/Nurgle's new creations, family intensely disliked by the Death Guard's 2nd Company. In a sense, they were also Nurgle's little puppies. Now, these puppies were frantically rushing towards the Blood Wolf. Now is the second stage. I added special metal to the wine, pure real-world alloy, and combined it with certain aromatic substances. This aromatic compound is a deadly poison for frail mortals, but for mad dogs, it's an irresistible wine aroma. However, these lovely little fellows also love it very much. You can think of it as dog food. No, that's not accurate. It should be the attraction of super potent catnip to cats. Where was I? Right, the special alloy. After those mad dogs eat these alloys, they won't be immediately expelled from the body. After the aromatic substances covering these alloys are digested, the alloys will temporarily deposit in their bodies. And these little darlings will frantically pursue these alloys, whether in reality or the warp. These Rust Ghouls would frantically circle the warp area corresponding to the location of these alloys. On the cage holding the Blood Wolf, a withered branch was broken, and the Rust Ghouls quickly climbed in, biting the Blood Wolf. So what happens next? War, of course. Those guys who love to drink can really fight. Now comes the third stage. The Blood Wolf began to bite his enemies, using his claws and the spikes Kern had given him to kill the annoying lice. The blood of the Rust Ghouls covered the Blood Wolf's body, and this traitor of the Space Wolves began to tremble uncontrollably. The rust on our fallen brethren, Father Nurgle/Nurgle's love on them, will preferentially transfer into these tiny, molecular-level alloys drunk by the mad dogs. Whether they are wearing power armor or not, well, it might be better if they are wearing it, the power armor will corrode along with it, after all, they are lovely little creatures specialized in corroding metal and machine spirits, ha 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 ha. Large patches of decay appeared on the Blood Wolf's body, Kern's blessed crimson armor was peeling off, and he writhed on the ground in pain, his black war horns completely detached, a bloody mess. He frantically clawed at his own flesh with sharp talons, carving wound after wound into his superhuman body. Soon, those wounds stopped bleeding, and Nurgle's characteristic pus began to flow. The Blood Wolf also transformed into a plague wolf. You are taking the lives of our brethren. The Chaos Warrior was still a bit sad, having lost quite a few of his family. No. Death is rebirth. We lost some Rust Ghouls, but we will gain more lovely little fellows. Every tiny alloy particle hidden in the wine, every small particle that entered and deposited in the Blood Wolf's body, received a trace of Nurgle's blessing. With these particles as the core, they frantically absorbed the surrounding flesh, turning into tiny Rust Ghouls, which then devoured each other, eventually consuming all the intact flesh within the Blood Wolf, leaving only the flesh blessed by Father Nurgle/Nurgle and several of the largest Rust Ghouls. These little fellows jumped out of the huge wounds the Blood Wolf had just inflicted on himself, cackling, and their number was actually greater than the batch of Rust Ghouls that had rushed in. The Blood Wolf, no, he should be called the Plague Wolf Warrior, slowly stood up. He was now Father Nurgle/Nurgle's family. It could be said that the Plague Brewer's greatest innovation in this product was to hide the Rust Ghouls' catnip within the aromatic substances of the wine. A purely real-world fine wine. Followed by a series of deadly traps. That's how it is. You don't have to worry about all these metals being expelled from the enemy's body before they enter the warp. Those mad dogs drink a lot of wine, a lot. The Plague Brewer laughed happily, then took out a jar with ancient patterns from the huge alchemical vat behind him. Go, give this to our friends in the 5th Company. Tell them this is a new drink for the Rust Ghouls, and they absolutely love it. The Plague Brewer was very happy, and he decided to add more ingredients to the Rust Ghouls to make them even more damaging to the Space Wolves. Now, his final challenge was how to bring these fine wines out of the warp and into the real world without them being corrupted. Recently, the Imperium's most renowned physician, Furokdas, discovered a potent medicinal wine during a medical accident. It was a deadly poison for mortals, but for the great Emperor's angels, it was a mellow vintage. A certain Astartes, who wished to remain anonymous, exclaimed with great satisfaction after tasting it, then drank an entire jar of the fine wine and was drunk for 3 teraday. This star system message, sent from the core region of the segmentum obscurus, quickly spread throughout the entire the galaxy/Milky Way. Of course, it did not reach the 300 worlds of the TO, as this area is far beyond the Astronomicon, and communication primarily relies on psychers guessing games. The days of guessing games passed one after another. Brother Yifeng desperately wanted to send Sister Onlina away, but the lady had been in the ICU for a long time. The hospitalers stated that the treatment would take at least 20 teraday to complete, and she could not enter the warp during that time. The recruits were also just dragging their feet, staying on that planet, acting as if they wouldn't deploy any mortal troops, relying on the Astartes to kill all the enemies. The treemen were inexplicably slaughtered, and the planet was covered in corpses. If no follow-up troops were deployed, Nurgle would soon be summoned. However, an urgent report was sent from the planet to the High Command. A tech marine had arrived on this world and, after testing, determined that the large, animalistic nature of crude treemen made them excellent raw material for food bars. The zealous battle sisters were immediately gathered. The gathering place was a small pit, originally the rooting ground of a treeman tribe, now a barren patch of land. The sun shone brightly, and the sisters stood in a line. They were somewhat confused but still maintained basic respect for the Astartes. Xiao Lan held 5 different flavored food bars and distributed them to the battle sisters. These girls politely put away the food bars and stated that sisters did not have a lunch period. Like the Grey Knights, they were ascetics. Xiao Lan gnawed on a food bar herself, saying, "No disrespect to you, sisters, but eat these food bars and tell me your feelings. This will determine our attitude towards this planet." Con Xiao Lan, we don't understand what you mean. These Xenos must be eliminated, and this planet must be purified. Isn't that the only attitude? Sisters, after these days of fighting, I feel it might be an overstatement to call these enemies Xenos. They are too weak, they can only be considered animals. And, they taste good. Xiao Lan held up a food bar, gesturing for the sisters to try it. Several sisters looked at Sister Teresa. After Liana was injured, she was the highest leader. Do not hesitate, sisters, this is the Emperor's holy mission. You will decide whether this world continues to exist as an agricultural world, or if it will be cleansed and become a new colony. If this is the Emperor's holy mission, we are willing to accept it. Sister Teresa's expression was very serious, she truly believed she was carrying out a mission. There were 5 colors of food bars in total. All the sisters, following Teresa's movements, uniformly opened the white food bar. This is a food bar for wartime use. You know, it has no flavor. Being too delicious would cause the warriors to eat all their food prematurely. However, according to the Tech Marine's analysis, this food bar can fully meet your nutritional needs for half a day. Teresa took a small bite. It tasted no different from her usual food, it was a qualified product. Xiao Lan continued, this red one is for boosting morale before the final battle. Its flavor is mainly spicy and salty, with a small amount of stimulants inside to help raise morale. The sisters tasted the red one and felt a warm surge throughout their bodies, full of drive. This is a very effective food bar, Con Xiao Lan, but I still suggest reducing its deliciousness. We fight based on our faith in the Emperor, always have. Bodily pleasure will weaken our will. Your suggestion is excellent, Sister Teresa, but if you hold such an attitude, you might not like the next food bar. Xiao Lan picked up the purple food stick, a special holiday edition. On important holidays like the Emperor's Ascension Day, even the mortal troops were allowed to celebrate. This food stick was a delicious creation by Tinos, made not in an innovative state, specifically to let mortals feel the Emperor's warmth. With all due respect, sisters, distributing this food stick on important holidays like the Emperor's Ascension Day to let mortals feel the Emperor's grace is, I believe, very necessary. Teresa frowned but didn't object. She turned to look at each sister, then gave an order to a newly initiated sister. Sister Nasha, you have lost your composure. Fast for 1 day. For them, the taste of food was irrelevant, it was merely sustenance. They shouldn't show displeasure when it was unpalatable, nor happiness when it was delicious. Treating all desires with the calmness of still water was a mandatory lesson for them. Beside them, Xiao Lan, not wanting to see this, raised a green food stick and said to Sister Teresa, there's no need, sister. If you believe your spirit has any issues, whether it's a decline in willpower or a dazed expression, you can consume this one. The green one, everyone knew, was Tinos's special small mochi, an extremely sour and bitter pick-me-up so potent that even a powerful Astartes like Matthew Rio couldn't help but exclaim so sour, upon tasting it. Several sisters took a bite, their faces instantly contorting. They tried very hard to control their expressions, but under Tinos's specially concocted food in his innovative state, they all failed. Xiao Lan watched Teresa, who had just chastised others for losing composure. Now her face twitched, her facial muscles vibrating rapidly. Teresa's facial features were still relatively normal, but Xiao Lan secretly glanced at her feet, where her toes had already dug a small pit in the ground. After a long while, the sisters relaxed, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Con Xiao Lan, this is an excellent food for tempering our will. I believe it can be standardized. Be careful, sister, any desire is your enemy, including pain. Sister Teresa was startled, seemingly ashamed of what she had just said. Xiao Lan pulled out the last food stick. The black packaged one was medical food, containing pain relievers and abundant nutrients. It didn't taste good but was very helpful for injury recovery. How about it, sister? I believe these treemen can serve as a food source. The area we've cleared is sufficient to establish processing plants and fortresses. We just need to regularly hunt these treemen. I agree with your view. I will report to the Imperium that this is a suitable agricultural world. I don't advise you to do so. For detailed questions, you can discuss them with Liana once she awakens. Teresa thought, are you crazy? You discuss with me what kind of world this should be reported as, and then you tell me not to tell the Imperium. My meaning is that everything should be decided by Sister Liana. Oh. Just gloss over it and it's done. In another direction, the Lamenters, as Yi Feng expected, achieved a difficult victory, because if things had gone smoothly, the message they sent would have been worthy of Sanguinius's blood, not just victorious. Sorok officially established the Astra Militarum. Of course, this application to establish the Astra Militarum would only be submitted when the Ministry of Internal Affairs tax collection ship, which might never arrive, finally did. At this moment, Rogier had just finished moving things to the Eternal Mountain with all his brothers, and took the opportunity to steal a few things. Rogier took a huge leap, a massive metal barrel clutched in his mouth, and turned to run, pursued by a rapidly swinging power wrench and an enraged tech marine. Rogier, you stop right there. That's aviation alcohol fuel. After 3 quick turns, Rogier crashed head-on into Kurosel, who was also running wildly. Kurosel's state was much wilder. He wore a hooded robe, but several scalpels were stuck in his body, and several bottles and jars were wildly tied together with rubber tubes, then knotted around his neck. The two met, exchanged a smile, with Sicherware's roar behind them, and the triumphant Wolf brothers squatting at a ventilation duct repair node, happily drinking their fill. Hours later, Rogier was once again squatting beside Yi Feng. Having just experienced warp travel, he habitually walked towards the chapter master's command room, completely forgetting that his own chapter also had a shield. What? Look for a priest? Forget it, good wine is the best priest. Now, the two of them were sitting on the ground, and Yi Feng happened to have something he wanted to discuss with Rogier. Brother Yi Feng, I want to discuss the matter of the power armor with you. Is the power armor my responsibility? Rogier scratched his head. No, what I mean is, for the next batch of warriors, if they serve, we seem to be short of power armor. I hope you can agree to let us equip them with your brother's relics. All the wolf brothers of the 6th Company wore the relic power armor of the Wild Wolves Great Company. Brother Yi Feng, these power armor are our chapter's special power armor. Rogier hesitated, and hesitation meant unwillingness. I cannot let others wear them, at least not unless they are wolf brothers. Then, do you allow us to expand the number of wolf brothers recruits? There were many seeds for the space wolves, but Rogier always insisted on eugenics, personally training the recruits, so each batch was only about 10 people. Well, that's possible. How many do you plan to expand? 100. No. Rogier shook his head vigorously. 100 people. What about quality then? I only want the strongest warriors. Rogier, we have 300 worlds behind us. I guarantee you that every warrior is at least the champion of their own world. I will provide you with 300 candidates, from whom you can make the final selection. Rogier suddenly realized, you bastard, do you have 300 recruitment worlds? Are all 300 worlds home worlds? This lawless fellow truly doesn't take the Imperium seriously. I like it, because we don't take it seriously either. Rogier had been a recruit company commander centuries ago, a very long time ago. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. If that's the case. Rogier struggled a bit. The Wolfguard's straightforward genetic personality still influenced him. No. Oh, you're stressed just by leading 100 recruits? The Wolf Lord of our hidden Wolfguard Great Company can't even do this anymore? By the way, have you thought of a name for the Great Company? Rogier immediately realized that this guy was about to start pointing fingers at the future and making empty promises everywhere. I just feel that the training of Wolf Brothers cannot be so hasty. Even counting the first batch of Wolf Brothers, I am currently not enough to lead 100 recruits. Yi Feng sighed. Fine, our Crimson Torrent chapter has always refrained from forcing others, especially Battle Brothers, we always win people over with virtue. Rogier, you haven't had a drink in a long time, have you? Rogier's fur bristled all over. With that tone, this guy definitely had good wine in his hand, he knew Yi Feng too well. Brother Yi Feng, did you say you have good wine? Rogier's large face grew larger and larger in Yi Feng's vision, almost pressing against Yi Feng's face. If you agree to train 100 Wolf Brothers, I will allow all of you to drink to your heart's content. The kind of wine we drink. Brother Yi Feng, you're being unfair. Rogier's big face was almost pressing against Yi Feng's. Yi Feng could even see those sharp teeth. The door to Yi Feng's command room was pushed open, and Ina bounced in. This used to be her room, after all. And then, you guys chat, I'll go out first, don't mind me, really. Ina quietly closed the door, then quickly pressed her ear against it. A few seconds later, she seemed to feel the door was too well sealed, so she quietly opened it again and secretly peeked inside. Rogier's large palm was heavily slapping Yi Feng's back, with enough force to cause internal injuries. Brother Yi Feng, you should have said so earlier. If you had, I wouldn't have been messing around with marine ink, ha 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 ha. It's fine. If you want to get the wine, you'll still need marine ink's demolition tools. Oh, is that so? Rogier flashed away, pulling the door open in one swift motion, pulling Ina along with him into the room due to the force. Rogier's distant apology drifted back as he scrambled on all fours towards the tech marine. Yi Feng, quick-witted, caught Ina in his arms. The Wolf Guard's determination to rush for good wine was truly unstoppable. Truly. The Space Wolves chapter suffered heavy casualties. A great company of warriors rushed to the battlefield to fight the Blood Wolf traders and incidentally snatch good wine. They chased the traders into the warp, fought them, and upon their triumphant return, happily opened the wine jars. After a grand feast, the warriors were all dead drunk. They trusted their noses too much. Warp-corrupted wine would be keenly detected by their sensitive senses, instinctively making them feel disgusted. But this was real good wine, wasn't it? The Wolf brothers, half drunk and half awake, erupted into fierce arguments about whether this good wine or Fenris's good wine was better, debating endlessly among the drunken warriors. The warship entered the warp. They were returning to the Fang to bring large quantities of good wine back for their other brothers to taste. And to boast to the wolf cubs about how they had routed those traitors who had fallen into the warp. At this moment, Rustghoul appeared. Large numbers of Nurgle forces emerged, attacking the Wolf Guard with new viruses and strange corruptions. Just as planned. Chapter 194 The wine is so good. The potency of the Plague Brewer's fine wine gradually manifested. When the Astartes' powerful pre-stomach, had digested all the organic matter enveloping the aromatic substances, the alloy particles were exposed within their bodies. The preemner is one of the biological organs implanted in these superhuman warriors, capable of processing various dangerous substances, but facing the special metals crafted by these Plague Brewers, a single digestion was insufficient. Normally, these alloy particles would circulate with the power armor, entering the preemner a second and third time until they decomposed into the ionic states of their constituent metals. Astartes have poison glands in their mouths, capable of biting through iron chains, and can freely control their activation, but who would activate that while drinking wine? When the Space Wolves battle barge entered the warp, the dogs who had been waiting for a long time in the vicinity eagerly rushed towards them. A great company of Wolf Guard warriors and a large contingent of Nurgle forces engaged in a bloody battle. Relying on their untouchable shields, the Wolf Guard gradually gained the upper hand. However, this good fortune was short-lived, as large numbers of Rustghouls arrived from various parts of the warp, and the enemies grew in number. As the Plague Brewer had intended, the Wolf Guard warriors were corroded by the chaos energy contained within the bodies of the dying Rustghouls, an efficiency far exceeding that of normal combat. The longer the battle, the stronger the corruption. The Death Guard, who had been waiting behind the dogs for a long time, stormed the Space Wolves' battle barge, and viruses and plagues began to run rampant on the sacred warship. But the great Emperor's angels were not corrupted as the enemy expected. The loyal warriors resisted the chaos corruption with sheer willpower. The Rustghouls that appeared within their bodies found no corrupted flesh, and could only devour the intact wolf meat. Almost no corrupted wolf brothers appeared, there were only empty shells with all their flesh eaten away. The Space Wolves retaliated against the enemy with formidable combat power and tenacious will. The Wolf brothers initially thought this was the result of enemy sorcery. The Rune Priest, Librarian, conjured a massive storm, and the Chaos Sorcerer also summoned muddy swamps. Snow covered the man-eating quagmires, cold winds howled through the bare branches, and Fenris's wrath swept across the battlefield. The Space Wolves engaged the enemy in their preferred icy climate. Under the cover of the Rune Priest, the entire battle barge became like the ice plains of Fenris, burying countless enemy corpses. However, too many Rustghouls gathered there. They are creatures specifically designed to paralyze mechanical constructs. The battle barge was almost completely paralyzed, its machine spirit plunged into a neurotic frenzy, and the battle barge drifted in the warp. Left with no choice, the Rune Priest could only send out a psychic distress call, seeking support from other Imperial forces. Other Space Wolves arrived from afar, dragging their wolf brothers out of the warp. Even now, they still didn't believe there was a problem with the wine, it was just that the enemy's attack was too peculiar, and the pack grew wary. The Plague Brewer was somewhat annoyed. Few Plague Wolves joined their family, and even if successfully corrupted, they would be swiftly slain. However, he was not in a hurry. Now, he only needed to release the next batch of wine into the real world and wait quietly. Plague Brewer. Something bad has happened. Seldom did a follower of Nurgle speak in such a way. The Plague Brewer looked back in displeasure. It was a Chaos Warrior, dragging his rotting body, hurrying over. The transport ship for the second batch of fine wine has been robbed. All our brethren are dead. What? Who did this? Father Nurgle will not allow the enemy to harm our brethren. We must fulfill his will. Assemble the forces, prepare for war. It's the Great Wolf. That head wolf? Damn it, we should have plunged that Tyrannid poison spike into his chest back then. We need to gather more forces, Rustghouls alone cannot defeat them. No, I mean, Lemon Rust did it. The Plague Brewer had a splitting headache. How did that guy appear there? Did he kill his way out of the warp? Awaken the infected. What, you ask how Lemon Rust knew? Tsinch, it wasn't me, it definitely wasn't me who told him. Jagatai Khan, I admit, at times like these, Russ certainly runs faster than I do. Dash. At this time, the trading fleet of the Crimson Torrent chapter arrived at a remote world in the Storm sector. The journey to this forge world was not easy, the trading fleet traveled for 3 months to reach it. It was here that we finally discovered one of our warships. This was a lunar-class cruiser, belonging to Antoni's company. We are not the Imperial Navy. In order to stabilize the morale of mortal crew and assist in anti-boarding operations, a squad, meaning 10 Astartes, would generally be deployed on a lunar-class cruiser. However, the warriors of the trading fleet found no Astartes. Only Adeptus Mechanicus personnel were coming and going on board. After a friendly, frank, and heartfelt exchange with the local Forge world, these Adeptus Mechanicus, after seeing an astonishing list of technologies, agreed to violate basic commercial trust and inform us of the ship's origin. When these warships arrived at this Forge world, they were severely damaged. All the navigators were dead, and they had arrived here by borrowing people from a remote world. There were indeed Astartes on board, but only 3 of them, and they were currently recuperating on the world of the navigators they had borrowed. After searching for more than 20 years, there were finally some clues. 3 people? Impossible. According to our chapter's tradition, if you see 3, at least 6 are alive. The trading fleet hurriedly wanted to leave, but the Adeptus Mechanicus, who had seen the technology list, were unwilling to let these people go and immediately entangled the leading Astartes, wanting to conduct a transaction. Thus, someone was in a hurry to leave, followed by a group of Adeptus Mechanicus personnel constantly quoting prices. The faster he walked, the more aggressively they quoted. Finally, when the librarian was about to reach the silent fire strike cruiser's berth, the transaction concluded. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, in a moment of urgency, blurted out a cheap quote, and the librarian repeatedly declined but had no choice but to agree to the transaction. For the Adeptus Mechanicus, this price was not high, even yielding a small profit. Clearly, this new group of Astartes did not know what the local specialties were. The librarian also thought to himself, it truly is a remote Forge world. We only showed a tiny corner of our technology list, and they reacted like this. When the oil riggers made an offer, they must have had a profit margin, but they didn't know that the local specialty here was something that a certain Adeptus Mechanicus had commissioned the trading fleet to find. Win-win. Both parties quickly completed the contract signing. The librarian's steps never stopped, the signing was completed during his walk back to the ship. The Adeptus Mechanicus were also afraid that this sucker would go back on his word. The trading fleet immediately set sail for a certain world. The 73 star system is an obscure star system, so unknown that even its name is a code. The grand trading fleet arrived in this star system, a humble and unremarkable world. Even the space dock was so small that it couldn't accommodate their own fleet. The local governor immediately came to greet them. How could this small world of tens of millions of people provide supplies for such a large fleet? Even if it was just food, we couldn't afford it. The space station suddenly became bustling. The Astartes were the first to disembark from the dock, and the markings on their shoulders invigorated all the high-ranking officials. The cheers instantly became sincere. The governor was tearful, shouting that he would not fail the Emperor's grace. The warriors, meanwhile, chanted, "United, liberate the entire galaxy." 6 warriors finally emerged from behind the scenes. They were their own people, indeed. These brave warriors began to tell their story. When Antony led them into the warp, the traitors finally decided to act, or rather, the rogue traitor who invaded the 300 worlds of the TO might have been a chaos agent. Although Qing did not know of Yifeng's existence, he could perceive the other warriors. Such a broad-minded chapter was easy to infiltrate. Many of the 200 Black Shields led by Colin were Alpha. Antony's surveillance and testing of these Black Shield warriors had not ended, but the restrictions were not strict enough. How they resisted the anti-Psyker Shield searches is unknown. Perhaps they were not corrupted at all, but willingly joined the Qing cult? When this lunar-class cruiser entered the warp, an Alpha warrior drank the Primarch's blood, shouted Alfarius, and attacked our warriors. They prioritized killing the navigators, wanting to steer our warship into the depths of the warp, but the Primaris warriors, who maintained constant vigilance, stopped him. The enemy, briefly empowered by the Primarch's strength, fought 9, killing 3 and severely wounding 4, before finally being overwhelmed by a torrent of firepower. By the time the warriors regained control of the lunar-class cruiser, they no longer knew their location. In any case, first, they turned around. These warriors had not brought a librarian or lamenters, so they could only rely on luck. They plunged out of the warp and found themselves in a void of space, with the nearest star system a light year away. So they set off. The warriors checked their supplies and decided to travel directly through real space. After several years of travel, they arrived at that world, a small mining outpost. Fortunately, they arrived at this world with the mining workers. That's roughly the situation. They dug deep pits and planted widely here, fully embodying Yifeng's strategy of encircling the warp with stars at the edge of the star system. They commissioned the Adeptus Mechanicus to repair the warship and gave those people some grand promises. There were no apothecaries among the warriors here. They planned to go to a familiar Adeptus Mechanicus world after borrowing navigators, at least there were more people they knew there. Then they would proceed slowly, and at worst, use the Adeptus Mechanicus to inform the main force. The librarian looked at these warriors, truly having inherited the chapter master's wisdom, and immediately began to expand their territory. But that wasn't the point. So, where is Antony's company? Ah? Antony is also missing. Well, it seems they were scattered. In any case, first, they return home. The chapter inexplicably acquired a small resupply point in the storm sector. Yes, don't ask about behind-the-scenes control, extraterritorial military bases, or illegally established chapter homeworlds, this is just a regular shipping lane resupply point. At this moment, Yifeng was being dragged by Rogier to a grand banquet. The temperature was set below 0, as the Wolf brothers enjoyed this cold. Water splashed into the air would turn into a shower of ice shards. The Wolf brothers wanted to wear thick furs in the bitter cold, gather around a bonfire, eat roasted meat, and drink fine wine. Yi Feng inexplicably recalled the days of eating spicy hot pot with the air conditioning on during the scorching summer. The numbing sensation of Colin's fine wine, the warm bonfire, and his battle brothers. How long had it been since Rogier had enjoyed such good days? He sang loudly, his rough voice and ancient Fenrician songs echoing around the bonfire. When he was thoroughly enjoying himself, wolf howls rose and fell. Rogier's thick fur was covered in artificial snowflakes, the strong wine burning down his throat, his heart ablaze. The warriors followed Rogier, learning the traditional ancient drinking songs. They had finally become true wolf brothers. However, in Rogier's eyes, these guys would always be recruits, always little wolf cubs. Hey? You ask about Yi Feng? Yi Feng was lying on the ground, pretending to be asleep. Commonly known as being bad at drinking. The chapter master, with a shield on his back, lay far away in a corner of the snow, playing dead, his chest covered in Rogier's palm prints. Specifically. Yi Feng, you're not being righteous. Wolf paws frantically slapping Yi Feng's chest. You have good wine and you're not bringing it out? Are you not treating me as a brother? Arm around his shoulder, wolf claws grazing someone's neck. How is this different from telling me I can never ride a motorcycle? You're tormenting me. Vigorously slapping the ground, the other hand tightly gripping Yi Feng's muscles. The trading fleet informed Yi Feng that they had found this group of warriors, increasing Yi Feng's worries. William isn't really gone, is he? Ba, jinx. Korux, go away, Korux, go away. William is my trusted and beloved general, good people are always blessed. He will surely turn danger into safety. It's just that I haven't found him yet, he might be in an even more remote place. Trading fleet, search in more remote places. At this moment, William and some scattered troops were dispersed in areas that the Crimson Torrent chapter warriors would absolutely not reach in a short time. William stood at the bow of the ship, holding his blade. The stern Vigilance's bow was under temporary repair, essentially a ship's skeleton. Yi Feng's chief disciple sighed deeply, gazed at the stars, and then roared. You tell me, this is the Maelstrom Zone. William tightly clasped Sisyphus's hands, conversing with the librarian in an excited manner. You tell me, life is in this direction? Do you want me to be Huron? The local Adeptus Mechanicus personnel kindly helped them repair the battle barge and notified the Adeptus Astartes chapter stationed there. This was not some remote place that even the Ministry of Internal Affairs would rarely visit in a century. This place was rich, had abundant species, was well defended, full of Astartes, and full of terrifying enemies. The third company of the nearest Carcharodon's chapter immediately came and cordially invited William to temporarily board their warship. Damn it, I've become the Raven Guard 5-man team. William left some warriors to guard the warehouse, absolutely not to reveal supply transport too. At worst, he would make some unspeakable deals with the Adeptus Mechanicus. The main force, about 200 men, moved with Carcharodon's chapter. The war in the warp continued. The heavy casualties of the space wolves would not be forgotten. Wolves are vengeful creatures. Warriors from several other large companies came as reinforcements. This time, the Wolf Guard gathered a large amount of strength. Absolutely not to grab wine to drink. These were large companies, not the usual 100-man companies. It could be said that the wolves were about to launch a new round of hunting. The Wolf brothers from 3 large companies, having finished their fine wine, immediately set off into the warp. They prepared to seek out plague planets and launch a bloody revenge. As soon as the warriors from the 3 large companies entered the warp, they were immediately attacked by the Rust Ghoul waiting there. The ambush forces of the 2 large companies behind them didn't even react. They encountered the enemy so quickly. The warriors from 5 large companies became entangled with the enemy. The rune priest finally realized that his chapter's movements had been completely exposed, the enemy had monitored them in an unknown way. The Wolf brothers decided to use their claws to tear open the enemy's ambush. They were eager to fight the enemy to their heart's content. Just as the Wild Wolves company was annihilated, the Wolf brothers and the Plague Marines of the Death Guard fought from the warp to the real world, and then from a shattered world back into the warp. There was no military strategy of winning by conventional or unconventional means. The end of an unconventional attack is always a conventional one. Any attempt to divide forces for a sneak attack would be quickly discovered by the enemy, who would then commit reserves to the fight. Both sides would begin a fierce battle, constantly reinforcing their troops, eventually evolving into a frontal engagement. Nurgle's forces, relying on the Rust Ghoul's detection, pinpointed the Space Wolves' location. And the Wolf brothers, with their keen senses, could quickly track the enemy even amidst the foul stench of the Plague Marines. Speed was not the enemy's advantage. The leader of this campaign was not a head wolf, but a much older entity. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, this warrior, interred in a dreadnought, was an ancient warrior who had seen Lemon Russ, the last personal guard of the Wolf King. He had fought alongside his primarch and then guarded his pack for 11 millennia. Now, he still led his brothers to hunt the Emperor's enemies. The warriors of the Death Wolves company took the main offensive, while the Soul Guards, in coordination with the Fenrician Wolves, attacked the enemy, violently tearing open their defensive lines. This battle eventually reached many Adeptus Astartes chapters in the Death Guard, including the Crimson Fists, Ultramarines and other veteran chapters, as well as the arriving reinforcements, the Herald Typhus, meaning the first company of the Death Guard, all engaged in battle. Chaotic battles erupted in all directions, and the situation showed signs of escalating into a second round of the Plague Wars. This time, the battlefield was no longer fixed. The area where the Space Wolves were located, this warp lane, and several surrounding secondary lanes all became major battlefields. The Salamanders and Antony's company also came as reinforcements. The Salamanders, naturally slow to react, were perfectly suited against the slow-moving Death Guard. Their proficiency with flamers inflicted tremendous damage on Nurgle's forces. The Imperium was uncharacteristically generous this time, possibly due to the regent's stern orders. The Adeptus Mechanicus transported large quantities of supplies to the front lines, and the Salamanders' own supply lines were continuously bringing in resources. Antony's company benefited from this resupply, and the 2 strike cruisers promised by the Imperium also arrived. After the regent sent Primaris warrior reinforcements to this chapter, the Imperium also regarded this chapter as part of the Guilliman faction. All chapters that received Primaris reinforcements were prioritized for warship supplies, because even a battle barge could only deploy 3 companies at a time. Replenishing 5 companies of warriors at once without the means to deploy them would be equivalent to not replenishing them at all. A strike cruiser can deploy 1 company simultaneously. Rarely becoming prosperous, they puffed out their chests, just like the Shadow Venom Blade during the Penitence Crusade, finally able to fight a lavish war. 4 strike cruisers and over 500 Primaris warriors, a considerably powerful fighting force. A massive fleet of warships swiftly entered the warp to support the Space Wolves. The cunning Wolf brothers discovered that the vanguard in every aggressive push was always the Rust Ghoul. They boldly guessed the enemy's operational patterns and lured the enemy into the real world. The Rust Ghoul urged the Death Guard to quickly pilot their warships in pursuit of the Space Wolves detachment that had entered the real world. After a certain great unclean one slowly made its way over, the Death Guard's warships plunged into the real world. The small world had few inhabitants, but when the Space Wolves, who had hastily evacuated to the planet's orbit, turned back, the Salamanders and Antony's company, hidden in the asteroid belt, suddenly appeared, cooperating with the Wolf brothers to sandwich the enemy. Promethium flamers scorched the enemy. Loyal warriors boarded the enemy's warships, and devastating flames spread across the enemy's decks. Antony led the Primaris warriors onto the enemy's deck, engaging several Nurgle-blessed veteran warriors in battle. Their bodies were massive, their Mark III power armor burst open. Flamers burned the enemies, but did not kill them instantly. The flames extinguished after a few seconds, leaving only scorched enemies and oozing pus to prove the Promethium's presence. Loyal warriors raised their combat blades, ganging up on the enemy, using melta bombs against even single opponents with frenzied determination. The Great Unclean One ultimately did not arrive. The Death Guard began to retreat. The fanatical Rust Ghouls were slaughtered, but their families did not look back, returning all the way to Nurgle's domain. The Imperial forces did not know why Nurgle's forces retreated, solemnly declaring it a great victory. In the Deadwood Forest, the Plague Brewer had been torn to shreds, hoping Father Nurgle/Nurgle's mercy would piece it back together. The so-called Plague Warrior troops had become a puddle of rotten flesh on the ground. Broken wood littered the surroundings. Even the microorganisms in the species-rich swamp were gone, truly making it a desolate land. Lemon Russ looked at the Plague Brewer's barrel, somewhat puzzled. Why could such a heavily corrupted wine barrel brew fine wine from the pure real world? The Wolf King hesitated for a few seconds, then took the entire brewing apparatus with him. Nurgle's domain returned to silence, and the joyful laughter of the Nurglings significantly diminished. Chapter 195, Learn from the Regent's Rapid Military Expansion Model. After this battle, the Imperium slowed its advance, but the front lines were still pushing forward relentlessly. Imperial crusades often lasted for hundreds of years. Of course, Chapter Master Yifeng knew little of these matters. He was currently celebrating with great fanfare, having finally sent the Battle Sisters away. Most of the people on the Black Ship never disembarked. A few Battle Sisters went down and fought a battle against tree men, but very few knew what actually happened. The 300 worlds of the TO were developing steadily, and the Lamenters, having dealt with the flanking enemies, also entered a period of recuperation. The Astartes here only knew that the Imperium and the Plague Marines had fought again, a war led by the Space Wolves, in which the Imperium achieved a great victory. Such news, naturally, was the result of the Angels of Dawn chapter broadcasting across the entire the galaxy/Milky Way. Even the 300 worlds of the TO, far beyond the Astronomicon, received the message, making it truly unimaginable where they couldn't transmit to. Rogier was currently conflicted. On one hand, he had found a good wine and naturally wanted to share it with his wolf brothers. But on the other hand, he was considering a drinking contest with his brothers when he returned home in triumph. When those old-timers brought out their treasured Fenrischen mead, he would pull out his Cullen vintage, leading his forest wolves to compete against the legitimate Wolfguard descendants. Strictly speaking, it wasn't just forest wolves. The first batch of wolf brothers came from the deep forests of Taste, but later ones, some came from the ice plains of Atres, some were crystal miners from Wolf Jugshu, and now they were champions from various worlds within the 300 worlds, with diverse origins. Actually, Rogier's toughest test for these 300 champions should be their drinking capacity. Another deadlock was the task personally given by the Emperor. The gene seed of the Luna Wolves was somewhat scarce. The progress of rebuilding the 16th Legion was a bit slow. Originally, a quarter of a batch of Astartes were Luna Wolves. Now, with various gene seed sources, their proportion in a batch of gene seed had dropped to 1/10. The main quest given by the Emperor certainly couldn't be too slow, so the chapter implemented a system of 5-year reforms that worked the apothecaries to death. If the proportion couldn't be increased, then the total quantity would be boosted. Due to our chapter's habit of setting up biological organ production lines wherever we went, we now had biological organ freedom. Ground-based recruit modification vats were built to saturation. Among the 300 worlds, 10 prosperous worlds had recruit VAT modification bases. After the apothecary's last major operation to clear out the gene seed vault, excluding the Wolf Guard, the chapter's modifications became very regular. The first gene seed matured in 5 years, the second in 10. Therefore, the apothecaries mass-produced Astartes in batches, at the extremely fast rate of 300 recruits every 5 years. Did you think we were still the chapter tightly restricted by the Adeptus Mechanicus's biological savants? No. We've activated the Guillemot mass production mode. The Ultima Segmentum's 500 worlds can produce 200,000 Astartes. We're a bit poorer, at most equivalent to 10 worlds, so it's fine for me to mass produce 4,000 Astartes first, right? So, for the first 5 years, recruits were overly protected, undergoing only internal combat training and learning various firearms and tactical knowledge. Only when the 5-year period was up, and their gene seed extracted, did these recruits officially begin their combat careers, being thrown onto various worlds to fight Xenos. The apothecaries also didn't have a problem with insufficient manpower. Situare didn't have many direct disciples, but he had many grand disciples, and the first batch of 10 experienced apothecaries were also training Primaris newcomers. Xiaolan, am I going to be a Legion Master? When a chapter doesn't have to pay the tithe of gene seed and can mass-produce Astartes steadily in the real world, there's no need to worry about running out of gene seed. Including the amount from failed modifications where gene seed can be recovered, taking the example of modifying 600 Astartes and successfully producing 300, after 10 years, approximately 800 gene seed can be harvested. This means that this batch of 300 recruits coming out of the vats might be followed by a batch of 400, then 500, and so on, until there aren't enough apothecaries. Speaking of which, I think we only paid the gene seed tithe once. When the chapter only had a few dozen Astartes, we only handed over a tiny bit of gene seed. Compared to Situare's year-round work, Anos was much happier. He was voluntarily working overtime. However, he also encountered some problems. Situare. Just speak directly, no need to be polite, brother. Situare was striding like a dragon and a tiger, rapidly inspecting 100 modification vats. I wish to undergo the Primaris warrior surgery. Situare glanced at him. You want to undergo Primaris warrior surgery? Then first, you need to remove all that machinery yourself. I don't understand the principles of these devices. That's the problem, my brother. I can have other tech marines help me remove them, but the surgery must begin immediately. Afterward, I won't be able to give you any assistance until my success or death. Yes, but is there a problem? Is this not correct? The problem isn't with me, it's with the Grand Librarian. If there's a war and Enk or other brothers have to wake the Grand Librarian, I'm afraid they'll be beaten to death. How about we put Doflit on standby? That's a bit inappropriate. I need to talk to Brother Yifeng and tell him not to fight any wars recently. Do you really have to undergo the Primaris warrior surgery? It's not at that point yet, is it? It is, Brother Situare, it is. My research has hit a bottleneck. If I don't become a Primaris warrior, I will only be able to constantly add mechanical auxiliary brains like an Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus, thereby losing the physical advantages of an Astartes and becoming a giant walking robot. Situare was a little surprised. Had Anos's knowledge base become so terrifying already? Brother, are you going to become a true Archmagos? Not quite. I'm too specialized, but I can confirm that in my field of research, I am unprecedented. Among our STC template, there is a blueprint for a magnificent warship. Now, they are also researching small Hive City class esoteric battleship, and a certain big baby floating outside the galaxy/Milky Way, along with superplanetary spacecraft technology, which they acquired from the Adeptus Mechanicus. It could be said that in the field of giant warships, Anos was already the strongest master of his time. Brother Anos, you must know that the Primaris warrior surgery has a low success rate. The black carapace must be completely removed, and the muscles must be completely torn to implant coils. Are you telling me this? I am a son of Ferrus Manus. Our ruthlessness towards our own bodies is beyond your imagination. Anos began the surgery. To enable the chapter to operate a super flagship, he also started to push himself to the limit. Yifeng, meanwhile, came up with a bold idea. Nominally, the second, third, and fourth companies are not with us. Excluding the recruit company, we have 6 companies. Now there are 300 recruits, and in 3 years, 400 more recruits will emerge from the vats. That's 700 Astartes. We need to hide them. Then, Yifeng, with a grand gesture, declared, my honor guard is the byway army. Other companies should also have their own company honor guard. For example, the 5th company, led by Aslan, its honor guard would be called the Tiger Guards. The 6th company, Rogier's troops, its honor guard would be called the Wolf Guard. The 7th company, Valas's troops, its honor guard would be called the Tianxiong army. The 8th company, those Astartes returning from the Death Watch, their captain is Richard, one of the oldest Astartes loaned to the Victory-class battleship. These Astartes bravely led the charge against Xenos, so their honor guard could be called the Vanguard Camp. The 9th company, currently vacant. The 1st company, not yet full. 2 few century-old veterans are still alive, it needs to be brought to full strength first. Thus, a few years later, in the 190th year of the chapter's history, Anos became a Primaris warrior and once again dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the research of the esoteric battleship. Xiaolan looked at the 300 recruits she had trained for 15 years and the 250 Astartes who had just emerged from the vats, her feelings too complex to describe. Situate announced that in 5 years, 150 more Astartes would emerge from the vats. My dear captains of the 10th and 11th Company. Xiao Lan could only ask the veterans of the 1st Company for help with guidance. And then, this chapter began to show a trend towards madness. The recruits saw the veterans, all wearing power armor, slowly lumbering along. A few strong ones could move normally at mortal speed. Just as they were wondering, they saw our first captain, Kazanov, strolling by in his Mark 7 power armor. These recruits, who had never seen the world, subconsciously believed that being able to walk in power armor without engaging the power pack was proof of being a qualified Astartes. The strength of a Primaris warrior is much greater than that of a regular Astartes, but it's not to the extent that they can casually run around in power armor. So, the 10th Company's 10-year training continued as usual. But the 11th Company, those Astartes preparing for their final assessment, changed the assessment content. In the chapter's memorial hall, there was a 100-meter corridor, starting from the statue of the old 3 chapters chapter master and ending at Kazanov's statue, exactly 100 meters. The Astartes of the 11th Company requested that an Astartes could only be inducted into service if he could walk the 100-meter memorial path in power armor, with the power pack only 1% active to maintain the breathing system. Yi Feng agreed to this tradition. For a Primaris warrior, this would take approximately 30 years of focused training to achieve success. The timing was also about right, as the chapter needed to collect enough power armor. We truly had no armor left. Even using the Wolf Guard's armor wasn't enough. Trading fleets could bring back a batch of armor, but with the Imperium's full-scale counter-offensive, power armor from all Forge worlds was in short supply and very expensive. Unofficial goods were already scarce, and now they had to be snatched up. It felt a bit beyond their capabilities. Fortunately, our old friends at Maverick Forge World offered certain conditions that solved the urgent problem. Since they consistently helped us process materials captured from chaos, it was inevitable that some servitors would become corrupted. They requested us to station troops to handle these corruption incidents, and at the same time, they also opened a dedicated area for us to purify enemy armor. These armors would be sent to a brand new Mark X power armor modification production line. After the Great Rift ended, the Adeptus Mechanicus swarmed out to compete for orders, naturally connecting with the Martian Mechanicum and actively seeking new technologies. The problem is, such strategic materials must be obtained after multifaceted consideration, requiring sufficient foundation, loyalty, and a strong relationship with the Martian Mechanicum and key warp routes. Ultimately, the Maverick Mechanicum, full of resentment, paid a hefty price to acquire the manufacturing line technology and planned to severely exploit the Red Tide to recoup their losses with interest. And then, Chapter Master Yi Feng, are you sure this is the technology to exchange for power armor? At this moment, Arch-Cardinal Frost trembled slightly. It wasn't that his Voxcaster was malfunctioning, his entire being was trembling with excitement. A certain notoriously greedy chapter master arrived at Maverick with a trading fleet. Arch-Cardinal Frost, what are you thinking? This is our catalog of items, it's not fixed, though. Some Adeptus Mechanicus will exchange some, well, you know, with us. So, next time you come, you might not see many of the things in this catalog. Yi Feng sat casually in a chair, as if he were in his own home, pulling out a fruit from his pocket and munching on it bite by bite. Speaking of which, why are you so stingy now? You used to at least have fruit for guests. Now I have to bring my own fruit. Right, right, right. Arch-Cardinal Frost roared into the Voxcaster, quickly, bring Chapter Master Yi Feng a fruit platter, the biggest one. Frost was quite agitated now. He understood, the Red Tide didn't care about technology at all. They had no qualms about selling some technologies strictly forbidden by the Imperium in exchange for materials. But these Xenos creations. Arch-Cardinal Frost meticulously examined the catalog. The items listed were too astonishing, a complete TOXV-139 battlesuit, which was equivalent to a War Angel Doom class unit. Complete Drukari/Dark Eldari Raider vehicles, unknown Necrons cannons, shattered Eldar Wave Serpent tanks, these were all first-rate treasures. Chapter Master Yi Feng, I can provide you with a sufficient quantity of power armor, absolutely. Believe us, as long as there are enough materials, I guarantee that whatever price you are willing to pay, you will receive the corresponding materials. Arch-Cardinal Frost wished he could just kidnap Yi Feng right then and there. How many Mark X power armor can you produce now? I have 300 sets in stock. With our basic material inventory, we can immediately begin construction, and a batch of 150 sets every 10 years is no problem. Arch-Cardinal Frost was no ordinary man. Having dealt with Yi Feng for over 100 years, he knew Yi Feng's thoughts too well. This chapter master wouldn't mind if the chapter's numbers exceeded 1,000, and he certainly wouldn't mind if the Adeptus Mechanicus provided a few more sets of power armor. Thus, as soon as the Arch-Cardinal obtained the technology, he immediately dismantled the unprofitable bioorgan base and converted all of it into power armor production lines, dedicating all efforts to producing power armor. Is that so? Then I'll take all of them. And by the way, do you sell this production line? Chapter Master Yi Feng, you cannot uproot my foundation. Business should be a steady flow, and trust is built mutually. Arch-Cardinal Frost, as always, played Tai Chi. Give you the production line? That's how my bioorgan base disappeared for you. Arch-Cardinal, when have you ever seen me engage in a steady flow? Yi Feng implied, it's only because my capabilities aren't enough that I haven't uprooted you entirely. He wished he could just rob them all. Furthermore, Arch-Cardinal Frost, we are now a properly sanctioned chapter. These little things are merely to urge you to provide supplies more quickly. Yi Feng was calm and collected, acting as if he didn't care at all. He understood Yi Feng, but did Yi Feng not understand him? He said 200 sets, but he surely had at least 400 in hand, and a batch output of at least 300. The Maverick Mechanicum believed in the imperial truth. Their sacred rituals and the anointing of power armor with incense and oil were merely a formality, a way to go through the motions. For maintenance, it still had to be our own tech marine, occasionally bowing to the power armor. If it was just production without appeasing the machine spirit, it would be very fast. Chapter Master Yi Feng, your words are too formal. We, the Adeptus Mechanicus, should indeed provide supplies to the warriors. However, we haven't yet interfaced with the Imperium. We haven't received production materials, nor have we received the list of materials we are supposed to provide. If you demand them now, it's very difficult for us. Who doesn't know how to argue? It's just a push and pull. Otherwise, why would I be here? People die for wealth, and birds die for food. I've shown these technologies and good things precisely to discuss them properly with you. 200 years would pass quickly, and some people had promised to provide a battleship. Of course, our rented Titan was also for a 200-year term. This time, I also need to discuss the Titan issue. The matter of renewing the lease can now be put on the agenda. This matter, well, it all depends on sincerity. A huge fruit platter was brought in, along with several Mark X power armor, all carried into the conference room. Yi Feng remained composed, his fingers delicately picking up a fruit. White jade fruit, it's been a long time since I've seen a fruit of such good quality. Yi Feng took a small bite, his mouth full of juice. Where were we just now? Sincerity, yes, sincerity is very important. Yi Feng dipped his finger into the bitten fruit, getting a little juice on it, and then, with a slight shake, wrote down some more astonishing technologies on the table. My Red Tide has always treated people with sincerity. We have cooperated for over 100 years, we are old friends. How could I treat you unfairly? If Arch-Cardinal Fro still had a physical body at this moment, his old face would surely be as radiant as an autumn chrysanthemum. Ah, Chapter Master Yi Feng is truly a prodigy. In less than 100 years, he has amassed the knowledge we have gathered over a millennium. He is truly a son blessed by the Emperor. The Arch-Cardinal switched to a different tone, entering a special mode reserved for Yi Feng. There's no talk of prodigy. These 200 years of campaigns have been arduous and difficult, hovering on the brink of annihilation multiple times. The heartache and bitterness are not for outsiders to know. Yi Feng's words grew melancholic. Just as the Arch-Cardinal was about to offer comforting words like "The Emperor watches over you," Yi Feng changed the subject. My chapter's wars have always been grand and decisive, with great sacrifice leading to great gains. Arch-Cardinal Fros, the more you invest, the greater the benefits you will reap. If you provide 500 sets of power armor today, perhaps next time I can bring you back an Eldar woman? Ha ha ha. The servitor beside him shook violently with Yi Feng's laughter. The Arch-Cardinal waved his mechanical arm, dismissing him. Not everyone could withstand the power of the anti-psyker shield. Chapter Master Yi Feng is joking. Capturing an Eldar female is too easy for your chapter. Capturing a beautiful Arch-Cardinal, now that would be a challenge, wouldn't it? Yi Feng's laughter abruptly ceased, and then he coughed twice fiercely. Chapter Master Yi Feng, fruit is delicious, but in moderation. Don't take too big a step, or you'll pull your groin. No matter, with the transcendent body, I fear nothing. I always have a good appetite, bring as much as you have. I can draw other pies for you, but not a beautiful Arch-Cardinal, because I really have Christina. Arch-Cardinal Fros, if you have any technology you desire, just tell me. My trading fleet will sail through various regions of the Galaxy/Milky Way, trading with many forge worlds. Perhaps I can find something you fancy? Don't worry, we're good friends, I'll give you a discount. Discount? A 130% discount. Chapter Master Yi Feng, your chapter is also involved in trade? This seems to exceed the scope of an Adeptus Astartes chapter. Arch-Cardinal, what are you saying? Trade is naturally the business of rogue traders. We merely encountered them in desolate space. Escorting them for a leg doesn't count as exceeding my duties, does it? They are grateful and willing to bestow wealth upon me, that doesn't count as trade, does it? Right, right, right. Protecting imperial vessels is a sacred mission bestowed upon chapters by the Emperor. No one can speak ill of it. Arch-Cardinal Fros realized his preparations were still insufficient. Power armor alone could not give him an advantage in negotiations where Yi Feng constantly offered incentives. Subsequently, the two entered an anti-psyker area for a formal private discussion, where specific details were agreed upon. This included providing sufficient power armor, but the appeasement of the machine spirit would be carried out by the chapter's tech marine himself. The Titan lease renewal contract. And the orders for 2 battleships, 100 sets of Astartes equipment, and 50 sets of Terminator armor within the upcoming 200-year period. Due to the Primaris warrior, the number of Terminators was reduced to 80 sets, with larger sizing. Yi Feng sometimes wondered if the iron-clad Terminator worn by Horus back then wasn't patched together from a pile of power armor. 3 sets of power armor combined to form a 2-star Terminators. The deal was struck. A forge world capable of building battleships struggling to support a red tide was truly a great joke. Arch-Cardinal Fros stood before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, sighing that he had boarded a pirate ship. The massive trading fleet set sail in space. The gloomy sky, for the first time in a while, began to rain acid, droplets pattering against the window. This acid rain created a desolate atmosphere, hinting at the long and arduous path of forging, highlighting the arch-cardinal's inner melancholy, and contrasting with the joyful mood of ending a century of supplies in the future. It symbolized the tragic life of overworked laborers with endless tasks, establishing a resolute emotional tone, revealing that the natural environment had been destroyed by industry, yet the never-ending war's infinite demand for industry continued. It underscored the dark, painful, and hopeless main theme of life in the warmer world. The 300 worlds were far from reaching their developmental limits. The advancement into the Ultima Segmentum was proceeding along the real world, propelled by the TO's engines. Avoiding the Storm Lord's territory, it pushed in another direction. This would be a boring, slow, and tedious endeavor, but time would imbue it with meaning. Chapter 196 Matchmaker. A loyal interlude to let you know you haven't gone to the wrong place, hee hee hee. As night fell, the airport was brightly lit, and the clean, spacious waiting lounge had been transformed into a commercial street under the local government's strategy to promote the economy, featuring the city's only super casino and the newest and most comprehensive luxury stores. Such commercial ventures meant that some rich people, obsessed with gambling, didn't mind buying a plane ticket as an admission pass and then splurging in the commercial street. Li Enjun sat in a waiting seat. To his left was a beautiful young woman checking her makeup with a small mirror, and to his right was a pile of food waste, next to which a greasy-mouthed uncle was enjoying the delicacies from the commercial street. The aroma of various foods wafted freely through the ground floor waiting area, constantly tantalizing people's taste buds. Li Enjun's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. He was going back to the temple of his birthplace to pray to the ancient god of marriage. This was a traditional ceremony in this country, ever since rebelling from the Imperium of Man, which only exploited them. Centuries ago, a great deity descended to the mortal world, bringing the best marriages to people, far better than any so-called emperor. Everyone, on their 18th birthday, must come to their local temple to pray to the god of marriage. They would fall into a deep sleep that night, entering a wonderful dreamland. The great deity would transform into a graceful beauty with a human head and snake body, dressed in festive scarlet clothes, holding a red ribbon, and intertwining two fated individuals, casting the new couple from the lofty celestial palace down to the mortal world. Colorful clouds would gently support them, carrying the two newcomers to their destined place, right near their homes. The two, upon waking, must go to their destined place and become partners. People affectionately called her the Red Nymph. This was a divinely ordained marriage. Those who followed this path would undoubtedly achieve a beautiful future, living happily together, at least so all the elders said. As for those who dared to defy the rules set by the deity, that night, they would fall into a nightmare. An old man, completely naked, with a long, stiff beard dragging on the ground, making a sound like a steel wool brush scraping an iron pot. Ancient moon patterns were carved on his naked flesh, and his wide, thick shoulders carried hard steel bars as he rushed madly towards the person in the dream, binding the unfortunate person and their most hated individual tightly together with the steel bars, condemning them to an eternal nightmare. The next day, upon waking, they would experience various accidents and encounter that sinful partner from their dream. There was once a madman who refused to marry the ugly person, but the next day, he became a bloody, fleshy statue, wriggling in his bed. People called this nightmare-bringing deity Yu Lao and kept their distance from him. Li Enjun waited quietly, about to return home, to the place where he was born and raised, and meet his destined one. He was a little uneasy, his left leg constantly shaking, a slight sheen of sweat on his face. He had worked hard in the city for many years but hadn't saved much. He wondered if his future would be unhappy. He didn't care about his own life and believed that the great deity would bring the most suitable girl to him, but he feared his own inadequacy, feared failing the deity and the girl, feared making his wife live a hard life. Li Enjun turned his head again to look at the bustling commercial street, considering whether to spend a little more money on a meeting gift. Going empty-handed seemed a bit impolite. He touched his deflated wallet, and his mustered courage deflated again. Money is the hero's courage. In this era, called the best ever by all experts, being poor was a sin. Li Enjun dismissed the idea of buying anything. He'd go home and see. Prices were cheaper in his hometown. His family grew fruit trees, and it was now the season for flowering and fruiting. If he was lucky, he might catch the blooming season of the snowjade fruit trees. Picking a few flowers to meet his future wife would also be excellent. The flight to Jinyu district is about to depart. All passengers, please board promptly. The lady next to him and Li Enjun stood up simultaneously. The lady glanced at Li Enjun. A poor boy. From the countryside, I suppose. Li Enjun deliberately paused for half a second, letting the lady go first. Is she really a lady? Li Enjun thought. Would a lady wait with me in the economy class waiting area? She must be a spendthrift who pursues quality of life. Li Enjun was momentarily blocked by the luggage of an old man walking by, putting more distance between him and the lady. A boring queue, a noisy crowd, as if everyone in this world of overflowing desires was rushing forward. The young man in front wore a vest, revealing his 3D tattoo. It must be a snow leopard, Li Enjun thought. It looks so good, but I wonder if flesh carving really hurts. Next to the young man stood a woman with vibrant dyed hair. As she moved, her colorful strands intertwined and danced, like shimmering water under the sunlight. Li Enjun stopped looking at the two people in front and turned his gaze upwards. All economy class passengers queued below, while on the second floor walkway were the distinguished guests of first class. Some people wouldn't show their faces, but more arrogant bigwigs would grandly display their wealth up there, bearing the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of those queuing below, entering the plane first. He heard that a super-rich person once threw gold bars down when walking above, injuring several people's heads. He wondered if there would be any today. Li Enjun thought, gritting his teeth, he could accept being hit. Going to meet his future wife with a bandaged head wouldn't look good, but a diamond-studded bandage would be quite imposing. The first big shot appeared, a wealthy merchant in all gold attire, clearly a businessman. Everyone turned to look, their eyes dazzled by the golden light. By the time Li Anjun's expectant gaze returned upwards, the rich merchant had already reached the boarding gate. The flight attendant stood at the cabin door, bowing with a fawning smile, revealing her cleavage. Li Anjun couldn't see, he couldn't even if he jumped. The second big shot had already appeared, walking confidently like a fashion model, shaking the meaningless ornaments on his body. He was an artist, revered by the upper class as a man 1,000 years ahead of his time. Li Anjun looked at the huge decoration on his head and inexplicably thought of his own bag of takeaway trash. It's a bit similar, can't laugh, he's a down-to-earth artist. Behind him, a lady and a domineering man walked by. They were both top figures in society, and they didn't mind letting the poor people see the wealth they couldn't earn in 3,000 years. Li Anjun stopped looking up. There were no gold-throwing tycoons today. Their dazzling brilliance had nothing to do with him. He rallied his spirits again. He was meeting his future wife tomorrow, so he needed to stay in good shape. The front started to get noisy. Economy class boarding had begun. Since the departure of that sinful imperium, our world has achieved prosperous development, rushing from the steam age all the way to the information age. It is said that the most brilliant scientists are already researching intelligent robots. Perhaps these ticketing flight attendants won't be needed anymore. It was Li Anjun's turn. Before him was an old, faded employee, an impatient old woman with her entire body tightly wrapped, who coldly glanced at Li Anjun's ticket, punched a hole in the square ticket, and let him pass. Economy class seats were very cramped, sardine can style. To squeeze more passengers into the small area, the height here was only 1.8 meters, Li Anjun, at 1.75 meters, barely avoided bending over. Unfortunately, his freshly styled hair now turned Li Anjun's head into a broom, sweeping dust from the ceiling and coating his hair. They don't even clean. Li Anjun thought, the plane is so dirty, it's all up to the next passenger to clean up the previous person's trash. Never mind, it's cheap. Li Anjun bent down and sat, hugging his backpack, ignoring the people next to him, and fell into a deep sleep. The elderly lady finished checking tickets, tossed the hole puncher into the cloth bag hanging nearby, and gracefully boarded the plane. Too bad no rich man noticed her when she was young. The great deity facilitates connections for newcomers, but has never forbidden extramarital affairs. Why do good things never happen to me? Time to go home. The elderly staff member closed the cabin door and sat down by the entrance. She wasn't a flight attendant, she was just shamelessly hitching a ride home. The co-pilot received the signal that all personnel were on board and opened the intercom to query the control tower. Tower, this is flight Jin 2349, may we take off? No, there's rain, a mechanical voice came from the tower. He didn't know if it was a new intelligent AI. Okay, Captain, don't hesitate, take off. Li Anjun had just fallen asleep when a strong pushback sensation came, and the plane soared into the clouds. Hello, dear passengers, this is your captain. The estimated arrival time for this flight is 7:30 am Jinyu District Time, personally estimated at 6:30 am. Please rest assured, on time is late, early is our service standard. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Li Anjun felt a bit uncomfortable, the air around him was somewhat stale, and the population density was too high. He held it in for 5 hours because going to the toilet here might mean crossing hundreds of people's seats, which was too much trouble, and no one would be willing to go. Everyone could choose to pay for lunch, but it was a bit disgusting. A carefree uncle next to him pressed a few buttons on his chair's armrest, then inserted money into the slot on the armrest, and the lunch facility started operating. The cushion under the uncle's buttocks became hot. Economy class wouldn't give you cushions with very good insulation. Not long after, a lunch from the bottom of the chair was heated up, quick and unpalatable, like self-heating meals. The uncle spread his legs, laboriously took out the lunch, and then ate it in big mouthfuls. It contained cheap beans and strange sauce, served with some pickles, primarily designed for long storage. The uncle wolfed down the lump of food in the meal box and stuffed it back into the facility under his buttocks. The facility in his seat started operating again. This time, it might be washing the meal box with hot water. In any case, the uncle's buttocks were vibrating, and the chair was very hot. How did Li Anjun know? Not long after, the uncle started to fart, and the farts, heated by the chair, were still emitted with a tremor. Eating beans is a challenge for those with poor digestion and torture for others. Li Anjun couldn't hold it in and spent 5 exhausting hours. When he got off the plane, his steps were unsteady and his head was spinning due to holding his urine and being fumigated by the foul smell. After using the restroom, which had a 10-minute queue, and washing his face, he bought a bus ticket to a small town. It was another 3 hours of bumpy travel, but it was better than the plane, as the bus windows could be opened for ventilation. Afterward, he transferred to a public bus, and then to a villager's tractor. This villager was an old acquaintance. Li Anjun always rode in his vehicle whenever he came and went. The villager had hitched an unused cargo tricycle to the back of the tractor, making it more comfortable and preventing the shaking of the tractor. Li Anjun exchanged a look with a taciturn man beside him. With only 2 of them, what was there to be reserved about? The 2 of them directly slept in the same bed by lying in the cart, treating it as a panoramic sunroof convertible RV. At this moment, both of them relaxed. Brother, going to the temple? Yes. Today or tomorrow? Tonight. Home first, or the temple first? temple. Oh right, we'll both reach the temple at night. I'm Li Enjun from the east end of the village, my house is just across the street from the temple. Wang Fugui, west end of the village, Wang Gifu's son. The two chatted desultorily, and the surrounding light gradually faded. The sun had finished its work for the day. The countryside wasn't as brightly lit as the city, simple, ancient flames flickered sporadically across the land. Ah, the firewood that humanity has used for thousands of years still brings us warmth. Li Enjun was still lying in the cart, gazing at the magnificent space station in the sky, symbolizing the great power of humanity, advancing towards the starry sky. The scattered stars around seemed to have already been stepped under humanity's feet. Li Enjun raised his hand, as if he could grasp the stars. The massive space station was not only a research laboratory but also a shipyard. People wanted to build defenses for the Earth's ring star system and construct a space fleet to compete with that evil empire he had never seen. Li Enjun had only seen the Imperium of Man in history books. A crescent moon rose, and the taciturn man spoke for the first time, "We're almost home." Although his words were still concise, the overflowing joy still touched Li Enjun's heart. Yes, he was home. Suddenly, Li Enjun sat up straight, staring intently at the sky. "Old man, look at the sky." Where the crescent moon was, a magnificent warship passed from low Earth orbit, like a hammer, intersecting with the crescent moon. "A warship, it's a warship. Am I the first to see it?" "I'm the first." Li Enjun gesticulated wildly in the cart, almost falling out. Soon, that magnificent warship passed by, gradually disappearing into the eastern sky, which was illuminated by the bright city lights. As night fell, looking up, one could only see an ambiguous orange sky. A small interlude, and soon, the two entered their hometown village. At the entrance of the temple, the parents of both families were anxiously looking into the distance, tightly clutching wrapped red envelopes in their hands. The mischievous children at the village entrance had been loitering for a long time. Seeing the familiar tractor bringing the two travelers home, they ran towards the temple, laughing. "Red Nymph, Brother Enjun and Fugui are back. Good, good, good." The highly respected elder was more nervous than Li Enjun's mother, but now finally relaxed, repeating "good" 3 times. The men of the family distributed candies to the children who had come to report the news, then hurried off to greet their dust-covered children. The mothers and elders still stood at the temple entrance, beginning to prepare the ceremony. The two were surrounded as they returned. Li Enjun took out a few candies he had bought in the city from his pocket and distributed them to the children. It was a taste the small town children had never experienced. Wang Fugui, on the other hand, took out nuts he had bought at the bus station, also a rare commodity in the village. The two families had already discussed it. It was still early, so Li Enjun would enter the temple first. Li Enjun, who had traveled for a day and a night, had no time to linger and entered the temple surrounded by the villagers. The temple was magnificently decorated, with noble purple and ambiguous pink intertwined. In the center was the statue of the great red nymph goddess, flanked by statues of various other deities governing wealth, luck, and so on. The ground was already covered with ceremonial tools, and the ritual could only be performed by Li Enjun alone. Li Enjun picked up the only lit candle, held it over his heart for 6 seconds, symbolizing his inner fire, then devoutly bowed to each deity and lit the candles in front of their statues. When worshipping deities, one must not be selective. If you pass by, you must worship. After completing a round of worship, Li Enjun knelt before the sacred image, silently reciting the words carved on the stone tablet, and then placed his hands on the tablet. After a long time, there was no reaction, indicating that Li Enjun had mispronounced a word. Li Enjun stood up again, lit a candle for each deity, then knelt down again and recited the incantation. This time, he succeeded. A small pattern spread from the stone tablet to his hand. The ceremony was complete. Li Enjun walked out of the temple, and the family was finally reunited, able to exchange warm greetings and talk about family matters. Wang Fugui went in. Li Enjun didn't wait for him and was pulled and dragged towards home. Li Enjun looked up at the sky. The majestic warship still awed his heart. A meteor streaked across the sky, and he closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, wishing for the eternal prosperity of our Earth. That night, Li Enjun slept soundly. The continuous bumpy journey had long exhausted him, and he fell into a deep sleep as soon as he touched the bed. A young woman entered his dream, dignified and gentle. The red nymph wrapped her in beautiful silk and slowly walked towards Li Enjun. Li Enjun found himself naked, wearing nothing. Feeling a bit shy, he covered his private parts with his hands. With the deity above, the red nymph's divine power rendered him immobile. The red silk fell away, and the other person was also completely nude. The exalted red nymph gently intertwined the two, wrapping them tightly together. Li Enjun's brain was in a state of shutdown at this moment. It was too stimulating. In the past, he would have fainted from excessive blood loss due to a nosebleed. The red silk wrapped around them again and again. Li Enjun suddenly remembered his parents' instructions. He tried his best to clear his mind, counting the number of silk wraps. 71 wraps. She and I will spend 71 springs and autumns together. Good, praised the red nymph. The human-headed, snake-bodied deity gently pushed the two wrapped lovers. The majestic sky grew smaller and smaller in Li Enjun's vision, and a sense of weightlessness came from the void. There were no mythical auspicious clouds. Below was the village square to the south, and the two descended directly towards the old tree at the village entrance. Too close? Right underfoot, so no need for auspicious clouds? Li Enjun was a little puzzled, but a soft whisper from his embrace made him feel utterly weak. He struggled to turn his head, wanting to shout, "Thank you, red nymph," but looking up at the sky, the red nymph was writhing in pain, snake scales and black tentacles emerging from her body, trembling wildly. Li Anjun woke up, unsure what to say. This was different from the legends, wasn't it? The final situation wasn't right. Could there be a problem with my fated marriage? He hurriedly put on his clothes, wanting to check the situation, but an emergency was announced at the door. The old village chief vigorously beat his family's ancestral gong. He dragged his aged body, stumbling along the winding stone paths of the village, yelling at the top of his lungs, "The evil empire is here! The evil empire is here!" Li Anjun was somewhat at a loss, standing still in bewilderment. His old father slapped him hard on the back and said, "Quick, move the things to the cellar. We'll hide in the cellar." Li Anjun was about to move the grain when his father grabbed him again. "No, you rascal, you saw your wife, didn't you? Where is she? How close is she?" "Right under the old tree at the south entrance of the village." "Good, you go get your wife first." "Whose girl is she?" "Never mind, just go get her first and leave a descendant for our old Li family." "Dad! Stop messing around, go quickly." Li Anjun ran frantically towards the village entrance, but the old tree was empty. Maybe she hasn't arrived yet. The invasion of the evil empire left everyone at a loss, a busy state of not knowing what to do. Li Anjun hadn't stood for long when a huge explosion came from behind him. The violent shockwave knocked him down, and shattered bricks and tiles rained down everywhere. In his urgency, Li Anjun could only cover his head, allowing his body to be thrown by the shockwave, rolling several times on the ground. Clang! A huge head fell to the ground, missing him by mere centimeters. The young man, still shaken, opened his eyes and saw the red nymph goddess's eyes staring intently at him. The head of the sacred image had been blown to this spot. Li Anjun was so frightened that he lost his composure, collapsing onto the ground. Before Li Anjun could calm down, a faint light emanated from the head of the sacred image. A deep purple shadow flashed and vanished, heading straight for Li Anjun's vacant eyes. In the lake of his heart, Li Anjun looked around helplessly. Chaos, disorder, gold coins and delicacies, treasured swords and splashes of water, countless unrelated things spun rapidly in the air. Li Anjun. He turned his head and saw his wife, the naked wife from his dream, gracefully walking towards him. I still don't know your name." Li Anjun felt a bit ashamed, this was too impolite. As if by a ghost's hand, he forcefully clenched his hand in the void and actually grasped a snowjade flower. His mind finally settled down. "For you, my wife. I present number red nymph." At this moment, the creature before him was none other than the red nymph goddess who had glanced back at him in his dream and struggled endlessly in the celestial palace. Chapter 197, A Moment Between Gods and Demons. A violent explosion shattered the temple into pieces, leaving a large crater where it once stood, with a black mushroom cloud rising into the air. The transport shuttle broke through the clouds and landed precisely on the ruins. "Ugh, it stinks, a strong smell of chaos filth as soon as we land." Kurosel was the first to touch the ground, followed by the recruits of the Wolf Guard. 10 years of make-believe training is over, you wolf cubs. Now is your first step on the path to transcendence. Kurosel didn't quite understand why a simple rebellious planet required the deployment of 700 recruits. Wasn't that like using a missile to pop a balloon? Chapter Master Yifeng's consideration was mainly due to the words of the Lion brothers. The Black Shield Warrior said that many rebellious worlds were secretly orchestrated by Black Shield Warriors. They didn't want to enter the warp, and the Imperium of Man viewed them as traitors, so they simply carved out their own territory. Better safe than sorry. Furthermore, since our recruit training was too easy, just fighting Kroot, the 700 recruits haven't suffered significant losses so far, only gaining many warriors with prosthetics. How could they have combat power? Therefore, the warriors promoted to the 11th company had to be put through hell. Chapter Master Yifeng led the recruit motorcycle squad, speeding from the next village to meet Kurosel here. Passing by the south entrance of the village, he saw a young man rolling on the ground, clutching the broken head of a holy statue, his face streaked with tears. As Chapter Master Yifeng was about to approach, a large amount of black smoke suddenly erupted from the young man's body. In Li Anjun's mind, the red nymph goddess had fallen, and the blood gushing from her body formed a river flowing through his mind. Her snake scales were shattered, and dark fragments even pierced into his flesh. Li Anjun cautiously approached the suffering deity. He completely didn't understand what had happened. However, for this good god, he wanted to try to do something. "Red nymph goddess, what's wrong? What can I do?" Li Anjun couldn't even speak clearly now, no one had ever encountered such a situation. The deity before him had completely lost her human form. After her snake scales shattered, new scales rapidly grew, covering her entire body. You the red nymph goddess struggled to utter an incomprehensible sound, "I want you." "What do you need me for?" Li Anjun said, wanting to help the deity, but his feet kept retreating. He was terrified. "I want you." The red nymph goddess suddenly lunged at Li Anjun. In the nick of time, an invisible force enveloped her, preventing her from advancing even an inch. Chapter Master Yifeng now had experience. He raised his bolter, loaded with Psyker bolter rounds, and aimed at Li Anjun's head. Demons reacted to anti-Psyker shields in one of two ways, the weak fled, the strong destroyed. A red flash streaked across, incredibly fast, so much so that even the well-prepared Primaris warrior missed with his first shot. Ultimately, the enemy was overwhelmed by a hail of gunfire. Li Enjun slowly regained consciousness, seeing a red-armored giant standing beside him. I outnumber at * Damon. No, we are exorcists. Chapter Master Yifeng removed his helmet, revealing a human face. However, the young man had no time to care what Chapter Master Yifeng looked like. With a push of his feet and a roll of his eyes, he fainted. The shield's effect was a bit potent. The recruits had already begun searching the entire village. Chapter Master Yifeng awkwardly asked a warrior to fetch a bucket of water from the well to revive the unfortunate young man, while he himself walked to a more distant spot. Hey, wake up, what happened? Li Enjun opened his eyes again. It was a dream, a terrible nightmare. My % number %. This giant, not wearing red armor, was still tall. We are the bio-enhanced warriors of the Planetary Defense Force. Don't worry, just tell us what happened, and we will handle it properly. Chapter Master Yifeng stood in the distance, loudly bluffing through the amplifier in his helmet. Hearing it was the defense force, Li Enjun relaxed slightly but remained vigilant. The situation is urgent, tell me first, what exactly happened? The Astartes' urging tone seemed to possess a magic that made mortals instinctively obey his command. Li Enjun spilled everything, leaving Chapter Master Yifeng's mind in a state of confusion. The red nymph goddess was easy to understand, she should be Slaanesh. But Slaanesh is a matchmaker? Would he do that? Slaanesh's domain was desire, endless desire. Even if he were a matchmaker, he should be like Madame Wang, introducing Ximenqing to Pan Jinlian. Moreover, the stronger the blessed person, the less pleasure he could feel. For example, the satisfaction previously gained from eating a large chicken leg would later require thousands of large chicken legs to achieve the same satisfaction. Let alone that he had appeared on this world for hundreds of years, even if it were only a few decades, this place would have become a living hell. How could it continue to develop? In Chapter Master Yifeng's multi-track thinking, the possibility of another chaos god became infinitely large. Was Xianj involved? Rapid development from the steam age to the information age, that much was correct. Bestowing such small knowledge was simple for him. But what was the significance of the red nymph goddess and the old man under the moon? It couldn't be scientific breeding, could it? A chaos god disguised as another chaos god, there must be some reason. Xianj doesn't seem to need a reason. Chapter Master Yifeng temporarily regarded this as a battlefield between Xianj and Slaanesh. From the perspective that people like Li Enjun still existed, Xianj had the upper hand. Do you know that the red nymph goddess is evil? Red nymph goddess? Evil? These two words don't even go together. Li Enjun felt something was wrong. They didn't seem like earthlings. Could they be the evil Imperium of man? How could that be? She has never done anything detrimental to us. She is so benevolent, so respected, so... Li Enjun, let me ask you a question, do the livestock you raise on your farm know they are about to be slaughtered? Of course not. They live happily every day, praising the humans who provide them with shelter and food as gods. When we constantly give them benefits, they will be very willing to listen to us and implicitly trust our every instruction. Then, we take them to the slaughterhouse, and the livestock not yet on the truck still think those lucky ones heading to their death have ascended. Li Enjun was quite angry. These people not only compared them to livestock but also said the red nymph goddess was a bad person. We are not livestock. I have also never heard of anyone who went and never returned. You are from the evil empire. Chapter Master Yifeng smiled and continued speaking to himself. What if one day, aliens attack you and promise you that as long as you work 1 hour a week, you can get all your living necessities, and they will provide you with water, food, and shelter, leaving you the rest of the time to do as you please. What then? Chapter Master Yifeng's words were not over. He changed to a more seductive tone. Your family and friends have all entered the pilot areas designated by the aliens, and everyone is living a happy life. What about you? How do you choose to join or to resist? Oh, really? No, that won't happen. If you are sure that your family and friends can truly live such a happy life, even die peacefully, you watch them squander money you couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. Do you truly not have the urge to take a gamble, enjoy all of this, even if it means death? Would you join the resistance? Perhaps I wouldn't resist. That's the problem. Chapter Master Yifeng's roar suddenly grew louder, making Li Enjun's head buzz. You wouldn't even consider that you receive such excellent treatment because of the existence of the resistance. You wouldn't even think that the reason the enemy treats you this way is to corrupt the fighting will of the resistance. When everyone lays down their weapons, then I ask you, if the aliens demand you work around the clock, do you have a way? Can you resist? Li Enjun stumbled and fell to the ground, awestruck by the giant's imposing presence. But the Imperium of Man is evil, they won't let us live well. We will resist to the end from the beginning. Yes, resist to the end. Who told you I was talking about the Imperium of Man? Who said the aliens I spoke of referred to the so-called evil empire? I was talking about the red nymph goddess. How unlucky. Chapter Master Yifeng's meaning was simple, the red nymph goddess you see now is amiable because there are still people who don't believe in her. Once everyone worships her exclusively, she will reveal her evil face. Chapter Master Yifeng was guessing, but he managed to stun Li Enjun. Chapter Master Yifeng, do we need to say so much to a mortal? Several White Scars recruits had long been impatient, but due to the difference in status, they dared not speak. Kurosel's statement at this moment was much to their liking. Take him. A daemon-possessed person either dies of madness or becomes a daemon hunter. Chapter Master Yifeng, he is past the age suitable for modification. I know. Let him take a chance. A mortal possessed by a daemon who survived was a rare thing. This guy's magic resistance must not be low. The success rate of transforming an 18-year-old into an Astartes was very low, but he was worth a try. At this moment, a large number of red lights suddenly drifted across the sky, rapidly shooting towards the brightly lit area in the distance. The sky was cut into threads by the red lines, and the brilliant starry sky became the backdrop. Rogier felt a bit tricky. He held an anti-psyker shield and was maneuvering with two enemies. Launching a reconquest war against a rebellious planet with 700 recruits, Rogier thought Chapter Master Yifeng was crazy. So, at the beginning of the war, he was a bit overconfident and headed straight for the largest city. He discovered a magnificent palace, brightly lit, and believed it to be the residence of the local emperor. He wanted to infiltrate it to gather intelligence. Then, upon entering, he found that it was a place dedicated to worshipping a deity. He cursed under his breath, preparing to lead the wolf cubs out. Suddenly, the world changed. Day and night inverted. This small piece of heaven and earth became a place of chaos and disorder. Two demons furiously burst out from the highest statue, launching a fierce attack on Rogier. More precisely, it was the shield in his hand. Rogier immediately prepared to contact his comrades, but found that his communication channel had been cut off. Bal spread his hands helplessly. He also couldn't contact the outside world, and he hadn't even noticed the demons at first. There were only two groups of recruits nearby. With no other option, under Bal's cover, Rogier stepped forward to engage the enemy, attempting to exorcise the daemon. The matchmaker daemon and the red nymph daemon, fighting Rogier in their core territory, which they had managed for hundreds of years, naturally gained a huge advantage, and the recruits suffered heavy casualties. Rogier was no ordinary individual either. With Bal's exerting his full power, he found a weakness in the enemy and launched a fierce assault on the red nymph goddess, injuring her severely. This is why Li Anjun's dream showed the red nymph goddess covered in blood, writhing on the ground. With a cry from the red nymph goddess, the avatars hidden in various temples gathered at her main body, leading to the grand spectacle Yifeng witnessed. Li Anjun's mind almost faltered again. What else could this be but a divine power? He immediately wanted to kneel and kowtow. Yifeng roared, mounted his anti-gravity motorcycle, and instantly vanished from Li Anjun's sight. The recruits behind him responded one after another, pushing towards the enemy's core area. Warriors from all directions advanced towards the area indicated by the red line. The planetary armies were no match. Hastily mobilized, the mortal soldiers didn't even know what was happening, and their formations were already broken. Marine Inc., leading the warships in space, immediately directed them to move in the opposite direction. What if it was a feint? Rogier clashed with the matchmaker head-on, retreating several steps, when the red nymph's shrill scream reached his ears, sending shivers down his spine. The old wolf turned his head and saw the red nymph goddess's body grow enormous, almost as large as a titan. The matchmaker seized the opportunity, swinging a rebar at Rogier, striking the veteran repeatedly, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Taking advantage of this, several small wolves formed a crossfire, attracting enemy attention on the left, while the assault team on the right drew combat knives and charged towards the matchmaker. A transparent barrier appeared before the red nymph daemon, blocking all attacks. Even psyker bolters couldn't penetrate it. Bals was rarely at a disadvantage in psychic matters, but now he was struggling. Rogier was holding a shield, so he couldn't cover Rogier's fight with the matchmaker. He focused all his efforts on attacking the red nymph daemon, but his surging psychic power couldn't break through the enemy's mysterious defensive shield. Outside the highest palace, the guards found nothing unusual. Inside, it was as opulent as ever, and outside, devout worshippers continued to kneel. Someone's speeding. A guard felt a stinging in his eyes. Was he hallucinating? Who would dare speed in such a sacred place? He rubbed his eyes and looked out again. Ah, no one's speeding, it's a hallucination, wow. The guard was knocked to the ground and rendered unconscious by the strong wind stirred up by Yifeng's speeding. The red nymph daemon completed the absorption of its clones, and with a flick of its tail, it sent everyone flying. The recruits immediately activated their Belisarius call, and having been directly hit by the daemon, surviving was already a stroke of luck. Yifeng plunged into the barrier. The shield on his back destroyed the psychic array, and the illusionary maze shattered with a crash. Everyone in the city could see the giant red nymph daemon standing in the central palace. Everyone remained still, kneeling devoutly on the ground. Each person had seen this great deity in their dreams, and now, with the purest hearts, they knelt before the red nymph. Her body swelled further, her hair flying wildly in the air, making Yifeng's eyelids twitch. How strong the enemy was, he would only know after engaging in battle. Yifeng's motorcycle sped rapidly, leaping from a tilted, collapsed slab in a basic stunt, which he followed with a simple action of drawing his gun and firing. Pale green ion bolts flew towards the red nymph's chest. The great daemon turned, blocking the attack with her hard scales. The once brightly colored scales instantly shattered. She had already experienced this pain once before. Not bad, it shouldn't be a great daemon level. Yifeng's bolter was mounted on his motorcycle. At this moment, he had already drawn his pale green chainsword. As the motorcycle landed, he slashed down its serpentine tail. A sickening clash of metal echoed in the air. The relic sword cut through the serpent scales, severing a piece of flesh. Why wasn't it counterattacking? Yifeng was somewhat puzzled. The red nymph goddess twisted her body, rapidly waving her arms, trying to grab Yifeng on the motorcycle, but her efforts were destined to be in vain. The red nymph goddess's eyes shone like diamonds. A sacred white light suddenly ignited in her eyes, illuminating all directions. She transmitted her words to everyone who had called upon her in the temples, which meant all people over 18 on this planet. I need help. Evil enemies have invaded us. I am struggling to resist, I need more power. Please lend me your strength. The demonic sound pierced through the entire world. Except for Li Anjun, who had seen the red nymph daemon's form, every adult involuntarily knelt, devoutly meditating on the red nymph's appearance. Faint glows lit up from their brains, then transformed into particles of light. After a brief float, they swiftly flew towards the red nymph daemon. Yi Feng sensed something was wrong. Following the red light, more white lights flew towards this location. The red nymph daemon's power grew even stronger, so strong that it made Yi Feng's heart palpitate. Outside the palace were people whose bodies had shriveled and become dried corpses. Inside the palace was the red nymph daemon, surging with power, on the verge of breaking through the barrier of reality. A great alarm rang in Yi Feng's heart, it was about to ascend to a great daemon. Rogier forcefully struck back the matchmaker with a blow, then turned to look, his eyes almost going blind. Rogier, help me, we must stop it. The situation was critical. Yi Feng had a pretty good guess about the truth, these two demons weren't Slaanishes, they were Xianches, definitely. He was experimenting, curious about how a somewhat powerful mortal psyker could transform into a mighty warp deity capable of rivaling him. He was experimenting, trying to make demons ascend in the same way as the Emperor. Hundreds of millions of people here wouldn't be enough for a daemon to ascend to a great daemon, but what about hundreds of years of accumulated faith? It disguised itself as a daemon of Slaanish because it needed more people to believe in it. Its matchmaking red nymph activities caused the world's population to explode. Every 18 years was a generation, over hundreds of years, countless generations had believed in it, and countless people had provided it with the power of faith. Now, in a final act of draining the pond, it intended to become a true great daemon in one fell swoop. Yi Feng absolutely did not want to face a great daemon again. The scene of hundreds of veterans rushing towards Kier Kram like moths to a flame was still vivid in his memory, he would never allow it to happen again. Rogier, give me the shield. Rogier didn't hesitate, forcefully throwing the shield. Then Bao's psychic power enveloped Rogier, covering him as he fought the matchmaker. Yi Feng's hands left the motorcycle, he controlled the anti-gravity motorcycle solely by transmitting brain signals to the vehicle through his power armor. The chapter master of the Red Tide, with an anti-psychic shield on his back and left hand, and his relic sword gripped tightly in his right, charged towards the red nymph daemon. The daemon also entered a state of fury. These two shields had already absorbed a significant amount of psychic energy, all of it her psychic energy that should have been used for her ascension to a great daemon. The red nymph goddess summoned fireballs, hurling them at Yi Feng. Who was Yi Feng? He weaved and swayed, skillfully driving his motorcycle along the enemy's serpentine body, one man and one vehicle heading straight for its head. The red nymph daemon angrily summoned lightning, covering her entire body. Electricity crackled around her, and her immense power forced Bao's back 10 yards. Yi Feng's two shields absorbed most of the enemy's power. The residual psychic lightning that struck his heavy armor had less than 1,000th of its original power, yet it still made Yi Feng's throat taste sweet. Forcing down a mouthful of fresh blood, Yi Feng held his breath, controlling the vehicle to speed forward. The red nymph daemon was somewhat flustered. This annoying red ant was rushing up its spine, this was a desecration of it. Large fragments of the palace were seized by its psychic power, intended to be hurled at Yi Feng, but Bao's also exerted his full strength, vying with the red nymph daemon for the stones. It furiously controlled its body. The serpent scales suddenly became as difficult to traverse as a quagmire, and then sharp bone spurs suddenly erupted from them, flipping the anti-gravity motorcycle. Yi Feng leaped, landing on the softened scales, barely avoiding being impaled by the enemy's bone spurs. Even without a motorcycle, we white scars are the fastest. A Primaris white scars, over 3 meters tall, ran with all his might. He couldn't reach the enemy's head now, nor his heart. Each of Yi Feng's steps landed heavily on the enemy's body, even sinking into the flesh. The anti-psychic shields reduced the enemy's counterattacks to a level his heavy armor could withstand. Although the armor was cracking, Yi Feng had reached his strategic position. Demons and monsters, die for me. A full power strike, a green light transforming into an afterimage, cut through the enemy's outer shell. The quagmire-like flesh dissolved but then gathered again desperately. How could the daemon not want to destroy these two shields? Close quarters combat was already the best opportunity. It used itself as a trap in a cage, precisely to destroy these two annoying objects. The red nymph daemon's massive body suddenly shriveled, just like the hundreds of millions of worshippers outside, shrinking into two masses of flesh. One mass was where Yi Feng was located, a flesh cage, the other was at the head's position, where a small red nymph divine shadow was condensing. She was truly about to become a great daemon. The situation had reached its most critical moment. Chapter 198 We are the Sisters of Silence. Above the sky, the roar of a transport plane echoed. Even without psychic communication, the super tall red nymph daemon avatar in the palace attracted the chapter's attention. Yi Feng's shadow, an untouchable who regarded the chapter as his adoptive father, a little girl waiting for Yi Feng to finish with this world so she could go shopping with him. The Sisters of Silence Ina, fully armored and with sword in hand, stared indifferently at the daemon below. A daemon? Disgusting. Ina leaped from the transport plane, her executioner's great sword striking down in anger, its blade aimed directly at the red nymph daemon before her. Although the Sisters of Silence's primary opponents are chaos sorcerers, psykers possessed by demons are common enemies, and they are professionally trained to fight demons. The petite red nymph daemon was about to complete her ascension under the cover of the matchmaker when an anti-psyker field appeared in the sky, blocking the psykers flying nearby. She looked up in anger, seeing the broad blade of an executioner's greatsword. The red nymph daemon retreated rapidly, barely dodging the landing blade. Splashing gravel hit her snake scales, striking out a few sparks. Ina pressed the attack, rushing forward a few steps, but the tip of her greatsword remained on the ground, with the front-mounted combat blade now behind her. Heavy sword, round dance. The heavy greatsword moved like an extension of Ina's arm, its death-infused blade flew through the air, blossoming into circle after circle of deadly arcs. With one strike, Ina leaned forward and stepped, the executioner's greatsword tracing a perfect circle on her back before she switched hands and swung it powerfully at the enemy. The red nymph daemon was currently in her petite true form, almost her entire body within Ina's anti-psyker field, making her extremely uncomfortable. She had originally set up a grand formation here, hoping to delay until her ascension, but the arrival of the shield had disrupted her formation, and now Ina's actions prevented her from activating another contingency. The matchmaker saw the red nymph's predicament, now they were like ants on a single rope, sharing prosperity and ruin. Decisively, the matchmaker's flesh carvings all exploded, forcing back Bal's psychic energy, and the powerful psychic shockwave sent Rogier flying. The bloody matchmaker forcefully plunged the steel bar in his hand into the ground. He was a daemon, a warp creature, and the weapon in his hand was essentially a manifestation of his power, merely a part of his magic, with no length limit. The matchmaker's power was not abundant. After centuries of operation, few dared to defy the red nymph goddess, and the power granted to him by those unpunctual people he corrupted was limited, barely enough to ensure he wasn't thrown back into the warp. As the steel bar extended, the matchmaker grew weaker, and his psychic shockwave gradually subsided, allowing Rogier to steady himself. "Brother Bals, help me!" Rogier charged at the enemy, and Bals used air to propel Rogier, sending him to the enemy's front at maximum speed. A power sword bearing the Space Wolves chapter insignia plunged deep into the enemy's body. The matchmaker's flesh disintegrated, but a flash of blood light passed, and the nearest matchmaker worshipper suddenly collapsed, convulsing, as the weakened matchmaker parasitized his body. Using this escape spell left the matchmaker very weak, unable to even withstand the anti-psyker shield, forcing him to retreat. "Red nymph goddess, I have done my utmost, may you fend for yourself." At this moment, in the central hall, the red nymph goddess lashed her tail, clashing with the executioner's great sword for one round. The heavy combat blade showed signs of being knocked away, but Ina absorbed the force, spun it once in the air, and then struck again at the red nymph daemon's chest. With each clash, the heavy sword's power grew, and the red nymph daemon's pressure increased, but she noticed Ina's steps becoming more unsteady, and the scent of blood in the air growing stronger. Ina had given her all, the webs of her hands were shattered, and blood soaked her gauntlets of vows, yet she made no sound. In the silence, only hot blood flowed. The red nymph daemon seized the opportunity, flashed back, moving slightly away from Ina, relieving the psychic pressure, and cast a small spell, a decoy transforming her current self into a puppet. Ina once again wielded her greatsword, splitting the enemy before her, and then she realized the red nymph daemon was trying to summon something, but Bal's psychic energy delayed her. In desperation, the red nymph daemon wanted to retreat and complete the ascension ritual first. She had used too much power to control and digest the psychic energy within her that was not yet hers, making it inconvenient to seriously deal with these two annoying fellows. "No, 3. Rogier, while the red nymph daemon was casting a teleportation spell, charged forward and clawed her. The old wolf opened his bloody maw, wanting another bite, but was knocked away by a mysterious sorceress force. This delay allowed Ina to press the attack again. This time, she learned her lesson, choosing to stay entangled with the enemy, even if it meant reducing her attack frequency. In the distance, White Scar's recruits arriving as reinforcements greeted the red nymph daemon with psychic bolter fire, riding their bikes and drawing combat daggers to slash at her. This enraged the red nymph daemon. Unable to handle these two old-timers, was she still unable to defeat them? After a few tail lashes sent the recruits sprawling, the White Scar's recruits rode their bikes in circles around the enemy, continuously supporting Ina with psychic bolter fire, greatly reducing their close quarters engagements. The two combatants in the middle of the battlefield moved incredibly fast. After several rounds of clashes, they had fought a circle around the palace. Ina stumbled, feigning a weakness, as if her entire body was about to be thrown by the heavy sword. The red nymph daemon seized the opportunity to close in, her snake scales flashing with lightning, and although its power was less than a tenth of its usual, it was enough to kill this hateful enemy before her. Ina let go of her heavy sword, taking advantage of the momentum to slide to the ground, slipping past beneath the red nymph daemon. The executioner's great sword slammed heavily into the enemy, then was repelled by demonic power. Before the red nymph daemon could land steadily, another daemon repelling field appeared behind her. Yi Feng burst out of the flesh cage. The flesh, having lost the control of the daemon's main body, could not last long, now melting into a sticky, disgusting liquid on the ground like thin snow under the scorching sun. The pale green light was dazzling. The red nymph daemon knew this was a plasma pistol attack. Her armor plates contracted. In her true form, she was much stronger than before, and the plasma merely grazed her scales, as if cleaning her scaly armor. Sometimes, the red nymph daemon thought Slaanesh demons were quite good, at least they were fast. As a Tsiange magic user daemon, it was truly difficult to escape when surrounded by 3 anti-psyker units. Her thought flashed and vanished as her body was breached. A pale green longsword pierced through her body, and the immense impact force spread throughout her body along her scales, pinning her to the ground, sword and all. Impossible. That disgusting power was clearly not close to me. She struggled to look back, only to see the plasma pistol on the ground, spinning. The tall Primaris warrior no longer carried a shield on his back, instead, his hands were spread open, each holding a bone shield. Despite such weight, he actually leaped up, jumping towards her. Yi Feng slammed one shield heavily onto the sword hilt, driving the chain sword deeper, pinning the enemy firmly. Then, the two shields, like dual Warhammers, slammed down on the red nymph daemon's body, one after another. Aina frowned. After all, Yi Feng was currently riding on the snake god human-faced creature, not only relentlessly assaulting its chest with both hands but also occasionally lifting his butt and slamming it down, precisely hitting the end of the combat blade, driving the chain sword deeper. The sword hilt never expected Yi Feng to control it with his butt, the machine spirit emitted an agitated sound, and the chainsword's power grew even stronger. The red nymph daemon panicked, letting out a high-pitched roar. Her dream of becoming a greater daemon was shattered. She ended the ascension ritual, becoming the peak state among ordinary demons. Power was returning, and she became even stronger than before, bringing her hands together and slamming them onto the two shields. One of the shields, already scarred, was almost shattered, a huge crack ran through its middle, several ribs of the skull on it were broken, and the skull itself was covered in dense cracks. Is that all? Yi Feng's attack became even more ferocious. The red nymph daemon, pinned beneath, unable to move, opened her mouth, and psychic energy condensed within. She used her long tongue to envelop the psychic orb, to weaken the shield's suppression. Yi Feng's counterattack was simple and direct. Tui. A mouthful of toxic spit, carrying blood from Yi Feng's throat, splattered across the red nymph daemon's face, wisps of white smoke rose from the daemon's flesh. Though not powerful, it was extremely insulting. The red nymph daemon immediately sensed a turning point approaching. She disregarded the psychic orb, allowing the uncontrolled psychic energy to burn her tongue. The daemon painfully swallowed Yi Feng's spit. For any chaos sorcerer, obtaining the target's blood could allow them to cast many terrifying spells. The shield slammed heavily onto her again, twisting her beautiful face. But she suddenly laughed, chanting undefined syllables, and a bewitching red light illuminated her entire body. A thin crimson line appeared on each scale, entwining towards Yi Feng. This description is not entirely accurate. This spell was originally meant to entwine around the target's soul projection on the warp plane, but given the special circumstances, Yi Feng's soul was hidden by the shield, so it could only attack his physical body in the real world. Yi Feng raised both hands, lifting the two shields high, as if to smash them down together, crushing the daemon before him into a pulp. The red nymph daemon's heart trembled. The opportunity had come. This was when those annoying bones were furthest from her. The spell was cast. The executioner's greatsword elegantly severed her head. Raising the shields? It was merely to allow Aina to aim. The red nymph daemon's head rolled, and was firmly stepped on by Ina's boots of vows. Just kidding, I'm professionally trained. If you don't emanate a crack-like glow all over, turning into fragments and disappearing, then the exorcism isn't complete. Ina and Yi Feng once again launched a brutal attack on her body, only stopping when the daemon's flesh vanished like the mashed flesh of Kierkram. Xianch probably didn't have the leisure to piece it back together. But we couldn't leisurely clear the battlefield. The entire ground began to tremble. Was the large-scale spell that Bals activated with his life starting to take effect? Why only now? Because Bals needed time to escape. With such severe injuries and controlling a human body that resented him, it was unrealistic to expect him to run fast. The earth trembled, palaces collapsed, and the entire city was torn apart. The transport ships in the air reacted quickly, immediately lowering ropes. With a gentle swing, several Astartes, pulling their brothers, grabbed the ropes and swayed into the air. The remaining few took a deep breath. Their injuries were lighter, and they had to rely on their brothers. White Scars arrived on motorcycles, speeding across the constantly buckling flagstones, pulling their brothers onto their bikes. Yi Feng slung Ina onto his back, and Bals had already swung his motorcycle over to him. White Scars, listen to my command. 30-kilometer obstacle course, objective, get away from the disaster zone. Retreat. Several motorcycles sped through the crumbling city amidst the shattered buildings. Bals controlled several relatively flat flagstones, lifting the last remaining warriors who couldn't evacuate into the air, awaiting the arrival of other transport facilities. He was also exhausted, unable to fly away with his brothers directly. The warriors didn't know that Bals was still alive. They thought the enemy had been completely killed by Rogier. The body Bals possessed sped along the road, occasionally using a small warp spell to cross obstacles. He didn't even have the psychic power to use an invisibility spell now, fleeing desperately into the distance. A Xianch daemon, specialize in a variety of spells. He switched hosts and ran to the entrance of a small village. Panting and utterly exhausted, these negative emotions from the host body overwhelmed Bals. What's that guy doing up ahead? Minutes earlier, Li Anjun knelt on the ground. The bio-humans had inexplicably chased after the red light and left, leaving him alone, feeling a bit lost. What now? Li Anjun felt like he had many things to do, but on second thought, it seemed like nothing at all. Shelter? Where to? Or should he wait a bit longer? See if his future wife would come? As Li Anjun was pondering, a woman appeared beside him. Her footsteps were hurried. She had come from the next village, covered in some mud, probably having fallen into a ditch by the fields. When they officially met, there was some awkwardness. Li Anjun suddenly remembered that the tall bio-humans had said they would take him away, and he suddenly became nervous. Wife. The girl softly responded, a little shy, a little curious. This was a marriage arranged for her by the red nymph goddess, so it should be excellent. Come with me, quickly hide first, the evil empire is here. Li Enjun took the girl's hand and started to leave. Soft, so warm. Just then, the red nymph daemon launched its summons, and the girl immediately knelt down. The sacred voice also appeared in Li Enjun's mind, but after being cleansed by the anti-psyker shield, the red nymph goddess's image had been infinitely weakened. He remembered the red nymph goddess, injured and struggling in his dream. His legs stiffened, and he did not kneel. A few seconds later, he came to his senses. The girl beside him had already turned into a skeleton. No, 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 this isn't real. Li Enjun anxiously circled his unbetrothed wife. No, this isn't real, this isn't real. Li Enjun lay on the ground, looking at his wife's bowed head. Her skeletal body still maintained a posture of piety. Li Enjun remembered what Yi Feng had said, the resistance was dead, the demons had begun to harvest humanity, and the red nymph was merely a honeyed scythe, hanging high above all their heads. But so what? Li Enjun lay on the ground, crying brokenly. So what? He had no other dreams left. A child living in the countryside, full of youthful zeal, went to the city to make a living, only to see new technology in an incompatible environment. Technology would change them, no, it would force them to their deaths. He saw those robots that could easily replace the work of his ancestors. A robot costing a few thousand gold coins could do the work of his entire village. This village was dead. His hometown, which he once considered stable, was dead. He wanted to find a way out for his family, but there was nowhere to go, nowhere to stay. But the skills in the country child's mind, the techniques practiced repeatedly in the town school, were just lines of code for robots in others' eyes. Why do you need to do what a robot can handle? He couldn't find a suitable job, had no future, no dreams, no money, and now, no wife either. Li Enjun glanced at the village. The cries of children came from behind. On the road, the generations-old gong lay on the ground, still hanging with the old village chief's withered hand. Have all the adults left too? Counting carefully, he didn't know what else he could lose. Lost and dazed, he sat at the village entrance. Why didn't I kneel down then? How good it would have been to go with everyone else. Li Enjun looked out of the village with hollow eyes. Rolling black smoke opened its giant mouth, ready to devour the entire world. He didn't notice the arrival of Balz's avatar, it noticed Li Enjun. A person genuinely possessed by a daemon, even if the daemon had already left, still presented an alluring channel on the warp level, a connection point between the real world and the warp. This would cause him to be continuously subjected to daemon possession. Or, like the Exorcist's chapter, become a daemon hunter. Balz couldn't resist, suddenly appearing in the real world and pouncing on Li Enjun. On the eaves of the village entrance, a fierce bolter storm suddenly erupted. Yi Feng had ordered the warriors to take Li Enjun away, so how could no one have carried it out? Several Wolf Guard recruits, after receiving the order to stay put, had hidden themselves and now all appeared. Before a magazine of psychic bolter rounds was even finished, Balz was already in Li Enjun's face. He emitted dark daemon power, intending to corrupt Li Enjun. Just then, Li Enjun came to his senses. Scram! At this moment, he seemed to speak with divine authority. With a word, the situation changed dramatically. Balz was repelled by a powerful psychic force, and the shockwave surging towards him was not uncontrolled turbulence. Within the shockwave, there were faintly thousands of troops and horses, the deafening roar of mortals. This sound was all too familiar to him, the power of faith. How could he have the power of faith? Li Enjun's furious psychic power uncontrollably attacked Balz, so powerful that it struck fear into this Xianch daemon who had run rampant on earth for centuries. What red nymph Balz, all are liars. Kill my destiny's direction, I decide. Li Enjun no longer believed that any demons, ghosts, or gods would protect him, they were all man-eating demons, demons. He wanted to hold his own destiny in his hands. At this moment, he was in a state of psychic awakening, or rather, forced awakening. In a daze, he saw Balz, the god, charging towards him. Now, Li Enjun even wanted to kill the red nymph, let alone Balz. Kill. Heaven and earth fell silent. Balz came to his senses, finding himself in another small world. The sky, the ground, all directions were filled with tattered rags, stretching as far as the eye could see. Around him were roars of defiance everywhere. The light of humanity's highest ideals fiercely burned his body. Li Enjun stood in the center of this space, like a god. The destiny of humanity will no longer be in your hands. Our rights, our freedom, our future, we will control ourselves. The sky rumbled. Ancient words came from the void, more powerful, more resolute, and more ancient than the words of the red-armored giant just now. That red giant who existed in Yi Feng's heart, the unceasing faith in his heart, was reflected throughout the entire world. Resolute and powerful, mixed with a strong Xiongtan accent, it was not divine decree, but better than divine decree. The people. Countless waves surged around the space. The united faith of mortals collectively responded to the words from the void. Scarlet psychic energy solidified, turning into surging waves, each higher than the last, heavily striking Balz. This daemon had never seen such a terrifying offensive. He had nowhere to hide, as if he was an enemy of the world. Democracy. The entire world began to tremble. The pressure from this small world intensified, confining him in place. Balz, who had traversed human time for centuries, felt as if he were on a judgment stand, awaiting the surging crimson power before him to tear him completely apart. He was afraid, truly afraid. He felt he couldn't return to the warp, dying here meant truly dying. No further words came, as if the power was about to run out. In the warp, the 100 cloth robe squatted towards Li Anjun, its horns kicking in all directions, its cloth suppressing the 8 directions, driving back a host of minor demons. I'm not a warp creature? I can't parasitize? The Baal's daemon was no longer on Li Anjun. The 100 cloth robe used Li Anjun as a medium, directly pulling Baals into the warp, into its own body. Now, the 100 cloth robe had become a small bundle, enveloping this Tsianj daemon. In this small world within its body, it was invincible. The small horn slowly relaxed. It ultimately failed to gather enough power to continue echoing those distant words. Baals shattered into quark structures, far more shattered than the red nymph. Tsianj probably not only had no interest in piecing him back together but also found it difficult to deduce what had happened. The 100 cloth robe floated blankly in the warp. After a long while, it flipped over and became full of fighting spirit again. The revolution is not yet successful, comrades still need to work hard. Chapter 199 We are all Yifeng's disciples. The recruits were filled with doubt and surprise. What exactly was happening now? Wasn't Li Anjun just a mortal? He encountered 2 demons in a row, and even looked directly at the second one. Shouldn't a mortal have gone mad by now? These recruits didn't know what to do. The chapter master had ordered that this mortal, who had been possessed by a demon and survived, was to be brought back. But, no one knew if the demon was still inside Li Anjun. A wolf guard recruit suddenly jumped to Li Anjun's side and sniffed the mortal vigorously. Now, this mortal was slumped on the ground, disheveled, with vacant eyes, staring blankly at the sky. His hands, covered in small wounds, were spread open, and drool trickled from the corner of his mouth, giving him a look of profound wisdom. This wolf guard recruit, who had never taken a serious beating, refused to believe it and pressed his face to Li Anjun's head, sniffing hard a few more times. Seems like there's nothing wrong. Come back, stay vigilant. Chapter Master Yifeng is already approaching this location. Several recruits formed a defensive line around Li Anjun. The surrounding situation was relatively stable, but the rest of the world was in chaos. Almost everyone over the age of 18 had died, with only the unfortunate souls blessed by the matchmaker still alive. Children were running around crying everywhere, dangerous facilities were unmanaged, and car crashes and plane crashes occurred across the entire world. The Imperial Auxiliary descended urgently upon this world, but a few 100,000 people were merely a drop in the bucket for this planet. Not to mention that the most prosperous cities had been completely destroyed by geological disasters orchestrated by the demons. A prosperous world was thus ruined in an instant. Ina sat on the back seat of Yifeng's motorcycle, holding him tightly. At the White Scar's Primaris veteran's speed, if Ina let go, she would literally fly into the sky. Ina's injuries were considered minor from a medical perspective, but from the perspective of a chapter pet, they were life-threatening. Yifeng's injuries were considered severe from a human perspective, minor from a Primaris warrior's perspective, and a lively, immortal menace from Sicherware's perspective. The two, with 2 shields, rode their anti-gravity motorcycle right up to Li Anjun's side. The triple anti-psyker power made even the Wolf Guard recruits, known for their high magic resistance, feel exceptionally uncomfortable. Li Anjun, Abba. It's over, what's going on? He's not crippled, is he? Chapter Master try moving further away. Even speaking was difficult for the recruits. Oh, I overshot. The motorcycle moved a distance away, and Li Anjun finally recovered. This individual, who had suffered 3 consecutive invasions by warp creatures and had his soul scoured by anti-psyker power, said his first words upon waking, I'll go with you, I want to join you. Li Anjun knew nothing, and wanted to know nothing. His life had lost its purpose, he was now a puppet to be manipulated. For those lost in life, our chapter's primary method of handling them can be referenced by outlets, the treasure hunter. Li Anjun was taken away. The apothecary wanted to thoroughly dissect, research this special person. As for the 100 cloth robe in the warp, it would be best if this guy became an Astartes. If Baals was a living saint, then Li Anjun was an enchanted warrior, enchanted by the 100 cloth robe. Li Anjun's own psychic power was negligible, but after the brutal expansion by 3 warp creatures, his communication channel with the warp became much larger. He was now in an uncontrolled beta-level psyker state. With proper training, he could also become a powerful librarian. Everything on this world had to be rebuilt. There were too many children, far too many. The chapter began recruiting here. In the face of great disaster, many children performed exceptionally well, joining the chapter with intense anger towards the enemy. The enemy destroyed my home, killed my parents. I must become stronger, I must have my revenge. Who is the enemy? The Red Tide declared, whoever I say it is, it is. I am the ultimate victor. This battle was extremely dangerous, but the chapter's losses were relatively small. The 3 anti-psyker forces greatly reduced the chapter's casualties. William was very popular in the Maelstrom zone. As everyone knows, the Imperium's territory is too vast, and all Imperial forces are stretched thin, with insufficient garrisons in every region. Especially the Maelstrom zone. If there were 100 chapters here, they could sweep through the entire sector, and there would be no hostile forces left. If there were 50 chapters here, with meticulous deployment and good coordinated combat, they could win several major victories in a row, similarly eradicating all enemies here. If there were 20 chapters here, they would be insufficient for offense but more than enough for self-preservation, able to securely hold the area. But there were only 10 chapters here. All chapters were slowly heading towards extinction in high-intensity warfare. Wars were too frequent, so frequent that chapters rarely had time to recruit new recruits. The Maelstrom Zone contained all hostile forces that had ever appeared: Chaos, Tyranids, Orcs, Eldar, Necrons. Every chapter knew they needed more strength to drive out the enemies of the Emperor, but the Imperium consistently failed to respond to requests for reinforcements in this region. It was the same situation as Huron's back then. Huron, the second most powerful Chaos Lord, second only to Abaddon, was stationed here. He repeatedly requested military expansion from the Imperium to no avail, so he stopped paying the tithe, expanded his forces privately, and fortified the entire Maelstrom Zone like an iron barrel. He was indeed a powerful leader, bringing the entire Maelstrom Zone to heel. The Imperium sent people to investigate tax issues and dispatched a chapter of special enforcers for the High Lord, which led to the war. The Lamenters helped Huron here and were severely beaten as a result, embarking on a penitent crusade. Huron subsequently joined Chaos, becoming a pirate lord. The chaotic Maelstrom Zone still faced a shortage of manpower, but William's arrival improved things somewhat. William's Red Tide detachment was not a chapter officially stationed here in Imperial records, the Imperium didn't even know they had arrived. This was excellent. William did not plan to leave anytime soon, which was equivalent to having several extra companies guarding the area, wasn't it? As for William's supplies, our chief disciple of Yifeng fully utilized his initiative, following our chapter's tradition of self-sufficiency as a foundation, combined with striking enemy supply lines and passive support from friendly forces, employing multiple measures simultaneously. Simply put, it was a mix of seizing, swindling, and coaxing. William upheld Chapter Master Yifeng's good habit of not being picky, taking whatever he could get. He never let go of anything valuable and coaxed patsies into buying worthless items. Even if he captured a few alien females, he wouldn't hesitate to send them to imperial nobles in exchange for supplies. This style of devouring and hoarding, like bringing plastic bags to a banquet to stuff with leftovers, earned William the resounding title of wandering force in this sector. A hobo's approach to supplies. Moreover, he and Yifeng, by coincidence, both engaged in trade. Our forces never existed, so the enemies we killed are naturally still alive, and the alien supplies we captured are still in enemy hands. Next, we just need the Adeptus Mechanicus to keep it a secret. Aboard a strike cruiser loaned by Carcharodon's chapter, over 200 warriors and more than 100 recruits gathered around William. "Brother William," said Iron Mask Brother. Ever since Alpha's people appeared among his Black Shield warriors, Leon felt ashamed to continue as company captain, resigned in disgrace, and handed the great responsibility to Iron Mask Brother. Last time, the Adeptus Mechanicus said they would prioritize repairing the Stern Vigilance. Now it's time. Paying a small portion of spoils to request the Adeptus Mechanicus to prioritize warship repairs was a common practice. What was uncommon was the request to shorten the time for appeasing the machine spirit. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel were about to curse William as a heretic, but they had just received many heretical products themselves, making it difficult to utter the curse. So, with the mindset of building ships for a rogue trader, they repaired William's ship. They said they wouldn't be responsible for any accidents during navigation. I wonder if they won't repair it at all. No matter, William was now quite experienced. Show them some basis for future cooperation, such as our intention not to leave here, that we still have good things, and if necessary, let them know about some anti-gravity technology. Then they won't try to swindle us. William had come here and seen a large number of new toys Belisarius Call had created for Primaris warriors, realizing that anti-gravity technology was no longer in high demand. But he could support some puppet factions. Some Forge worlds, leveraging their good relationship with Call, preferentially obtained the production technology for these anti-gravity vehicles, then used their unique products to drastically raise prices and strictly guard the technology. Our anti-gravity technology comes from an STC template and is a completely different technological path. We can support puppet Forge worlds, then engage in trade wars and price wars with those established worlds, driving down product prices. William would play an important role, promoting and provoking in various Forge worlds. Oh, isn't it just an anti-gravity transport? Such and such a Forge worlds is cheaper and sturdier. Why buy your model, which is expensive and difficult to maintain? The Adeptus Mechanicus, looking at William's heretical technology and seized resources, would naturally fall into doubt. He's not just trading with us. Other Forge worlds have better products and technology than us. When a price war starts, who benefits? Of course, the buyers. Such good things, bring more. William became a troublemaker in various technological fields. Each Forge world tightly held onto its technology, but an Astartes, carrying a massive amount of unheard of technology, strutted through the market, disrupting it. If they wanted to seize it, they might not be able to defeat an Astartes. If they wanted to buy it, they didn't want to give up their own technology. If they didn't buy it, what if other Forge worlds did, and they fell behind? Trade regulations couldn't protect certain lawless individuals. Thus, some Adeptus Mechanicus with cleaner backgrounds directly reported certain chapters that possess large amounts of Xenos technology. Before the Inquisitor could even accept the report, two of William's warriors, two brothers who had served in the Death Watch, jumped out. Who are you cursing? Brothers of the Death Watch, someone is cursing us. The Death Watch is a unit specializing in fighting Xenos, and Xenos have a lot of advanced technology. The two warriors began to look for their brothers who had fought alongside them, forming a gang to curse at the Adeptus Mechanicus. This matter was eventually left unresolved under the mediation of several chapter masters in the Maelstrom Zone. Traditionally, judging whether an Adeptus Astartes chapter is guilty requires 5 chapter masters to jointly preside over the trial. If an inquisitor were to jump out and declare a chapter traitor, strictly speaking, it would not be recognized. That's why many chapters, when confident, would directly eliminate inquisitors who spoke out of turn. Who doesn't have a few secrets? Which angel chapter doesn't have a death company? Which Iron Hands chapter doesn't have some heretical technology? After a large-scale verbal confrontation, the Imperium finally noticed that a branch of the Crimson Torrent had been swept into the Maelstrom Zone by the warp. Regarding the attitude towards this Adeptus Astartes unit, the Imperium still employed its traditional method. You stay here and don't move, we'll discuss this for over 100 years first. However, not even this order reached William. Chapters that had interacted with William, and received benefits from him, all stated that this unit had already left and they didn't know where it went. The Adeptus Mechanicus also didn't know, as this unit was running rampant across various Forge worlds. Then, many years later, they successfully encountered our first trade fleet. When the two sides met, tears welled up in their eyes, they had finally found their family. The main leaders of the first trade fleet were the second-generation prophet-type librarian and Nian Ci Jin. Why bring Nian Ci Jin? Of course, it was to spread our red will to every place they visited. The two met, both were veterans, so why pretend it had been a long time? They set up their displays, showcasing an endless stream of their respective technologically heretical products. If any Adeptus Mechanicus personnel had been present, machine oil would have spurted 3 feet high. Until Nian Ci Jin asked an awkward question, William, why didn't you come back? We initially didn't have the ability to come back. You know, my situation back then was similar to Crow 5's. I understand, but what about now? William, who had been lavishly shopping on Forge Worlds, was like someone caught in the act. He didn't feel any shame or sadness. I made a mistake, I'll do it again next time. That was probably his mood. Aside from a small ship reporting its safety, William had not dispatched any fleet to contact Yi Feng. You know, brother, this isn't some place, there are too many people here, and every one of my ships is monitored. I can't expose our location, you understand. William quickly realized that the messenger ship he had sent out had not reached its intended destination. Nian Ci Jin also understood. The true Crimson Torrent forces could not yet be exposed to the Imperium's view. The Imperium might postpone its conquest of the Tio to deal with more important matters, but it would never postpone the punishment of traitors. Not reporting to the Imperium after reclaiming the 300 worlds of the Tio was already considered rebellion. Otherwise, why would the Imperium have so many rebellious worlds? Don't forget who you are. Never. This place has a lot to offer, we can give it a try. Nian Ci Jin frowned, will the difficulty be too high? Nian Ci Jin looked at the distribution map of forces in the area again, feeling it was too presumptuous. This place is very rich, truly very rich. Even if it becomes a place for blood-sucking, it's fine. William and the trading fleet secretly exchanged some warriors and equipment. On the other side, Sisyphus and his admirer also met. The old librarian looked at the prophet walking towards him, carrying a power hammer, and his forehead was covered in black lines. Why are you carrying a power hammer? Sisyphus already knew the answer, but he still held some hope. Naturally, to learn from you, Sisyphus, the young librarian didn't know what title to choose for a moment. Sisyphus. Principal, we are eternally grateful for your teachings. Oh no, Sisyphus felt he had failed Brother Yi Feng by leading the most important librarian team astray. The subsequent conversation was Sisyphus admonishing the newcomer not to go around fighting with a power hammer, but to maintain battlefield communications and make strategic decisions as his primary tasks. The new librarian listened very carefully, nodding from time to time, then glancing at the golden mace, seemingly thinking he wasn't qualified enough, and that only the strongest librarian could pick up a power hammer and swing it at people. Oh no, he was completely off track. After thorough communication and voluntary exchanges, the first trade fleet continued its journey, also searching for other missing units. 8 lunar-class cruisers and the strike cruiser Iron Jungle were still missing. The treasure hunter outlets stared blankly at the smiling William, feeling that this acting chapter master had eyes that seemed to want to devour people. It seemed he wanted to share a bed with him. He mainly predicted the location of treasures while sleeping. In the warp, a warship was speeding. Anthony's stealth warship was speeding towards Tio. All this began during the post-war recuperation period. After a bloody battle, an imperial representative, or rather, the regent's representative, came to visit the Salamanders chapter, to incidentally understand the warriors' situation, and to unintentionally inquire about the captured supplies. Naturally, Anthony came forward. Since everyone was here, they might as well investigate the Crimson Torrent chapter as well. This chapter fought, and looted, bravely, suffered considerable casualties, and annihilated enemies that were legitimate enough to provide heads. Only heads remained, all other equipment had been stripped, for recorded merits. The imperial representative subtly expressed to Anthony that the regent greatly appreciated their combat. This is where Anthony's audacious move came in. He cordially invited the representative to visit his warship. Among the welcoming procession, of the 500 imperial auxiliary warriors, Anthony only arranged for fewer than 100, wearing Mark X power armor. A large number of newly modified brothers, who had just grown their black carapace and were not wearing power armor, were brought over and mixed with those 100. The welcoming procession for the envoy was large and enthusiastic, which the envoy appreciated. But he glanced around and noticed something was off. The warriors closest to him were all wearing Mark X power armor with no decorations, which was a bit disrespectful for an honor guard, but still tolerable. Standing behind these individuals were warriors completely without armor, shouting "Long live the Imperium!" The Hype Squad. This was almost an insult to the representative. His face darkened, and he asked the smiling Anthony what was going on. This was exactly what Anthony wanted. Great Imperial Representative, esteemed Sir Scott, you are unaware, but our chapter has received Imperial reinforcements and a strike cruiser. We are grateful and indebted, with no way to repay but to fight with all our might for the Emperor and humanity, and our warriors bravely slay the enemy. Anthony paused, considering whether to force out some tears. But the Forge World simply did not issue us the corresponding 500 suits of Mark X power armor, and our warriors suffered unnecessary casualties. We fully understand the difficulties of the Forge Worlds. They will prioritize providing supplies to other brother chapters, those more valuable chapters than us, so they can better fight for the Emperor. We don't mind enduring a bit longer, we don't mind, really. The Imperial representative was momentarily bewildered, as if he had forgotten about this matter. He quietly looked at the unarmored recruits around him. Those warriors showed no joy or sorrow, and no enthusiasm for the Imperial representative's arrival. Sir Scott, rest assured, some recruits are wondering why they don't have power armor to wear. I've already told them that our recruit training cycle is very long, and they're not yet qualified. Rest assured, I can keep them suppressed for a short time. Anthony emphasized the words short time heavily. No need for a short time, Sir Scott immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that they would be fully replenished. Right next to them was the Salamanders chapter, whose master-crafted power armor was famous. Sir Scott then asked why they didn't borrow some from the Salamanders. Anthony replied that he couldn't possibly bring himself to ask. As a newly established and impoverished new chapter, they had been fighting non-stop since receiving Imperial supplies, without even a chance to rest. The chapter simply had no supplies that could impress the Salamanders. To borrow money, you still have to treat someone to a meal. We don't even have dishes to entertain the Salamanders, so how can we borrow armor? Scott confirmed with the Salamanders warriors again, and Anthony's face grew even more bitter. When have you ever seen more than 200 Crimson Torrent warriors at once? Those were casualties brought back, other warriors put on their armor and returned to the front lines. Our chapter is so poor that many people share one pair of pants. Our armor has no external decorations, with a helmet on, everyone looks the same. If someone isn't on the comms channel, who knows who you are? Sir Scott immediately sent a urge order to the Forge Worlds, demanding on behalf of Robert Gillimon that 500 suits of Mark X power armor be quickly assembled and sent over in a hurry. After the representative left, the armor, along with 50 warriors who had already died in fierce combat, was simply and roughly loaded onto a warship and sent to Tio. On the way, we also encountered the Fountain of Wealth, which zoomed past us. I don't know what urgent matter it had. Chapter 207's Great Victory. On Tio, the standing army had changed from the Eternal Mountain to a purchased Adeptus Mechanicus warship. Anos was still researching on the esoteric battleship. He knew how to pilot this magnificent warship, but he was contemplating how to create an alternative energy source. The warship's primary energy source was a confined miniature black hole, so there was no need to worry about the main energy depleting. However, the Psyker main cannon lacked an alternative energy source. What if 100,000 Psykers strung together? The Imperial traditional method had always been simple and crude, but where would he find so many Psykers? Anos roughly calculated that it would take about 100,000 Epsilon-class Psykers, or 100 Cancellos? Where would he find them? The inner circle in the heavens gave a thumbs up, stating that if the Nikasar had been sufficient back then, you would have long become history. Just as Anos was calculating how much territory he would need to conquer to gather so many Psykers, the Fountain of Wealth jumped out of the warp. Because the esoteric battleship's position was relatively close to the Mandeville point, Anos was startled, and all movable defensive facilities sprang into action. Within seconds, the Fountain of Wealth was locked by countless weapons, and all the crew members were terrified. Ms. Iwana sat high on the command console. The co-captain had already sacrificed himself, and the current first mate was a scar-covered woman, trembling as she asked Ms. Iwana, "Captain, we are locked on, approximately 56 weapon arrays." More weapon arrays were still turning. This massive warship was almost the last glory of all powerful Psyker races in the galaxy, and its firepower was undeniably abundant. "Don't panic," Ms. Iwana raised her long legs high, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. "Send a signal, request a keel code scan." Ms. Iwana looked calm and collected. If the old co-captain were still here, he would immediately check the escape facilities. This lady was now extremely flustered. An Adeptus Mechanicus warship, a flying hive city? The Adeptus Mechanicus, no, the Dark Mechanicum occupied this place? "Captain, communication request incoming. Connect." Ms. Iwana sat up straight, assuming a noble posture. The image was connected, a human face set within a mass of machinery. "Hello, by the Omnissiah, I am Captain Iwana Octavia, affiliated with, Lord Anos, it's you." Ms. Iwana, who was making up a story, found the person in front of her somewhat familiar. After a few sentences, she realized it was Anos. The last time she saw him, Anos had not yet been primarized, nor did he have so much machinery on him. At the very least, he looked like an Astartes. Now, he was approaching the destroyer Centurion power armor. Hello, welcome home, Captain Siwana. Anos directed the warship to open a docking bay. Yes, this small hive city-sized warship had a dock. In the hearts of the trembling new pirate crew, Ms. Siwana's image suddenly grew taller. Our home has such a big backer? Let alone a forge world, even in myths, they had never heard of such an outrageous warship. With uneasy hearts, the crowd tiptoed behind Ms. Siwana. Usually bold and daring enough to fight orcs, they now resembled children venturing out for the first time, wishing they could cling to Ms. Siwana's coattails. Led by their captain, they timidly walked out of the fountain of wealth, looking less like travelers returning from a long journey and more like thieves coming to steal batteries. Ms. Siwana was also visiting here for the first time. Ms. Siwana's heart was calm, having weathered many storms, she had learned to keep everything deep inside, then she was broken by a video sent by Xiaolan. Kazanov and a battle sisters in the same room? For several hours? And a large number of hospitalers? The messages from Xiaolan were intermittent. Ms. Siwana was happily bathing in stolen lotion at the time, and upon opening the video, she immediately blew up. Ms. Siwana was not a young girl experiencing first love, she was over 100 years old. She knew that she must demonstrate her value, so she immediately launched into a frantic resource-gathering activity. But years later, her temper grew increasingly volatile. Had the battle sisters left? Would something else have happened? Would the hospitalers also join the chaos? Her heart grew more and more chaotic. No, if she thought about it more, she would get angrier. She had to go back immediately. The few pirates dared not speak now, the surroundings were filled with combat servitors, Astartes tech marines, and even the mortals walking around were strong enough to beat several of them, likely having undergone extensive bio-enhancements. Servitors were almost becoming a minority here. Not only that, in the empty dock, since few ships were moored, it was used as a temporary warehouse, with some very valuable-looking items placed casually on the ground. These pirates suddenly felt that life had lost its meaning. What did the things we fought so hard to steal during the auction mean? What did those so-called treasures we constantly scouted and marked mean? Ms. Siwana, however, was very happy, genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. The stronger this chapter was, the safer Kazanov would be. She just didn't know if the things she brought back were good enough. Led by a servitor, she arrived at the lounge. Anos was too busy to see her and told her to stay there quietly, waiting for Kazanov and a librarian to return from patrol. 5 days later, the strike cruiser carrying Kazanov returned. As soon as it landed, Ms. Siwana had been waiting at the port for a long time. She was no longer young, having undergone too many bio-enhancement surgeries for longevity, but she still maintained good flesh and blood condition. Welcome back, Kazanov. Kazanov, wearing unpowered Mark 7 power armor, strode out of the strike cruiser with his head held high when he heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. He looked down, and it was Ms. Siwana. Mad Wolf remembered clearly that this lady was the first person he recruited into the chapter, which was quite memorable. After all, before he was blessed by the Emperor, the chapter's designation for him had always been Berserker. No, I should be saying to you, welcome back, Captain Siwana. Upon hearing this, Ms. Siwana's legs went weak, and she almost lost her balance. In the distance, on a large cart, there was a huge metal box, and a few pirates were hiding behind the box, peeking at Ms. Siwana. They had never seen their proud and aloof female captain act like this, she had completely changed into a different person. A few people whispered to each other. Hey, why is the captain standing like that? It's like, what was the name of that woman we hijacked the other day? Skylana, that noble lady. Yes, that's her. She usually stood like that in the cage, pretending all day long. Be careful, if the captain hears you, we're all dead. What are you panicking about? Hey, look, what's the captain doing? Why is she falling down? Hey, that big Astartes is holding her. The pirates fell silent, not daring to breathe, witnessing an extraordinary moment in history. Ms. Siwana's legs went soft, and she almost fell. Kazanov was about to support her, but his power armor's backpack wasn't activated, so he was a step slow. As she almost fell, he bent down and held her. This made Ms. Siwana's body even softer, boneless all over, as if she was melting. If not for the cold touch of the Mark 7 power armor reminding her, she might have fainted. Power armor machine spirit, get lost. The first company captain is mine. Kazanov, this mad wolf, wouldn't think so much. He asked to himself, Captain Siwana, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'll go call the apothecary brother. In Mad Wolf's mind, there was only combat, healing, training, combat, healing, training, until all enemies were annihilated. If the body broke down, of course, it needed treatment. You must be careful, your body is very important. Brother Yifeng often says that the body is the capital for revolution. Kazanov gently helped the mortal in front of him up, but Ms. Siwana's body was so soft now, as if she had no strength at all. Alas, it's a pity the hospitalers have left, they should be able to cure you. Kazanov hadn't finished speaking when, upon hearing the words hospitalers, Ms. Siwana's illness instantly cured, and she stood up straight. Hospitalers? What happened to them? Ms. Siwana was very alert. Speaking like this would be a provocation to an emperor's angel for an ordinary mortal, but our chapter is much better, integrating into the lives of mortals and sparring with warriors is the norm for every warrior. After all, the first lesson after modification is that you come from the people, and you must return to the people. Ah, those sisters, they came before, the entire hospital moved over. Their medical technology is really good. Let's talk somewhere else. The warriors behind them walked out. Seeing Ms. Iwana, these first company veterans still recognized this mortal who held a considerable position in the reconnaissance department. Some veterans from the Williams troops even remembered her bringing a Typhon heavy siege tank to the chapter. The warriors all greeted her. The pirates hiding behind the big box were dumbfounded. What is our captain's status? Astartes greeting her? The worldviews of a few pirates completely shattered. Their mouths hung open, but no sound came out. They wanted to say something, but after carefully searching their meager knowledge base, they simply couldn't find suitable words. They didn't know that ever since Ms. Iwana led them onto the esoteric battleship, they would never be pirates again, they would become normal Red Tide mortal crew members, or, they would die. A bearded pirate rubbed his eyes hard, then pinched his arm forcefully, harder and harder, until his skin was almost bleeding, yet he still couldn't believe the scene before him. Brothers, I can't hear what they're saying. Are they greeting our captain? The bearded pirate still couldn't believe himself and asked the brother next to him. Yes, they are saying, long time no see, Ms. Iwana. My goodness, she wouldn't be the Astartes boss, would she? Brother, your voice. The bearded pirate turned his head and saw an Astartes also secretly stooping, standing behind them and peeking. Those pirate brothers were now standing at attention, bodies ramrod straight, hands pressed tightly against their pants, staring ahead without a word. Ms. Iwana was pushed and half carried by Kazanov towards the lounge, the power output of her power pack even adjusted from 1% to 2%. In the lounge, Captain Iwana repeatedly stated that she was fine, just curious about the hospitalers, and incidentally asked about the Battle Sisterses. Kazanov, I heard that Battle Sisterses have come to our chapter. How are they? Kazanov casually picked up some exercise equipment, this was an Astartes lounge, you understand, and, while working out, said. Battle Sisterses, a squad came earlier, responsible for protecting the hospitalers. Their fighting will is very firm, but their thinking is a bit backward, though their skills are not bad. Skills? Captain Iwana looked at Kazanov in disbelief. Yes, but they are mortals after all, and still need more refinement. For me, their movements are too stiff. Captain Iwana almost fainted on the spot. She bit her lip, and the pain on her tongue brought her back to her senses. What did you do? You seem very clear about their skills. Yes, I've fought them, and I've also watched videos of them fighting the treemen. Yi Feng asked me to write a combat report, evaluating the combat effectiveness of those girls. I struggled for a long time then, completely at a loss as to how to write it. Combat skills, yes, combat, millimeter. Captain Iwana's mood shifted from cloudy to partly cloudy, and she forced a smile. Hey, you have blood at the corner of your mouth. You should still have an apothecary brother take a look. The apothecary stationed here is currently training an apothecary intern. Wait, I'll call an apothecary intern over. No need. I was just too excited and accidentally bit my tongue. Kazanov immediately recalled that she seemed to be like this before, prone to collapsing, prone to bleeding. Was there some hidden illness that hadn't been detected previously? Don't worry, Captain Iwana. Our apothecary intern has been studying for 46 years and can already perform augmentation surgeries independently. He will graduate in another 4 years. You can trust them. Primaris warriors learn quickly, graduating in 50 years. That's not what I meant. I'm fine, really. The two began to go back and forth. Partly cloudy turning to clear. I still want to know about the sisters. I heard from Xiaolan that you understand them the most, having spent several hours with their leader. Not at all, not at all. Brother Yi Feng is the truly impressive one. He knew what these sisters were like from the start. He told me beforehand that while these sisters are beautiful, they have some issues in their minds, and I needed to respect them, otherwise I might not be able to resist. Can't resist? Can't resist doing what to her? They believe the Emperor is an omniscient, omnipotent, all-powerful God who will protect every human who devoutly believes in him. Kazanov curled his lip. He still found it absurd. He was someone who had genuinely felt the Emperor. It's as if the Emperor is the creator God, and he created us out of his selfless love, right? That's quite common in the Imperium. If Captain Iwana had a blood pressure monitor installed, she would now be seeing several Mount Everests, her blood pressure fluctuating wildly, far more exciting than life itself. Kazanov tensed his muscles, lifting the fitness equipment in his hands. With a mortal sitting nearby, he felt awkward working out too intensely. Especially now that Captain Iwana had her infatuated look again. Ms. Iwana, your face is red again. Has your previous illness not been cured? It's fine. The doctor said it doesn't affect my living. It's just a little biological characteristic, like wanting to eat when hungry. Captain Iwana decided not to argue anymore, this was quite good. Is that so? Brother Xiaolan did say that when you're hungry, you should eat, it's only natural. Kazanov, like normal Astartes, was a ascetic. He wasn't concerned with the deliciousness of food. There were plenty of instances of him gnawing on alien flesh raw on the battlefield. Kazanov, tell me honestly, do you think those sisters are beautiful? The female captain truly couldn't hold back anymore. Direct punch. Them? From a human aesthetic perspective, they're ordinary. Kazanov feigned a move, not engaging directly. From your perspective, I think your thoughts are very important. Captain Siwana delivered continuous direct punches. From my perspective, they're quite beautiful, at least their muscle lines are very fluid, very healthy, and vibrant. Kazanov sidestepped, deflecting Captain Siwana's attack to the side. Muscles? Did you see their naked bodies? Captain Siwana seized an opening, delivering a surprise attack straight to the core. Not really. For people, that would be very rude. It's just that when watching them train, they didn't wear much. Kazanov used a move of cosmic shift, dispelling Captain Siwana's concerns. Captain Siwana suddenly stood up, forcefully pulling up her clothes, revealing her skin. So, compared to me, who is more beautiful? Captain Siwana struck with a heavy punch, unleashing her trump card, directly at Kazanov's face. Mad Wolf paused, clearly not understanding what kind of custom this was, chatting while pulling up clothes. Never mind him, this lady had certainly traveled more places than he had. From a human perspective. Kazanov repeated his old trick, sidestepping. Don't talk from a human perspective, just from your perspective, Kazanov, who is more beautiful? Captain Siwana anticipated the enemy's move, Kazanov's feint didn't fool her. You put your clothes down first. If you absolutely insist. Kazanov didn't want to discuss this topic, but Captain Siwana's eyes were fixed on him, like Xiao Lan staring at Tinos's wok, or Yi Feng staring at the machine behind Enos. You are more beautiful. Captain Siwana landed a critical hit, achieving an excellent result. Kazanov was struck. Mad Wolf had originally intended to follow up by saying, you don't have messy scars on your body. Kazanov hit his next move, preparing to act when the opportunity arose. However, as soon as Mad Wolf finished those 3 words, he felt Captain Siwana relax completely, smiling radiantly and gracefully putting her clothes down. Kazanov hesitated for a moment, ultimately not speaking. Mad Wolf, oh Mad Wolf, hesitation leads to defeat. You missed the best opportunity to counterattack. Captain Siwana turned gracefully, showcasing her carefully maintained figure and the exquisite clothes bought from the largest shopping mall in the entire Imperium. You said it, I'm more beautiful than them. Captain Siwana pressed on, continuing to narrow Kazanov's dodging space. That's what I believe. How could Mad Wolf surrender so easily? Did he have a stunning hidden move? Captain Siwana stretched lazily, then gracefully walked towards the door. Kazanov, the Emperor's Angels, what is the best emotional oath among you Astartes? Captain Siwana launched another offensive, changing angles to continue the attack. Us? Probably sharing life and death. Kazanov was relieved that Captain Siwana had changed her attack direction. This was his strong suit, and he adopted a defensive posture. Sharing life and death? I'm a bit envious. I'm going back to rest. You should also get some rest. Captain Siwana knew when to quit, never prolonging the fight. Oh. Kazanov was stunned by his opponent's sudden retreat. My previous defense? Was it all for nothing? Her lotus steps moved lightly, gracefully, and elegantly. Captain Siwana walked out of the lounge with a beaming smile. As she neared the door, she heard some commotion outside. She composed her expression, opened the mechanical door, but found no one outside. Captain Siwana's face reverted to its former sternness. Her high heels struck the ground, emitting crisp sounds. Only a series of da-da-da sounds, composing cheerful notes, as Captain Siwana basked in the bright sunshine. After the lady left, numerous Astartes emerged from various hiding places. 4 warriors were hidden behind metal boxes in strange poses, 3 were clinging to a tall crane, and several other warriors stood motionless next to a rack, pretending to be empty power armor. On the ceiling, 2 others were clinging with emergency magnetic boots, and they had also pulled up a brother not wearing power armor, hiding together above. Hearing the cheerful click of high heels receding, everyone finally relaxed. The few pirates shivered, surrounded by superhuman warriors, and it seemed they had joined in some extraordinary operation. Those pirates were now lying under a vehicle. Artillery fire raged, the light of metal illuminating the earth, the power of the Omnissiah violently colliding on the fringes of the Taiping Star region. Lian Lailuo was in a bitter struggle, the enemy before him was absurd. A group of gene stealer, encountered many times in the chapter's history, but why were they a mechanized legion? These guys, apart from their own sharp claws and some nerves and flesh, had replaced everything else with metal components. Even more so, they had cut off their entire arms and replaced them with full mechanical ones. Lian Lailuo was bewildered. Although these enemies were much slower, their close combat ability was countless times stronger. Even more deadly, they were equipped with jet devices, not mechanical, but bio-powered. They were like Raptor assault squads, rapidly leaping into the Astartes lines and unleashing massive slaughter. The reason goes back to the first gene stealer. To know what happens next, please listen to the next installment. Chapter 201, Among the Gene Stealers, this is considered a heretic. To pick up where we left off. As is well known, gene stealer devour the flesh of their targets, analyze the genes within, and then evolve organs adapted to the local environment. So, what happens if they eat the flesh of an Astartes? A group of gene stealer, piloting a space hulk, crashed into a strike cruiser of an Iron Hand's successor chapter. Flesh and machine clashed, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory. The strongest pure strain gene stealer that survived consumed the meager flesh of the Iron Hand's scions. At this time, the desire for mechanization was not prominent. As everyone knows, Ferrus Manus did not wish for his scions to become Iron Hands like him. This was merely an imitation by some fanatically devoted to the Prim Arch, which eventually became a tradition. It roamed the ship as the vessel entered real space. And the planet they arrived at next was the fundamental reason for their immense power. TXE number 23 world was an energy world, rich in combustible gases and abundant mineral resources. This world naturally became a partner world for the Adeptus Mechanicus, mining energy and minerals, using the thermal energy for preliminary forging, and processing them into products to sell to the Adeptus Mechanicus. When this group of Gene Stealer arrived here, they completed their final metamorphosis. Commonly known as the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard mutation. They utilized the abundant gas and mineral resources to construct a large number of jetpacks and flamethrowers. The external environment here was harsh, only some harmless small creatures could survive. After consuming those strange local creatures, the mutations in their bodies from the flesh of the Iron Hands scions were also activated. They began to mechanize themselves, which allowed them to survive better outdoors. This was not severe, and even reduced their overall combat effectiveness, because mechanization would weaken their speed advantage, and the greatest advantage of Gene Stealer was close combat. The tips of their sharp claws possessed organs similar to a decomposition field, which is why their talons could easily cut through thick power armor. Pure strain Gene Stealers would not modify their claws, they would preserve the blood vessels and nerves connected to the decomposition field glands, only mechanizing the flesh and skin. Aside from making them heavier and sacrificing speed to endure a few more bolter rounds, it was of little use. The descendants of this particular pure strain Gene Stealer were different. Other hybrids and hybrid recruits didn't have claws to begin with, so they simply replaced everything. They cut off their arms and completely replaced them with mechanical arms. But those guys had a weakness, their eyesight wasn't great. Even with auxiliary vision installed, hitting an enemy 1,000 meters away was a rare occurrence. So they installed jetpacks on their backs, and replaced their arms with flamethrowers and large hammers. Because they didn't wear power armor, the efficiency of the jetpacks was quite sufficient. These hybrids and hybrid recruits would leap into enemy lines like the Raven Guard, activate flamethrowers like the Salamanders, and wield large hammers to smash people. The only thing to be thankful for was that these enemies' hammers were simple metal hammers, not power hammers, because on the Iron Hands successor chapter's strike cruiser, the Gene Stealer failed to acquire the manufacturing method for power hammers. And the second mutation was only for the pure strain Gene Stealers. Gas jet organs grew on their backs, lighter and more effective than mechanized jet devices. Thus, a group of Gene Stealer that leaped into enemy positions and slashed wildly with their claws was born. These guys were very clever. After mechanizing their vital points, they secretly hid them in various locations. Their original vital points, once mechanized, were shifted to strange places, either on their shoulders or on their buttocks. In short, the method to deal with them now became decapitation. They couldn't modify their heads, the psychic communication of the entire species required the head. Lien Lai Luo happily glanced at the map and found that after advancing a few more worlds, he would encounter a forge world, but he didn't know if this world was still loyal. Lien Lai Luo didn't believe that the Adeptus Mechanicus, surrounded by rebellious worlds, was loyal to the Imperium. He prepared, gathered a large number of troops, and intended to completely conquer a forge world. Atres's forces and the Astra Militarum from Scaria world were both called upon. This was a massive military operation. Then they encountered the Gene Stealer on TXE number 23 world. At first, Lien Lai Luo didn't recognize these guys as Gene Stealer. The people who initially emerged were largely mechanized, with huge mechanical backpacks, jetpacks and flamethrower fuel tanks, on their backs, and even their still flesh heads had numerous iron plates. Was this an unorthodox dark mechanicum? Lien Lai Luo, with a let's try it attitude, tried to converse with them, but these guys pulled out mechanical devices and prepared to fight. TXE number 23 world was considered an auxiliary world of the Adeptus Mechanicus, most of its inhabitants worshipped the Omnissiah. Thus, the many-armed Omnissiah appeared. Lien Lai Luo stared at the mechanical thousand-armed Guanyin before him, utterly bewildered. More crucially, unlike the pure faith in the Emperor's statues, this holy image, composed of numerous mechanical arms and gear-like metal, was mobile, it was a genuine robot. Lien Lai Luo's first thought was, are these guys studying orcs? Such robotic constructs, with mechanical arms inserted all over their bodies, seemed like something only orcs would do. Gork's holy image, Omnissiah's holy image mech? The two sides exchanged glances. The enemy clearly saw the Astartes power armor, and Lien Lai Luo. I saw at a glance that you are not human. Mere parlor tricks, daring to show off before an expert. Great Mighty Dragon. The supply transport vehicle number 3, the Great Mighty Dragon, personally crafted by the tech marine who returned after advanced studies with Enos, made a dazzling appearance. Its style completely followed the design of vehicle number 2, boasting fierce firepower and high flight speed, primarily emphasizing its inhuman capabilities. With the Great Mighty Dragon providing cover in the sky, the Astartes' confidence soared. Warriors of the Iron Hands Gene Seed entered the drop pods in droves. Playing with machines in front of us? Let's show these mechanical heretics a thing or two. The enemy's ground base was instantly engulfed in artillery fire. Our excellent tradition of fire saturation was amplified on this planet rich in combustible gases. The pure strain Gene Stealers hiding deep within the planet's mines finally couldn't resist showing themselves. It was only then that Lien Lai Luo realized the enemy was not the Dark Mechanicum, but mutated Gene Stealer. The Astartes fell into a bitter struggle. The problem wasn't how powerful these Gene Stealer were, but that after mechanization, they could withstand a few more bolter rounds. When a chainsword struck, it indeed hit the enemy's mechanical parts, but you couldn't tell if it was fatal. The enemy could perfectly well fall, leaking oil, and when you thought it was dead and turned to engage other targets, the enemy playing dead on the ground could ambush you. Their claws could still easily tear through Terminator armor. The librarians quickly analyzed the battle situation and pointed out that the enemy's head was a weakness, but the mechanized enemies were taller, requiring warriors to jump to attack their heads, which gave the enemies a lot of room for maneuver. These enemies were slower than before, but more difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the vast majority of the first wave to charge were sons of Ferrus Manus. These prosthetic-limbed warriors retreated in time after being wounded. The greatest innovation of supply transport vehicle number 3 was its 2 compartments, specifically for replacement prosthetics. After engaging the Drukari/Dark Yildari, Yi Feng, following Rogier's suggestion, installed these facilities on the supply transport vehicle, allowing wounded prosthetic-limbed warriors to return to the battlefield as quickly as possible. The regrouped warriors maintained the front line with the Great Mighty Dragon's firepower. In the command center, several high-ranking officers were collecting and integrating information. The enemy uses jetpacks to leap. Their physical prowess seems very strong. Without power armor, they can carry flamethrowers and withstand immense acceleration to crash into our battle lines. Warriors report that the enemy's flamethrowers cause minimal damage to power armor, but can temporarily obscure our vision. During the period of lost vision, pure strain Genestealer surprise claw attacks are the primary cause of our casualties. In narrow areas, we have an advantage in individual firepower, but the enemy has a communication advantage, making our individual soldiers susceptible to encirclement. Lian Lai Luo stared intently at the holographic information display. The upcoming strategic decision would affect the fate of the entire force. He glanced at the librarian beside him, then at the tech marine, and asked, "How are our portable modular turrets? Can they hold off the enemy's attack?" From the perspective of killing enemies leaping in the air, there's no problem at all. Our turrets are controlled by battle brothers. But against pure strain Genestealers, in their current state, they can withstand several bolter rounds in the air. Before they jump to our turrets, we may not be confident in killing them. Omniscia above, think of their weaknesses. Brother Librarian, do you have any suggestions? Based on the enemy's characteristics, there are a few options. We might consider simulating pure strain Genestealers as self-detonating bombs thrown into our formation, and the hybrids and hybrid recruits leaping into our lines as smoke grenades. Of course, this is how it is for our battle brothers. So, what's your idea? Static warfare, brother, open field static warfare. As smoke grenades and self-detonating bombs, their range is too short, and their numbers too few. We need to conduct mechanized warfare on open terrain, using long-range artillery to bombard enemies exposed on the plain. This is just a hypothesis, brother librarian. To conduct mechanized warfare, our Astartes warriors are insufficient, we need the participation of mortals. For them, those smoke grenades are lethal. Then let's extend the distance further. Our advantage lies in space warships and stronger recruit reconnaissance units than theirs. Lian Lai Luo pondered for a moment, then made a decisive call. Then we'll do as brother librarian says. Prepare for high-orbit bombardment to blast out a plane. In space orbit, a strike cruiser and the wreckage of a Genestealer-piloted pilgrim ship floated. Lian Lai Luo didn't bother with them, unsure if there were enemies on board. After avoiding these 2 warships, the main fleet launched a bombardment. The Astartes on the battlefield retreated with alternating cover, and just as the enemies were about to pursue, a super bombardment from the sky forced them back. The void shield of this small mining world was overloaded by a few blasts. The Genestealer retreated into the lowest mining area, deep underground, where a large number of Genestealer were gathered in the largest assembly area. The pure strain Genestealer had awakened, and he angrily told his descendants that the enemies before them sought to thwart their great ascension, and they must be repelled. The spacious hall vibrated violently, and a hole appeared in the ceiling above, with rubble and dirt falling down. This was merely a place for the lower classes, the powerful nobles would not care about the quality of the architecture here. Machine lights flickered everywhere, and many enemies were deploying traps and digging fortifications in the mine tunnels, believing the enemies were about to invade the mine. Outside, Lian Lai Luo's accumulated assets from these days began to show, with a large number of Chimera armored vehicles and Basilisk tanks deployed on the battlefield. These items were cheap, durable, and produced in large quantities from many locations, making them relatively easy to acquire. Lemon rust tanks were deployed in staggered positions, followed by portable modular turrets. These fixed turrets were deployed not far from the enemy's tunnel exits, ready to suppress enemies with firepower as soon as they appeared. Both sides were in a stalemate. The enemies wouldn't last long, this wasn't a food-producing area, and their provisions wouldn't hold out much longer. Within a short month, both sides fought multiple bloody battles. The enemies launched several surprise attacks, but our step-by-step advance achieved good results. The patriarch of the Genestealer cult was no ordinary foe. Through painful casualties, they pinpointed the exact locations of our turrets and continuously dug tunnels, using the noise of extensive geological activity as cover to successfully tunnel directly beneath our turrets. Using underground springs and gas wells, these highly compressed flammable gas bombs possessed immense power. While not overwhelmingly destructive, they caused significant geological damage. After the explosions, our damaged turrets would often be engulfed in the craters created. When our personnel went to repair and excavate, the enemies would blast a path from their pre-prepared tunnels, rushing out to kill our repair crews. The entire planet had transformed into a meat grinder of a battlefield. For the Astartes, it was already considered a failure. The Genestealer also knew that the Astartes had supplies while they did not. They could only seek opportunities to inflict effective and massive casualties on us by holding the planet. After consulting with the Patriarch, the chief chaplain decided to dig large pits connecting hundreds of tunnels underground, blast them open with massive bombs, and then send a large number of troops rushing out all at once. After several more suicidal reconnaissance missions, they chose a location directly beneath one of our mortal forces, where there were no turrets constantly monitoring the exit, and where they could inflict maximum casualties on the enemies at the start of the battle. At the very least, they could obtain a large amount of human blood food. Tunnel warfare. Yi Feng patted the shoulder of the warrior Anthony had sent. Good, very good. Now I have over 200 veterans under my command, and the 500 newly modified recruits also have power armor in stock. The precious relics Captain Siwana brought included some finely crafted chainswords, for mortals, seized from a rogue trader, and some small relics, such as small necklaces that could activate a brief shield. Although the Astartes couldn't use them, they could enhance the defense of psychers like Cancelo. There were also some precious materials, such as the famous adamantium, and fist-sized anti-psyker substances, which were the wall materials inside the black ship. Yi Feng was in a very good mood. The entire chapter was developing in a positive direction, especially the Lamenters, who hadn't caused any trouble recently. Although Matthew Rio often visited Yi Feng, he was always troubled due to the increasing number of Death Company members in his own unit. The warriors of the Death Company wore power armor. As the number of Death Company members grew, there weren't enough power armor suits for the living. Yi Feng, feigning a need to check for available power armor, bid farewell to the Lamenters. He headed to Langjugsha to meet Christina. After 30 years of research, this lady had made significant technological breakthroughs. And, she was fuming. Sage Heichuo, having reflected deeply on his failure to seize territory last time, realized he indeed hadn't produced a sample that Yi Feng would favor. Therefore, he applied to build a shipyard for cruiser-class super-reality acceleration engines. Yi Feng waved his hand, offering full support, and incidentally handed over the TO's physical engines to him. The sage was ecstatic. This wealth of knowledge would truly allow him to become a sage. Now, he was fully committed to modifying and upgrading the Imperium's outdated and backward real space engines. After integrating our acceleration and the TO's long-distance navigation, who knew what marvels Hato would create? Regarding the shipyard, after several negotiations and discussions within the chapter, the final result was that the nest Christina had painstakingly built a brand new forge world constructed in the 300 worlds of the TO was taken over by Sage Heichuo for shipbuilding. Ever since this news reached Langjugsha, the lady had been in a state of frenzy. Sage Heichuo had no choice but to construct defensive walls and self-defense weapons in his small experimental area. Christina's experiments always resulted in very unfortunate failures, triggering violent explosions that sent large quantities of lethal steel plates, iron beads, rebar, grenades, melta-bombs, and plasma turrets, flying at supersonic speeds into Sage Heichuo's experimental area. No mortal dared to enter or linger here anymore. Yi Feng arrived at Langjugsha with a large amount of supplies, having just collected resources from the 300 worlds of the TO. The tax rate was much lower than the Imperium's tithe, as it was a period of comprehensive development, but he still acquired considerable resources. This time, Yi Feng was very confident. He had brought gifts, so surely she wouldn't hit him this time. Then, Christina's body became even more massive, specifically equipped with dedicated facilities for Yi Feng. As usual, she welcomed Yi Feng by trapping him inside her body, and then the newly installed ancient 2K air washing machine style drum began to operate, giving Yi Feng a full astronaut training session. For a Primaris warrior, these minor actions were mere trifles, but Comrade Yi Feng, the big smart one, feigned dizziness, almost throwing up inside Christina. Of course, if he didn't act disgusted by this woman, who knows what mischief this untouchable Archon might pull next to prank Yi Feng. Holding Yi Feng's most secret project and residing in the most important experimental area of the entire chapter, Christina was confident that Yi Feng had no way to deal with her. Perhaps this is what they call being spoiled and arrogant. Yi Feng waved the list of supplies, staggering and reeling on the ground, finally making the lady calm down. All right, stop pretending. If you can't even handle this, then don't bother with space travel. Just tell me if you enjoyed watching it. Man, are you trying to flatter me? Family, don't get angry, family, don't get angry, family, don't get angry. Please don't vocalize your thoughts. Thank you for your cooperation. Christina used multiple synthesized voices, speaking from 6 directions simultaneously. All right, let's talk business. You said you had some breakthroughs. What exactly are they? I found the TO's anti-psyker substance. What is it? Can we use it? Can we build power armor? Yi Feng became excited. This was a crucial discovery related to their ultimate plan. Christina leisurely extended a mechanical arm, grabbed a furnace, poured out coffee from it, and then held it in the air, swirling it to dissipate the steam. You've had enough. You don't even have a physical body, what the hell are you drinking coffee for? It's about etiquette. I'm drinking engine oil. Christina poured the engine oil into a fuel port in her chest, then pointed to the TO section of the interstellar zoo nearby. Look, their brain membranes have the effect of suppressing the barriers between the warp and the real world. Brain membranes. Yi Feng was a bit disappointed. He had thought it would be a skull or skin. One good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The bad news, I guess. Tell me something more disheartening to curb my excitement. The strength of these things is far from reaching the so-called untouchable level. It can only suppress races like the TO, who have little connection to the warp to begin with. Even concentrated, there's an upper limit. At its strongest, it can reach 40% of an untouchable's strength. You'd probably need to kill a billion TO to synthesize it. Do the TO have a billion people? You tell me. Is your birth encouragement effective? They feel their living space is too crowded and not suitable for life, so they don't want to have children. It's not resistance, it's just giving up. Then allocate more colonies to them. I understand. So, what's the good news? Yi Feng sighed. Killing an entire TO population to get something with only 40% of INA's anti-psyker strength would be time-consuming and laborious. It would be better to search for untouchables on ordinary worlds. The good news is that the data I just mentioned grows exponentially. Killing about 100,000 TO can achieve 30% of an untouchable's strength. Killing approximately 5 million TO can achieve 1/3 of the strength. Yi Feng pinched his cheek hard. My hand hurts quite a bit, I'm not dreaming. Chapter 202 This is it. The Golden Legendary Armor. Chapter Master Yi Feng jumped 9 feet high, almost breaking the record for high jump in heavy armor. Christina, is what you said true? 100,000 TO, and they can achieve 30% of an untouchable's strength. Theoretically, yes. Theoretically? So you haven't actually experimented with it, have you? Yi Feng instantly sobered up. You wicked woman, have you been with Sage Huo for too long and learned to pontificate on paper? Christina laughed, shaking like a flower in the wind. From Yi Feng's perspective, a huge mechanical construct was vibrating continuously as if its machine spirit was having a fit, its mechanical arms gesticulating in a human-like manner, sometimes even patting its chest. What are you thinking? Am I the kind of person who cheats for funds? Yi Feng rolled his eyes with extreme speed. You have the nerve to say that. You've consumed no small amount of resources, and the output. Christina gently tapped a warehouse with her mechanical arm. Previously, it contained 2 Centurion suits. You sent me 7 transport ships, 7 million TO, that's a lot, Christina said softly. The black alloy gate slowly opened, and 6 formidable suits of power armor were neatly arranged on the ground. This is the 1 million version. For a Primaris warrior, to gather that much material, it would require at least 100,000. Yi Feng was continuously shocked. 6 suits. Suits that a Primaris warrior could wear. At this moment, Yi Feng's mouth was wide open, speechless, and he stiffly raised his hand, pointing at himself with his ring finger. Yes, you can wear it. Yi Feng recovered. Wait, 7 million TO, how did you kill them all by yourself? Christina turned around, poured another cup of oil coffee, and slowly swirled it in her hand. Their intelligent control technology is very useful. Yi Feng began to laugh. He made a smiling face, and short bursts of laughter emerged from his throat, one after another. After a few, it seemed somewhat unsatisfying, so he opened his mouth wide and laughed unrestrainedly, his voice growing louder and louder, the wild laughter echoing throughout the entire testing ground. The first butcher's knife has fallen, Yi Feng put away his smile, once again becoming the man with light in his eyes. The drawback is that there aren't enough Xenos enemies, the Archmagosa's voice remained devoid of emotion. Then I'll just stop being human. Yi Feng stretched, an awkward movement for him in heavy armor. Take it off. First, I can't take off heavy armor by myself. Second, if you say it like that, people will misunderstand. Yi Feng pounded his chest a few times with his fist, indicating his inability to take off the heavy armor. Christina knocked on another large door, which led to a proper arming chamber. It was just that what she shouted wasn't very proper. Christina switched to a seductive voice mode and shouted towards Sage Huo's experimental area, Brother Yi Feng, your humble servant will undress you. Sage Huo was already used to it. This woman went crazy every day, probably trying to trick him into coming out of his defensive wall again. He wouldn't go out, not even peek. Who knew how many accidental explosions were waiting for him outside? Yi Feng was truly unaccustomed. Usually, servitors helped him. Now, a giant robot that would swallow him whole when it had nothing to do was coming to strip him of his power armor. Christina pulled out a Mark the 10th power armor from who knew where. It was covered in scars, and the paint had been simply scraped off, but the exterior still had a yellow finish. I say, Christina, where did you get this power armor from? Don't talk, it's a woman's secret. You're going to pull out something like this from a woman's secret? You should join the Dark Angels chapter immediately, the more secrets you have, the better. And preferably, pull out a few thousand more from the warehouse. Indeed, women with more secrets are more popular. My darling. You've finally understood. Surprised. Darling, your big head. Startled. This live broadcast was delivered verbatim to Sage Huo's ears. Christina had set up 3 high-power loudspeakers over there. Sage Huo was truly annoyed by the noise. This lady was particularly talkative today. Sage Huo also picked up a microphone, turned on the loudspeaker, and shouted, Crazy woman, what's gotten into you today? I'm planning how to dismantle your bedroom to build a shipyard. Don't bother me here. Hato was successfully led astray by Christina. My darling, look at him, you be the judge for me. Yi Feng had just put on his power armor helmet at this time. The power pack had not yet been activated, so he couldn't hear anything. Our chapter master was preparing to tame a ferocious machine spirit. Christina certainly hadn't offered prayers or appeased the machine spirit. The procedure for installing the anti-psyker external armor was somewhat cumbersome. This thing was different from the reinforced supplementary armor of a Centurion suit, which only strengthened a specific area. It needed to cover the entire body for the anti-psyker effect to work. The indicator lights gradually lit up. Yi Feng felt as if he was playing a dreadnought simulator. The machine spirit of the brand new power armor seemed a bit sluggish, but after the Mark X power armor took over command authority, it operated very smoothly. The machine spirit of the Mark X power armor was ready for a big battle, but there was no challenge at all. Christina spread her 10 hands. That's just how it is. After the whole body is filled with the TO anti-psyker substance, the machine spirit becomes like this. I don't know why. Don't worry about combat. I've implemented a segmented treatment, just like a warship. Once a compartment is damaged, other areas will immediately seal off, cutting off the connection to the damaged part, so not too much precious anti-psyker fluid will be lost. The reason this outer armor is so thick is that it has a total of 4 layers of armor. The outermost layer is the enemy-facing armor, which is the thickest and hardest, capable of withstanding a large amount of ranged weapon attacks. The second layer is fiber armor. Enemy melee weapons will take a considerable amount of time to break through this layer. The third layer is anti-psyker, you know. Then there are circuits and wires, and the innermost layer is the armor plate. I suggest you look for some mysterious black stone, the material used to make the walls of the Astromancy Chamber's black ship cages. Using that for the inner lining of the combat suit will have an even better anti-psyker effect. Additionally, the power armor's strength is quite high, almost equivalent to a siege tank's configuration. You wouldn't believe it, but for this material, to establish the corresponding smelting production line, I almost used up a third of the entire experimental area. Christina was pouring out her heart, recounting the hardships she endured while making these suits of power armor, primarily to get Yi Feng to give her more materials. Hoarding private funds is an essential skill for every Adeptus Mechanicus. Yi Feng expressed his understanding and also said, that's enough, you've made your point. I know you're resentful, but this is necessary endurance before achieving success. Think about it, Belisarius Call endured for 10 millennia, and now his status throughout the Imperium can be said to be. Yi Feng was still trying to placate her when Sage Hechuo outside couldn't take it anymore. You crazy old hag, are you ever going to stop? Do I have to build a soundproof wall? Sage Hechuo didn't hold back either. He immediately started making disruptive renovations at maximum volume, building a second, more complete soundproof wall. Archmagos Christina, what exactly did you do to Sage Hechuo while I was away? While you were away, your humble servant cried day and night, missing. Change voice mode. You do not have access permission. Is this combat suit loaded with ammunition? Alright. Christina finally adjusted her voice mode and drained the oil coffee in her hand. Yi Feng inspected the new power armor he was wearing. Like the Centurion power armor, there were 3 siege breaker type combat suits, equipped with underslung Melta siege breakers, power claws, and a large array of suppressive fire weapons. When necessary, they could carry tactical nuclear bombs or missiles. The other 3 were destruction type, designed to stack as much firepower as possible. Because they were full coverage armor with their own auxiliary power supply, used in conjunction with a power pack, the user could perform most machine spirit operations, simultaneously controlling several main weapon groups in combat. Now, Yi Feng was a humanoid siege tank, perhaps even more formidable than that, a siege knight titan. Try walking a few steps. Just like that, a massive siege breaker type combat suit, led by Christina, intentionally or unintentionally walked towards Sage Hechuo's area. Sage Hechuo was busily building high walls with clanging noises when he saw a giant humanoid robot approaching with a siege power claw. The Archmagos immediately adopted a desperate stance, pushing out a huge contraption from backstage. Yi Feng originally wanted to test if he could withstand Sage Hechuo's new toy, but then he saw it and realized it was bad. This warp-specialized sage had pushed out the legendary 20-meter range warp rift opener. Wait. Sage Hechuo, I am Yi Feng. You bastard, you're addicted to using the chapter master voice pack, aren't you? Today I'll show you that I'm not to be trifled with either. Sage Hechuo, I think we can have a good chat about the forge world Christina is building, for example, allocating a few more production lines to you. Sage Hechuo stopped. It really seemed to be Yi Feng. My darling, your humble servant hasn't even married into your family yet, and you're already plotting over my dowry. The huge mechanical mass standing behind Yi Feng symbolically bounced a few times, almost hitting the ceiling. When did you switch back? You bastard, change the voice mode back to normal. You do not have sufficient access permissions. So tired. I should have found some normal Adeptus Mechanicus. Reflecting on his life, the notoriously wicked Yi Feng realized that all his technical personnel were constantly delving deeper into the realm of the absurd. The most normal one, surprisingly, was Ink. A Archmagos untouchable who had taken over a body halfway through, and a sage who had gone from traitorous heretic to sage because all the Adeptus Mechanicus had died, stood one in front and one behind, watching Yi Feng stand there, gradually becoming still. 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Chapter Master Yi Feng, I don't need to eat. If you'd like, I can stand with you until the seas dry up and rocks crumble. Yi Feng did not respond. Was I killed by the machine spirit? Am I free? Yay. Christina's enormous body happily spun in circles in the buffer zone of the 2 parties' testing ground. But Yi Feng still didn't respond. Hato chose to hide behind the turret, peeking out with a camera to observe. Christina wanted to get Yi Feng's vital sign signal, but the power armor was completely sealed. If Yi Feng didn't grant permission, no one could access the communication channel. You do not have sufficient access rights. Task received, voice mode switched. Chapter Master Yi Feng, you can come back now. Christina grabbed Yi Feng, and due to the immense weight, the newly laid metal plates beneath her feet caved in. Sage Heichuo finally understood the situation and jumped out from behind the turret. Stop! You wretched woman, where are you taking the chapter master? How could Sage Heichuo miss such an opportunity? This would be an immense achievement for coming to the aid of the sovereign. Don't interfere, this is a real emergency. This power armor was made by me, I'll handle it. Who knows what you're thinking? You're always spewing vulgarities at me, you might just be trying to harm the chapter master. Sage Heichuo, looking righteous, pushed the turret forward. Fire if you dare. Time is of the essence, if he dies, you'll be a wandering orphan. Aren't you? I have my own Adeptus Mechanicus and Forge World. Are you sure the Astartes stationed there won't pulverize you when you return? My Adeptus Mechanicus. What are you talking about? That's not the warp, your untouchable advantage is gone. Do you really think they have no ulterior motives? Guess how long you'll live. Christina's heavy footsteps rumbled, but she couldn't move any faster. Sage Heichuo gritted his teeth, ready to push the turret over and transport Yi Feng on its base. Have you two finally realized you're all alone? Yi Feng's voice faintly emerged. Since you don't want to eat my cake, you two can poo at each other. Chapter Master Yi Feng, please do not engage in such behavior, it could lead to irreversible losses. Both sighed in relief. Christina had already prepared several contingency plans for fleeing, but none were foolproof. My death would also be an irreversible loss, you know. The two Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos fell silent. They found it hard to imagine what that terrifying chapter, whose current number of warriors was unknown, would do if Yi Feng died here. You make a very good point, Chapter Master Yi Feng. If I may be so bold, have you truly considered who would lead the chapter if something were to happen to you? Separate ways, scattering like countless stars, a single spark igniting a prairie fire, with the stars shining across the firmament. Yi Feng chuckled, they are all me. The red tide, more Alfarius than Alfarius, more dark angels than the dark angels, and more Gorks Mork than Morks Gork. Christina, uncharacteristically, said nothing and silently put Yi Feng down. All right, Sage Heichuo, I'll come find you in a bit. The footsteps of the Night Titan were steady and powerful, and Christina felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Christina's reception room was actually only made for Yi Feng, no one else ever came. The two faced each other, finally beginning to negotiate the subsequent issues. You want so many anti-psyker power armors, that's fine, but a few basic problems need to be solved. First, materials, it will definitely require a large amount of rare minerals. The amount you brought today isn't even a fraction of what's needed. Second, the TO population issue, either you provide me with a large population, or I'll start a new research project to create artificial wombs to cultivate TO, but I cannot guarantee they will be the same on the warp level. The matter of psychic powers has always been quite metaphysical. For example, untouchables have no warp soul projection, but if you create one using cloning technology, even if it's identical, the clone will still have a soul projection in the warp. Cultivating with artificial wombs was somewhat unreliable. Yi Feng smiled faintly, beginning to act inhuman. These two problems are actually one problem. I will issue a decree that from now on, TO worlds will operate on a points system. Providing me with minerals earns points, working for me earns points, and providing population also earns points. Accumulate enough points, and you can exchange them for a colony world, gaining new territory to colonize. Will they agree? As long as their so-called ethereals agree, it's fine. They're very good at hypnotizing their own people, so there's no need to worry. Then the population, should it be done more discreetly? Donating population for points, naturally. Labor always has unexpected losses, and colonial transport ships always have accidents. The ethereals are clear on this, they had best help me cover it up, it's better for everyone this way. Under Yi Feng's iron-fisted demands, the TO resistance was massacred and scattered, and the ethereals had no choice but to obey the enforced fertility plan. Humans call what they can't defeat xenos, and what they can defeat animals. It's merely animal husbandry, the butcher's knife will only fall according to the buyer's demands. Christina then introduced the specific usage methods to Yi Feng and handed him a hard drive. Other technical information could be interfaced with the tech marine. Subsequently, a certain chapter master took off his city-breaking power armor, bounced a few times in place, and ran like a bird towards Sage Heichuo's area. The power armor was good to use, but it was too uncomfortable. As a white scars, making Yi Feng move slowly on the battlefield was worse than killing him. Heido. I'm here. Yi Feng was in a very good mood, while Heido was in a very bad mood because Yi Feng was in a good mood. That wicked woman had brought something else to please Yi Feng. Heido's progress these days was anything but slow. He had long since conceived the engine, but it would change the cruiser's structure. As is well known, the keels of powerful imperial warships are made of adamantium. Due to stringent forming conditions, the Scaria and Maverick Mechanicum found it difficult to manufacture. Furthermore, because adamantium is too hard, it is difficult to reshape once formed. However, the engine invented by Sage Heichuo was incompatible with all warship keels. We also don't have our own keel manufacturing plant, and forging adamantium is simply too difficult. The warship was stuck on the blueprint. Astartes' power armor and Terminator's skeletons are made of pure adamantium, other parts dare not use adamantium entirely. On one hand, it's too heavy and cannot be carried even with a power backpack. On the other hand, the demand for warships is too great, as warships are very important in interstellar civilization. Who was Yi Feng? He looked at the blueprint and immediately started mumbling. His level was, in short, no level at all. Now Yi Feng was conflicted. As a white scars, fast ships were definitely his preference. TO warships don't use adamantium, but some fragile shells rushing into people's faces were too dangerous, like sending food to the enemy. Chapter Master Yi Feng, we may need our own large adamantium forging facilities. How is that possible? You might as well ask me to conquer the Martian mechanicum. But, the engine I designed, including the warp engine, is simply too large. A cruiser can't fit it. What about a battleship? Building a battleship as the first step, I'm a bit unsure. You weren't so timid when you were bragging to me about the cruiser on the blueprints before. And so, Sage Heichuo once again produced nothing and once again plunged into busyness. Days later, 6 precious power armors were packed. Yi Feng stood at the cave entrance, waving goodbye to the two inside. You two take care. When I return, I'll bring you resources. Be careful on your journey, Chapter Master Yi Feng. This humble one will take good care of herself. Brother Yi Feng, hiding beauties in a golden house, you truly know how to have fun. You damn well changed that voice pack. Yi Feng's voice gradually faded, and the Langjuzhou experimental base returned to its calm. Christina felt a bit bored. How many years will it take? You always treat me like Call. Can you be a regent? Perhaps. At this moment, Yi Feng thought about it and realized there was a world he had almost forgotten for 50 years. He had gone to the post-Wenk world when the chapter was less than 150 years old, now it was over 190 years old. Looking at the transport ship, the materials collected from the 300 worlds could not all be given to Langjuzhou, that zoo couldn't hold them. Might as well make a trip. It wasn't that complicated now, TO technology was truly useful. The transport ship Yi Feng was on had the most hospitable machine spirit, perfectly matched with the TO engine, allowing it to travel directly from the real world to the other side. The post-Wenk world, Tinos's hometown. The underground city had been completely sealed off, and the Crimson Torrent chapter had left 2 tech marines there. Next to it was the freeze vault, where the manufactured warriors entered slumber. Only warriors in recruit training were active locally, waiting for the 10-year period to arrive before entering the freeze vault for slumber. Although the warriors here have high magic resistance and require 20 years of modification, recruit training is still 10 years, and the first batch of recruits matures in 5 years, the second in 10. 2 batches of warriors had accumulated here, about 80 in frozen state, all matured in 10 years. A large batch of materials was sent to the post-Wenk world, and the 2 tech marines were overjoyed, beginning to argue over which project to start building first. The apothecary was surrounded by 10 apprentices, looking at Yi Feng with despair. When I've finished teaching them, will you take me with you? Several months later, Yi Feng returned to the messy base with over 80 high magic resistance warriors and 6 anti-psyker power armors. A certain dreadnought was causing a ruckus. Chapter 203 Karen. Karen, originally Arnie's Karen Fills, was a dreadnought of the Lamenters. This dreadnought was a warrior the Lamenters sent to work for the Death Watch. After the Lamenters were devoured by a Tyranid hive fleet, he believed he was homeless and remained with the Death Watch. The crucial part was that the contract he signed with the Death Watch at the time was permanent. He endured a long career of service, and by the end of Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade, when Guilliman supplied Primaris warriors to the Lamenters, he was still alive and strong. At that time, learning that his parent chapter still existed, he tried to communicate with an Inquisitor to terminate his contract. Clearly, no Inquisitor would agree to this request. However, fate played a joke on Karen. The Lamenters had survived the arduous Century of Atonement crusade but had become lost in the warp. And so, this disheartened old dreadnought spent another 600 years in his sarcophagus. He poured all his effort into maintaining his sanity, not to be consumed by the Black Rage, because if he perished, the Lamenters would truly be extinct. He had not yet avenged his chapter, he wanted to kill all the Tyranids. When Abaddon's 14th Black Crusade ended and the warp rift receded, he, being in the storm sector, received an important message. The Lamenters were back. They had appeared in the Segmentum Obscurus. This news, sorted from a large backlog of Imperial intelligence over 20 years, was sent to the Death Watch branch where Karen was stationed, and this was with Astartes' priority. Karen immediately packed his bags. The heads of enemies he had slain during his service with the Death Watch over the years were all hanging on him. As the sole Lamenter's warrior in the Death Watch, he wanted to contact his chapter, at least to let them know he was still alive. Karen felt that at the very least, he could guide any Lamenter's warriors who might come to the Death Watch in the future. So, after much searching, he arrived at a Death Watch kill team in the Segmentum Obscurus. This kill team happened to have 30 warriors that our Red Tide had donated to them. This round of service was almost over, 29 out of 50 warriors had survived and were preparing to return. These warriors saw a Lamenter's dreadnought. Roughly speaking, wasn't that our dreadnought? They quickly welcomed him back. These warriors initiated a fine tradition of our Red Tide. They found an Inquisitor and immediately declared, 40 warriors for the Karen dreadnought. The Inquisitor was stunned. A Lamenter's dreadnought, what does that have to do with your Red Tide? Our chapter then employed its second important tradition, deceiving the Imperium. Ah, the Lamenters, we have a very good relationship with them. They have saved us from peril multiple times and provided, information encrypted, these benefits. We owe them a huge favor. So, 40 Primaris warriors, serving for 100 years, in exchange for the Karen dreadnought. Think about it, how bad-tempered is the Karen dreadnought? Ask the Death Watch kill team he was with before, wasn't he always described as short-tempered, easily angered, and prone to causing trouble? In exchange for our 40. Oh, what nonsense, can your household find 40 bad-tempered Primaris warriors? They must be top-notch in loyalty. What ill intentions? I'm telling you, the warriors returning from the Death Watch are being snatched up by every company. They are all elite talents, fighting for the Emperor wherever they are. Isn't it the same in the Death Watch? Yes, yes, we can even sign a rotation agreement, our warriors will come in shifts. The Inquisitor had doubts. Was this an attempt to permanently station troops here in exchange for the Karen Dreadnought? I need to investigate this chapter's situation. But he glanced at the Red Tide warriors, they were dispersed among various Death Watch kill teams, and their mission completion rate was quite high. The main thing was that wherever they were, the kill teams seemed to become more cohesive. So, this Inquisitor connected with a fake senior leader of the Red Tide and confirmed one thing. They weren't trying to exchange for the Karen Dreadnought, that was just a pretense. Because during the meeting with the senior leader, they expressed that they were very willing to provide warriors to the Death Watch, but the Death Watch would have to prepare the power armor themselves. They would provide as many people as there was armor. The Inquisitor felt that the Red Tide warriors were simply poor and couldn't afford to maintain more warriors. He had received intelligence that the Red Tide chapter had been pleading with the Adeptus Mechanicus for power armor just 2 days prior. They seemed to be simply poor, so much so that the Inquisitor stared speechlessly at the senior leader in front of him, who even suggested, if warriors serve here for a certain number of years, can they be given power armor? After several rounds of cooperation, can we get a discount? What kind of achievements and honors must they attain to bring back the weapons they used during their service in the Death Watch? The senior leader patted his chest and declared, just tell me, and I will definitely instruct the warriors well and cultivate them professionally according to your requirements. The Inquisitor's face darkened. So, you're here to stock up at the Death Watch? Facing these outrageous Astartes, the Inquisitor sternly rejected our proposal. 1 day later, the Inquisitor agreed to a second round of talks. In short, through multiple official-unofficial meetings, both sides finally reached a consensus. The conditions remained completely unchanged. The Karen Dreadnought was legally and compliantly expelled by the Inquisitor, and having nowhere else to go, he could only return to his parent chapter. There were many reasons for the expulsion. The hot-tempered old Dreadnought's actions often made his fellow warriors keep their distance. They couldn't even determine if Karen had fallen into the Black Rage. And so, after the 40 warriors who came to rendezvous exchanged intelligence with the veterans and confirmed which individuals in the Death Watch could be poached, the warriors embarked on their return journey. These warriors returned to the 300 worlds of the TO and rendezvoused with the Lamenters stationed there. Among the Lamenters, even Matthew Rio didn't recognize this ancient dreadnought, only the apothecary, Lariel, had actually seen Karen. That was the last time he heard stories from the old dreadnought. The Lamenters were debating whether they should awaken the dreadnought. In a sense, the Lamenters and the Red Tide had completely rebelled. Possessing such a large territory without reporting it to the Imperium was a classic case of rebellion by self-empowerment. To the extent that Krieg would charge at you. But then, Kazanov was here. Betraying the nation by the Emperor's command? Rebelling by Imperial decree? Lariel made the final decision. He believed they had to talk to Karen. The result, the Lamenters were as miserable as ever, the newly built base was almost torn down by Karen. The hot-tempered old dreadnought Karen, as the oldest Lamenter's dreadnought, was now pointing at Matthew Rio's nose and cursing him. Everything in the base, except for the recruit modification facilities hidden underground, had been smashed to pieces by him. The reasons for his cursing included, but were not limited to. The Lamenters are a fleet-based chapter, with no home world. You're building indiscriminately on a planet, you'll be purged. Has the Century of Atonement Crusade not cleared your heads? You dare to commit such treasonous acts again. Do you want another Atonement Crusade? You dare to cooperate with some Red River warband. Huron's lesson taught you absolutely nothing. These worlds that have returned to the Imperium dare not report it. Do you want to go to war with the entire Imperium? Look at what those mortals down there are saying. The Emperor is the greatest man. If the Ecclesiarchy finds out, missionary sisters will come in droves. How did I get here? You opened a new warp route and dared not tell the Astromancy Chamber. With just this crime, that Red River warband could be sent on an atonement crusade by an Inquisitor. Most importantly, you dare to coexist with Xenos. Do you know how many Xenos I killed during my service? My left power claw alone has crushed at least several thousand TO. Wait. Matthew Rio cautiously approached the dreadnought, pulling out several food bars of different colors. The TO are food now. We have the technology to process TO into food bars. Matthew Rio tentatively moved forward, slowly bringing the food bars closer to the old dreadnought. Then he was sent flying with a single blow. What's the use of showing me food bars? I can't eat them. After saying that, the dreadnought became even angrier and smashed the adjacent wall with a punch. Lariel seized the opportunity to ambush Karen from behind, and together with a tech marine, they tried to restrain the dreadnought. Then both of them were sent flying back home. The entire base, including the stronghold, was in disarray. In space, Yi Feng was still having his warriors try on our brand new power armor, which he hadn't named yet, temporarily calling it Experimental 1. Looking at the 6 warriors in their power armor, Yi Feng felt that forming his own anti-psyker guard was no longer an issue. The Grey Knights were all powerful psychers, specialized in fighting demons, but the Null Force had not yet been equipped by the Astartes. What should this unit be called? Underground. Core? No, that's not a stealth unit. Exorcists? No, there's an exorcists chapter, I don't know if it still exists. Silent Guard? Just as Yi Feng was pondering, observers noticed something amiss. The Lamenter's outpost below was in chaos, the entire world had entered evacuation mode, and all the mortals in the fortress had gone into shelters. Yi Feng made a snap decision, brothers, into the drop pods. Something's happened down there. If it were another chapter, Yi Feng might have hesitated, but the Lamenters didn't need it, their suffering was too normal. It might even be a containment breach by the Death Company, with a group of Sanguinius running loose. Nearly a company of Astartes, along with a large number of combat servitors and auxiliary troops from the transport ships, charged towards the Lamenters' newly constructed fortress. Chapter Master Matthew Rio. Brother Yi Feng is transmitting a message, they've detected the anomaly at our fortress and are providing emergency support. Matthew Rio had just gotten up from the ground, panting as he gave the order. Tell Brother Yi Feng we're fine, no need for support. We just have a small internal issue. Chapter Master, it seems it's too late. In the sky, a familiar meteor shower appeared, Astartes' drop pods had already begun to fall. Stop the anti-air arrays, don't open fire. Matthew Rio was both anxious and angry. The Lamenters watched as the Red Tide's orbital dropship plummeted, utterly demolishing the area they had just repaired. Chapter Master Yi Feng was even faster. His specially modified breakthrough transport shuttle, designed to carry motorcycles, was capable of deploying him in a 10-man byway army squad. The base's main gate was instantly shattered, and Chapter Master Yi Feng roared in on his motorcycle. Matthew Rio, how are you? Chapter Master Yi Feng swerved his motorcycle, blocking the two of them. Seeing that Matthew Rio's front armor was almost shattered, bearing a large power claw imprint, Chapter Master Yi Feng immediately exploded in fury. So you're the one wrecking the Lamenter's home, hey? He looked back and thought, what is this? Isn't this your own chapter's colors? Oh, I see, a Death Company dreadnought has broken out. Brother Yi Feng immediately rode his motorcycle towards Kurk. Brother Yi Feng, don't. Brother Yi Feng was incredibly fast, Matthew Rio hadn't even finished speaking before he was almost upon Kurk. Kurk grew even angrier. I'm a dreadnought from our own chapter, and you're telling him not to act rashly? So, you think he's more lethal than me, is that it? Kurk the dreadnought was about to arm wrestle with Chapter Master Yi Feng. You're the one who led my chapter into this pit. The old dreadnought showed no mercy, launching a missile from its head directly at the motorcycle under Chapter Master Yi Feng's feet. This guy, seeing that Chapter Master Yi Feng was either a White Scars or a Dark Angel's successor, decided to blow up the motorcycle first. Chapter Master Yi Feng swerved aside, changing the motorcycle's trajectory to dodge the incoming missile. In his eyes, the missile's flight speed was too slow. The byway army also entered the battlefield. Several motorcycles deployed grappling lines, attempting to restrain the dreadnought. Who was the old dreadnought? He grabbed a rope, pulled hard, flipping one motorcycle, and then activated his close combat weapon to sever another rope. Seeing his first attempt fail, Chapter Master Yi Feng tried to attack the enemy's legs. If the dreadnought's short legs were damaged, it would be easy to disable. At that point, Chapter Master Yi Feng would only need to circle behind the enemy, to the blind spot of its weapons, and Kurk would be like a fish on a chopping board. With a roar of his motorcycle engine, Chapter Master Yi Feng swiftly swept past Kurk's side, heading directly for Kurk in a very low stance. Stop fighting! Matthew Rio roared, ignoring everything else. If they continued, someone would die. Don't worry, it's just the Death Company. I won't kill him. Kurk almost laughed in anger. I'm very angry, but thinking I'm irrational is your problem. As quick as a flash, Kurk roared, traitor, face the Emperor's wrath. And unleashed a burst of bolter fire at Chapter Master Yi Feng. Matthew Rio quickly ducked, dodging the hail of bullets flying over his head. While speeding on his motorcycle, Chapter Master Yi Feng picked up a broken rope and swung it at Kurk. The byway army didn't just watch. Their anti-gravity motorcycles could ride on walls, so Kurk was surrounded not just from all directions, but even from above and below by motorcycle warriors. A steel cable wrapped around Kurk's legs, and Kurk fell, attempting to use his strength to pull Chapter Master Yi Feng down. The steel cable slipped from his grasp, but other byway army members immediately took over, catching the cable in midair and continuing to entangle the rampaging dreadnought. Just as the plan was being executed smoothly, the Lamenters forcefully joined the battle. They rigidly blocked the middle of the battle line, forming a human wall. Kurk was so angry he wanted to jump up, but the steel cables successfully bound his legs, and the dreadnought lay on the ground. Chapter Master Yi Feng, I told you he's one of us. He just returned from the Death Watch. Chapter Master Yi Feng stopped his small motorcycle beside Matthew Rio, extended his hand, and pointed to the surrounding ruins. You're saying he just returned and then tore down the house? Over there, Kurk's roars continued, traitor, your actions are a betrayal of the Imperium of Man. Matthew Rio was also helpless. At least he had to convince Kurk that he wasn't a traitor before he could be put into stasis, otherwise, what if he was called out for a future mission and just started attacking his own people? That's right, Kurk believes we betrayed the Imperium, so he attacked us. Kurk was still struggling to get up, and Chapter Master Yi Feng, without any politeness, roared back, you stupid big refrigerator, you almost ruined the Emperor's grand plan. I'll go to your... At number, UN %. Your end asterisk and at UN actions almost made the Emperor's centuries of planning come to naught. % at % number, and the two sides spewed insults at each other for an entire day and night, until Kazanev's arrival finally brought it to an end. Kazanev personally didn't want to deal with such matters at all. He was just a company captain, responsible for fighting. Why do you always come to me whenever you need someone to deceive? After the Emperor blessed him, it was supposed to be over after leaving the Kurkork's battlefield. It could only be said that the Emperor had placed an eye on him, and his success rate in invoking the Emperor's blessing would be higher in the future. How did he become an ambassador of deception? Compared to the unreliable chapter master Yi Feng, the Lamenters were more willing to trust Kazanev. At his request, everyone left the area. Then, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Simply put, Kazanev beat Kurk up again to make him believe that he was the Emperor's chosen one and an Astartes living saint. In short, whatever was most intimidating. Kurk, who had just gone berserk from being ganged up on, now lost a one-on-one fight. After listening to Kazanev's nonsensical rambling, he fell silent in dejection. Only then could Lariel go over to comfort him and have the Tech Marine place him in stasis. The Byway army packed up their belongings and left the Lamenter's shattered fortress. Chapter Master Yi Feng spat and muttered, "Bad luck. Bad luck." Lian Liluo's scalp tingled as he faced the enormous mechanical patriarch. The enemy's previous tunnel warfare had been keenly detected by scouts. Material from underground was bubbling up to the surface, and the vibrations were unusual, so Anthony ordered a retreat. The fleet's main guns fired a shot at the massive, machine-filled mining pit. The warehouse had been cleared, so there was no need to feel bad about blowing everything up. Several consecutive bombardments on the original spot deepened the pit. Large numbers of Gene Stealer emerged from it, preparing to engage the enemy who were assaulting through the gunfire. However, nothing happened. The massive fleet, towing 2 spaceships, departed the area. These were the 2 ships the Gene Stealer had used to arrive in this world. When the Gene Stealer rushed out of the cave entrance to scout, they found that the enemy had already retreated and immediately reported to the Brood Lord. Large numbers of pure strain Gene Stealers surged out, seizing the opportunity to occupy strategic positions to prevent an enemy counterattack. A month later, no warships appeared in the sky. They began to believe that, under the protection of the Omnissiah of many arms, they had repelled the invading enemy. Everyone cheered and celebrated the great victory, rebuilding defensive positions and resuming production. At this time, the Astartes, hidden in the desolate mountains and wilderness, cautiously began reconnaissance, attempting to locate the enemy's leader for a surprise attack. They seized an opportunity, hid in a transport vehicle, and entered the mine shaft. The underground environment was a labyrinth of tunnels. Guided by the librarian, they found the most powerful enemy. A giant mechanical sphere. This thing was incredibly fast. As the saying goes, if you have enough power, a brick can fly. This Patriarch's speed was even greater than when it was fully organic. Mechanical development had reached a qualitative change at this level. Aside from its size, this Patriarch's various statistics far surpassed those of ordinary Gene Stealer. Lian Liluo had several close calls. This Patriarch's arms became close-range defense weapons, and the added many-armed ultra-long mechanical arms whipped the Astartes like whips. Being hit meant severe internal injuries. Flashes of fire erupted. In the dark underground space, even the power lines were cut. Only the muzzle flashes of guns and sparks from metal collisions illuminated their figures. Large numbers of pure strain Gene Stealers discovered the Astartes' surprise attack, and Lian Liluo became even more frantic, ordering the rearguard warriors to collapse the tunnel, directly awaiting fleet reinforcements. This battle was either success or martyrdom. It's just a small mechanization. I'll treat you as a bishop of the Dark Mechanicum. Unite and liberate the entire galaxy. In the darkest places, the Emperor's angels surged forward. Lian Liluo led the charge, severing dozens of enemy mechanical arms. Eventually, his chain sword was broken, and he was severely wounded, forced to withdraw from the battlefield. His only Primaris warrior, and the parent chapter's liaison officer, took up the mantle, commanding the warriors to surround and attack from all sides, breaking the rampaging enemy into pieces. The Astartes didn't know the enemy's weak point. They charged forward, fighting machinery with their flesh. When one warrior was pierced by the enemy's flesh claw, he transmitted the information, allowing other warriors to learn the Patriarch's weak point. Because of excessive mechanization and the small population of this minor world, this Patriarch's psychic abilities were not particularly strong. The warriors endured the psychic suppression and utterly killed the enemy. Outside the blown-up passage, the Gene Stealer were in chaos. After a brutal internal struggle, they chose 3 leaders. The 3 factions refused to yield to each other, each wanting to be the boss. Another Terra Day passed, and the fleet re-entered orbit around the planet. The deployed mortal armies officially engaged the involved Gene Stealer in a bloody battle. The warriors released from underground and the auxiliary forces attacked from inside and out, severely defeating the enemy. In this battle, a combat servitor stood out. His name was simple, Ming. As a political commissar, he led the charge, being the first to break into the enemy lines and rendezvous with the underground warriors. He led his troops through death passages, buying time for the forces on both flanks. Ultimately, Ming, through studying the map, skillfully led his troops around behind the last enemy contingent, attracting their attention. This caused the Gene Stealer combat power to disperse, and they were completely overwhelmed and annihilated by the Astartes. Ming was therefore commended by Lian Liluo and reported to the main force. Chapter 204 Claws of Reality. Brother Yi Feng stood before the large conference table, officially commencing the grand meeting. Having just experienced the first instance in history where the Lamenter's misfortune did not affect us, it was truly cause for celebration, and the main forces bigwigs seized the opportunity to gather. The current chapter year was 195. After the Drukari/Dark Ildari incident, we were left with only 100 men. Even with the warriors Anthony sent, we barely reached 100. Regular Astartes do not take a second gene seed, so they are pushed to their limits after the 5th year of recruit training and surgery. We, however, do take a second, so only after 10 years, upon entering the 11th company, do we start pushing them to their limits. 300 recruits could be fully armored thanks to the Adeptus Mechanicus in our own stock. The second batch of 400 recruits, plus the 80+ high warp resistance warriors we just received, could also be fully armored with the 500 sets of Imperial support Anthony provided. That makes 800 new recruits. If we count from William's disappearance, then add the 100 Imperial reinforcements Anthony sent and the 100 warriors acquired from Leiluo. In 30 years, the chapter, after utilizing the reserves from the previous 150 years, replenished nearly 1,000 men. The Drukari/Dark Ildari incident resulted in the deaths of nearly 200 men, which means Brother Yifeng's direct command now consists of 200 veterans and 800 recruits. Never mind if their combat power is lacking, no matter how poor the recruit training or how blank the gene seed, they are still Primaris Astartes wearing power armor. However, the next batch of 500 recruits will have no armor. Moreover, please note, we are not on a 10-year cycle, but rather without time limits. If someone's modification fails but their gene seed is successfully recovered or unused, the next modification can begin immediately. Gene seeds extracted can also be used for modification right away. Batches are merely for rough statistical purposes. In fact, 400 recruits have already been in modification tanks for a year, with an estimated half succeeding. In 4 years, another batch of approximately 600 new recruits will begin modification, with an estimated half succeeding as well. This means the chapter must maintain an efficiency of acquiring over 500 sets of power armor every 15 years on average to ensure all warriors have power armor to wear. According to this estimate, in chapter year 204, when the first batch of recruits can graduate after walking 100 meters in armor without opening their backpacks, Xiaolan will be the master of 800 Astartes. Brother Yifeng convened this meeting to update the strategic deployment. The trading fleet would be hard-pressed to bring back 100 sets of power armor in 15 years, they are all highly sought-after goods now. Maverick Mechanicum's unblessed version, produced in batches of 300 every 15 years, is based on our 300 worlds expending significant effort to help them acquire relevant materials. Other forces are maintaining Christina's experiments and the construction of our own forge world. This means the main fleet cannot remain idle, it must acquire at least over 100 sets of power armor. Currently, Brother Yifeng's Silent Fire and Ambition class cruiser have formed a trading fleet and embarked on a long voyage. The Gothic class battleship Hurricane's Fury and the Adeptus Mechanicus gunship, along with the Supreme Chongming, form the defense fleet of the 300 worlds. The Eternal Mountain and Tier Mother, one of which will permanently guard Tio, until the esoteric battleship can be operational. The Dawn of Light is still undergoing repairs, the last battle severely damaged it. Regarding this, Brother Yifeng delivered an important speech. First, concerning the fleet, we must not focus on immediate, small gains. Our vision must be long-term. Plundering and relying on the Adeptus Mechanicus's production cannot solve long-term problems. We need our own shipyards to control the production technology ourselves. Our self-built, Christina. Forge World is about to complete its first phase of construction after 37 years of development. Clap clap clap, applause. That star system is yet to be named. Now, the first order of business for this meeting is to choose the name for our very first Forge World. After an intense discussion, Brother Yifeng chose a name even an Ogren could understand, Stone City. Low-key, understand low-key. Stone City is Nanjing, where Zheng He's treasure ships were built for his voyages to the west. Amidst the baffled expressions of the crowd, the meeting proceeded directly to the next agenda item. As early as 20 years ago, the Scalo Forge World had completed the cleanup of the warship Rogier had salvaged. 1 battleship skeleton and 2 cruiser skeletons were found intact and could be recommissioned for construction. The Necron's weapons had caused devastating damage to the keels of other warships. Now, important material components have been salvaged and handed over to Brother Yifeng. These adamantium pieces are extremely difficult to resmelt. Its casting is related to the death of a star. At temperatures approaching 1 billion degrees, an adamantium keel is mined and built into a finished dragon. For small adamantium pieces, only the Adeptus Mechanicus possesses special smelting capabilities, such as the adamantium skeleton of Terminator armor. However, crafting such a small item often requires machinery tens of thousands of times its size. Controlled nuclear fusion temperatures are only about 55 million degrees. Therefore, Melta weapons can penetrate Terminator armor and kill the occupant, but they struggle to damage the adamantium skeleton, which is why the recovery and repair rate of Terminator armor is very high. So, are fractured adamantium keels completely useless? No, large Adeptus Mechanicus factions also have the capability to build them, such as certain Adeptus Mechanicus groups that can independently construct lunar-class cruisers. The Scalof world is small, but the Mavrek world can do it, at least he appears to be able to. After a series of commercial frauds and material resale operations, these adamantium fragments were all sold to the Mavrek Mechanicum, who freely resmelted them into special keels. Now, those keels have been successfully delivered, and Brother Yifeng has 6 finished special keels in his possession. What was the cost? The data for these keels. These were warships analyzed by Anos from STC template fragments, larger than a Retribution-class battleship. It seems Mavrek's claim years ago that the battleship was salvaged, "we don't build battleships" was false. At the same time, the Crimson Torrent chapter also revealed to them that we possess a complete, unprecedented large warship manufacturing technology. This almost explicit information forced Mavrek to continuously accelerate the casting of Mark X power armor in order to obtain the corresponding technology. Previously, a single STC template fragment made Mavrek work for us for 200 years, building 7 cruisers and 2 battleships, undelivered. 200 years for one fragment was a worthwhile exchange for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Now, Brother Yifeng plans to sell the warship-related technology to Mavrek bit by bit over 600 years, in exchange for more armaments. Warship technology, valued at 2 large STC fragments, surely deserves to be exploited for a longer period. The Stone City Forge world began establishing corresponding production lines for various components. This is another gold-devouring beast, forcing Brother Yifeng to go out and earn money. Given the several enormous expenses currently, Brother Yifeng decided to have the warriors embark on the Tearfall battle barge to generate income. This proposal was only approved after several hours of persuasion. Brother Yifeng would never feel secure leaving Tearfall at Tio. He was even afraid the esoteric battleship would explode on its own. Other warriors were quite dissatisfied, wondering why they had their own warship but had to take the Lamenter's ship. The third matter was quite heretical. As the 300 worlds was already a considerable territory, the chapter alone could no longer make comprehensive planetary-level strategic adjustments. A proper governing body had to be established. But our chapter still tried to cover up its rebellion in the Third Imperium. The main departments to be established included Tax Guidance Group, its purpose is self-explanatory. Strategic Guidance Group, led by a Primaris Librarians, primarily responsible for the defense construction of the 300 worlds and external expansion wars, including all forces, both mortal and Astartes garrison troops. Logistics Guidance Group, a traditional art, primarily interfacing with the tax and strategic groups to allocate resources. Development Guidance Group, primarily responsible for the detailed development planning of various worlds and sectors, covering local economy, agriculture, military, ecology, and other aspects. This department also has the largest number of personnel. Legal Guidance Group, no need to explain what it is, but compared to the Imperium, our organization includes multiple overlapping tasks of the Inquisition, Adeptus Arbits, and Officio Assassinorum. Remaining issues, including ideological and medical problems, would be handled by certain sons of Guilliman. In the current environment, this was sufficient to cope. The fourth agenda item was the establishment of a specialized army to combat demons, primarily composed of the 6 sets of power armor and over 80 high warp resistance warriors Brother Yifeng brought back, along with a large number of Wolfguard descendants. These forces would bring devastating blows to the demons, especially when their leader, Rogier, who also served in this unit, charged at the enemy with his patched-up anti-psyker shield. With the addition of the Wolfguard descendants, this mixed force also had the strength to fight against traitor Astartes. In the final vote for the name of this unit, Silent Guard, Stealth Knights, and Claws of the Real entered the final round. Rogier, by threatening to refuse the leadership position, successfully secured the name Claws of the Real. At the same time, Rogier also made suggestions for modifying the anti-psyker armor. Attacking castles covered in chaos flesh was too rare, siege-type armor had little significance. He suggested building more heavily armed and melee-focused armaments to counter greater demons. Unlike the Claws of the Real unit, the Xeno experts who returned from Deathwatch had been dispersed among the various companies, serving as instructors. After this reorganization, all the chapter veterans took on important positions, significantly reducing the number of combat personnel. Brother Yifeng also began working on having the Adeptus Mechanicus help enlarge the Terminator armor to fit the Primaris warrior physique. The last matter was to mobilize local armed forces. We must recognize that the human world is a whole. We cannot rely solely on Astartes combat, humanity is the cornerstone. We must fully mobilize the enthusiasm of the local residents of various worlds, organize armed support, and establish our own navy and Astra Militarum forces, or rather, there is no need to distinguish between them anymore. Let us return to 11 millennia ago. As the chapter's bigwigs meticulously planned this strategy, Ralph felt very uncomfortable and sought out Kazanov, who had not attended the meeting. It would have been useless even if he had. This son of Iron Warriors felt the pressure from the warp. The traitor legions were not just the rebels, even the concept of the Iron Warriors was corrupted. Kazanov, however, was different. Before the heresy, Horus's own army had already been renamed the Sons of Horus, and Kazanov's title, Lord of the Luna Wolves, skillfully avoided the corruption of a true name. But the Iron Warriors had not changed, at least not in the warp. Most of the corrupting power would not be dispersed among each of their descendants, but would corrupt the source. Ralph, as the first son of the Iron Warriors in this chapter, and the future source of a certain legion on the warp level, would bear the immense onslaught of the warp. Ralph had already felt the pressure on his soul, but he was not a psyker. He did not know why his physical condition did not match what the apothecary had said. Kazanov looked up at the Primaris warrior in front of him. After a long silence, he spoke, "Your discomfort isn't physical, is it?" "Yes, the apothecary says I'm perfectly normal. But I feel increasingly unwell. Go to the relic chamber and find the 100 cloth robe." Kazanov walked ahead, his Mark 7 power armor's backpack not activated, and Ralph felt no slowness. For the Mad Wolf, if there were no physical problems, then finding a relic was the solution. The 100 cloth robe lay quietly on the relic altar, floating in the warp. During Li Anjun's modification, it had no intention of going anywhere else. It had to block his opening to prevent an incident where a demon possessed him halfway through the modification. Then, it felt a dark cloud approaching. The small robe felt very uncomfortable, as if some great evil was pressing down. It angrily looked up. Someone else is coming to this broken place? I want to see what's heading this way. Looking up, a swirling, storm-like surge of warp energy was rushing towards it. My goodness, has the new Great Rift spread here? A warp attack, no less intense than when the Primarches were scattered across the galaxy, struck, seemingly intending to blast the Eternal Mountain directly. The 100-cloth robe had one word: hide. The tattered robe instantly turned transparent, and the area it enveloped also vanished from the warp plane. One of the inherent characteristics of the 100-cloth robe's will was to be rooted here, and to be able to conceal itself here at any time. The storm came and went quickly, as if just passing by, and soon disappeared without a trace. The 100-cloth robe was a little curious. What's going on? It slowly unfurled its body, as if no storm had returned. Khazanov felt a sudden pang in his heart, but it disappeared shortly after. The big mech on the golden throne also felt strange. What's happening? Did the Wi-Fi cut out for a moment? The Emperor cast his gaze towards Khazanov's location. Surging psychic energy, vast as a mighty river falling from the sky, dispersed into a large area of the surrounding warp. After circling for a while, it returned to the Astronomicon. This warp-initiated surge was thus annihilated into nothingness. The cold sun was somewhat sad, its power erratic. He seemed to guess what that fellow wanted to do, the cost so high he didn't want to see it, the success rate so low no one would gamble on it. A month later, the chapter set out. Matthew Rio was very happy. Although their base had suffered devastating damage, their brotherhood had become stronger. This is my ship, and I must play the host. Come, brother Yifeng, I'll show you around my chapter's monastery. The Tearfall drifted in the warp, experiencing a turbulent journey, before being thrown out of the warp and arriving at a new psychic beacon marked by Captain Iwana. Ever since her great victory meeting with Khazanov last time, this lady had been in an excellent mood. After seeing the Inner Circle warship, her standards had also become unusually high. The location she had marked now was certainly not a simple area. As soon as the Tearfall battle barge exited the warp, it found the star system in disarray. Many warships were floating outside, with no intention of returning to the local world's spaceport. Some local small warships were patrolling outside, encircling the star system, preventing any warship from leaving. The Fountain of Wealth was also among them. Captain Iwana remained calm and composed, though she regretted that she should have investigated further. Unfortunately, she had been careless and placed the psychic beacon too early. The reason she called Yifeng over was because she had discovered a corpse on this world, a massive corpse, larger than a battleship. A void whale. Yes, it was the same kind of whale Yifeng had encountered in his strange adventures, stranded in the real world. This corpse had fallen into real space, and Captain Iwana immediately realized it was an immeasurable treasure. She dialed Yifeng's psychic hotline. She, the local bumpkins, and even the most knowledgeable governor of the area, did not realize that this was a repeat of an old trick. During the Plague Wars, Nurgle had used void whale corpses, stuffed with Nurgle's corruption, to attack the defenses of the 500 worlds. Now, his fervent family was making a clumsy imitation of that attack. Nurgle's plagues and demons, hidden within the void whale corpses, smashed into the local world. The arrival of the Tearfall battle barge was not too late. The wise local governor, unlike those useless officials, did not retreat. He led the local planetary defense forces to defend the surrounding area to the death, and their defensive line had not yet collapsed. Commander Kensko of the First Fleet, responsible for preventing ships from leaving, was almost in tears when he saw the Tearfall battle barge. He no longer cared if the Lamenters were unlucky, as long as the Imperium's Astartes arrived, it was good. The Lamenters also wasted no words and immediately ordered their warriors to descend to the planet. Kurosal, who was accompanying them, immediately felt that something was wrong. The chaos energy below was quite dense, and the reality barrier had been worn very thin, practically non-existent. Demons could easily come to this world and maintain a long-term presence. The local world poured all its artillery fire onto the enemy positions, but it was consistently unable to break through the enemy's defenses. The overall commander of the entire force was Governor Ailes. Matthew Rio met with him and discussed some matters that Kurosal considered irrelevant. Matthew Rio immediately understood the local defense plan. The basic front lines and defensive deployment were very complete. This governor had great military talent. It could be said that they had done their best. Matthew Rio discussed everything from the production mobilization of non-combat personnel, hospitals, and estimated arrival times for other support, to how mortals should cooperate with the Lamenters. Kurosal couldn't hold back anymore. He interrupted their conversation. Are you absolutely certain that the mortals behind you are not infected with the plague? We confirm, esteemed Emperor's angels, the Emperor's people are well protected by the brave warriors of the Imperium. Then that means the current situation is very bad. The other Wolf brothers, including the recruits who had completed training in the 11th Company, were dispatched to the local world. The mortals, seeing the mighty Astartes coming for inspection, trembled with fear. Has the front line been pushed back this far? Has the front battlefield collapsed? These Wolf brothers also said nothing, carefully sniffing around them to confirm that the area had not yet been consumed by the plague. Several large districts had splashes of pus from the void whale explosions, but this world was highly industrialized. These pus splashes first came into contact with metal ground and the workers who were nearly crushed by their work. These lower hive workers were already riddled with disease, with no one caring about their life or death, and quickly succumbed. The local factory manager reacted extremely quickly, promptly sealing the factory. The entire factory became an inferno, but it effectively blocked the spread of the virus. These situations were reported to Kurosal, who was now on the front lines of the battlefield. He personally saw a demon about to emerge from the thick poisonous mist, so he called to his comrades and drowned it with ample firepower. It took several magazines. Under the power of the warp, they were too resilient. More walkers emerged from the poisonous mist, some wearing rotten armor, others completely naked and bloated. The local troops' las guns struck them, emitting wisps of black smoke. Pain? What is that? Praise Father Nurgle/Nurgle. Praise the greatest, most benevolent and most compassionate Father Nurgle/Nurgle. Basilisk artillery support arrived quickly, shattering the enemies before they could get close to the position. The frontline commander had been in despair, facing an endless tide of corpses. They had fought for too long. But Kurosal's arrival greatly boosted the morale of the mortals. They had heard that the red-armored warriors, bearing scythes and hammers, would surely make this world safe once they arrived. Why aren't the basilisks providing extended artillery fire? Are you afraid to advance? We've tried, sir, truly, we are not cowards, but the artillery bombardment cannot disperse those green mists. If we charge in, we'll also become. Look, sir, those are the units that charged in before. A walker wearing a black helmet stumbled out, pus dripping from its mouth, and was quickly struck down by artillery fire. The bravest of the mortals had already perished. This defensive line was manned by retired and reserve soldiers. Kurosal immediately reported the information to Yifeng. There must be a chaos relic or a specially constructed machine hidden within this whale corpse, otherwise, this small number of Nurgle poxwalkers and cultists could not sustain such a powerful flow of warp energy into the mortal realm. Yifeng was different from those timid chapters. He immediately demanded that all mortal forces complete the construction of their defensive lines within a few hours, because he intended to bombard the void whale corpse with land-style energy attacks. Chaos power can greatly reduce the effectiveness of long-range attacks, and similarly, long-range attacks can greatly reduce the protective power of chaos. Claws of the Real, prepare to strike. Chapter 205 I am a needle, specializing in mending the barriers of reality. The great power of the Omnissiah shone upon this land, and the chaos miasma, after several bombardments, showed faint signs of dissipating. Warship-level bombardment could not be withstood by mere miasma. The contaminated areas below were exposed, metal turned to withered wood, wires became thorns, and demons roared at the sky. The mortals on the outer front lines roared loudly, having been suppressed for too long, and now finally seeing the dawn of victory. Matthew Rio looked at everything before him with worry. The formation of the claws of the Real had not been communicated to him, and he was deeply concerned whether Yifeng's shield alone could repel the enemy. The continuous bombardment of the whale carcass was merely a prelude to the Crimson Torrent's precise attack. The moment the light pillar bombardment entered its cooldown, Storm Raven gunships, escorting transport ships, carried warriors flying low over the bombarded area. The transport ships did not stop, dropping the warriors onto the ground from the air. Falling from dozens of meters high was nothing to an Astartes. 6 transport ships glided over the corrupted zone, deploying warriors in a hexagonal formation, with each corner of the area protected by a super heavy anti-psyker battlesuit. Very few Death Guard arrived, only 7, with most of the others being miscellaneous forces corrupted by Nurgle in recent years. Wherever the anti-psyker battlesuits landed, the withered wood beneath them shattered, and a large amount of sludge surged, killing the hidden microorganisms with whales. Although only 3/10 of its power, its impact on the surrounding environment was fatal. Several chaos demons, feeling the pain of their family, lunged forward, intending to tear the bastards before them to shreds. If the TO's projection in the warp is like us seeing an ordinary stone, and we wouldn't bother with it, then a psyker for warp creatures is like us seeing a fierce beast pouncing on us, where the weak flee its territory and the strong go all out to kill the beast. Then, for warp creatures, seeing our anti-psyker battlesuits is like people seeing a very, very stinky pile of poop on the road. Dealing with it is disgusting, but not dealing with it allows its power to radiate all around. The demons lunged at the battlesuits, but as they approached this threatening mass, Nurgle's blessings began to recede, and they felt pain. Life regeneration was greatly weakened, while the firepower of these battlesuits in front of them tore them to shreds within seconds. A gust of wind from the warriors' landing dispersed the central miasma of the void whale, and Rogier stood majestically in the center, holding his shield. This assault deployed a full company and a half. Not only did our 80+ high magic resistance warriors descend, but also the 100 Wolf Guard warriors of the 11th Company landed here. Our chapter has never minded outnumbering the enemy. Rogier let out a wolf howl. Battle brothers, I declare this territory belongs to the claws of the Real, for Russ and the Alfather. A chaos warrior of the Death Guard shambled towards them, still holding Nurgle's exclusive flamethrower, a poop thrower, green liquid splashing everywhere. Similarly, our warriors in Siegebreaker battlesuits also shambled forward. Both were similar in size and speed, slowly converging like a death pendulum. The Death Guard let out a pained cry. He felt agony, felt Father Nurgle/Nurgle's love slipping away from him. He furiously swung the object in his hand. The long whip, which looked like rotting intestines, began to melt, and the poop thrower stopped working, gradually disintegrating. The massive fist of the Siegebreaker power hammer smashed into his chest, piercing through him with irresistible force. The warriors behind immediately took advantage of the lingering anti-psyker power, activating their flamethrowers to incinerate the corpse. On the other side, Rogier was faster. All Death Guard who approached that true shield died instantly. If it were Kern or Slaanesh, those abominable chaos warriors would feel their power wane, becoming frantic and uncomfortable. If it were the Thousand Sons, followers of Xianch, they would lose their psychic sorcery and be forced into close combat, which they are not skilled at, leading to their demise. But he was a warrior of Nurgle, his brain was long gone, corrupted into a slurry, and upon approaching the anti-psyker power, he instantly became a corpse. The warriors behind only needed to quickly follow up with incineration to ensure the enemy would not rise again after Rogier moved away. 7 anti-psyker units against 7 times their number of enemies. Let's see who is the king. In space, in the hangar of the Eternal Mountain, Yifeng and Ina were wrestling, or more accurately, Ina was clinging tightly to Yifeng, while Yifeng tried to push away this 100-year-old girl. Let go, Ina, I need to go to the battlefield. You stay obediently on the warship and guard our relic chamber. For Yifeng, charging into battle was the White Scar's first choice. Ina clung tightly to Yifeng, if you go, take me with you. All these years of hard training were to become a Sisters of Silence and fight alongside you. Ina was no longer a delicate little girl, she was a vanguard against demons. Yifeng, you bastard. You can't always treat me like a defenseless little girl. A vein throbbed on Yifeng's forehead. Ina was truly stubborn, she wasn't like this before. You used to be so well behaved. Nearby, several byway army warriors stood bored, occasionally moving their legs, without opening their backpacks, otherwise it would be hard to suppress their desire to speed. Yifeng dared not use too much force, Ina would get hurt. But Ina, unconcerned, held Yifeng with all her might, emboldened. Rogier wanted to find the enemy's foul mechanical device, and along the remnants of the Void Whale, the warriors gathered strength to crush the enemy. The demons were one thing, but the Chaos warriors were dying at an extremely rapid rate. Any who dared to charge the warriors wearing battle suits would be turned into a pulpy mess under the specialized shell fire from the destroyer's chest. Promethium fuel quickly ran low, and the Chaos warriors were also slaughtered. Astartes level engagements were extremely fast, and these traitors, upon seeing their family harmed, would rush towards us to gather together. Rogier took off his helmet and sniffed hard, feeling dizzy. The surroundings were simply too foul. The solid ground below was exposed, and Rogier, holding his shield, was half buried in the withered wood and sludge. The surrounding chaos corruption had dissolved. A woo-woo, another wolf howl, and Kurosel, who was hacking at the enemy with massive antlers in front of him, disengaged. Behind him, a recruit with a plasma gun fired a fierce shot at the enemy, finally making him stumble and fall. Kurosel quickly came to Rogier's side. Lead the team forward and find the enemy's warp stabilizer. Kurosel led half a company towards the head area of the whale, while Rogier advanced towards the enemy's heart position. It was a pity, this creature's value was extremely high. If he could take a bite, he could learn a lot of information. Looking at the rotting, swollen flesh around him, with nurglings bouncing around, baring their teeth at them. Forget it, I won't eat it, I feel like something bad will happen. Among the Nurgle demons, some monstrous beasts frantically charged the warriors' lines. The warriors, caught up in the thrill of killing, would not tolerate them and immediately launched a countercharge. Kurosel led the warriors forward, hacking through several tottering bone walls and piercing through thick gelatinous areas. After several traversals, they were covered in large amounts of disgusting matter, likely the void whale's fat layer or a similar area. When several warriors desperately smashed through the highly elastic membrane in front of them, finally breaking out of the cage, they were met with a barrage of laser gun fire. Before the laser gun attacks subsided, several bolters exploded on their chest plates. A woo! A wolf howl halted the defenders' offensive. A disciplinarian kicked a still-firing warrior into the trench, and the lamenters, halfway through their charge, realized the ones in front were their brothers, feeling a bit awkward. The leader of this lamenters squad reacted quickly, rushing to Kurosel's side, crouching beside him, and began firing at the chaos demons inside. How are you, wolf brother? Kurosel looked at the angel before him in confusion. Is he here to support us? I think I have a bolter crater on my chest. The angel's attacks were very precise, but they still preferred close combat. This unit returned without much success, and Rogier's unit also gained little. They had killed a large number of enemies, but their supplies were almost exhausted. In the sky, small supply transport trains circled. The chaos miasma re-enveloped the area a few minutes after the warriors descended, and they did not know the exact location of our warriors. Our chapter's characteristic has always been that provisions move before the troops. Today, letting the troops go before the provisions is my disgrace. The Iron Hands pilot dropped a stun grenade below. The shockwave, accompanied by the liquid from some psyker bolters, exploded, and they unexpectedly discovered a tall, square iron box. Dragonhead plunged towards the target ahead. The enemies stationed there still tried to resist, but Dragonhead suddenly erupted with Siegebreaker Melta, incinerating the arrogant chaos warriors who thought they could stop the train. The giant Dragonhead discovered the core facility, and using its head as the center, the giant dragon's body swept outwards, coiling up and trapping the bewildered Astartes and a large number of chaos demons within the circle formed by the small trains. Rogier immediately understood the supply transport's intention. He leaped forcefully onto the train, where the dragon's main dense turrets were firing with all their might, covering their comrades. A woo! Rogier let out a wolf howl, running along the train cars and leaping to where the most enemies were, which was the location of that chaos machine. The train opened its internal doors, and a Terminator's squad entered the battlefield. Relying on anti-psyker power, our combat personnel quickly cleared out the enemies within the circle. If one-fold firepower wasn't enough, they used two-fold. If two-fold wasn't enough, they used five-fold. The supply train was here, so what was there to fear? If they could withstand bolters, then bring on the Melta. After the dragon tail swept a circle, the surroundings briefly became a vacuum zone. Now, Nurgle poxwalkers were advancing towards them. After confirming there were no enemies inside, the Astartes, using the circular formation of small trains, began a siege defense, and the Siegebreaker anti-psyker battlesuits began to destroy the chaos creations before them. By this point in the battle, the claws of the Real's forces were extremely effective. Even if their individual combat strength couldn't match the seasoned Chaos Warriors, they quickly dealt with the enemies under the suppression of numbers and firepower. The Dragon Head's battering ram and thermal melta simultaneously exerted force, destroying the mechanical structures before them. The surrounding chaos energy began to dissipate. The Nurgle poxwalkers gathered together, trembling eerily. Their steps, which had been advancing towards the small train, became slow and heavy, as if enduring boundless pain, or perhaps bearing the weight of 1,000 tons. The enemies still approached us, but their movements became sluggish, and the battle became easier. The Astra Militarum and Imperial Guard alone could handle this level of enemy. Rogier once again stood on the small train, fighting the enemies outside. Just as everyone thought the battle was about to end, a large warp rift opened directly above this area, and a great unclean one was about to step into this world. After such long planning, once the machinery was destroyed, a warp-level self-destruct program was activated, successfully tearing a gap in the reality barrier. The long-awaited Great Unclean One, Pustulax, impatiently squeezed its bloated body into the warp rift. Due to the presence of the battering ram-type anti-psyker battlesuits, the warp rift opened very small. Now, this greater daemon was struggling to push its way out. The dragon head turret turned its head and bombarded the enemy before it, but with little effect. Against a greater daemon, the accumulation of firepower was negligible. One antler and one fat arm had already extended through the rift. The surrounding corruption instantly intensified, machine spirits wailed, and a large number of turrets lost control, gradually becoming covered in rust. The supply transport driver quickly cut off the power to those turrets. The warriors wearing anti-psyker battlesuits moved slowly, trying their best to approach the enemy. The fastest runner was Rogier. He was the quickest to react, turning and running as soon as the rift opened. Now, he was very close to the enemy. His sensitive ears perked up, and he heard the whistling sound from above. Rogier spun around in place a few times, then forcefully threw his shield at the greater daemon. The Great Unclean One quickly felt a very disgusting force flying towards it, and the warp rift before its eyes was becoming narrower and narrower. He roared, and the antlers glowed with a faint green light, stubbornly resisting the shrinking rift. Large gaps opened on the green, fat hand that had extended through, and countless nurglings drilled out from the festering flesh, attacking the Astartes before them. In the sky, Yi Feng leaped down from the transport ship, with Ina still clinging to him. His light green chainsword was raised high. As the saying goes, holding a girl in your arms, damage doubles. Little demon, take this sword. Wait, where's the girl? Ina wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck, circled around him, and squatted on his power backpack, with one foot on the upper left side of the backpack and the other on the upper edge of the shield on his back. Ina drew her executioner greatsword and swung it at the hard antler before her. The moment both swords were about to strike the enemy, Rogier's precise throw delivered his shield into Yi Feng's hand. Die, 3 times the anti-psyker power. Both swords slashed down, smoothly severing the huge antler, then smashing into the enemy's arm. The entire arm festered, and the surrounding nurglings instantly died, turning into shriveled, transparent flakes. Wherever the two passed, the warp rift instantly closed. No matter how hard Pustulax tried, he could no longer maintain the opening before him. The two landed steadily. Yi Feng was fine, and Ina, by performing several jumps, greatly mitigated the impact of landing. Her vow armor absorbed the shock. The surrounding circle of nurglings instantly died. The more distant demons were cautiously probing forward, little by little. The two stood back to back, with no enemies daring to approach them. On the periphery, dozens of Astartes had already surrounded them with grim smiles. The battle was over. The Astartes' casualties were negligible. Apart from a few warriors who had looked directly at the greater daemon's smile through the warp rift, everyone else was fine. Everyone was in high spirits and full of fighting intent. For most people, this was their first encounter with chaos enemies. With the augmentation of the anti-psyker specialized forces, the casualty ratio was as high as 1 to 9. Only a few who were too far from their leaders fell into the combined attack of demons and chaos warriors, sacrificing themselves heroically. Next was the cleanup operation, which would consume a large amount of supplies. The Lamenters led the charge, storming into several factories already filled with plague walkers. The Red Tide, meanwhile, carried out a comprehensive disinfection of the disgusting whale carcasses before them. Of course, it didn't last long, and they didn't finish. The warriors immediately boarded their ships and left the area. Our senior leaders met with the local governor and received a small amount of supplies, which could only be described as the governor's goodwill. After all, he had spent most of his resources on armaments, hadn't he? We didn't stay long either. Another Adeptus Astartes chapter was about to arrive here, and the subsequent matters would be handed over to them. One day later, the unspoken chapter arrived. All mortals who participated in the battle were executed, and the entire surrounding area was designated a forbidden zone, with no entry allowed for 100 years. Several Astartes from the chapter were permanently stationed to monitor the area. At the same time, they were also very curious about the Astartes who had arrived earlier. A combined force of Wolf Brothers and Lamenters? These two have absolutely no relation to each other. The Tier Mother battle barge was carrying the warriors towards an Adeptus Mechanicu's world. Yi Feng devoutly ran to the boiler at the back, kowtowing a few times like a tech marine. Until he figured out what a machine spirit truly was, empirical science would have to do. Since the last time the Lamenters sought the Adeptus Mechanicus to repair the Tier Mother, they had never again requested supplies from the Adeptus Mechanicus. Yi Feng attributed some of his own chapter's helpful deeds to Matthew Rio, letting them claim credit and rewards. Matthew Rio was quite embarrassed. The Lamenters hadn't made so many contributions, but in the Departamento Munitorum's records, everything was attributed to them, which was somewhat shameful. After all, in the days without the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Lamenters used supplies provided by Brother Yi Feng, and now the military merits were also counted as theirs. Brother Yi Feng is truly too generous. At this moment, the Maverick Forge World saw the bill for consumables and issued a complaint against the Crimson Torrent chapter. A solemn complaint. A highest-level complaint. You must have hoarded ammunition, you must have. How could you spend so many supplies? This rivals the consumption of 7 chapters. Of course, our Great Unclean One not only included the supplies used by the Lamenters and the main force of the Red Tide in these calculations, but also included Antoni's company, which had already received official supplies from the Departamento Munitorum. Double claiming of supplies. Maverick Mechanicum representative, who told you that you could wage war like this? Are supplies free of charge? Our representative, the Scaria Adeptus Mechanicus, of course. They provided our centuries' worth of supplies before, and they said to use them freely. Maverick Mechanicum representative, you're disgusting, aren't you? Cultivating bad habits in people and then sending them to your competitors. Scaria Forge World, you just wait for me. The light of the Omnissiah shone upon the binary profanity. Li Enjun completed the recruit modification. It was a success, and yet not entirely a success. He possessed the physique, mind, strength, and growth potential of a Primaris warrior. However, one surgery failed, the last one. The implantation of Belisarius Call's organ had some issues. This bioorgan did not function as it should, like an appendix, useless to keep, yet requiring surgery to remove. It was the organ that could quickly recover from severe injuries, but had a very long cool-down time. He was not considered a combat servitor, he surpassed ordinary Astartes. The chapter believed he should be recognized as a normal battle brother. Li Enjun was implanted with the gene seed of the Luna Wolves. The chapter hoped to have a warrior with strong psyker resistance to accompany Kazanov. Who knows, perhaps Li Enjun could become the next chosen one of the Emperor. His affinity for the warp was quite high. Bals was preparing to teach him how to control his psychic powers, but he was at a loss as to where to train. The librarian's basic job was to organize the chapter's history. He only saw Cancelo training on the ship yesterday, almost blowing up chapter master Yi Feng. Li Enjun was a beta-level psyker, so his power would certainly not be weak. Bals didn't even dare to let Li Enjun participate in normal recruit training. If he lost control, Xiaolan might be gone. Li Enjun. Bals called out to the recruit before him. His black carapace hadn't fully grown yet, so Li Enjun still didn't look human. Present. I am Bals, currently the highest librarian. From now on, I will be responsible for your training. After Li Enjun accepted our invitation to join the chapter, he, like a normal Imperial Astartes, received special education to foster hatred for Xenos and traitors. Now, he was informed of his past. Although the focus was on his family being massacred by demons, he still discovered the confusion in his previous experiences. A true man born between heaven and earth, afflicted by wine, women, wealth, and anger, wandering in the cage of desires, unable to escape. Now, looking back, it is merely a long sigh, a petty ambition. With the body of a demigod, he first pledged himself to the great cause of humanity, for the survival of the race, the rise and fall of the galaxy, and the peace of all ages as his foundation. He must not live in vain. The 100-cloth robe left his warp projection. Next, Li Enjun had to learn how to resist the incursions of chaos demons by himself. Its expectations for Li Enjun went beyond this. If one day he could, in turn, possess a warp creature and become a controller of a vast warp force, only then would he be considered to have truly entered the inner sanctum. Chapter 206, Ancient Loyalty and Recent Blasphemy. The Craft World Eldar took a massive beating. A Craft World Eldar contingent, drifting in the Maelstrom Zone, had been hiding, following the guidance of a prophetic psyker. However, they discovered they were destined to suffer an unavoidable calamity. Thus, they made all possible preparations for refuge. Ultimately, they were attacked by a Drukari/Dark Eldari raiding party and lost a significant portion of their population. This cabal returned to Kumarak, its leader, along with numerous Eldar slaves, entering the Homunculus' territory without hindrance. The surroundings were filled with flesh constructs, strange-looking monsters in various forms, wielding advanced weapons. The cabal's leader grew increasingly irritated as he walked. These monsters' equipment is better than mine, it's an outrage. Deep within the Homunculus' domain, a Homunculus carrying a large surgical kit emerged from a corridor with measured steps. Once the mechanical door slammed shut, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and approached the cabal leader. How many Eldar? His mechanical eye emitted a beam of light, briefly scanning the slaves behind him. 376 in total. Why so few? The Homunculus frowned, showing a hint of displeasure. We need to eat too, the cabal leader replied, showing no respect for the Homunculus before him. He knew this fellow was merely a mouthpiece, incapable of making any decisions. You came from here, you should know the consequences of defying that lord's orders. Then you should know that I am hungrier than a normal Eldar. There was no talk of pleasant cooperation between them, merely a transaction of money for goods. The Cabal leader departed with some rare homunculus weapons. The homunculus chuckled, looking at the large group of Eldar slaves before him. They stood barefoot on the ground, their mouths gagged with silence spheres, their bodies bound in strange ways by pain-inducing ropes. The poor craft-world Eldar were suffering inhuman torment, the intense pain from the ropes accumulated in their bodies. Now, many had weak legs and had collapsed to the ground, trembling helplessly. The homunculus pulled a lever, and the floor beneath the slaves instantly disappeared, dropping them all into cages. To the Drukhari/Dark Eldari, they considered themselves the true Eldar, an indisputable Eldar nobility. They looked down upon these craft-world Eldar commoners, or rather, they looked down upon any Eldar other than themselves. Inferior beings are not considered people, and inferior Eldar are not considered Eldar. The homunculus needed more delicious food, slaves that were tougher, more enduring, and could provide more energy. Their greed was insatiable, even orcs, known for their physical strength, could no longer satisfy their demands. The homunculus loved to research such things. Now they were embarking on a study to see if a frail human could become an Astartes, then could an Eldar become a powerful bioengineered transhuman? Most Drukhari/Dark Eldari scoffed at such experiments. Do you really need to research the modification of inferior beings? Isn't that like learning calculus only to go back and study the Emperor's addition and subtraction? How could a madman like the homunculus care what others thought? He did whatever he wanted. A few Drukhari/Dark Eldari chose to join the experiment because they heard the modifications would be extremely painful, which sounded quite enjoyable to them. Failure was fine, the homunculus could revive them anyway. The other craft-world Eldar were simply captured test subjects. The homunculus pulled out some gene seeds of unknown origin and unknown gene father, relics of Astartes slaves killed in the Qing arenas. Without exception, these experiments failed. Even after the homunculus analyzed and modified the gene seed and implanted Eldar genes, it still failed. The Drukhari/Dark Eldari who participated in the experiment fled in panic, claiming they had seen a demon, crying and swearing they would never return. That was to be expected, gene seeds are, after all, warp artifacts. However, one succeeded. The homunculus himself didn't know how it succeeded. This test subject survived an enormous amount of excruciatingly painful modification experiments. The true reason was very simple, this gene seed belonged to the 3rd Legion, the Emperor's children. We do not know how this gene seed got mixed into this pile of gene seeds. Perhaps it was a Slaanesh plot, or perhaps an Emperor's children Astartes was accidentally captured and brought to the Qing arena. In any case, the chaos god Slaanesh secretly facilitated this matter. This gene seed became an anchor for Slaanesh's power to infiltrate Qing, rapidly corrupting everything around it. An Eldar Astartes was perfectly aligned with Slaanesh's aesthetic. He was eager to claim this beautiful creation for himself. After all, Slaanesh was born from the intense desires of the ancient Eldar. Unlike those ugly, muscular brutes, this Eldar Chaos Astartes had a flowing physique, possessing a unique beauty. Even the homunculus performing the surgery felt that the creation before him was incomparably beautiful. He had already conceived several actions that would align with Drukhari/Dark Eldari sensibilities. Originally, this was a new generation slave modification project. If successful, the Drukhari/Dark Eldari created from the homunculus as test tube babies could be directly transformed into such powerful warriors and sent into the Qing arenas, a complete one-stop service. But he changed his mind. Such a creation deserved better. If Ivrain were to return to the Qing arena, then this exquisitely beautiful creation should be the best appetizer to greet her. This homunculus thought this, or more accurately, it was his last thought. The Eldar Chaos Astartes completed his transformation. As his last organ grew, he seemed to reach a state of perfection, gaining Slaanesh's attention. This individual instantly erupted, breaking through the confines of the modification tank, and immediately killed everything he saw. The dark experimental walls, how many flesh monsters had tried to smash through this small world, only to be ruthlessly killed? Pink nutrient fluid flowed everywhere, broken cables sparked with electricity, and pipes spewed gases of various colors. Fragments of crystalline substances lay scattered on the ground, sparkling and beautiful. In the tiny fragments, his face was reflected. Whether Eldar or human, upon seeing him, they would lose all confidence in their own appearance. He lacked the Eldar's characteristic long ears, but his muscular lines, slender fingers, pale skin, and eyes capable of captivating anyone were all Eldar features. His snow-white, beautiful feet stepped on the fragments. The sharp fragments did not cut his seemingly delicate skin, instead, they shattered themselves, becoming even smaller crystal shards. He lifted his beautiful foot, and the tiny fragments beneath flowed with the nutrient fluid towards the drainage pipe. He slowly walked to the place of his birth. Before the shattered modification tank, he leaned down to look. At the very bottom of the tank's remains, the word dust was written. His full name should have been Chen Meng, meaning the dream of the mortal world. But now the subsequent characters were illegible. He decided his name would simply be Dust. In the warp, an Astartes' heart suddenly skipped a beat, feeling uneasy. A cold-faced phantom, body like a sword, face like frost, with a unique aloofness in his sharply defined features. His name had long been forgotten in the river of history. Now, everyone called him Lepochel, which, when read in High Gothic, meant dust. This warship had been traveling in the warp for too long, he didn't even know how much time had passed. So long that he was an Astartes from the Great Crusade era, so long that he was a loyal Night Lord, ordered to support the White Scars. It was said these barbarians had encountered a difficult orc world while pursuing orcs. Lepochel didn't understand why he was sent there to deal with orcs. As a great company captain of the Night Lords, his forces were not fully assembled, he only led his good brothers, numbering over 180. But this order came directly from the Primarch Conrad Kurz. It was said to be an order given after Horus had met with the Primarch. Lepochel did not think the mission would be very difficult. He was a son of the Crimson, an absolute veteran, a survivor of the Terra War. The pale skull and blood-red bat-wing insignia were still hidden in the darkness, and fear would also descend among the orcs. During the long warp journey, Lepochel had simulated the upcoming battle countless times. His legion rarely attacked orcs, but he didn't plan to rendezvous with the White Scars. They would fight their own battles, those self-proclaimed hunting geniuses would surely find the orcs' weaknesses that would appear due to their arrival. And at some point, his heart sank. He felt lost, felt the dissipation of fear, felt the passing of his gene-sire. He finally realized he had been traveling in the warp for too long. No matter what, he had to return to the real world. Several warp storms thwarted his plans. The navigators were almost all dead, and even the untouchables struggled to resist the absurd storms before them. After another narrow escape, the Night Lord's unique psychic sense told him, leave from that direction. The Night Lords have psychic potential, at least the Primarch Conrad Kurz had precognitive psychic abilities. He ordered the fleet to jump out from there, passing through a thick barrier. The entire warship shook non-stop, as if struck by an indescribably violent impact. The machine spirit, long silent, suddenly gave a warning. The entire warship crashed into, well, it was the real world, after all. Qimrak entered a rare period of dissociation catastrophe, and the entire dark planet trembled under the ravages of natural phenomena. Dissociation is a phenomenon unique to the webway, roughly equivalent to certain warp energies seeping into the webway, triggering severe natural disasters in Qimrak such as meteor showers, hurricanes, and earthquakes. Of course, there are derivative secondary disasters, such as demon storms, orc blizzards, salamanders downpours, and so on. This was rare in Qimraka's history, but by a rough calculation, it was time for the disaster to arrive. A Night Lord's warship, the strike cruiser Hidden Fear, crashed into Qimrak. Both sides entered a state of alert, and Lepochel was unusually shocked by the sight before him. He immediately realized he had discovered the home of a powerful alien race and had to report it to the Emperor and the War Master. The Drukari/Dark Yildirim's only large warship set sail, and the planet's few defenses began emergency operations. After being attacked by the salamanders last time, Qimrak had undertaken a round of planetary defense construction, but it was soon abandoned again. Asdrubal Vecht had orchestrated the previous attack. He captured a salamander's warship and deliberately allowed its librarian to emit a psychic alarm. The salamander's relief fleet arrived and destroyed most of Qimraka's nobility. Since then, Asdrubal Vecht became Qimraka's greatest noble, an absolute ruler whose word was law. But he did not care about Qimraka's defenses. The last Astartes attack was something he had deliberately allowed to happen, and such a thing would certainly not happen again. Those perfunctory planetary defense constructions were quickly abandoned, and many spherical gun emplacements had already been dismantled and turned into gladiatorial arenas. The Night Lords attacked this planet. Their specialty was concealment and spreading fear. Lepochel led his bats to this world. He needed more intelligence, but as soon as he arrived, he discovered that the Eldar enemies were extremely fast, and the Astartes advantage was gone. The Night Lords found it difficult to hide or spread fear here, because these perverts were constantly embroiled in schemes, fear, and infighting. A company of Night Lords suffered heavy casualties. Lepochel retreated with his warriors. It is worth mentioning that on the way back, he encountered an Astartes from another faction wearing power armor. Dust wore power armor crafted for him by a homunculus. This war gear was not yet perfected, mostly resembling Astartes' power armor. Lepochel casually saved the unknown Astartes warrior, believing him to be a son of the Emperor who had been lurking here for a long time. Well, he certainly looked good, didn't he? Although Lepochel did not recognize this type of war gear or the warrior before him, he still kindly saved his fellow Astartes. In his era, there were no traitor Astartes yet, and he was unaware of this fact. About 90 Night Lords teleported back to their warship and rendezvoused with a few warriors stationed there. At this point, the warship's situation was precarious. Lepochel, relying on his rich experience, utilized a natural disaster to separate and slip out through the breach. The Drukari/Dark Yildiri were furious, but fortunately, Qimraka's losses were not severe. Several Qimrak days later, Lilith, who had returned to retrieve certain items, heard about this incident and wanted to find this interesting Night Lord, and also the strange creation that had escaped. Meanwhile, on the Hidden Fear, a brutal hunt and counter-hunt had begun. Dust, exploiting the Night Lord's oversight, hit on this strike cruiser, turning the entire warship into a hunting ground. The moment he left the webway, he received Slaaneash's summons and blessing, but he was an Eldar Astartes, and even though his gene seed was from the sons of the Emperor, the fear of the warp was still etched in his heart. His body received Slaaneash's blessing, becoming faster and stronger, but his soul did not succumb and still controlled his body. Slaaneash grew even more excited. I just love your rebellious spirit. The Night Lords did not like it. Lepochel immediately realized he had been overconfident. His forces were incapable of controlling such a bizarre Astartes, one so handsome that even the Eldar felt ashamed of themselves. He had not received any information about the outside world and still believed he had encountered an alien species from the Great Crusade era, an enemy that might have fought the Astartes many times and tried to replicate them. Lepochel engaged the enemy several times. He could overpower his opponent, but this Eldar Chaos Astartes was even faster and more agile than him. The entire warship was like the First Legion warship that traveled to Ultramar during the Great Heresy. This time, Lion L. Johnson was Lepochel, and Conrad Kurz was Dust. This warship, steeped in fear, emerged from the webway, far from Kamarak. The only silver lining was that the mortal crew had grown accustomed to fear, almost ignoring the changes, and mechanically carried out orders from above. In the warp, Slaanesh could no longer resist and decided to reclaim this beautiful creation. He dispatched Lucius the Eternal, leading an impromptu gathering of over 300 sons of the Emperor, to bring the adorable little fellow back. Direct corruption was too boring, he wanted to personally train him. Originally, Fulgrim should have been sent, but, well, Fulgrim would probably be quite jealous, ha ha ha. Lucius the Eternal, how to put it, is simply unkillable. If you defeat him in a duel, after a while, you will start to look more and more like Lucius, eventually leaving only your own face, covered on Lucius's power armor. If you're an orc, same result. Gene Stealer, same result. Even if you are a Necron's metallic construct, after a while, that living metal will shatter, and out will pop a Sun Wukong. Lucius. If you are an untouchable, even if you kill him, Slaanesh, who loves him very much, will piece him back together in some small corner and redeploy him into real space at some point. After all, with the existence of the old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Fabius, Lucius has a good relationship with him, and backups truly exist. The only effective way we can imagine to completely kill him is probably for Guilliman to use the Emperor's flame sword to utterly destroy him at the soul level. This son of the Emperor's sword champion was a bit angry. Although he was very happy to receive his direct decree, not being able to kill his prey made him very unhappy. Fortunately, there was still a relatively powerful Night Lord to play with. The Night Lord's warship, the Hidden Fear, emerged from the warp. Not long after, the sons of the Emperor's warship also emerged. Then, they were attacked, an attack from a Necron's doppelganger. Trazen the Infinite, the lord of this Necron dynasty, was famous indeed, the only individual in the entire universe who could contend with the Blood Ravens chapter master for the title of Thief Saint. It is well known that Necrons are transformed from the Necron tier. Those who retain consciousness are renowned figures among the Necron tier, and they all possess significant emotions and eccentricities to varying degrees. Trazen the Infinite's peculiar eccentricity is collecting. However, his methods are stealing, robbing, pilfering, taking. He is currently, by the principle of proximity, possessing one of Emotic the Storm Lord's backup bodies. This is something he often does, he isn't afraid of dying if the operation fails. Emotic the Storm Lord has been subjected to such operations by Trazen numerous times. Last time, his staff was almost stolen by him. He sternly warned Trazen not to enter his throne world, but it was useless, he still came to visit. Trazen was now interested in the strange combination before him, an Eldar Chaos Astartes and a great company captain of a loyalist Night Lord from the Great Crusade era. These were excellent collectibles. He wanted to take the entire warship as a collectible, and for that, he needed to make some space. A Dark Angels warship from the Great Crusade era, en route to Terra for support, was released to make room for his new collection. This Dark Angels fleet swiftly engaged the sons of the Emperor's fleet, and a fierce battle ensued. With astonishing obedience to orders and unique operating principles, the Dark Angels quickly adapted to the current situation. They knew without looking that the enemies before them were traitors who had pledged allegiance to chaos. Lucius was surprised to see some long-lost old friends appear. He disregarded his master's mission, laughing as he clashed with those ancient warriors. Several more faces would soon adorn his power armor, it was truly delightful. After Trazen secretly inhabited a backup body he stole from the Storm Lord, the living metal, under his control, transformed into Trazen's likeness and headed to the location of the Hidden Fear, the border of the 300 worlds of the Tio. The Sorok world was peaceful and harmonious, the Ministry of Internal Affairs ships hadn't visited for who knows how many years, as they hadn't finished dealing with the rebellious worlds ahead. The entire defense line had grown increasingly robust over decades of construction. One could say that any short-sighted fool who came here would be annihilated. The local governor was enthusiastically overseeing the construction of a massive space station. If all went well, it could serve as an assembly base for various objects. Like space vessels. Production lines from various places would transport different parts of warships here for final assembly. Large warships were out, but small transport ships were feasible. The governor stood with his hands on his hips, imagining a beautiful future. Along with the various components came specialties from different planets. Goods arriving on piggyback rides would make Sorok a renowned trading planet far and wide. Although the Astartes' strict orders seemed somewhat inappropriate to him, a large portion of their wealth had to be used to support surrounding worlds, helping them build processing plants and promote employment. No landlord was willing to take money from his pocket and give it to others. The governor looked up at the boundless space, sighing deeply. One generation plants the trees, another enjoys the shade. I won't live to see the prosperous era. Then, he saw a strike cruiser slowly drifting out. The small frigate stationed there immediately moved forward, encircling the warship. The Hidden Fear, moving at minimum power, made no other movements, simply proceeding slowly in real space. It didn't look like a space hulk, it was quite new, but this marking. The Hidden Fear had been missing for too long, and its keel code information was lost. The frigates dared not act rashly and immediately called for Astartes to come here. Yi Feng was not present, the first to arrive were the garrison forces led by Aslan. Chapter 207 Good Harvest. The forces patrolling the borders of the 300 worlds mainly consisted of the Supreme Chongming strike cruiser, the Hurricane's Fury Gothic-class battleship, and several Adeptus Mechanicus gunships. Aslan, aboard the Supreme Chongming, was the first to arrive. The warship before him was clearly of Night Lord's design. Aslan didn't hesitate. After communication calls went unanswered, he quickly led his warriors into the assault pods. At this moment, the hidden fear suddenly accelerated. From a rear observation, its engines showed no increase in power, yet it strangely completed a turn and accelerated, heading towards the Mandeville point. Aslan grew angry. You came to my red tide territory and think you can run. Leave your ship here. The Supreme Chongming immediately gave chase, followed by a rapid boarding action, smashing into the hidden fear. A total of 8 assault pods hit their target. This time, the enemy's point defense guns didn't fire, which puzzled Aslan. The 3 power swords on his back clanged. Aslan drew his swords and stepped out of the assault pod. All around were severed limbs, and the smell of blood was very strong. Captain, it seems to be the bodies of mortals. Of course. It's a Night Lord's ship. Everyone stay alert, especially above. Aslan had a headache. They were Primaris warriors, true, but the proportion of recruits was too high. Around them were long corridors. The warriors gathered together, facing the Night Lords. A tighter formation was better. Lepochel remained silent. He stood on a high pipe wall, observing the tall warriors emerging from the meltapod through a gridded grate. Custodes? No, not like them. Red power armor, an unfamiliar model. Lepochel felt the situation becoming increasingly confusing. The astropath had been torn apart, and he didn't know what time it was. Unlike the caution of the Night Lord's veterans, Dust's method of acquiring information was quite simple: charge in, kill one, and eat his brain. Now, he had already consumed several Night Lord's brains. Bringing fear to these fearmongers would be a very interesting experience. After absorbing the Night Lord's combat experience, Dust's combat power soared. Lepochel was already struggling to contend with him. Dust was growing at an alarming rate. Now, he was preparing to capture a red-armored warrior for a taste. Aslan held his twin swords, completely unfazed, and led his team forward, searching and advancing. Blood? He had seen it too many times. This place didn't resemble a chaos warship at all. The blood was too fresh, too normal. A graceful shadow struck as blood dripped, appearing before Aslan in the blink of an eye. Let's see how capable you, the leader, are. Aslan was fearless. His blade was like a startled swan, creating thunder in silence. Amidst the darkness of the red veil, a flash of light passed. Aslan's power sword and Dust's power claw clashed. Dust's entire body was sent flying by Aslan. He spun in midair, but didn't expect Aslan's second sword to be equally swift. Dust, left with no choice, abandoned the power claw he had just snatched, using the impact of the weapon collision to fly backward. Aslan pressed his advantage. The enemy's speed and reaction were very fast, but judging by their size, they seemed to be irregular Astartes. Dust elegantly tapped his feet 6 times on the ground, then stopped and prepared to jump. Aslan pursued relentlessly. Seeing the enemy about to jump, he leaped with a jumping slash, his twin swords crossed, determined to cut the enemy down. Dust appeared to jump, but his left foot was firmly planted on the ground, his center of gravity lowered, and his right foot kicked Aslan's chest as he flew down. Aslan hadn't expected it. What kind of Night Lord would suddenly use a high kick in a fight? Had he learned bad habits from the Drukari/Dark Yildari? The kick was swift and vicious, like a viper striking, and it sent Aslan flying. Bolter fire rained down from behind Aslan, fast and accurate. Several members of the 5th Company's honor guard, also known as the Tianxiang Army, charged forward with drawn blades. The warriors behind them tossed their shields to their comrades, then charged at Dust. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Dust darted left and right, punched through the metal plate above, leaped vigorously, and disappeared into a vent. Aslan was somewhat puzzled. He seemed to be just an ordinary Astartes, yet he ran faster than me, a Primaris White Scars captain. I've fought for nearly 90 years with the chapter master, and I've never seen such an absurd warrior. Intense gunfire erupted from behind. The following forces had engaged the Night Lords. The Night Lords before them clearly looked down on the approaching forces, all dressed in armor that looked brand new, surely recruits. These Night Lords veterans, more or less, wore enemy skulls, and their dark blue power armor bore purple stripe markings, recording the number of important enemies they had slain. They unsparingly adorned their power armor with those ornate yet terrifying decorations, proclaiming their might to their enemies. Regarding the enemies before them, after repeated observation, these Night Lords confirmed several pieces of information. They were taller than normal Astartes, equipped with many flamers, some carried power hammers, an uncommon weapon, and each of them carried weapons beyond what a regular Astartes would. Salamander's special forces, perhaps? Salamander's livery is green, and most are adorned with roaring flames. Are these fire forged from a penitence crusade? The Night Lords attempted to engage the warriors, but the Red Tide warriors, seeing the traitors, fired without hesitation, and both sides clashed. Lepochel's left hand was fitted with their Grand Company's relic, the Shadow Power Claw, imbued with powerful fear. Once it touched flesh, it would inflict pain far exceeding that of a normal power claw. In his right hand, he wielded a master-crafted chainsword, an older model than those made on Mars. This one was crafted on Terra. Lepochel was a Crimson Sun, an ancient warrior from the Unification Wars on Terra. They suffered heavy losses during the pacification of the Feral Zones, and those who survived were the elite of the elite. The relic chainsword in Lepochel's hand was named Crimson Bite, and its destructive power against metal power armor was unparalleled. The Night Lord's veteran, wielding 2 relics, dropped into the crowd. While his brothers drew fire, Lepochel launched a surprise attack, slashing open the power pack of a red-armored warrior who was firing. His power claw then attacked a Primaris warrior behind him, slicing his bolter into 3 pieces. The warrior who lost his bolter retreated and bent down, taking the combat blade from his back with his right hand, while his left hand had already thrown the tactical knife strapped to his thigh at Lepochel. The Night Lord's Grand Captain was astonished. These tall warriors were faster than he had imagined. He dodged the flying knife with a shake of his head, then heard a huge roar behind him. For the Emperor's holy grace! The warrior behind him, who had lost his power pack, actually gripped the bolter barrel and swung the empty bolter drum at him like a great hammer. Even though in his eyes, the enemy's movements were very slow, his power pack was destroyed, after all. Lepochel roared, "For the Emperor! Hold fire!" The warrior paused. Several people had already been wounded or killed in front, and the Grand Captain suddenly called for a ceasefire. But the prestige of this Grand Captain of the Crimson Suns was truly high. The Night Lord's veterans quickly retreated, occupying what they considered advantageous terrain. Aslan, who was rushing towards them, was also a bit confused. But in his multi-threaded mind, several conjectures already occupied his main thoughts. Doesn't look like they're corrupted. Maybe traitors, but Astartes who haven't pledged allegiance to chaos. I know. Black Shield warriors. Coming to pledge allegiance. We have lots of them here. Then what about that assassin earlier? Hold fire first. He shouted for the Emperor, so at least get him under control first. Several warriors pointed their combat blades at Lepochel, who in turn pointed his 2 relics at them. The warriors on the periphery aimed their bolters at the enemies hiding in the ceiling. A Night Lord, Lepochel's best brother, dropped from above, standing back to back with the Grand Captain. Aslan walked out of the crowd, simultaneously twirling his twin swords and firmly planting them in the ground. My name is Aslan, a White Scar's son. What do you call yourselves? Lepochel, 8th Legion, Crimson Suns, 31st Grand Captain, I salute you, Khan Aslan. Every syllable from Lepochel seemed to emerge from the teeth of a dead man, unpleasant and stiff. Our War Master ordered us to come and assist you, but... Lepochel carefully scrutinized the warriors before him. Aslan removed his helmet, revealing the distinctive White Scar's ritual scars on his face, and the same hairstyle as a Khan. War Master? Legion? Ancient names. What year was it when you entered the warp? Aslan almost blurted out, are you Abaddon's Black Legion traitors? But since the veteran before him didn't shout false emperor, they could talk. What year is it now? Lepochel didn't directly answer the question. His dark pupils seemed devoid of emotion. What time is it now? It's almost 42K, 700 years. Even an ancient warrior like Lepochel, who had endured countless trials, could not hide his surprise. The Great Crusade hasn't ended yet. For Lepochel, the first reaction upon hearing this news was that the Great Crusade was still ongoing, and the Emperor's enemies had fought the great Imperium of Man for 11 millennia. Aslan seemed to understand something. This unit before him was too ancient. It was a pity Valis wasn't here, he would be more suitable to interact with these individuals. The Great Crusade ended. Horus led half of the legions in betraying the Emperor. Impossible. The War Master would never betray the Emperor. Who exactly are you? Lepochel became agitated, this news was too shocking. We can discuss this slowly. You said you came to assist us. Which campaign were you supposed to assist? Clearly, you have been lost in the warp for too long. No, you are not. Lepochel didn't finish his sentence. The warship's ventilation valves were severely damaged. Dust had killed many mortals again, easily escaping the Night Lord's pursuit. Both sides quickly put on their helmets. Moments later, the warship shook violently. At the other end of the corridor, flames, accompanied by leaking flammable gas, swept over the Emperor's Angel's power armor, engulfing everyone. Aslan could only see a dazzling light before his eyes. The shaking stopped, and the Astartes unlocked their power boots as the drop pod rapidly descended. Aslan was the first to rush out of the drop pod. Captain, it seems to be the bodies of mortals. Of course, it's a Night Lord's ship. Everyone, stay alert, especially above. Aslan took the twin swords from his back and held them, ready to meet any surprise attack from an enemy assassin. Chen's attack caught Aslan off guard. Swords and claws clashed, and Aslan, relying on brute force, repelled his enemy. The enemy flipped in midair before landing unsteadily, and Aslan pressed his advantage. With a high leaping slash, Aslan looked at the enemy, whose one leg was off the floor. A thought of the Drukari/Dark Ildari's high kick suddenly came to his mind, and he subtly lowered the position of his power sword. Chen's right foot was about to be cut into 4 pieces by Aslan's combat blade, but he quickly bent his knee to dodge and activated the magnetic lock on his right leg towards the adjacent wall. Chen fixed his right leg to the wall, unlocked the magnetic lock on his left foot, and kicked Aslan in the groin, sending him flying. Aslan fell to the ground. Painkillers and tranquilizers in his power armor were rapidly injected into his body. Within milliseconds, he stood up again and launched a second round of attacks at Chen. The Eldar Chaos Astartes, empowered by Slaanish's physical enhancements and their unique Eldar speed advantage, shook off Aslan in the corridor, quietly hiding in a spot, preparing to ambush the pursuing Aslan. But Aslan did not arrive as expected. Lepochel, who was hiding above, was about to launch an attack when he felt a warrior, making no attempt to conceal his footsteps, rush forward. He seized the opportunity, leaped down, and attacked the enemy's power backpack with 2 relics. Aslan's third activated power sword, swung from his back, scared Lepochel away. Turning around, he swiftly launched an offense, an incessant flurry of sword techniques driving his enemy back repeatedly. This time, Aslan shouted, "Liberate the entire galaxy." He and Lepochel fought several exhilarating rounds, but then a sudden violent tremor of the warship separated the two fiercely battling individuals. Aslan looked back. Flames from the corridor entrance consumed them with lightning speed. Bang! The assault hatch opened, with wisps of black smoke still rising from the meltaport. Aslan was the first to rush out of the assault hatch, looking at the glowing red metal edges before him, somewhat dazed. "Captain, it seems to be the bodies of mortals." "Of course, it's a Night Lord's ship. Everyone, stay alert, especially above." "Yes, be careful above." He waved his hand, signaling the warriors to gather and begin searching. Several warriors lined up behind Aslan in search formation type 6, a formation they had practiced countless times in previous training. A sense of familiarity? Of course, they had practiced it many times. The captain of the 5th company walked at the front, with the Tianxiong army beside him. The warriors paid special attention to the ceiling above and all the grid-covered pipes. "Be careful, the enemy might attack from above," Aslan said again. After 2 more steps, Aslan stopped strangely, dodging a power claw that fell from the sky. This very pause put Chen in a disadvantageous position. Aslan brandished his twin swords, even employing his unique 3-sword style. His entire body, like a rolling thunder covered in spikes, pressed down on Chen. Chen stumbled back, disappearing into the pipes above. Aslan felt something was wrong. Which unit is attacking the valve section? No unit is heading to the valve. Our assault hatch successfully penetrated deep into the enemy ship. 1 unit is heading to the warp engine, 2 units are heading to the other side of the ion engines, 1 unit is advancing towards the void shield generator, 2 units are heading to the command room, and 1 unit has already occupied the hangar. Aslan led the last unit, but he felt uneasy. "Turn around, head towards the valve." Lepochel was preparing to attack, but the enemy, who was about to enter his attack range, suddenly stopped and then turned, forcing him to immediately change his attack direction. As Aslan's entire unit ran, a violent explosion came from the direction of the valve. Merciless flames engulfed this rapidly moving unit. Flames that would ordinarily pose no threat to mark the 10th power armor now caused Aslan to lose his vision. Trazen the Infinite looked at the collection before him with satisfaction, it was simply too significant for collection. A Great Crusade era Night Lords unit that had gone astray to 42K, a Chaos Astartes created by the Eldar, and an unfamiliar new Primaris chapter assault team. In comparison, the previous Dark Angel's warship, which held a small secret, was utterly worthless. He happily left, sending his collection back. This collecting trip was unexpectedly smooth, well, except for the Storm Lord soldiers furiously shooting behind him. For the Supreme Chongming, after seeing the warship before them boarded by Aslan's assault hatch, it suddenly tore open a warp rift and fled. They couldn't bother to salvage one unhit assault hatch and immediately followed the enemy warship into the warp. However, after jumping into the warp from the Mandeville point, they saw no warship, the surroundings were desolate. "Did we jump back into real space again? This is our first time losing a pursuit target in such a short period." After re-emerging into the real world, the warriors still found nothing. They had no choice but to salvage the stray assault hatch and then continue searching along the warp lanes. By the time the Adeptus Mechanicus's gunships arrived as support, the search party had still not found any trace of Aslan. This serious situation was quickly reported to Yifeng. Yifeng, who was in the crumbling Tearfall battle barge, kowtowing towards the rear engines, glanced at the message and was instantly struck by lightning. He mechanically turned his head, looking at Matthew Rio, who had a slight smile beside him, his heart filled with unspeakable grief and indignation. "You transferred, didn't you, you bad lamenters? You've learned to pick on the weak, haven't you? The bad luck of the Indomitus pattern Terminators, if you have guts, come at me. What kind of thing is it to touch my brother? Come at me." Yifeng burst into tears on the spot. "Oh, my Aslan, my champion swordsman, the captain of the 5th company who could become the best swordsman in my chapter if he defeats Kazanov, my second best sword fighting heir. My 80 Primaris warriors. Matthew Rio, give me back a company." Matthew Rio, standing nearby, was utterly confused. "What, I'll give you a company of champion swordsmen. Can you buy these in bulk?" Yifeng wept in the Tearfall, crying with such genuine emotion, his sorrow flowing like a river. Perhaps this was the love of an elder generation. When William disappeared, a certain shameless chapter master was only angry, not worried at all. Due to Yifeng's spontaneous actions and the Lamenter's traditional rituals merging, he perfectly gained the approval of the Tearfall's machine spirit. The Tearfall battle barge's engines accelerated, carrying the warriors rapidly towards the Sorok world. Lucius the Eternal was dueling a Dark Angels company champion. His exquisite swordsmanship drove these ancient Dark Angels back repeatedly. The warriors of the First Legion said nothing, merely attacking the faces of the Emperor's children traitors, who were glowing with purple energy, with their combat blades and bolters. Their loyalty to the Emperor was unparalleled, they were ancient warriors who had personally seen the Emperor walk among mortals, and a few even had the honor of fighting alongside him. "Astro, how many years has it been since we last met? Ha ha ha, this is too delightful." Lucius's mind stirred, and the permanent stimulant injection crafted for him by Fabius forcefully injected specially formulated stimulants into his body, making Lucius's swordsmanship even more ferocious. "Lucius! How dare you betray the Emperor? In the Emperor's name, I will slay you beneath my blade." The Dark Angel, whom Lucius called Astro, was verbally relentless, but his steps were unsteady, and he was repeatedly forced back by Lucius the Eternal. Look at me, I am too powerful, too powerful. On Lucius's power armor, the faces covering it all let out fierce roars in unison, directed at this company champion, or more accurately, the Grand Company champion. For a moment, Astro felt dizzy, and his own warp soul projection was almost displaced. Lucius seized the opportunity and knocked his blade away. Astro, disarmed of his combat blade, turned and left, showing no desire to continue the fight. The Dark Angels covered their comrades in an orderly fashion, without a hint of chaos. Lucius wasn't angry either. He grabbed Astro's combat blade and threw it at the Grand Company master of this Dark Angels unit. The provocation was successful, but Lucius's prestige among the Emperor's children was only slightly higher than that of a Gretchen. It was, in fact, non-existent. Compared to the disciplined ranks of the Dark Angels, the Emperor's children gathered in twos and threes, primarily attacking in small pairs. Lucius had no one on his side, any Chaos Warrior who went there would be scorned by everyone. The war had lasted over 20 Terra-day, with both sides fighting from the real world to the warp, and then from the warp back to the real world. This peculiar Dark Angels warship, somewhere between a cruiser and a battleship, had more personnel deployed than Lucius had estimated, over 400. The Emperor's children, relying on years of blessings from Slaanesh, suppressed their enemies, while the Dark Angels continuously pulled out rare weapons, even unlocking relics from humanity's golden age, to fiercely battle their foes. Chapter 208 Nian Ci Jin, has your personality collapsed? The Dark Angels, engaging the Emperor's children, utilized incendiary weapons and ancient gravity weapons, inflicting heavy casualties on the Emperor's children. The Emperor's children unleashed an ancient hell brute. Chaos dreadnoughts don't necessarily house the oldest warriors, they might also imprison the most insane psychopaths. This one was even more special, a super pervert who willingly entered the hell brute. Falyaka was a pervert among perverts. After committing countless evil deeds and being too deeply affected by Slaanesh's blessings, he despairingly discovered that no matter how much pleasure he sought, he felt nothing anymore. To be precise, the quantity required to feel anything was immense. For example, he would need to continuously eat tens of thousands of tons of food to feel satiated. Then, a few individuals, watching for amusement, incited him to enter a dreadnought. Everyone knew entering a hellbrute was a torment worse than death, but no one dared to try. Falyaka readily accepted and made the most insane move. The Emperor's Children Legion still retained a tradition of random duels. He entered an arena and challenged its reigning champion, a hellbrute that had dominated for a long time. He was severely wounded but utterly destroyed the dreadnought before him with superb, perfect, and elegant swordsmanship, earning many flirtatious glances from the Emperor's children. Falyaka strongly demanded that his admirers, who had come to treat him, stop the surgery and bury him inside the hellbrute he had killed. This turned his admirers into crazed devotees of him. I don't know why he made such a demand, but it was truly cool. Now, this strange hellbrute, with astonishing rationality and mysterious pleasure, rampaged across the battlefield. His subordinates were currently clashing with Dark Angels armed with long swords and melta-guns. A strange form of infantry-tank coordination. One thing was certain about these Emperor's children who could be intimate with a hellbrute: they were truly deeply corrupted by Slaanesh. They fought fiercely against veteran Dark Angels with astonishing speed and movements that defied their bodies and even their power armor's construction. Chaos sorcerers summoned mists of desire, attacking the Dark Angels' minds. These mists appeared as smoke screens in the real world, but on the warp level, they were a dense mass of Slaanesh's blessings, enveloping the warp projections of the Dark Angels before them. These ancient warriors did not seek the Emperor's blessings, they fought bravely, rushing one after another towards the vile traitors with the desire to reach Terra and rescue the Emperor. Incendiary weapons incinerated enemies, and gravity weapons seized the rapidly moving bodies of the rebels, crushing them into a paste. Lucius's magnificent swordsmanship defeated a Dark Angel wielding what appeared to be a relic, only for him to be subsequently torn apart by a gravity weapon. This was not the time for duels. But as the battle entered its later stages, the warrior holding the gravity weapon suddenly ripped off his mask, slapped it onto his armor, revealing Lucius's face. Numerous faces slowly emerged on the black armor, and the entire power armor transformed into Lucius's armor. Lucius the Eternal, wielding the newly acquired gravity gun, instantly shredded several Dark Angels, breaking through the Loyalist defenses. Lucius originally wanted to continue reveling, but Slaanesh angrily summoned him back. Mission failed, mission objective disappeared. The Emperor's children began to retreat. Lucius received special treatment, a warp rift opened, directly pulling him back into Slaanesh's domain. The other Chaos Warriors clearly did not have this benefit and could only return to their warships and flee. After a token pursuit, the Dark Angels began to figure out how to return to Terra. Their primary mission was to return and support Holy Terra, protect the Emperor, and kill the traitor Horus. The commander believed that these traitorous Emperor's children were there to stop them, that this was an interception battle that had successfully delayed them for a considerable time, and they must immediately set off for Terra. But when their astrogators began to calibrate the stars in the galaxy/Milky Way to confirm their position and time, nothing matched up. The enraged Dark Angels thought these mortals were useless, unable even to confirm time and position, but the mortals were certain they were at the very edge of the galaxy/Milky Way. Then, as they remained in this battlefield, waiting for the mortals to calibrate the star chart for the 6th time, the Mandeville point opened again. The Emperor's children's warship from before drifted sideways out of the warp. The Dark Angels immediately became alert. The ancient forbidden artifacts hadn't been sealed away, and they dared to return. This time, I will utterly. Behind the Emperor's children's warship, an even larger vessel appeared. The Tearfall battle barge, ramming the enemy warship, burst out of the warp. Although the Emperor's children's warship had indeed accidentally encountered the rapidly reinforcing Yi Feng blamed all the misfortune on these enemies. If you come to a god-forsaken place, you are definitely not here for good things. The Lamenters were extremely angry at the enemy before them, mainly because they had collided with the enemy warship, and the Tearfall would be out of commission for who knows how long. When they encountered the enemy, the Lamenters had originally intended to turn, but perhaps due to their usual bad luck, or perhaps due to the machine spirit's displeasure, the order to turn the warship failed, and it directly crashed into the center of the enemy warship. The Lamenters deployed the Death Company onto the enemy warship. The Death Company's numbers now exceeded a standard company, and the stasis fields were almost unable to contain them. Yi Feng believed that if the Lamenters hadn't met him, they might have accumulated a grand Death Company. This group of sons of Sanguinius was dispersed into various areas of the enemy warship. Deploying them together would lead to infighting, and began indiscriminately slaughtering everything in sight. Warriors of the Red Tide then boarded the enemy warship. Yi Feng looked at the Emperor's children before him and became even more certain of one thing. Is Slaanesh secretly in love with me? Why does he keep showing up in my territory? Against these warriors, the claws of the real warriors were not well suited for deployment because the enemies were too fast, and their heavy armor was not suitable for rapidly closing in on the enemy. The Wolf brothers didn't care about such things. Wolf Guard veterans donned their anti-psyker combat suits and entered the boarding pods. Inside the Chaos warship, chaos reigned. Already heavily damaged, they were now facing fierce attacks from Primaris warriors, proving difficult to resist. They relied entirely on Falyaka to hold the front. The Dark Angels watched the Tearfall battle barge before them with suspicion and uncertainty. Clearly, this was a Sons of Sanguinius battle barge, and its fighting style was also very sanguinious, but they had no keel encoding information for this warship. The First Legion's warship, taking advantage of the two warships engaging each other, bypassed them directly and entered the warp. This was the 300 worlds of the Teo, far beyond the Astronomicon. They had been navigating haphazardly, but after entering a certain region, they found they could see the Astronomicon. This was not right. When the Dark Angels set out, warp storms were still raging, and they could not see the Astronomicon. At this point, the navigators, confirming their position based on the Astronomicon, realized they were in the northern sector of the 500 worlds. Did they go the wrong way? They were originally traveling from Ultramar to Terra. This group of Dark Angels decided to return to Ultramar first to assess the situation. The Emperor's children quickly succumbed to their wrath. The Hell Brute they relied on moved slower than the Chaos Warriors, which gave the Anti-Psyker Warriors an opportunity to close in. Two massive metal constructs collided. The siege-breaking combat suits had reinforced outer armor that could withstand the enemy's fierce but less damaging than curtain attacks. In a face-to-face confrontation, the Painbringer Power Whip and the Desire Cannon did not overcome the Siegebreaker Power Hammer. Falyaka's sarcophagus was smashed by a Wolf Brothers punch. After losing the Falyaka Dreadnought, the enemy's frontal combat capability rapidly declined and was completely shattered. An enraged Yi Feng believed that Aslan's disappearance was a Slaanesh conspiracy and that he had to prepare to face warriors corrupted by Slaanesh or permanently lose nearly a Primaris company. Depressed, he returned to his old lair and began to develop steadily in a sullen mood. Hey? Why didn't he continue to stir up trouble? What about the ship? After this battle, the Tearfall would be under repair for who knows how long again. Furthermore, Inquisitors were chasing the Lamenters. They were going around looking for the Lamenters with orders from the Regent, which surely wasn't for anything good. Matthew Rio, after careful consideration, decided he had to help Yi Feng shoulder the responsibility. If he didn't step forward, and the Inquisitors traced it back to Yi Feng, it would become a full-scale war. The Lamenters and the Red Tide tearfully bid farewell, heading to the Forge World where they had previously received supplies. The Inquisitors had almost certainly traced them there, and the Tearfall also needed repairs. The captured, completely unwanted Slaanesh faction warship was towed along. This was good evidence to explain their absence during these days. Lien Lai Luo ultimately chose not to go to war with that Forge World. With his small number of people, he was not enough to contend with a Forge World that had survived the chaos of war. Even naval battles would be difficult. But he found some Black Shield warriors. These were indeed, as Lion had said, some warriors who had rebelled but not joined chaos, eking out an existence by conquering a few worlds on the edge of the galaxy/Milky Way. Not fundamentally different from us. These Black Shields became mercenaries, hired by this Forge World to protect itself. As a result, those conquered rebel worlds became subsidiary worlds of this Forge World, with one even planning to establish a Night House. Yes, this Forge World could not produce large warships, but it could manufacture Night Titans. Every Forge World had focused production goals, some due to a lack of knowledge for other production lines, some due to targets set by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and some were peculiar. For example, the Mavrek World frantically produced supplies and power armor while maintaining warship production lines to trade with the Red Tide for related technology for a new type of warship. Compared to Yi Feng's swagger, the Black Shield warriors here were much more low-key. They lacked the power to shake the Adeptus Mechanicus, so they dutifully disguised themselves as an oversized Skitarii of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Upon receiving this information, Lien Lai Luo immediately emulated it. Thus, a company of Astartes and over 100 Adeptus Mechanicus personnel Skitarii officially appeared in Lien Lai Luo's fleet and quickly spread to other units. A Forge World, if you can't attack it, you can always trade with it. 3 years later, the first trade fleet having received Lien Lai Luo's message, arrived here. In these years, their main mission had shifted from trade to combat. This fleet, having long used the name of an unlucky rogue trader to conduct trade everywhere, attracted the attention of the Martian Mechanicum. The prolonged use of the Red Tide identity also drew the attention of certain inquisitors to this chapter. The trading fleet initiated a win-win plan. We, the Red Tide, are a legitimate chapter with official charters, working for the Imperium. Nothing wrong with that, right? Is it illegal for me to travel among several Forge worlds? Is it a problem if I assist allies like Rogue Trader? As an Adeptus Astartes chapter, shouldn't I be working for the Imperium? Shouldn't you provide me with supplies? Then, is it alright for me to open warp routes for the Imperium and re-establish contact with many Forge worlds long lost in space? Am I not working for the Imperium? You should supply me, right? This activity faced some skepticism from Inquisitors but garnered significant support from many Adeptus Mechanicus, including assistance from a Martian Mechanicum faction, and was approved in the political arena. How Adeptus Mechanicus support was obtained, everyone who knows, knows. The first trade fleet fought its way through as an expeditionary force. What for? To gain priority trade access upon reaching the long-lost Adeptus Mechanicus. These Adeptus Mechanicus either actively traded with heretics, possessing much heretical knowledge and Xenos technology, or they were loyal but isolationist, protecting themselves and their mining routes, with warehouses full and goods stockpiled. For the former, we always prefer bartering. For the latter, as the first imperial force to arrive, we can acquire large quantities of stockpiled goods at a cheaper price, preferably warship, especially relics whose original purchasers died during the Warp Rift expansion. The entire trading fleet expanded rapidly. After the most recent replenishment of mortal troops from the 300 worlds and imperial supplies, the fleet now comprised over 30 cruisers. This kind of thing snowballs, growing larger and larger. Nian Sijin unceremoniously led the fleet to assimilate a large number of rogue trader. The specific method was to storm into their flagship's command center, point a bolter at their heads, and say, "I think we should unite to fight the enemies of the Imperium. What do you think?" If you say, "Yes, yes, yes," then congratulations, your warship becomes our warship. If you say anything else, then I'll declare you a heretic. The simplest way to determine whether the opponent is a rogue trader who betrayed the Imperium or a loyal servant of the Emperor is to look at how wealthy they are and how many warship they possess. It seems we don't rob the poor either. It goes without saying, constantly fighting outside the galaxy/Milky Way for resources, how could one be wealthy? White Scars, Raven Guard, and Adeptus Astartes chapters, who drift in space for long periods, often face near extinction or total annihilation, let alone rogue trader. To be rich, not paying taxes, not working, establishing their own domains, robbing and swindling, and using any means necessary is the norm. Our chapter does this, and so do the rogue trader. Black-on-black predation is an excellent way to expand territory. Some rogue trader complained to the Imperium. Whether they themselves could withstand an investigation is another matter, because our chapter always leaves no stone unturned wherever we go, and all evidence of crime will be plundered. But being attacked by Adeptus Astartes, and you claim to be loyal, that's very strange. Moreover, some shameless individuals often disguise themselves as chaos or pirates to carry out attacks. Through such operations, we acquired a large number of worlds in unknown regions of the Imperium that rogue trader controlled but had not reported to the Imperium. A small portion of these worlds were along newly opened warp routes by the rogue trader, while the majority were on the edge of the galaxy/Milky Way. This forced Nian Sijin to lead the fleet in continuous combat, as maintaining a fleet is very expensive. These newly recovered small worlds could hardly be called loyal, reforms were slow, and tax revenues were low. To sustain the fleet's supplies, they could only engage in trade with the Adeptus Mechanicus more frequently. Yi Feng now only knows that he controls 300 worlds that are almost contiguous, plus that small enclave in the Taiping Star region, and a few worlds like Wolf Jugzhou and Howenk in the Segmentum Obscurus, still thinking he is poor? In reality, within 30 years, the trading fleet had, through black-on-black predation and violent reconquest of rebellious worlds, acquired over 100 scattered worlds for the chapter, while Lien Lai Luo had also recovered dozens of worlds. The 300 worlds expanded outwards by 41 worlds, meaning Yi Feng's actual territory is much larger than he imagined. When the main force of the trading fleet arrived at the Forge world marked by Lien Lai Luo, the local world was terrified. The Black Shield warriors immediately declared, "Leave everything to me, bring my warship." Then, all Black Shield warriors boarded the ship, preparing to seize an opportunity to escape. Are you kidding? Over 30 Ambition-class cruisers, accompanied by numerous armed freighters and gunboats, could launch a medium-sized expeditionary force. Not to mention the combat personnel, even the servitor and ordinary crew members on these ships numbered at least 3 million. The Silent Fire Strike cruiser boldly entered their spaceport to meet with the local Forge world. I heard that one of your subsidiary worlds was occupied by Gene Stealer? Our forces cleared these scourges for you, suffering heavy casualties. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Respected Adeptus Astartes, we have learned the details of the TXE number 23 world battle. We deeply regret it, but it is the glory of the angels to fight for the Omnissiah, for the Emperor. We will report to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and recommend that they commend your bravery. Nian Sijin's face showed disdain. Are they treating him like a beggar? We're almost in rebellion, and they're trying to shut me up with imperial honors? Nian Sijin did not know Yi Feng's plan, but he was certain it was for the Emperor, not for the Imperium. The Adeptus Mechanicus presented a small list of introductory gifts. For a veteran like Nian Sijin, who had been with Yifeng for nearly 200 years, this was like treating him as a beggar. He still remembered Yifeng's grand gestures back then, casually asking for battleship, cruisers, and hundreds of sets of power armor. We are Adeptus Astartes, it is our duty to cleanse heretics and Xenos. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel thought he was referring to the TXE number 23 world battle and quickly agreed. Yes, 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 your bravery and loyalty are commendable. After saying this, the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel saw Nian Jin say something, and then the Tech Marine brothers behind him sent a signal, and all the warship began to press towards the Forge world. What are you doing? What are we doing? An inspection, to see if you are truly heretics. I believe the bolter shells expended in fighting us would be worth more than the supplies on that list, wouldn't they? Nian Jin suddenly stood up and, with extremely fluid movements, drew his combat blade. Before the Skitarii could react, he had cut off some of the weapons installed on their bodies. You are declaring war on us. Yes, I am. What can you do about it? The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel was speechless for a moment. The Archmagos's mission was to avoid war at all costs. Although the Forge world was confident it could withstand the fleet's attack, isolated and without aid, they would be slowly ground down. Nian Jin picked up the weapon he had cut from the Skitarii and examined it carefully. He was just pretending, the Tech Marine behind him had told him it was a heretical weapon. Interesting. Daring to install a Drukery/Dark Yildari meltagun on an Skitarii and bring it before an Adeptus Astartes. You must have a death wish. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel's machine spirit flared. Didn't you say you were a son of Jagatai Khan? What's with the son of Ferrus Manus following behind you? Please do not slander us, this is a normal meltagun. I am sworn enemies with the Drukery/Dark Yildari. I just killed over 1,000 Drukery/Dark Yildari. Do you think I wouldn't recognize these things? Nian Jin's aura was immense, and the fleet behind him was even more imposing. Planetary cannons repeatedly aimed, and the trading fleet slowly advanced. Just as the Adeptus Mechanicus thought a full-scale war was about to begin and prepared to send a message, Nian Jin sat back down, throwing the meltagun aside, looking as if he disdained them. I wouldn't even take this weapon if you gave it to me, it's too cheap. Then, the Tech Marine behind him handed a data slate, which contained their tech list, to the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel before him. After a shudder, he looked at Nian Jin and said, You just said we were heretics. Nian Jin pointed to the fleet outside the window and told him, When I say I am loyal, you had best agree. A long silence ensued. Seeing that the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel in front of him remained silent, Nian Jin gestured to the Tech Marine behind him. Go, Brother Krufus, find a red sack. Blood won't show if it bleeds. No, find a black sack, machine oil won't show if it leaks. Yes, 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 we need to discuss this with the Archmagos. The Adeptus Mechanicus personnel immediately stated that the Archmagos was on his way, as this information was too astonishing, and the Archmagos wished to meet them personally. Nian Jin now wore the black and red cloak of an Adeptus Astartes chaplain, clad in his power armor, leaning back in a large chair in the reception room. The severed meltagun lay discarded beside him, and his master-crafted power sword was plunged into the floor next to his hand, assuming a godfather-like posture. Chapter 209 Where to get the materials for 40 cruisers. The Mechanicus Archmagos rushed over, this was a massive business deal. Esteemed Emperor's Angels, I am High Lord Ender of this Forge world, it is an honor to meet you. Nian Jin remained seated, the tall machine-like figure before him didn't inspire awe. Shall we talk business directly, or would you prefer to build some rapport first? The Mechanicus Archmagos looked at the firepower analysis of the fleet above, the Ambition-class cruiser's firepower was not inferior to a lunar-class cruiser. Once business is concluded, we will have rapport. Good. Nian Jin finally sat up straight. You've made the right choice. Tell me, what kind of assistance can you provide? Please mind your words. This is a meeting between two factions, please maintain basic respect. Your attitude must. Before the High Lord could finish, Nian Jin pulled out his combat blade from the ground and caressed it in his palm. Your attitude must undergo a 360-degree change to ensure we enter commercial negotiation mode. That is precisely what both of us need. Nian Jin finally became serious, thinking to himself, a wise man knows when to adapt. A 360-degree turn? Wouldn't that mean no change at all? Nian Jin eventually responded and made an offer regarding the acquisition of a large quantity of backlogged products. The Mechanicus Archmagos sighed, lamenting the unknown fate of human faces, and vehemently refuted Nian Jin's ultra-low offer. Nian Jin, my face extends from my navel upwards, and my waist from my navel downwards, what stands out is a thick skin, like the Eternity Gate. After adding a bit of TO local specialty, the negotiations finally concluded, and then Nian Jin began to demand gifts. Rapport, you said it, after business, we talk rapport. After a series of commercial negotiations, Nian Jin had taken away almost all the miscellaneous items from this Mechanicus world. Everything from electric toothbrushes to newly blessed Night Titans was taken. The trading fleet departed from here, not only to attack traders and open a path to another Forge world, but also to station several warships at each space mining station in every small world to sell the acquired sundries and exchange them for large quantities of basic ore. Yes, basic ore. All at Yifeng's request. Christina carefully tightened the last screw, then looked at her creation with immense pride. Hey, I really am a little genius, Christina thought, delighted, and eagerly opened Power Pack Experiment 1. Boom. Sage Heichuo glanced at the flattened mushroom cloud erupting next door, sneered, and continued to build his massive auxiliary computing device. Several of Christina's mechanical arms were blown off, and her casing shattered on the ground. She was a bit angry, forcefully prying off a metal shard stuck to her blast-proof shell. As is well known, the power of a core detonation is much greater than normal output. Christina, feeling disheartened, sat on the ground and began to curse Yifeng. Isn't this crazy? He told me to design a new power pack, then gave me an energy core meant for a tank. The same model used by the Roscoe ground sweeper. Energy was never insufficient normally. Yifeng had given Christina new requirements. The anti-psyker battlesuit needed a better design. The battlesuit would be heavier, thus requiring stronger energy output. Christina was still puzzled, asking Yifeng what standard to follow. Yifeng told Christina to aim for full adamantium plating or anti-psyker blackstone treatment. Isn't this a joke? Even Terminator armor only uses adamantium for its skeleton and certain critical areas. Full adamantium plating is absurd. This has been a problem plaguing the Imperium for a very, very long time. The issue with adamantium isn't its collection. The Imperium has collected quite a bit over a dozen millennia. It's the forging process. If a warship's keel is fully adamantium, turning that into Terminator armor would mean tens of thousands of suits, considering a warship is several kilometers long. Why can't it be done? Because of adamantium's forging process, its melting point is too high. To generate such high temperatures requires extremely large facilities, and only one product can be forged at a time. It cannot forge tens of thousands of suits in one furnace, it has to be one suit at a time. For example, Yifeng brought back a large pile of adamantium keel fragments for Maverick to reforge. After consuming astronomical amounts of fuel, forging a Terminator armor skeleton or forging a warship's keel, I believe everyone knows the answer. If you were Yifeng going to buy things and found a Terminator armor and a cruiser cost about the same, you'd definitely buy the warship. Christina sat on the ground, pounding it hard, making the floor rumble. Crazy. What does Yifeng know about technology? Making every component out of adamantium is more troublesome than constructing a Terminator armor skeleton. It might require hundreds of furnace cycles to complete the assembly of each component. After yelling for a while, she started tidying up the lab and continued experimenting with the next backpack design. There was no other way, everything was her master's task. Yifeng wasn't lying, he truly intended for the battlesuits to be fully adamantium, preferably with blackstone lining and adamantium outer plating. Following the Custodian Guard's armor standards. Around chapter year 247. This was the date of the second trade with the Golden Age planetary explorer ship from outer space, the second centennial trade. The most incomprehensible thing for Yifeng was that both Mechanicu's factions knew about this, because one side was unable to meet the massive material demands proposed by Alan. The ostensible reason. Yifeng suspected there was some conspiracy, likely spies sent by the Mechanicu's factions had obtained information, forcing both sides to cooperate. Yifeng did not participate in the first centennial trade, he needed to conserve materials to increase his own strength. The Mechanicu's exchanged for the technology of giganticized steel planets. But we always forgot about the Space Manta, the all-in-one repair machine. Everyone didn't prioritize it because they had too many corpses. What can it do? It consumes metal and spits it out, directly becoming the required sample to repair the big treasure from outer space. At that time, an entire warship of ours was devoured, including the adamantium keel. After repeated deductions, Yifeng was sure it had the ability to modify adamantium, and quickly, but Alan's price was too high. It demanded materials equivalent to about 40 cruisers, which also indirectly showed that the value of the Space Manta was actually very high. Where to get so many materials? Yi the Great Plunderer, Mini War Master, True Red Corsairs, Lord of the 300 Worlds, Potent Exorcist, Bane of Orc Bosses, the man who simultaneously topped the Mechanicus's most wanted and least wanted lists, the true chapter master of the Red Tide Fang, decided to re-emerge. Our chapter master seriously began to exploit, no, to recycle the TO's surplus value. The TO are weak, to humans, they are almost animals. Not only do we make the donkey pull the mill, but we also eat its meat, and make the donkey thank us for it. The TO have been quite motivated these years. Ever since Yifeng demanded a points system, the TO people have been enthusiastic. Deliver some ore, get some points. Hand over some human workers who won't return. TO workers, also get some points. The lower tier TO might not be willing to accept exploitation, but the ethereals have their ways. These guys are very good at solidifying their TO mindset. At least they make every TO believe they are working for the entire race, and the sense of honor drives them forward. Zealots are even willing to sacrifice their lives. The ethereals treat their people in such sinister ways to satisfy Yifeng's demands and secure their throne as rulers of the TO. It was also at this time that the TO began to split, with some cracks appearing between the upper and lower strata, but they were not yet obvious, because the TO had gained tangible benefits from Yifeng. Colonies. With land comes population growth. Although a large number of TO always disappeared or died on the way to the colonies, the ethereals always believed this was Yifeng's warning to them. But as Yifeng said, they would help Yifeng cover it up themselves. The ethereals blamed the disappeared spaceships on the Earth-caste scientists, and Yifeng then came out to strongly support the scientists, explaining to the lower tier TO the importance of technology and the sacrifices necessary to advance it. The two sides seemed to be arguing, but in reality, they were putting on a show. The TO not only had to provide us with resources, but gaining colonies to increase their population also met the requirements for making anti-psyker battlesuits. Under absolute force, only the most advanced researchers of the Earth caste had the ability to pull out some technology for rebellion. However, in the Tio's argument with Yi Feng and the Ethereals, not all lower-tier Tio supported the Earth caste, which greatly weakened the will and determination of those within the Earth caste who wanted to rebel for Tio independence. If not all of your own people support you, what will you use to rebel? Water can float a boat, and it can also boil porridge. Exploitation is endless. The Tio alone were not enough. Yi Feng then turned his attention to the rogue trader territories taken by the trading fleet. Those places, in terms of precious minerals, certainly didn't have much. But food, drink, and entertainment were all readily available, and illegal industries were everywhere, primarily featuring a lawless, wealthy lifestyle. After the Astartes' violent reforms, large amounts of wealth and resources were collected. Some once high-priced jewels were worth less than a bag of grain during the chaotic times. This period of chaos was very short. Our imperial auxiliary, posing as buyers with grain, exchanged it for many good things. When the Sorok Astra Militarum killed all the rebels and the entire world began to operate again under the Sons of Guilliman's plan, people were surprised to find that the escalating chaos had ended in just a few months. Stockpiling grain seemed unnecessary, and the merchants who had exchanged grain for jewels earlier had long since vanished. These useless riches would be handed over to the trading fleet, to travel to various wealthy worlds and sell them to high-ranking officials and rich people in exchange for minerals. Most high-ranking officials had dirty hands, for example, by having their own warships impersonate pirates, plundering a batch of minerals originally intended for the Mechanikus, and then reporting it to the Imperium. A couple of days later, they'd find a few scapegoats, kill them, and tell the Imperium that the pirates had been vanquished, but the minerals were nowhere to be found. Although the plan was simple and crude, it was very effective. The Imperium had no way to assign inquisitors to constantly monitor every executive, especially those in remote areas. Sometimes, the Imperium would symbolically punish them, stripping a planetary governor of his position. However, on some worlds, the planetary governor position was already rotated among several major clans. As long as the tithe was paid, the Imperium wouldn't interfere too much. These private shipments, which were neither tithes nor imperial rogue trader trading fleet goods, were all about personal connections and favors. After another trading fleet returned, Yi Feng reorganized his fleet and personally led a portion of his elites out to plunder No, to punish the emperor's enemies. In about 50 years, the materials for 40 cruisers were collected. So, whose materials were the most abundant? It wasn't Chaos, it wasn't the Imperium, it wasn't even the Adeptus Mechanicus, it was the Orc. The number of Orc fleets was ridiculously high. While the quality wasn't great, the quantity was more than enough. The initial versions of the warship they built were indeed worthless, priced only as a lump of steel when compared to ancient relics. But in subsequent wars, after defeating Imperial warship, they would salvage the wreckage for modifications. At this point, they would have adamantium keels, which were Yi Feng's primary target. I suddenly have over 30 cruisers under my command. I've never fought such a wealthy war in my life. The Gothic-class battleship, Hurricane Strike, was suddenly pulled over to serve as the flagship, accompanying Yi Feng on his Wadaik. Across the galaxy, its original defensive position was replaced by the newly repaired Lunar-class cruiser. This terrifying fleet scale had already surpassed the Damocles Crusade, making it a proper expeditionary force. And then, as for actively picking fights with the Orc have always welcomed all comers. Looking at the map, the closest Orc to the northern star system of the 500 worlds were two Orc forces in the Ghoul stars. These two Orc had been fighting each other for hundreds of years, yet had never decided a victor. However, warp routes are always so strange. In fact, Yi Feng was heading to the Galansa sector, where another Orc force had been entrenched for a long time. The position where this Orc force was entrenched was rather peculiar. There was a awakened Necron dynasty on a nearby route, which for some reason didn't attack the Orc, but instead fiercely assaulted the other side. The other end of the route connected to the Imperium, clashing with the Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum multiple times, after which that area became a Tyranid/Tyranid buffet. The third path led to this god-forsaken place, but they didn't come here. Being able to fight so many enemies like the Tyranids, how much more Wadaik could it be? Who would go to the other side? If you don't go, I'll go. Here I come. Yi Feng led his fleet to burst out from behind the enemy. This side only had a symbolic defense. Oh, I think there were no very Wadaik enemies here. You're thinking wrong. I'm not in the warp. Wadaik. Yi Feng charged in with his men. I've never fought such a wealthy war in my life. No feints, just full-on assaults. Beat them up. The first star system was an Orc outpost, with only a small, unnamed world and a few small ships that could barely be considered flying gunboats. An entire Imperial fleet charged into this world and started Wadaik-ing at them. They didn't even need main cannons, Nova-class frigates dealt with them. The large number of troops following behind were responsible for salvaging metal and burning the Orc. Yi Feng didn't linger. After leaving one warship, he quickly advanced, seeking many more Orc warship. After continuously breaking through several worlds, the panicked Orc psychic energy finally spread from 1 to 10, then to 100, reaching the ears of the Orc warboss who was currently fighting a Tyranid creature's fleet that had finished eating and was fleeing. Was warboss the Carnifia really that good-tempered? At that time, he didn't realize how powerful Yi Feng, who was stabbing him in the back, truly was, because the Tyranids in front of him were truly powerful, and fighting them was a lot of fun. Orc language translator converting. Oi, got some shrimp poking us from behind. What do you say we do? The Carnifier, with his massive body, sat high on the flagship's command chair. The entire chair was painted bright red, as he believed it would bring him immense power. What, boss, your arse got poked. Get lost. He slammed one end of his twin axes heavily into the big face of an orc boss who had just spoken, and half a large tooth fell to the ground. The carnifear wasn't satisfied after hitting him. He kicked him again, sending a Gretchen at his feet flying, accurately hitting the fallen boss. It's a metaphor, understand metaphor. The carnifear was furious, and no one dared to provoke him. Oh, I mean, our home was attacked by some shrimp we don't know. So, who's going to kill them? Boss, I'll go. I'll definitely make them know that we are Waaiaik. Orc. Good, Crocro, you go. The other orc boss looked at their noses, then their eyes, then the sky. There were such powerful foes right in front of them, who would want to run so far back home to fight? For the orc, the journey home was simply too long. Report boss Crocro couldn't fight the enemy for more than 3 rounds and was cut down under an armored vehicle. The enemy took advantage of the situation and occupied Mushroom Planet. What? That useless Crocro. Warboss the Carnifear was a bit angry. His fleet was already entangled with the enemy's fleet, and Warboss the Carnifear was excitedly driving his warship, charging through the battle. Receiving this news made him very unhappy. Who are the enemies? How many enemies are there? There are many, many. The reporting orc boys tried to stretch his arms as wide as possible to indicate the enemy's strength. What he got in return was the Carnifear chopping him into pieces with an axe. Old Broken Tooth, get over here. Old Broken Tooth was a capable subordinate of the Carnifear. The two had shared hardships for hundreds of years, and he always used to grin foolishly at him with his broken teeth. A burly orc, his face covered in blood, walked in. The blood on his face was the purple blood of the Tyranids, dripping between his metal teeth. Old Broken Tooth, that useless Crocro couldn't beat the shrimp at home. Really, I think you should go once and teach those shrimp a lesson. Old Broken Tooth was a bit unhappy, fighting shrimp wasn't very interesting, but he still followed his boss's order and set off. Report boss, Old Broken Tooth is gone too. The Carnifear turned his head, his face ferocious, scaring the orc boys in front of him into trembling. What did you just say? Say it again. Old Broken Tooth couldn't beat. Don't be afraid, tell me in detail. The Carnifear plopped down in the command seat. Through the high observation window, he could see the Tyranid creatures moving away from them. Who wants to fight after eating? The orc warship were fast. They thought the enemy was retreating and they were chasing the enemy. I think I am the fastest. I think we can kill them all. Warboss Old Broken Tooth. The orc boy's voice was still trembling. The Carnifear suddenly grunted, and the reporter's words immediately became fast and fluent. Warboss Old Broken Tooth and a little redkin fought for 3 days and 3 nights in the wilderness without a clear victor, causing the surrounding boys and big Kens to cheer. But after the little Ken threw away his sword and replaced it with several claws, Warboss Old Broken Tooth was scratched open by a few claws, like his whole big face wasn't handsome anymore, which enraged Warboss Old Broken Tooth. When he swung his big hammer with all his might, he was pierced through the head by the little Ken's claws. We all ran. The big boom on the other side had many. Stop. The orc boys in front of him had rattled off a long string of words in one breath and was now suffocating, his belly shrunken. You said, a group of big Kens sent a little Ken to fight, and then that little Ken chopped Old Broken Tooth to death. Yes, no, he was scratched open. Bang. The big axe accurately split the orc boy's head. The boy's head was perfectly split into 2. Just like this, right? Humph, where's Big Axe? Call him over. If the orc were a chapter, then a highly esteemed captain had just been slain. Now, the chapter master was going to send the chapter champion to avenge the captain. Big Axe. There's trouble at home. Old Broken Tooth couldn't even beat a little Ken. Take a few million boys back, chop all the shrimp, leaving none, and bring me the head of that little Ken who killed Old Broken Tooth. The Carnifear pulled out his 2 large axes and slammed them together with a huge metallic crash. Then, his roar drowned out the crash and echoed into the deepest parts of the warship. Waaiaik. Big Axe also let out a Waaiaik. And led an orc force of dozens of warship back home. Boss, Big Axe is gone too. All our warship have been stolen by the other side, boo-hoo. The Carnifear was completely stunned. This time, he calmly put down his big axe and walked up to the reporting boys. The huge height difference made the boys instinctively take 2 steps back. Boss. You said, how many enemies are there at home? The ones who ran back said there were 30 warship the size of big chompers, and also space Kens. We don't know how many Kens there are. How did the survivors get back? I think, they were probably let go to deliver the message. The Carnifear paused, then burst into laughter. The entire warship trembled with him. He extended his thick arm and pointed to the observation scope above, where the Tyranid creature's fleet branch began to scatter and flee. You want to fight me? Good. Give my command, fleet turn around, and smash them for me. An entire orc fleet turned around majestically and sped towards home. Chapter 210 Good boy, when you start a war, even the main force of my empire's expedition is mobilized. The Carnifear's flagship was a captured battleship, the dauntless Iron Ball, a symbol of his bravery and the reason he had dominated the area for so many years, built on the prestige he had accumulated. On a battlefield between the Imperium and Chaos, dozens of warships exchanged fire, and over 2,000 Astartes engaged in boarding actions. The Carnifier, however, entered the fray in the late stages of the war, his orc boys overwhelming the exhausted shrimps from both sides. He was the first to board an enemy ship, leaping onto the largest battleship, which was the Imperium of Man's flagship. At that time, 2 chapter masters, a warband leader, and several enchanted warriors were locked in a fierce struggle. When the Carnifier's orc warlord charged in, he was annihilated. When the Carnifier's boss charged in, he was annihilated. Yet, as the vanguard boss, he always stood firm on the battlefield, slaughtering dozens of Astartes. From then on, the Carnifier truly became a dominant leader. This invincible fleet now comprised over 1,000 warships of various sizes, with more than 100 reaching the size of standard imperial capital ships. To defeat an orc army of this magnitude head-on would require at least a medium-sized imperial expeditionary force combined with several chapters working together. Now, Chapter Master Yi Feng stood before a holographic map, observing the complex warp routes and the distribution of surrounding forces, and pulled out an old trick from his Stellaris player days. Are the supplies ready? 32 Ambition-class cruisers, Gothic-class battleships, and 69 frigates have all been fully provisioned for 6 Terra-day. For this, our crew numbers are only about 3 times the absolute minimum threshold. A cruiser requires at least 90,000 crew to operate, and can carry nearly 1 million at most. How are the target signal markings? The Vanguard has suffered over 50% casualties, and Mortal Scouts nearly 83% casualties. The signal is dynamically stable, but Shadow Drone fighter stock is insufficient, with an estimated support time of 12.5 Terra months. Has the evacuation of personnel along the route been completed? We passed through 3 of our worlds along the route. 2 mining worlds have completed evacuation. 30 million civilians on the Fortress world have been evacuated. As for the rest, the Fortress world has submitted a request to hold out to the death. Execute the governor. My order is not a negotiation. Give them 30 Terra-day. Move out everyone who can be moved. Lay mines in other areas, clear the fields, and turn the Fortress world into a trap world. Yes. The messenger withdrew. Chapter Master Yi Feng looked around, finding himself alone, and chuckled sinisterly. This is my first time fighting orcs the White Scars way. It's just that this chessboard is a bit large. A massive orc fleet emerged from the warp. The star system before them was in ruins, enraging the Carnifier. His home had been conquered, the green world was gone, and crucially, there were no even wrecks. The entire planet looked like it had been scorched, and space was even more absurd, with only fragments too small to salvage still drifting. Advance to the next world. The Carnifier was furious, his Gretchen wig, jumpers, completely dead from the surging psychic shockwave from the Carnifier, turning into white corpses rooted to the Carnifier's head. To the orc boys, their boss seeing his home destroyed, his hair turning white overnight, wielding twin axes, vowing to avenge the fallen boys. The massive fleet, without waiting for the follow-up forces, charged directly into the next star system. When the flagship Dauntless Iron Ball entered the next star system, the Carnifier saw a dozen Ambition-class cruisers bombarding his own world. These fragile little ships, upon seeing the arrival of the mighty and invincible the Carnifier, put up a token resistance for a few moments, then fled in disarray, accelerating towards the Mandeville point. My brave and invincible boss, the Carnifier, seized the opportunity to pursue. 300 assault ships roared out, and a tide of massive orcs surged through the dark cosmos. This was a historic step in my boss, the Carnifier's, Wadaik. Across the galaxy/Milky Way. The Carnifier was not a mindless hack and slash. He realized that the enemy before him had a scheme. The intelligence clearly stated there were over 30 enemy ships, but why were there only a dozen now? However, glancing at the vast fleet behind him, he did not believe the enemy had the ability to match him. Catch them and kill them. Chapter Master Yi Feng also shouted in the command bridge, go. Max out the engines. The Byway army was dispersed among all capital warships to serve as chief pilots. Under the enhanced communication of several librarians, they coordinated their actions with Chapter Master Yi Feng. Each time the Carnifier emerged from the warp, he would be met with incoming macro cannons and lances, and then the enemy would flee. But overall, the distance between the two sides was shrinking. The Carnifier, like a sweeping autumn wind, achieved victory after victory, recapturing 8 of his own planets, and pressed the attack, invading enemy territory. His perceived enemies. Anyway, the Chaos cultists below were a bit bewildered looking at the hundreds of orc warships flying overhead. For the Carnifier, he was now chasing the enemy, and the enemy's retreat direction must be the shrimp's home. Time to fight. Large numbers of asteroid drop pods crashed to the ground, and the orcs launched a fierce assault on the Chaos enemies before them. Meanwhile, the Chaos fleet, upon seeing a dozen Imperial cruisers emerge from the Mandeville point, naturally charged forward with excitement. They weren't fools, strange Imperial reconnaissance aircraft had invaded dozens of times, and they had long prepared by calling friends and allies to ambush this ignorant fleet. A large number of Chaos ships lay in ambush in the warp, and after our fleet appeared, they revealed themselves. However, our fleet did not move towards the enemy's world in the star system. Instead, it moved along the edge of the star system, trying to bypass the enemy's star system defense cannons and escape directly through another warp exit. The enemy fleet naturally pursued our convoy, but not long after, a vast orc army appeared. The Carnifier didn't care about any of this. Weren't these just a bunch of shrimp fleets in front of him? Even combined, they weren't his Wadaik. He didn't care if they were friend or foe, he would fight them all. Seeing that they couldn't defeat the large army behind them, the Chaos fleets also fled. This turned into Chapter Master Yifeng's army in front, with some chaos fleets trailing behind, and then the Carnifier's army, burning, killing, looting, and committing all manner of evil, bringing up the rear. The Carnifier was very happy. No matter what, he was now burning, killing, and looting. He was becoming more and more prestigious, worshipped by more and more orcs, and thus becoming stronger. The mighty army brutally carved a path through the intricate map of factions. Chapter Master Yifeng was like the vanguard of a massive Wadaik, leading the orc armies forward. Chapter Master Yifeng was not picky. He went to chaos planets, rebel worlds, and even other orc territories without hesitation. In short, he went wherever the faction's combat power was strong. The warships piloted by the elite White Scars showed a qualitative change. Although many mortals were seasick from the swaying, the warships moved freely under the planetary cannon fire, dragging one world after another into the quagmire of death. If this continued, this orc force would become invincible, but was that possible? When various factions heard their territory was under attack, wouldn't they have to come and check the situation? If any petty scoundrel could beat me, how would I survive in the galaxy/Milky Way? Large numbers of enemy forces, having received the news, began to relocate. On the Imperial front, the expeditionary force in the Ultima Segmentum was locked in fierce combat with the enemy, but with no enemy reinforcements arriving, the Imperium, relying on a continuous supply of provisions, defeated the enemy head-on. The Imperial Expeditionary Force began to pursue the remaining enemies, and the War Council convened to discuss the next operational plan. The intelligence brought back by numerous informants and inquisitors from the front confused the War Council. The enemy's movements were strange, they seemed to be contracting their defenses, retreating to reinforce their rear, but the direction was not fixed, and the frequency of changes was very high. The frequency of changes was, of course, high. The White Scars ships basically had no braking, always moving at high speed. The throttle in the front cockpit was welded open, and the rear cabins were ablaze with gunfire. On the Ambition-class warship at the very rear, demons had already stormed into the ship. There were always scattered enemies who, in the brief flicker of a Geller field, seized the opportunity to possess mortals. The Wolf Brothers and warriors in anti-psychic combat suits conducted routine patrols, occasionally sneering at the enemy's piloting skills behind them. Why couldn't these chaos warships catch up to us? They really wanted to fight. Now, Chapter Master Yifeng's fleet was followed by a large number of ships from various factions. When ships from different factions got close, they also began boarding and fighting each other. At the very rear was the Carnifier's army. The Carnifier was forced to catch up with Chapter Master Yifeng. This was already tantamount to a promotion ritual. Orcs would certainly like to follow a victorious boss. The Carnifier's initial strategic objective, announced to the entire fleet, was to destroy Chapter Master Yifeng's fleet and kill Kazanov, the little Astartes who killed Old Broken Tooth. And during the long war, he continuously conquered territory, becoming stronger and stronger, pushed forward by the Wadaik. Energy accumulated from these orcs. He would either achieve his strategic objective, absorb all the energy, and become a major boss, or fail, in which case, with the immense energy dissipating, it was highly likely that a large number of captains would emerge, declaring, "Oh, I think I'll keep chasing," thereby gaining the approval of many orcs and absorbing this large mass of power, disobeying his retreat order, and continuing to pursue the enemy. The Carnifier's prestige would be greatly diminished, and if a captain were fortunate enough to complete the mission of destroying Chapter Master Yifeng's fleet, he would surpass the Carnifier and become the new old boss. The Carnifier would not accept such a situation, or perhaps he hadn't even considered such a situation. "Oh, I think I can catch them, oh, I am painted red, oh, I am the fastest." Some red-armored warriors looked disdainfully at the large orc iron ball, which was faintly showing signs of emerging among the chaos warships. A big red-armored big mech in front, carrying a shield, also shouted, "Oh, I think I'm the fastest." Many ships from miscellaneous factions seized the opportunity to make a turn and jump out of the strange pursuit. Chapter Master Yifeng was not to be trifled with. "You came, and now you want to leave?" They split into 3 routes, and the orcs also split into 3 routes to pursue. These 3 forces ravaged 3 times the territory before converging at a critical warp node. Splitting and reuniting, they managed to disrupt a large area of territory on the outer reaches of the Ultima Segmentum. Later, several orc forces from other star systems also joined this grand super free-for-all. They dispatched reconnaissance orc boys through their strange war sense, then converged from all directions. Several massive Wadaiks that were originally clashing head-on with the Imperial Expeditionary Force turned and marched towards this all-galaxy coalition. Unbeknownst to someone, they even passed by the home of a Necron dynasty. When they first arrived, the sleeping Necrons didn't take it seriously. Days later, Chapter Master Yifeng shamelessly rushed past this planet, scattering a large quantity of unknown items onto it. In reality, he was just offloading cargo, throwing away everything that could be discarded, such as empty food cans, burnt-out equipment, and so on. Every bit of extra speed helped. The enemies behind didn't know this. Seeing things crashing down from the enemy fleet onto the planet, they thought they were drop pods. Subsequently, some smart ones landed on that planet. Once someone landed, the orcs further behind went down, and then, other orc Wadaiks chasing the Carnifier also joined the battle, until finally, the Necron dynasty awoke and began clearing the ground. The Imperial front was bewildered. In recent years, all enemies had suddenly reduced their resistance. The Imperial Navy, of course, happily recaptured lost territory, which was genuine military achievement. The Inquisitors, however, sensed something was amiss. Not long after, an Imperial Navy fleet, advancing too aggressively, encountered Chapter Master Yifeng's fleet. The Imperial Navy General looked at the dozen or so dilapidated Ambition-class cruisers before him, thinking it was a wealthy rogue trader family under attack. He prepared to approach for a chat, and then incidentally requisition their warships. Would Chapter Master Yifeng pay them any mind? He maxed out his engines and sped off, leaving only the message, "Enemies behind, run." This Imperial Navy hadn't even had time to mock the cowardly rogue trader before them when an endless stream of enemies appeared behind them, engaging them in battle. Subsequently, they too joined the fleeing procession. Chapter Master Yifeng's maneuver this time had mobilized Imperial forces. Upon receiving a formal distress signal from this Imperial Navy Expeditionary Force, several legitimate large-scale Imperial Expeditionary Forces began to converge on the area. Calgar, as the official leader of the 500 worlds, appointed by Guilliman, immediately summoned his brother chapters to depart, preparing to teach a lesson to these enemies of the Imperium who dared to run rampant in the Ultima Segmentum. The clever the Carnifier saw through Chapter Master Yifeng's intentions and dispatched a strong orc force to take another warp route, intending to encircle Chapter Master Yifeng's fleet. Was Chapter Master Yifeng's route that easy to guess? After mobilizing the various major forces in the Ultima Segmentum, he circled back and lingered in the pre-designed area. As we mentioned before, this battle would pass through 3 of our worlds. The remaining dozen or so fleets laid down a delaying minefield here, then awaited Chapter Master Yifeng's main force. This was a form of indirect substitution. After a severely damaged warship moved out, a long-waiting warship would immediately take its place through a clever switch. The swapped-out ships were hung on transport ships. Yes, you heard that right, multiple transport ships just like TO ships, where ships without warp drives are attached to those with them, speeding in the opposite direction, into the void of space. Although carrying warships larger than themselves, their speed was reduced, but it was enough as long as they got out of the orcs' detection range. When you exit the warp and see a dozen enemy ships on the other side of the star system, preparing to jump to the next world, would you immediately turn your ship around and use the heavy auger array on your bow to scan the void of space behind you? The massive forces behind, in their constant ebb and flow, saw damaged units constantly breaking off, and new factions continuously joining in. For example, the Red Corsairs. Far from Imperial territory, these guys' original world quickly fell after Chapter Master Yifeng paid it a visit. The warp sent a message to Huron, and the Great Pirate immediately dispatched a small contingent. Find out who did this. I've always been the one to rob others, and now someone else is robbing me. Unforgivable. The reconnaissance force quickly got caught in the melee. They sent out a distress signal, but it was vague. The psychic energy here was too chaotic, derelict gene stealer ships, orc psychic emanations, communications from various chaos sorcerers. The signal Huron received was, help. Orcs. Brass throne. Tyranids/Tyranids. Followed by a string of place names. With a battle to be fought, how could the one on the brass throne not be happy? He immediately ordered the Blood Angels, who had been recuperating for several 8 years and 8 months after the Great Rift, to attack, seizing the opportunity to strike at Imperial territory. Huron scouts received news of the Blood Angels' deployment. He instantly knew chaos was coming, and the Lord of the Red Corsairs prepared to launch a raid amidst the confusion. He quickly assembled his forces and began advancing towards the chaotic region his scouts had mentioned. At this point, he still thought the Blood Angels had indiscriminately destroyed his pleasure world. The warp received countless requests for prophecies, but the vast majority could not ascertain the future direction of this war, as the instigator was hiding behind a shield, cackling maniacally. Hey? A small portion? Naturally, that small portion of seers was being misled by the omnipresent schemer Tsianch. Certainly, some people didn't want to join this battle. For instance, those who stopped chasing Chapter Master Yifeng to fight would be crushed by the Carnifier, who had a clear target. Of course, no faction was to be underestimated. After reinforcements arrived, some forces could calmly retreat. Then Chapter Master Yifeng enveloped the rear of these fleets. The major factions retreated to another star system, only to quickly discover that the shameless Chapter Master Yifeng had taken a small detour with his main force and then confronted their vanguard. They dispersed into several fleets to break through, then reassembled in certain specific areas to continue their escape. After 4 years of racing across the entire star system, our Chapter Master Yifeng finally decided it was time to end this farce, so he steered his warships into the pre-prepared Grand Loop. Due to too many entries and exits from the warp, 10 Terra-day had actually passed. The trading fleet was followed by too many forces, so its route was stretched very long enough to drag tailing ships across several star systems. Chapter Master Yifeng began circling in a specific area. The 5 worlds, in the warp routes, actually formed a circle, and now, Chapter Master Yifeng bit into the enemy running at the very end. Several chaos warships barely endured the orc assault and reached the very end of the queue. Just as they were about to turn and escape, they saw a dilapidated large force bombarding them with cannon fire. After many circles here, Huron's opportunistic fleet finally arrived. Chapter Master Yifeng's original plan was to head to Ultramar, or failing that, towards Holy Terra. He was sure to intercept this group of guys. But Huron's arrival made our Chapter Master's old face grin like a chrysanthemum. By now, the warships had suffered heavy losses, with only 8 remaining. However, most of the Astartes were still present, as they would fight to the death to prioritize the transfer of the Emperor's Angels. 8 Ambition-class cruisers fearlessly charged towards the enemy fleet at maximum speed. Huron's advancing army watched the ships ahead, as if they were coming to their deaths. Some opened fire, others prepared to board. Huron also smiled like an old chrysanthemum, he had just left port and already gained 8 ambition-class cruisers for free. Go easy on the cannons, don't damage my warships, old brothers, prepare to board. Hundreds of Chaos Warriors successfully boarded the ambition-class cruisers. In their understanding, these warships should contain weak rogue traders, and they were ready to bring the gifts of the Chaos Gods. Soon, Huron stopped smiling. The boarding parties reported that there were a large number of Astartes here, and they couldn't quickly seize the engine room. The two fleets did not slow down at all. They charged past each other head-on, and the supermassive fleet arriving behind made Huron's scalp tingle. Quick, hoist the signal, we are the Red Corsairs' main force. Tell them to turn around themselves, or we'll smash them. Huron looked at the dense array of warships on the corrupted auger array before him and suddenly realized that these people were chasing the 8 ships ahead. Was there something good on them? He quickly ordered more troops to board. Unfortunately, there were no available hands at the moment. The fleet ahead did not dodge or swerve, charging directly towards Huron's grand fleet, sending out numerous communications in various racial languages, all conveying roughly the same meaning: get out of the way. How desperate these guys were. Chased by orcs, they thought, why should I follow the ambition-class cruisers ahead? I'll take another route. Then they were surprised to find that the forces ahead split into 3 at a 3-way junction, 5 at a 5-way junction, and then inexplicably converged again. Are you walking a dog here? After another batch of emergency boarding, Chaos Warriors leaped onto our warships. The 8 warships, almost without reducing speed, tore through Huron's grand fleet and headed towards their own rendezvous fleet. In the segmentum obscurus, the Crimson Torrent chapter and the Dawn Angels chapter had uncharacteristically left the side of the salamanders and disappeared. They were preparing to welcome the true chapter master of the Red Tide. The claws of the real warriors fought to their heart's content. 6 suits of armor and 2 shields perfectly guarded the 8 warships. Relying on a large number of Terminator armor and a greater than expected number of boarding troops, they fiercely beat the Red Corsairs. Initially, dozens of Huron's veteran subordinates, members of the Star Claws, boarded, followed by about 300 miscellaneous recruits. Subsequently, a company of Chaos Warriors reinforced the boarding party. These individuals, combined with a large number of Chaos cultists, would have been sufficient against rogue traders, but they were now facing over 600 hidden Astartes. Big surprise, hee hee. Chapter 211 The Great World. Chapter Master Yi Feng now stood in the shattered corridor, surrounded by several Luna Wolves who were vigilantly watching the surrounding walls. The Star Claws veterans were incredibly powerful, having fought in the warp for nearly 800 years, and as Luft Huron's most trusted troops, these Star Claws veterans were all equipped with Chaos Terminators. Huron was now a Chaos Lord second only to Abaddon, with numerous troops and generals under his command. There were also disadvantages. For Abaddon, Huron was merely the leader of a disorganized rabble. A large number of traitor chapters and scattered traitor legionnaires formed a bloated, selfing group. In layman's terms, apart from the 23 Star Claws veterans who boarded, the other nearly 400 individuals were relatively weak in combat. Coincidentally, our chapter's combat strength was also quite lacking, with the vast majority being Primaris recruits, still in the 11th company. Thus, the battle gradually devolved into a headache-inducing chicken-pecking contest for Yi Feng. Our great unclean one, clad in heavy armor, guarded the engine node, and soon, he couldn't stand still, charging towards the enemies appearing on the periphery. It was very difficult to make a White Scar stand still on the battlefield. The Star Claws Terminators warriors, leading several renegade sons of Guilliman, attacked the communications node ahead. Mortals were ruthlessly torn apart, and the arriving recruits were disemboweled by the Terminators until our own first company veterans arrived, and only then did the situation begin to turn. Yi Feng, carrying a large shield, suddenly appeared from behind the enemy, instantly tearing apart a Chaos Sorcerer, while the enemy leader also turned and began to cast a spell. A scion of the Word Bearers, a librarian? No, that's not quite accurate. He was a Chaos Sorcerer captured by a Word Bearer's warband and forcibly transformed into a Chaos Astartes. This individual held a long staff with a smooth, black handle like aged ebony. Atop the staff was a metal cross, at the center of which was a clear, brilliant blue gem, emitting a faint psychic glow. Countless vines extended from the ebony staff, tightly wrapping around the metal cross, drawing power from the blue gem. Yi Feng could even see the blue psychic energy flowing through the vines. A psychic laser beam shot directly at Yi Feng's warrior helmet. Yi Feng raised his arm to block in front of his head. Weakened by the anti-psychic shield, the enemy's attack only left slight marks on his power arm. This was also part of his plan. The laser was merely a cover. A large number of unknown explosives flew over, and the warriors behind Yi Feng returned fire with their bolters. Within seconds, Yi Feng's heavy armor was riddled with dents, but fortunately, this was enough time for a White Scars to rush into the enemy's face. The pale green chain sword in Yi Feng's hand roared as he violently swung it at the enemy. The Chaos Librarian took several steps back, letting the other brothers of the warband take the front, muttering incantations, seemingly intending to cast another sorcery. The Chaos Warriors before him were no match for a century-old Primaris veteran. With a few powerful, heavy blows, these warband lackeys were knocked to the ground. Yi Feng ignored the fallen enemies, leaving them for his teammates behind to finish off, and charged straight for the enemy librarian. This Chaos Librarian had naturally noticed the tall warrior in front of him carrying an anti-psychic shield long ago, but he remained calm, continuing to chant his spell. Yi Feng had already reached his face, swinging his combat blade towards his face. He suddenly held his staff horizontally, blocking his chest, and parried the incoming chainsword. Pale green light flashed, and clear cracks appeared on the staff. Just as Yi Feng raised his big foot, preparing to kick the opponent in the groin, the Chaos Librarian finally finished his incantation, and the numerous vines on the ebony staff withered. Yi Feng did not notice anything unusual, he thought it was his shield's proximity causing the psychic weapon to be destroyed. The part struck by the chain sword suddenly shattered. The Chaos Librarian took a step back, dodging Yi Feng's attack, grabbed the broken staff handle with one hand, and the metal cross with the other, pulling it out sharply. This staff was actually a scabbard, the metal part inlaid with the blue gem was the true weapon. The blue gem provided ample energy for the longsword, and the power unleashed by this weapon was even greater than a power sword. The thin, long sword instantly tore through the heavy armor, completely severing Yi Feng's arm holding the chain sword. The heavy armor could not block it in the slightest, it truly cut through metal like mud. The Astartes Laramon cells quickly began to staunch the bleeding. Yi Feng was shocked for a moment, then immediately grappled with the enemy. The sword in the enemy's hand was long and thin, unsuitable for close quarters combat. Yi Feng's left arm casually took out a combat knife from his thigh, used his elbow to block the enemy's sword-wielding right hand, and thrust it forcefully towards his chest. The enemy tried to retreat and create distance, but Yi Feng only pressed forward. Chest to chest, the machine spirit of their power armor roared. The Chaos Librarian's left hand reached for Yi Feng's wound, obtaining a few drops of dripping blood. He could then unleash some chaos sorcery, as long as he was away from this shield. The Luna Wolves warriors had never seen such a sight, the chapter master had never been so severely wounded. They charged at the enemy without regard for their lives. Even if they didn't have time to draw their combat knives, they used their bolter magazines as hammers to strike the enemy, using their bodies to push back the advancing chaos warriors. One warrior picked up Yi Feng's severed arm and chainsword. Yi Feng's right hand was firmly locked onto the chainsword, under his force, he couldn't pull out the relic sword. At this moment, the Chaos Librarian threw the long sword behind him. With Yi Feng pressing hard, he stumbled back a few steps, caught the combat blade with his left hand, and thrust it towards Yi Feng's head. Our chapter master was unusually calm at this moment. He sensed danger, so he stopped, falling forward. The Chaos Librarian was still cooperating with Yi Feng's charge, but the sudden stop made him stomp back a step. It was this small detail that allowed Yi Feng's head to dodge the enemy's attack. The long sword blade pierced through Yi Feng's power pack, making it inconvenient to pull out for a moment. The Chaos Librarian wanted to retreat, but Yi Feng's left arm firmly held him. He released the hand holding the combat blade, intending to punch Yi Feng in the back of the head, but it was too late. The warrior who picked up Yi Feng's severed arm charged forward, stepping on Yi Feng's thigh, and suddenly appeared above Yi Feng. He held Yi Feng's right forearm in one hand and Yi Feng's hand in the other, swinging the arm and chainsword fiercely onto the Chaos Librarian's head. The Chaos Librarian fell to the ground. The rest of the warband fired intensely towards them, but this warrior covered Yi Feng with his body, blocking most of the attacks for him. The subsequent charging warriors quickly eliminated the enemy. The chapter master's fall did not cause the Red Tide's morale to collapse, instead, it soared, as they roared for revenge for the chapter master, charging at the enemies before them. Some damn scoundrel somehow spread the news that Yi Feng fell as Yi Feng sacrificed himself. All the warriors on the ship, whether Astartes or Imperial Auxiliary, even the lowest-ranking crew members, furiously picked up weapons scattered on the battlefield and launched suicidal charges at the enemies before them. The Imperial Auxiliary who arrived on the battlefield picked up an Astartes bolter and fired at the enemy. After just one shot, the powerful recoil shattered all the bones in his chest. Before he could fall, a second warrior immediately took the heavy gun and continued firing. The Astartes quickly rushed to Yi Feng's side, forming a circle, unleashing firepower at all costs. The enemy was repelled by the torrential bolter barrage, retreating behind cover to the rear areas. At this time, Yi Feng was not dead, he had merely lost his power pack, causing his heavy armor to become paralyzed and unable to access the communication channel. It wasn't until the apothecary peeled off the warrior's corpse from Yi Feng, attempting to rescue him, that our great chapter master spoke his first words. "You damn well get that sword off my back first. Be careful, it might be a chaos relic." The thin sword inlaid with the blue gem was still stuck in his power pack, its hilt glowing with a silver light. Yi Feng, helped to his feet, looked at the corpses of his brothers around him, filled with rage. "Wait until I change armor and fight again." The warship burst out of the warp, followed by a frantic boarding by nearly 1,000 Primaris warriors. Antoni's company and the Angels of Dawn had been waiting here for a long time. The two chapters had mustered a total of 7 strike cruisers, launching a boarding assault on our riddled cruiser. The enemies were quickly annihilated. There was some trouble dealing with the rare 20-odd Chaos Terminators, but it was quickly resolved. Of the original 600-plus warriors stationed there, 261 were casualties. The warriors of the 11th Company had undergone a true baptism of blood. The Wolf Guard warriors reluctantly moved their heavy bodies, the anti-psychic combat suits were ultimately too heavy and couldn't protect too many comrades. The small Huron fleet that subsequently pursued them was completely annihilated by us. The Angels of Dawn, being honest people, did not misreport numbers and truthfully informed the Imperium of their recruits and reinforcements. This time, at the request of their best brother chapter, they dispatched over 600 warriors to assist. Coupled with Antoni's 500 men, they finally joined forces with Yi Feng, making the enemy feel what it was like to face a human sea. After a brief cleanup, this mixed fleet quickly departed. It was not safe enough here. If the Carnifier suddenly went crazy, broke through Huron's grand fleet, and reached this location, it would be disastrous. We couldn't possibly charge at the orcs while you, Huron, hid to the side like a mantis stalking a cicada, could we, Luft Huron? Huron's veins were now throbbing. The fleet before him was larger than he could have imagined, and the orcs were very pleased with the massive fleet that had appeared before them. What was even more critical was that Huron's army, which had long plundered the fringes of the galaxy, also had a considerable number of ambition-class cruisers. Many wealthy rogue traders were Huron's men. The wise and mighty the Carnifier, I think, this is the enemy's main force. This is the ambush they wanted to lead us into after running for so long. I think these shrimp cans in front of me are very waiic. I think I can beat em. The Carnifier charged towards Huron's grand fleet, and the warp descended into chaos, with a large number of warships falling into a melee. They emerged from the warp based on the principle of proximity, engaging in bloody combat. Luft Huron was very eager to leave this kind of battle, he was out to raid, not to fight a war. However, this was a circular navigation channel, and there were only a few exits. A chaos sorcerer reported to Huron that another group of orcs had arrived at the node ahead, wanting to join this massive melee. Imperial relief forces were approaching from the flank, seemingly to rescue the 8 Imperial warships trapped in the battle. There were also orcs arriving from the ghoul stars from behind. Huron clapped his hands. Did he even need to think? Break through towards the Imperial side. As long as Guilliman doesn't come, I can leave. Good news, Guilliman didn't come. Bad news, everyone except Guilliman came. Then, he saw the vast armada of the legitimate Imperial Great Crusade, a super-large force assembled by Calgar, comprising numerous chapters, supported by the Custodes, Grey Knights, Sisters of Silences, Inquisitors, Battle Sisterses, and Deathwatch. They were originally the main expeditionary force tasked with reclaiming lost worlds during the Great Rift's expansion. Upon receiving the distress signal, they assumed it was a large-scale orc plague, not expecting to encounter Huron's main force trying to escape. Well, don't be polite, let's fight. At this moment, our chapter master stood beneath the statue of Jagatai Khan, silently admonishing himself. Restrain your desires, don't speed, restrain your desires, don't speed. This statue is a negative example, Khan is a negative example of getting lost by speeding. Minutes later, the fleet arrived at its territory without stopping, officially entering the second strategic phase. Chapter Master Yi Feng, along with the Carnifier, had thoroughly explored the numerous daemon worlds, rebellious worlds, and Xenos worlds between the 300 worlds of the Teo and Imperial-controlled space. Now, the areas near our territory were either occupied by rebel forces who had won a Pyrrhic victory or orcs who had just seized worlds. While they are weak, quickly expand our territory. The 9 warships that had been rotating with our 8 ambition-class cruisers had already returned to our territory and begun the expedition in conjunction with our gunships. Chapter Master Yi Feng had completed the main strategic planning. The areas to be reclaimed this time were mainly concentrated on the edges of the Segmentum Obscurus and Ultima Segmentum, approximately 600 worlds after bypassing the territories of several known awakened Necrons dynasties. If we can't make it in time, we can first secure the 3 most important warp lanes, then slowly reclaim the rest. Then, the orcs scattered by the Carnifier will gradually form a barrier, separating us from the Imperium. Between these orcs and us, there will be Necrons territory, allowing us to develop peacefully. The strategy of killing with a borrowed knife is over, now it's time to break the borrowed knife. The Dawn Angels chapter had prepared their loudspeakers, and the librarian had begun meticulously recording the upcoming battle. For them, this cleansing plan was a small expedition, and once it concluded, they could proudly inform the world of the great victory of our Emperor's blades. The only thing that surprised them was, Chapter Master Yi Feng, you're still alive. When this one-armed mastermind behind the Red Tide stood before the angels again, they could hardly believe what they were seeing. They repeatedly watched videos of Yi Feng's Tai Chi sword techniques and were deeply impressed by this warrior. Now, suddenly seeing him in person, the recruits looked at the only veteran who had met Yi Feng, the current chapter master and former captain of the Third Company, Ferdinand, with some bewilderment. Regarding the information that he was still alive, Yi Feng brushed it off as the Emperor's mission. As for the reason he had never appeared before them after disappearing into the Great Rift, he attributed it all to the Emperor's secret mission. These Angels of Dawn were not so easily fooled, but fighting orcs alongside Yi Feng was certainly not a problem. A certain unfortunate rogue trader, the nominal owner of these dozens of ambition-class cruisers, profusely thanked the Angels of Dawn, kowtowing dozens of times until his forehead bled. The Angels of Dawn spent a lot of time talking with Yi Feng, seeing Anthony's company's 500 brothers moving around, and Yi Feng's subordinates numbering over 300, then being told that there were more troops covering their flank. Where did you get so many people? They talked for a very long time, until Yi Feng temporarily sent them away on the pretext of needing to recover from his injuries. A fleet stationed in the home territory followed the path Yi Feng had taken earlier, collecting damaged warships. The current harvest far exceeded expectations. Yi Feng held the data brought by the communication ship last week. In the 4 years that the main force had been speeding ahead, the salvage team behind had collected at least 50 cruisers and 90 frigates and salvaged ships. However, of the 200 Astartes performing the mission, over 80 had been casualties because the enemies on the derelict ships were also quite formidable. There was no other way, more warriors had to be drawn from the more than one company guarding the 300 worlds. It was now chapter year 209, and newly decanted recruits had all joined the defense ranks. Struggling for over 200 years, even though the current numbers exceeded a chapter, it still felt insufficient. Yi Feng rubbed his temples, sigh. Such matters should be left to Guilliman. How did he manage to defend such a vast territory with so few troops and even plan a counterattack? The mighty main force, primarily composed of white scars, now moved with divine speed, initiating extermination efforts before the newly landed orcs could establish themselves. The operations of the past few years had been very smooth. We divided our forces into 20 routes, meaning as many routes as there were ships, directly attacking multiple worlds. Over 1800 Astartes gathered here, quickly clearing over 500 worlds, with each fleet advancing at a rate of 1 world per month. However, as everyone knows, our Ambition-class cruiser has very few blessings, and its machine spirit is quite temperamental. After being driven wildly by the White Scars, it now acts up if the speed is reduced. These warships have a higher probability of being attacked by warp corruption. Although the 90 Astartes on board can hold the line, it will increase the duration of warp travel. When the 5th year arrived, the orcs on the remaining 30-odd worlds in the plan had already gained spacefaring capabilities. This warp lane was filled with orcs warships flying chaotically, and orcs from various worlds were attacking each other to determine the boss of these 30-odd worlds. The only 5 other worlds remaining among these worlds had incredibly bad luck. Since the last large-scale orc attack, chaos cultists had to constantly face orc meteorites that would occasionally fall without warning. They prayed to the warp gods, but received very few responses. The warp was in chaos, who cared about these insignificant minor worlds? The only ones maintaining an upward momentum were the worlds controlled by the Gene Stealer. These fanatics fought the orcs with a zeal even more fervent than the Imperial Guard, constantly driving them out and even planning to build shipyards to personally go and wipe out the orcs in the neighboring systems who were preventing them from returning to the embrace of the many-armed Emperor. At this time, the great melee that had plagued half of the Ultima Segmentum also ended. The Custodes intervened, and Calgar personally slew the Carnifier, utterly defeating the orcs. However, Huron's side suddenly received help from Kern. The Blood Angels suddenly appeared from the warp, cutting off the expeditionary force's retreat. They wanted to sandwich the expeditionary force with Huron, completely annihilating it. But who was Huron? Could he be a mere pawn? If I defeat the Imperium, won't I still have to fight the Kern Berserkers? To contend for her spoils? Who would be happy to cooperate with you? I'm out of here. I'm going to find somewhere to raid. It was Huron's desertion during the battle that gave the expeditionary force an opportunity. Led by Calgar, the Blood Angels were driven back into the warp, and the expeditionary force also suffered heavy casualties. The reclamation expedition in the Ultima Segmentum was temporarily halted, awaiting Gilliman's next instructions. The 30-odd worlds were finally pacified. With the brutal cooperation of 2 chapters, the orc bosses on the planets were decapitated, and the 300 worlds direct defense forces stormed these worlds, thoroughly burning the orcs to ashes. The Angels of Dawn were preparing to announce this great victory across the entire sector and then prepare to launch an attack on Teo territory. Chapter Master Yifeng forcefully stopped them and called Kazanov to educate them, having Antoni's company's warriors adopt a one-on-one supervision method to quickly silence the Angels of Dawn's big mouths. You're proud of killing a few orcs? How many traitors have we killed? Only 100 or so, perhaps. At least when the Angels boarded to assist, only 100 or so chaos enemies were still alive. Can that be called a victory? The Emperor would laugh at you, such a record is embarrassing to show. At least it should be like our wise, majestic, dashing, immensely talented, learned, and powerful chapter master Yifeng, who once slew 1,000 chaos warriors, that would count as a great victory. These Angels of Dawn reconsidered and agreed. Their current achievements were indeed far from the feat of killing 1,000 chaos warriors, especially those traitors from the Sons of Horus. So they accepted the hush money given by Yifeng. It was now chapter year 214, and most of the Ambition-class cruisers had been sent for repairs. But there was good news, a battle barge and a strike cruiser from the order were due for delivery. This order was very old. At that time, Yifeng had just produced the first batch of recruits and wandered off to work for the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Adeptus Mechanicus had them join an exploration mission, and they ended up finding a group of Gene Stealer who had stolen a pilgrimage ship from the Ecclesiarchy. We cleared out the enemies, found the Ecclesiarchy relic, and later sold it to the Ecclesiarchy. The share Yifeng received was these 2 ships. At the Scaria Forge world, the 2 ships had been waiting for a long time. They were warships seized from the World Eaters, and these 2 ships had been purified for over 200 years. Now they officially returned to the Imperium, returned to the embrace of the Astartes. Lian Liluo acted as agent to collect them and sent them to the 300 worlds, now to be called the Duchian world. Chapter 212 Andrus, I am the light of the people. Yifeng stood before the 2 warships, a faint sadness in his eyes. The bustling spaceport was now under full martial law, Astartes stood in neat formation, silently arrayed in the empty space plaza. Except for 2 transcendent bigwigs who were still arguing. Anos and Situare had been arguing for several years. Anos pulled out several mechanical arms of different appearances, strongly demanding that Yifeng replace his arm with one of them, which even had the Shadow Venom blade and his personal insignia. Meanwhile, Situare had seriously created a biological arm using biotechnology. Such an arm wasn't impossible to create, but it required a long adaptation period. Yifeng's entire body was flesh strengthened for 200 years by hormones secreted from the progenoid gland, only one arm was like that of a recruit. It was like replacing an arm on an ironclad Terminator armor with a Mark 7 power armor arm awkward. The 2 bigwigs had been entangled for 5 years, and Yifeng had been entangled for 5 years too. To be precise, these 2 bigwigs had already started an arms race. When Yifeng brought his arm back that year, because it had been severed by a chaos relic, he didn't dare to reattach it and so it was cremated on the spot. But later, after the tech marine who sailed with the trading fleet connected with Enos, he became very certain that it was Necron's technology. The tech marine of the trading fleet was truly well informed, having seen almost all Adeptus Mechanicus technologies, except for their most closely guarded secrets. Subsequently, Anos began to constantly promote his mechanical arms, continuously innovating from the initial makeshift standard mechanical arm to a blade type with extremely fast slashing speed, a fire type with extremely stable shooting, and a destruction type capable of carrying super heavy equipment. He even introduced a jet type solely for acceleration. Situate did not understand this and expressed great shock. What's gotten into this old fellow today? Yi Feng isn't a son of Ferris, why would he use an iron hand? Wouldn't it be better to give me a few years to make a biological arm? Situate wasn't busy now, he was specifically in charge of modifying Iron Warrior's gene seed, so making an arm in his spare time was simple. And so, the two have been arguing until now. Yi Feng couldn't take it anymore. Sirs, this is the naming and boarding ceremony for the two warships before us, please be serious. The strike cruiser was named Valley of Shadows Secret Trove. The Red Tide has no secrets. As for the battle barge, Yi Feng ultimately chose Situe's biological arm, so he gave the naming rights to Anos. Anos, without ceremony, named this battle barge Anos Glory. Amidst everyone's scornful gazes, Anos, full of himself, led the way into the battle barge, his tall figure nearly knocking down the doorframe. If Yi Feng hadn't thought Anos was in a bad mood, he would have definitely given him a kick and made him use the cargo passage. Anos pointed and gestured at various areas of the battle barge, while the tech marines following him meekly recorded Anos's modification suggestions for each area in detail. The entire battle barge would be refitted to become the home of the tech marines, serving as a mobile meeting area for the Red Tide's tech marines. It would be used to store a large number of technological creations, alleviating the pressure on the Eternal Mountain. The tech marines believed that the Eternal Mountain, as the chapter's historical museum and the primary activity area for the librarian and chaplains, was already sufficient, and with the relic chamber, it was already very crowded. The tech marines were moving to the new battle barge. This Anos Glory was to become the chapter's main high-power weapon storage and research area. Yi Feng did not offer any suggestions, even if he did, Anos would ignore them. There was no other way, the person with the most authority in the chapter wasn't me, the chapter master. With the two warships entering service, the chapter returned to normal patrols. Only the trading fleet and the various forge worlds eagerly awaiting this mobile technology exchange were affected. Huron finally returned from the chaotic warp beacon and reassembled his forces. Time in the warp was always strange. After this emergency rescue, Huron's warp corruption deepened. Huron was angry, very angry. It was clear that this unprovoked disaster was caused by the 8 Ambition-class cruiser fleets at the forefront, and he sought revenge. The Star Claws veterans who had fought with him for a long time, precious Terminator armor, 400 Chaos Warriors, and his prestige were all utterly lost. Now, fewer than half of the Chaos fleets willing to heed his call to muster remained. Huron ordered his Chaos Sorcerer to inquire of the warp who had betrayed him, but he received no answer. The mastermind was hidden behind a shield. The warp could give Huron an answer, as other Red Tide warriors were not behind the shield. But, to know, a greater price was required. Huron reassembled his forces. He urgently needed to plunder things required by the warp, then perform a grand sacrifice to gain guidance from the warp. The Byway army waited at the operating room door. Yi Feng was undergoing an arm reattachment surgery, with Situate as the lead surgeon. Biological surgery for regular Astartes was already mature, but for a Primaris warrior, when a muscle coil reinforced arm was connected to Yi Feng's body, whether other problems would arise, we did not know. For this surgery, which garnered the entire chapter's attention, another surgery, known to only 3 people, seemed to pass unnoticed like a gentle breeze. Anos, are you really going to do this? We've studied it long enough. This isn't the phalanx. We've absorbed the pilot's memory sectors, we know how to operate and maintain this warship, except for that one thing. I know, but, we're not in a hurry, are we? No. As long as we don't take that step, our chapter's important military strength will forever be locked here. The chapter needs more power. Besides seeking it externally, eliminating meaningless internal friction is imperative. The Eternal Mountain, or 3 gunships, we cannot afford the impact of such power remaining static. Now is the cost, now is the snowball effect. The more power we unleash now, the larger it will grow in the years to come. Anos. Master, I think the power you can bring to the chapter is even greater. You are also part of the cost. It was Eng speaking. He had already begun to factor the future of various battle brothers into his calculations. No, it's not greater than this. Brother Yi Feng has already found his Belisarius call, and you have inherited my technology. My influence is negligible. But we, really, aren't going to report to the chapter master. Anos suddenly became resolute at this moment. Who am I? What I say, does Yi Feng dare not listen? If the chapter didn't lack dreadnoughts right now, I'd dare to chase him down after being dreadnoughtized. Oh, right, next time the Grand Librarian is lucid, tell him I'm not giving him this good stuff, ha ha ha. At the end of chapter year 214, Anos officially became the machine spirit, or rather, the captain, of the esoteric battleship. This technology came from the earliest Adeptus Mechanicus innovations, traceable back to the Great Crusade era, to the 15th Legion, the Thousand Suns cruiser, the Tlaloc. The Tlaloc's machine spirit was Iskandar Khan's sister, a real person. The esoteric battleship, 60 years after being acquired by the Crimson Torrent chapter, was fully put into service after extensive repairs, except for its main cannon and psychic facilities. Yi Feng, stepping out of the operating room, was stunned upon hearing this news. You, Anos, want to rebel, don't you? How dare you undertake such an important activity privately? Did my 200 years of consent make you think I was an agreeable yes-man? Almost all important figures of the chapter rushed to the esoteric battleship. Marine Ink had been waiting there for a long time. Yi Feng, furiously piloting his ship, arrived at the only open dry dock and saw Ink standing there, holding a handwritten parchment scroll. Ink. Where's that greenskin stinky shoe Anos? Has he got rebar in his head? Hurry up and call him out. Chapter Master Yi Feng, here is a message from Anos for you. Marine Ink held up the parchment scroll with both hands and respectfully handed it to Yi Feng. What's with this dying declaration nonsense? That Anos fellow is far from dying. Ink said nothing, standing silently. He was the lead surgeon for the operation. Anos's current state was between captain and machine spirit. The previous measures on this warship were Zeno's methods, and Anos was not at ease, preferring to personally control it for stability. Ink, I ask you, do you know about this? How dare you not report to me? You're all rebelling. Chapter Master Yi Feng, these are Anos's words for you. Yi Feng's right hand hovered an inch above the parchment, hesitating to descend. You'd better pray there's a convincing explanation in here, otherwise, I'll break your... Yi Feng glanced at Ink, it seemed all his usable limbs were mechanized. I'll confine you for 500 years. Yi Feng took the parchment with both hands, muttering, A-Tech Marine, doing the librarian thing? Just put it on a hard drive. Opening the parchment, it read. No, I insist on using parchment. Make sure to put this scroll properly in the relic chamber. I am the patriarch of all Tech Marines in the chapter. Worshipping a hard drive lacks presence. Don't blame the Tech Marines, this was my personal action. You certainly wouldn't agree anyway, but do I need your agreement? I am the Tech Marine of the Shadow Venom Blade, only Maroris can command me. This warship can now be controlled. You know how to pilot it, so I won't say much more. The Psychers need to be gathered as soon as possible. This warship's main cannon is powerful enough to play a decisive role in an apocalyptic war. An octagonal warship, with a shipyard on each face. No, not a shipyard, a shipbuilding facility. It can repair and even build warships. I suggest immediately bringing those skeletal frames over, construction can begin at once. I will personally oversee it. Haha, personally. Maroris must be dying of envy. Now, I'm the boss. Finally, you brat, hurry up and get more people. What's with these 1,000 Astartes? Who are you trying to amuse? They wouldn't even be enough to fill my belly. Hurry up. I want to be a Legion flagship. Give me 100,000 first, I'm not greedy. Yi Feng finished reading the parchment. His words remained unchanged, even more irritable. Anos, you green-skinned boot. Did steel rebar get into your brain? Directly above Yi Feng, from the ceiling of the shipyard, a steel rebar suddenly detached and plummeted straight towards him. Our chapter master didn't even glance up, raising his right hand and steadily catching the rebar. My surgery was a success. I don't need your mechanical arm. There's no need to be so angry with me. I even named the battle barge Anos Glory for you. Is that all the ambition you have? Why don't you dare to tell me to name this warship Anos's back garden? Hey. It seemed that seeing Yi Feng's right arm was fine, the entire warship fell silent again. Only numerous servitors moved about. These were the production lines for the powerful warship's components, as recorded in the STC template fragments, operable solely by Captain Anos and the servitors. TCH, how unlucky. Yi Feng turned to face all the sons of Ferris present and said fiercely, I do not agree to proceed with related experiments, understand? Seal this technology away, seal it. Among the crowd, the warriors who had received special orders from Anos showed no signs of abnormality. They were fervent followers of Anos. After the initial 6 keels were used to create the great warship, they too would sacrifice themselves to become the first machine spirit. Do not doubt the madness of the sons of Ferris Manus. This was perhaps their glory. Maroris is fully responsible. Regarding the chapter's permanent loss of an ancient Iron Father, the chapter only allowed Astartes to know the general situation. The existence of the esoteric battleship no longer needed to be concealed from the recruits. This warship also became the official chapter monastery and true flagship of our Red Tide. It was renamed, People's Light. No matter what suffering the galaxy endured, even if the Imperium fell, Terra was lost, and the Emperor died, as long as this warship existed, the light of the people would never be extinguished. Anos's likeness was recorded in a portrait. Anos said that if he left any physical remains outside of the captain's quarters, once an enemy obtained them, the strange warp could cast sorcery upon his machine spirit. He did not leave any material containing his gene seed exposed. Yi Feng's anger had not subsided at all. Here, he naturally built chapter mortuary number 2, with Anos's enormous portrait on the outermost wall. He placed this portrait in a very conspicuous position and loudly shouted to his surroundings. Anos, come here yourself and kowtow to yourself. The hook holding the portrait suddenly detached. Yi Feng laughed heartily, what can you do to me? You can't crash the People's Light into me, can you? The warships were brought back. 32 Ambition-class cruisers, the Dawn of Light, and the keels of 6 new warships barely filled half of the shipyards. Massive amounts of materials from the Duchian world, after initial forging on a forge world, were continuously sent to this flagship, which was the size of a small hive city. Given the nearly 300 casualties among the warriors previously, we were temporarily not short of power armor. Situate had fallen into a state of loss, or rather, loneliness. Among those active outside, he was truly the oldest. Anthony explained some things to the Imperial side. Although the big-mouthed Angels of Dawn did not report on the subsequent war, they did report on the status of another unit of the Crimson Torrent chapter. This infuriated Anthony. You took hush money, so why are you still talking? Angels of Dawn, couldn't help it, really couldn't help it. I tried my best. Anthony was now distraught. The Imperium knew we had another unit, so wouldn't my numbers exceed 500? Wouldn't I lose my supplies? No, I have to salvage this. On one hand, he contacted Yi Feng, symbolically transferring 80 Astartes from there. Then he told the Inquisitor that these were all their remaining personnel, and they had left earlier to rescue them after they were trapped in the Battle of Bloody Disaster. The Bloody Disaster was the Imperium's name for the galaxy-wide brawl caused by Yi Feng's reckless driving. For the Imperium, the expeditionary force first defeated Huron, then broke the Greenskins, and finally achieved a great victory over the Blood Angels. It was a real victory, and the casualties were indeed heavy. The Inquisitor looked at the Angels of Dawn beside him. These angels kept their mouths shut tight, nodding vigorously. Anthony paid some additional hush money and took a deposit, which he only returned to these big-mouthed angels after the incident had settled. The Inquisitor angrily declared this to be welfare fraud. Anthony swore on the Emperor's statue that he had merely thought they were all wiped out and didn't know they had survived. The Inquisitor grew even angrier. Then do you know about this warship? The Inquisitor slammed a photograph onto the table. This action was quite insulting, but Anthony was overjoyed. Isn't this our Iron Jungle strike cruiser? This was one of William's great fleet, a missing unit from back then. Do you know how many people are here? Do you know? There are a full 300 people here. You call this a remnant? You're at full strength. There are over 900 active Emperor's Angels. Anthony paused. 300 people, let's see. The Great Disappearance happened about 50 years ago. A strike cruiser would indeed be equipped with an apothecary and a resurrection-grade gene seed supply. But certainly not this many. They must have acquired gene seed somewhere, or simply merged with some black shields. Indeed, esteemed Inquisitor, I truly did not know that the brothers on this warship were still alive. You know, this is a warship reclaimed from those vile traitors, the Iron Warriors. Perhaps the machine spirit had not yet been fully sanctified by the Holy Emperor, leading it to a rebellious act of getting lost. But I stake my honor that the warriors aboard are absolutely loyal angels of the Emperor. Anthony's finger was almost poking into the Emperor's statue's nostril. The Inquisitor let out an unreadable snort. The matter had not yet reached the point of an investigation. Those Astartes on the Iron Jungle were indeed loyal. When Imperial forces found them, they had been fighting continuously, reclaiming over a dozen worlds. However, supplies for the Crimson Torrent chapter would clearly not be issued on time. Furthermore, Antony's company might very well be dispatched to a brutal battlefield. Knowing who Anthony was, he immediately contacted several other Inquisitors to help him. Supplies absolutely could not be cut off, not even a little. Several Xenos Inquisitors from the Death Watch were invited and had a fierce argument with this Inquisitor of the Inquisition. You say the Crimson Torrent chapter is disloyal? Isn't that a slap in my face? Are 40 of my men Chaos infiltrators? What else do you want to say? That I'm a traitor. I just came back from a battlefield against Greenskins. The Inquisitor who came to investigate Anthony was splattered with spit, and pressure also came from high-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus and Astartes officials. After all, this chapter had many patrons and good relations with the Salamanders. The matter was dropped. The bad news was that we wouldn't get a share in the next reinforcement, but the good news was that supplies for 500 people had now become supplies for 1,000. The Xenos Inquisitors shook hands with Anthony, saw off the Inquisitor of the Inquisition, and also took 50 Primaris warriors with them. The Death Watch had suffered heavy casualties recently, the enemy was rampant, and wars were too frequent. Anthony sighed. At least the brothers from the Iron Jungle had been found. This time, he could refuse the Imperium's next call to war with a very legitimate reason. Over 300 battle brothers have been found, I need to confirm their loyalty. Anthony led everyone straight to the Storm Sector, to the Canis Majoris sector in the Imperium's overt territory. The Iron Jungle was relatively lucky. When they arrived there, although only about 50 warriors remained on the warship, most of them were Terminator's units. That Alpha Black Shield killed the navigator and tried to steer the entire warship towards the Eye of Terror, but while his Terminator armor made him powerful, it also restricted his speed of movement, allowing our loyal warriors enough time to eliminate him. When the Iron Jungle arrived in this area, they found that less than half a light year from where they had emerged from null space was a rebellious world. The surrounding area had fallen into a great famine due to a prolonged lack of goods from Imperial trading fleets. Almost this entire sector had rebelled. These guys looked at the chapter's short history and thought, I'm familiar with this situation, brothers, let's establish armed enclaves. Things didn't go as planned. They were still too close to the Imperium. The expeditionary force reached this point 40 years after disappearing into the Great Rift. After one world was dealt with as a heretical world, the Astartes quickly appeared to delay the expeditionary force and made adjustments to the remaining worlds. Never mind whether the Emperor was a god or not, we sent Astartes to openly garrison the planets. These Emperor's angels were equivalent to Emperor incarnates. If the populace had problems, they just needed to ask them for help and pray, and it would be done. The Astartes led the common people in kneeling before the Emperor. Who would dare to call them heretics? Chapter 213 Skull Seat. The Qian world has many problems, the most important of which is the population problem. Worlds that have been occupied by orcs and swept by rebel worlds are sparsely populated, or in some cases, completely uninhabited. When the 300 worlds allied forces recaptured these worlds, some personnel did not withdraw but instead settled locally, embarking on the task of clearing ruins and rebuilding human worlds. They merged with subsequent waves of refugees and colonists, becoming the earliest administrators of those worlds. When Chapter Master Yi Feng completely took over these messes, the population was still at its lowest threshold. His territory had expanded threefold, but the population had not grown at all. The good news is that the esoteric battleship, now the People's Light, has the ability to terraform planets. The bad news is that it consumes a lot of resources, seemingly not worth the effort at all. Yi Feng wished he could transform into the Red Nymph Goddess to play matchmaker for the people. The population problem concerns the combat effectiveness of all humanity, and even more so, whether humanity can keep the TO in check. These alien fellows are quite enthusiastic, and many of them genuinely believe the greater good that Yi Feng shouted during his surrender persuasion. They are diligently working for humanity, believing that the TO still have a place in the multi-species alliance. Once the lower tier TO had a life goal, they gained motivation. Coupled with the TO's commendable efforts, they recently exchanged for a colony planet, and their birth rate is now stable. The Earth caste scientists responsible for family planning, arranged marriages, are almost overwhelmed. Besides these headaches, the situation with Lian Liluo is also somewhat complicated. Because it is an exclave of the Taiping Star region, its communication with the Taiping Star region is completely disconnected. The Segmentum Obscurus, however, has stable roots to it, leading to official personnel from the Segmentum Obscurus visiting from time to time. For example, an inquisitor recently visited, a special one who specifically manages Nurgle Poxwalker's issues. He came to investigate the Alyai incident. This kind of thing happened over 100 years ago. Alyai was completely burnt down and then rebuilt. Who can even remember clearly now? Lian Liluo had a group of people there muddling through. Yi Feng was already having a headache when a corruption incident occurred inside the People's Light, prompting the Wolf brothers to deploy en masse and turn another shipbuilding area into a repair state. We salvaged many warship wrecks, most of which were orc, but a few were also chaos warship. Under the command of Anos's machine spirit, these warships could carry out cleanup work solely with their internal defense systems and servitors. This was the first time the Crimson Torrent chapter had completely detached from the Adeptus Mechanicus for ship repairs, and naturally, it was fraught with problems. Anos has been studying warships for so long that simple repairs are certainly achievable. It's just that the blessing process consumes quite a few personnel, at least tens of thousands of relevant workers either go mad and commit suicide or become corrupted before a warship can be fully purified. This brings us back to the original problem: where do we get so many people? Before, William always used the pretext of support to participate in large-scale mortal evacuations during battles, then secretly sent these people to our territory. Now, William is also gone, and the Inquisitors are closely monitoring Antoni's company, which is still on probation. It's time for a new unit to go out and fool, abduct, relieve the suffering of the common people. Yi Feng's gaze fell upon the Wolf brothers who were drinking. The Wolf brothers had just eliminated a group of corrupted servitors and were now, as usual, eradicating wine. Facing the stubborn, clearly corrupted Astartes, mortal unable to help, fated opponent wine, the Wolf brothers had been fighting for many days, yet it was hard to determine a winner. Even the Primaris Astartes, with their angelic bodies, were swaying. Only the old wolf Rogier leaned against the wall, muttering about raiding Colin's plantations. As soon as Yi Feng appeared, Rogier strode forward like a dragon and a tiger, launching a drunken punch straight at Yi Feng's face. Our great chapter master hastily dodged, causing Rogier to fall flat on his face. Brother Yi Feng, you're not honorable. Rogier lay on his back, muttering incoherently, waving an empty wine bowl at Yi Feng. I've finished 4 vats, and you haven't had a single sip. Your drinking etiquette is problematic. Before he finished speaking, the old wolf suddenly sprang up, scrambling to the edge of the wine vat faster than his usual charge. Rogier, I have something to discuss with you. I know. Isn't it about snatching things? My nose is very good. Whether it's outlets, tech marine, you still need my nose to find treasures. Rogier, sober up first. I'll come back for you in a bit. You stop right there. Yi Feng suddenly froze, feeling a murderous aura emanating from behind him. The wine vat, it's empty. Forget it, he's beyond saving. Yi Feng ran quickly ahead, followed by Rogier, who had a large wine vat on his head. The key was that even when drunk, he could locate Yi Feng by sound, steadily pursuing him without falling behind. Amidst the chase and commotion, the two arrived at the Anti-Psyker conference room. The People's Light is quite large internally, capable of accommodating at least 4 billion people in transit, so having a few special conference rooms is quite normal. Rogier entered the Anti-Psyker room. This disgusting power, combined with the shield Yi Feng carried on his back, instantly sobered him up. Subconsciously, there were actually 2 options, sober up or vomit. But Rogier's subconscious couldn't bear to part with such good wine, so he simply sobered up directly. Certain special organs in the Astartes body passively activated, eliminating the anesthetic components in his system. What's wrong, brother Yi Feng? What do you need me for? Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Rogier. The fellow was now sitting upright, as if nothing had just happened. Are you willing to lead a force out independently, fight on the Imperial front, and bring population and resources to the Qing world? No. So direct? Rogier, didn't you aspire to become the new great company of the Space Wolves before? At the very least, to go out and fight as a successor chapter. Why don't you want to go out now? If I go out, I won't have wine to drink. Besides, with these wolf brothers, I'd be too ashamed to return to the parent chapter. For Rogier, these wolf brothers were not pure enough. Since he wasn't an apothecary, he only had a general understanding of the specific details of the wolf brothers' modifications. Therefore, he didn't believe that the people under him now were qualified to call themselves wolf brothers. Since they weren't pure enough, they had to undergo the trial of the wolf. And the combat power of these young pups must be fiercer than that of ordinary space wolves. Currently, only one person meets this requirement, Kurosel. The others, including the 100 or so wolf brothers modified later, although all world champions, are still not good enough in quality. Their swordsmanship is sloppy, their footwork is sloppy, and even their sense of smell isn't good enough. I won't take these people out to lose face. Not returning to Fenris, and leaving Yi Feng's side, wouldn't that mean no more wine? Warrior quality and quantity can both be improved, right? The gene seed we use are pure, containing only 5 years of recruit training experience. It's normal for their combat power to be a bit low. Just take them to fight for 2 more years, and they'll be fine. I won't. It's embarrassing. Right now, I'm your company captain, so the wolf brothers losing face is your problem. If I go out, it'll be my face they're losing. You are truly straightforward. Yi Feng was somewhat speechless. Rogier's face showed indifference. I'm not leaving, what can you do to me? Yi Feng had a headache. If Rogier didn't go out, he couldn't possibly let Jonal go out under the name of the 8th Company of the Emperor's Scythes, could he? Wouldn't that mean being recalled by the parent chapter? Although our Guillemon indeed has many descendants. In terms of gene seed adaptability, Iron Warriors come first, Ultramarines second, and the number of people from our own legitimate 3rd chapter is not large. Yi Feng took a deep breath and continued, Rogier, sending the wolf brothers out is truly. Stop, brother Yi Feng. I think following you is more efficient. I'm not confident I can accumulate this much wealth in a few hundred years like you. Rogier's ears strangely closed on their own, and he shut his eyes, entering a rogue state of no desires, no demands, not listening, not seeing. Yi Feng rubbed his forehead. He had learned bad habits from Ina, the Sisters of Silence's closed-eye arguing mode. With the wolf brothers still lounging around, Yi Feng called for Nian Ci Jin. This legitimate chapter chaplain had his status severely challenged during his absence. Valis and Kazanov's prestige grew higher and higher, causing him to go to the grassroots for visits from time to time. When Yi Feng called him, he was visiting the shipbuilding area where the corruption had just occurred, carrying a power sword. Chapter Master Yi Feng, you called for me. Yes, Nian Ci Jin, when do you think it would be appropriate to depart and continue trading? As soon as possible, as fast as possible. The favors we've accumulated and the prestige of the trading fleet will diminish over time. You know our current situation. I can only mobilize 3 ambition-class cruisers. Chapter Master, can I mobilize the original World Defense Force? That is, the Hurricane Strike and the fire ships. You mean? Mobilize all conventional warships from our home world. Yes, Chapter Master. The People's Light, Eternal Mountain, Anno's Glory, Meigu's Secret Collection, and Supreme Chongming are fully capable of defending this world. That certainly makes sense. Nian Ci Jin, I believe that given the treasures carried by the trading fleet, these escort forces are still insufficient. We ordered 3 ambition-class cruisers from a forge world. Over 10 years have passed, so they should be completed. We'll prioritize going to that world. The ships sold to the rogue trader, the Adeptus Mechanicus's blessing process was perfunctory. In that case, I'll give you the Meigu's Secret Collection as well, plus the Silent Fire, 3 fire ships, and 3 cruisers. That should be enough. Yi Feng directly assigned 300 people to Nian Ci Jin, including the apothecary and recruit in the strike cruiser, letting him lead the fleet to develop on his own. In other words, hurry up and go out and make money for me, don't just stay at home and be lazy all day. In the warp, a fantastical and bewildering world entices lost souls into an endless abyss. In the fiercely burning territory, the land made of corpses stretches as far as the eye can see, and rivers of blood flow past the bodies of the vanquished hanging from giant bones. A pervasive bloody aura hangs over Kern's domain. Various monsters, blessed by Kern, engage in mutual slaughter. One-on-one duels bring immense pleasure to all creatures, bravery and honor are the obsessions each monster pursues. They constantly defeat powerful opponents, advancing towards Kern's fortress. That's it, that's it. Prove your might with the skulls of the strong. Angren roared at the monsters before him in the supreme Chongming. The colossal arena was entirely composed of skulls and the skeletons of giant creatures. Within an ellipsoidal corpse with a diameter of several kilometers, stark white bones formed a large circle. Above, countless Kern followers stood, cheering loudly, raising bone stick torches with flickering ghostly flames, waving banners and wrapping themselves in crimson regimental flags of unknown origin, ready to charge down and fight at any moment. The monster before Angren was a giant 8-blade spider. This creature had no feet, instead, it had 8 sharp horn blades that could easily tear through a prey's defenses. After dedicating itself to Kern, the 8-blade spider quickly gained Kern's favor through its precise killing and its fighting style of taking on multiple opponents alone. Through its accumulated military achievements, it became a daemon prince. Angren challenged it, his murderous intent surging within him. The 8-blade spider swiftly launched an attack, striking at Angren simultaneously from multiple angles, seemingly without any weakness. Angren fought the enemy before him entirely with his bare body. The sharp horn blade sliced open his arm, revealing bone due to the depth of the wound. Angren, in turn, grabbed one of the enemy's horn blades and, with a powerful twist, shattered it. The ingenuity of this arena lay in the stakes, Gurn's blessing. Both parties entering here would see a significant reduction in the blessings of the brass throne, returning to a primal state barely capable of survival. The vast majority of those lost blessings would then be bestowed upon the victor. Angren roared, biting through the incoming horn blade with his teeth. The might of the Primarch drove the gigantic monster before him back step by step. After the horn blade shattered, it transformed into irregular spikes, becoming even more menacing. With a single thrust, it pierced Angren, who was trying to grab its arm, leaving him covered in blood. The butcher's nails stimulated Angren, driving the fallen Primarch into an even greater frenzy. He charged head-on towards the enemy. The giant spider was not to be outdone, spewing a ball of fire towards Angren, hitting him squarely. The stream of flames spewed by the giant spider was astonishingly powerful, even its own horn blades dared not enter it. Yet, Angren surged against the current, reaching the fire-breathing maw, and with a mighty punch, knocked out one of its sharp fangs. The 8-blade spider, the 5-blade spider angrily converged its horn blades, attacking Angren from 5 directions. Acorn Daemon once quipped that the brass throne's blessing wasn't for Angren, but for the butcher's nails on his head. There was truth to this. The butcher's nails once again stimulated Angren, causing him to madly endure the giant spider's attacks, delivering another uppercut to the now silent maw. Angren was completely charred, his entire body blackened, like Fukin. 5 horn blades slashed at his sturdy arms, his explosively muscular back, and his thighs. Drops of blood oozed from Angren's carbonized skin. You are but a rampaging beast, the weak are unworthy of kingship, Angren, uncharacteristically, spoke in 8-character phrases. The giant spider opened its maw and lunged at Angren's head, intending to end his life completely. Angren, undaunted, surged forward, utterly disregarding the blood and shredded flesh torn from his body by the horn blades. He quickly leaned his head back, then used his own head as a battering ram, wildly smashing it into the giant spider's open maw. The butcher's nails brutally slammed into the giant spider's dense teeth, shattering all its gleaming fangs. The broken teeth fell into the spider's mouth, and without its fangs, the spider's bites could no longer penetrate Angren's thick skin. Angren bared his teeth, letting out a wild laugh. He bit off a large chunk of flesh from the spider's mouth, then tore backward, his arms surging with power, ripping a large amount of the enemy's flesh from its putrid maw. Truly, snatching meat from its mouth. Angren gulped down the bloody raw meat, then charged even more ferociously at the spider. With his savage strength and simple technique, he broke off a long horn blade, then wielded it as his combat blade, hacking at the spider. The heavy, powerful attack struck the giant spider's carapace but failed to breach its defenses. The immense impact, however, damaged the 8-blade spider's internal organs, causing it great discomfort. The spider, too, showed a fierce glint in its eyes. The scales on its belly suddenly burst open, revealing new, small, sharp daggers that slashed towards Angren's heart. Angren leaped high, not only dodging the enemy's attack but also seizing the opportunity to deliver an uppercut to the spider before him. Then, wielding the stolen horn blade, he plunged it with all his might into the great spider's heart. The Primarch of the World Eaters truly possessed the power to devour the heavens and earth. Shredded flesh and blood clung to his maw, and he stood upon the spider's body. The upturned scales and barbed spikes caused Angren no harm. He stood proudly upon the enemy's corpse, receiving a thunderous ovation. Gurn's blessings were returning. The giant spider suddenly rose, it had more than one heart. But the brass throne had already acknowledged Angren's victory in this match, and it was too late. Feigning death to ambush was not permitted by Gurn, even if it was indeed the giant spider's official counterattack after a brief unconsciousness. Angren stomped his foot hard, and the giant spider cried out in pain, glumly retreating from the arena. It had lost many blessings and could no longer even be considered a daemon prince, only a high-ranking daemon. The victorious Angren strode out of the arena with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, arriving before the brass throne. The blessings upon him shone ever brighter. I ask to tear my brother apart and bring his skull to you. Gurn let out a hearty laugh from the throne. Although the year 42K888 was still far off, Angren hadn't specified Guilliman. The last war had just ended, making it unsuitable to act in the real world again, but dealing with an old rival was certainly permissible. He commanded Angren to go to Slaaneish's territory, to teach Fulgrim a lesson, and let the smallest chaos god in the warp feel the love of his big brother. That kind of love, like being consumed by a raging fire that could tear you apart. As for that 8-blade spider, let it be. The giant spider hid to the side, licking its wounds. The return of Gurn's blessings barely allowed it to repair its wounds and return to its 8-blade form, but its lord's favor was gone. It had to prove its worth. Go to the real world, kill 888 Astartes, and with the blood of those hateful cans, let me be promoted to Daemon Prince once more. A Chaos Warband attacked our world. This force consisted of numerous raptor squads, jetpack warriors, stealthy assassin squads, and noise marines, primarily Slaanish cultists, with a haphazard mix of gene seed, using whatever they could get their hands on. They were originally a warband assembled by Huron, completely rooted in the blood scourge. Subsequently, they gathered a large number of remnants from other factions. Disorganized forces that simply worshipped the warp, without allegiance to a specific chaos god, also boarded their strike cruiser and fled outside. They attacked the small world we had just recaptured, a planetary moon. The tens of thousands of 300 worlds allied forces stationed there were annihilated, and nearly 500 Chaos Warriors of various factions landed on the planet. These Chaos Warriors began a free-for-all, vying for control of the strike cruiser. They weren't all on the same side. After enduring hardships together, all sense of martial ethics vanished. Nurgle's viruses permeated the ship's compartments. The loudspeakers on the Noise Marine's backs blared blasphemous roars, and fear-inducing sirens shattered the Chaos Warriors before them. Kern's berserkers, as always, charged towards their chosen targets, swinging their black combat blades wildly. Xianx's followers hid among the Chaos Astartes who simply worshipped the warp, working behind the scenes to sow discord and manipulate the battle to their desired outcome. Before long, these individuals who had escaped the chaotic battlefields of the warp began to succumb to the impact of the real-world barrier. They encircled the tens of thousands of corpses, forming a massive blasphemous ritual array. Before they could physically discuss to whom to offer the sacrifice, our ships transporting the next batch of refugees arrived. The suffering mortal transport ship collided head-on with the enemy's strike cruiser. Kern Chaos Warriors gleefully cut down the Chaos Warriors before them, then massacred tens of thousands of mortals. They brought these weaklings who defiled their blades to the ground, piling them with the bodies of other Chaos Warriors, to perform a grand sacrifice. At this point, from the initial 500, only just over 300 Chaos Warriors remained. These survivors were either Kern Berserkers or a coalition of Chaos Warriors from other factions, seeking self-preservation. The Kern forces controlled the altar and were preparing a grand sacrifice to Kern, while the coalition fully attacked the strike cruiser, attempting to seize the warship and escape. Entering this real world was merely a temporary measure. They wanted to return to the Eye of Terror. It was at this moment that Chapter Master Yi Feng, having received a distress signal, led his forces to investigate the situation. Chapter 214, Darkness. The Eternal Mountain galloped towards the colony. After receiving the distress signal, Brother Yi Feng rushed over as fast as he could, thinking it was an attack from scattered orcs. When a strike cruiser hovered in orbit around the planet, Brother Yi Feng knew that this small world, with only tens of thousands of people, was beyond saving. When Brother Yi Feng saw the crashed colony ship, anger swept through every Emperor's angels. Brother Yi Feng stood on the bridge, his single arm held horizontally, his eyes cold. Situate was re-examining his right arm. It seemed to be in good condition. I feel like too many people have died recently. You'd better feel that way. Situate was currently in charge of the modifications on the Eternal Mountain. Relf's descendants were multiplying exponentially, and the gene seed of the Iron Warriors had an unbelievably high compatibility. You know, all the good things I've accumulated over the years, I should really bring them out and use them, otherwise they'll just rust. Indeed, Chapter Master, your century-long plan should be bearing fruit. At the very least, what you set up a century ago should be put to use, the Tech Marine interjected. He was the one responsible for studying the sapphire rapier that had cut off Brother Yi Feng's arm. Then let's give them better treatment, we'll upgrade them to battle barge class. This strike cruiser in front of them was almost uncorrupted, indicating that the traitors still had their Geller field active when they entered the warp. However, this time, our greatly greedy Chapter Master had no intention of seizing it. The Eternal Mountain acted as a scout. What do you think the main force was? The colossal hull vanished into the warp. Even though it was the size of a small hive city, it was as tiny as a mustard seed in the warp. In just a few tera-hours, the light of the people emerged from the Mandeville point. Its precise detection equipment scanned the state of this warp region within seconds, discovering small streams in the warp, and riding the current, it arrived here. The Chaos Traders on the planet saw the gigantic hive city approaching them. The light of the people activated its isolation device, making it appear solid on the warp level, impossible to teleport aboard, and in real space, transcending physical rules, its own gravity did not affect the planet's orbit. It was this heaven-defying hidden escape capability that allowed the inner circle to survive, and likewise, it was also an extremely powerful raid ability, surprise attack capability. The Kern forces at the altar below had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. They were merely standing on a small satellite colony, and the warship approaching them was larger than an orc battle moon. The giant object in the sky exuded an unspoken might, making the nearby strike cruiser appear so tiny. The octagonal ship, to those on the ground, resembled a colossal bell of doomsday, descending upon the entire world. The bottom of the light of the people had no lights, and even its propulsion system was completely blacked out. Pure darkness encroached upon the sky, vitality vanished, and the shadow of death enveloped the hearts of every Chaos Warriors. A large number of corrupted mortals, either bound to the altar or having just joined the Kern cult, slumped to the ground, muttering prayers to the Chaos gods. In their eyes, Gabriel's horn had already sounded, and the light of one star after another in the sky was extinguished. They stopped worshipping Kern and began begging for their lives, their faith instantly shifting to Nurgle. The Kern berserkers cruelly hacked down these newly corrupted mortals, piling their heads layer upon layer, reaching a height of exactly 88.88 meters. The desire for slaughter was soaring. In the colossal construct above, there must be powerful enemies. If I cut off their heads, I will surely gain the favor of the Skull Throne. Although Kern warriors are a bit brain damaged, it's hard to say they have brains, but other Chaos Warriors are different, especially those rational traitors who went to seize the warship. A communication was sent to the light of the people on a common frequency. Greetings, we are the Blood Rose Warband. May we ask which faction you belong to? Very polite, I like it. Let's give them a little gift. A strange fluctuation emanated from the light of the people warship. The space before their eyes visibly twisted completely. An invisible spatial wind swept over the enemy's warship, causing all electronic instruments to fail completely, and the enemy's void shield instantly vanished. The machine spirit of the Chaos warship wailed, as if facing the scythe of death. The entire warship trembled. These enemies lacked the courage for a desperate fight with us. Their sorcerer bludgeoned the Chaos cultists following them to death, piercing his body with a heavy staff. The sorcerer frantically chanted spells, attempting to initiate a small sacrifice, and desperately fled into the warp, even if it meant being directly exposed to the warp's light and transforming into a Chaos monster. However, the subsequent attacks from the lance and the secondary cannons of the Light of the People reduced the entire warship to its keel. The secondary cannons of a Hive City-class warship are much larger than a Nova cannon. The largest physical weapon we can currently use is a massive annihilation sphere over 100 meters in diameter. It cannot be considered a shell, strictly speaking, it is a super torpedo flying at sublight speed. This type of torpedo can physically annihilate matter several kilometers in diameter. We lack the materials to manufacture them, and our existing stock is limited. We opted for beam weapons. Hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously manipulated several massive crystal emitters. After the rays were absorbed by the crystals, they drew power from the crystals themselves, becoming more lethal. After repeating this process, they transformed into a terrifying ray storm that tore through the entire enemy ship, burning all matter on it into molten lava floating in space, leaving only an adamantium keel drifting. This was the power of the ancient psychic species alliance, including the ancient Eldar, at its peak. The history of this warship itself is older than the entire history of humanity. The gift from antiquity completely shattered the courage of the enemies on the planet, even the most fearless Qing berserkers were at a loss. Blasphemous thoughts arose in their minds, only if the Great Skull Throne personally descended from the brass throne could it possibly contend with this. The slaughter began. The enemies, deprived of air defense, faced an endless bombardment from the fleet. Death was their ultimate fate. The Light of the People opened its hatches. The sudden lights on the black warship were so warm. In the despair brought by the dark sky devourer, a slight change in color was enough to drive the people below insane. Cruiser after cruiser emerged from the docks, surrounding the entire colony. Below, the Qing leader raised his arms and shouted, "Long live the brass throne! May the Great Skull Throne grant us strength!" The Qing berserkers leaped onto the altar, which was covered in sacrifices. They began to fight each other in duels, only half of them would receive blessings. The combat was swift and brutal. This was not a sparring match that could last 3 days and 3 nights without a winner. This was a true battle to the death, where both sides engaged in close combat, with no one retreating until the enemy in front of them fell. The warp rift slowly opened. On the skull altar, each skull emitted an eerie light, connecting to form a fiery runic circle. As more and more Chaos warriors died, the heads of powerful berserkers were also placed in sacrificial positions. The 8-blade spider, wandering in the warp, felt the surrounding summons. The Astartes heads made it hungry, so it was the first to respond to the sacrificial call, emerging from the warp rift. The berserkers stood around the warp rift, raising their weapons, their entire bodies exposed to the warp's light. Their current situation left them no room for hesitation, they had to obtain all the power they could get. The 8-blade spider impatiently rushed out of the rift. The berserker leader in front of it was somewhat surprised, and also somewhat desperate. "You came? It's over." In the sky, the Light of the People's beam weapon launched an attack. This was the largest weapon located at the bottom of the warship, used to reshape the planet's surface. With the power turned to maximum, it could create an artificial abyss. Light shone, and a colossal, golden-hued pillar of light descended. Originally hundreds of meters in diameter, as the light pillar hit the ground, its range grew larger and larger, reaching tens of kilometers upon impact, covering an entire mountain range. Hard rock melted like butter. All enemies who dared to look directly at the Light of the People had their eyes completely incinerated. Even if Qing warriors possessed the authority over flame and could ignore many ranged attacks, they were helpless against this level of bombardment. The altar hidden in the cave was completely destroyed, and the entire mountain was transformed into a deep canyon. The lance of the Ambition-class cruiser followed up, and here, there was no void shield, offering no resistance whatsoever. The entire planet trembled, producing a massive earthquake. The already fragmented human living facilities were completely shattered by the intense geological activity, like a dragon turning over, and were swallowed underground. On the Light of the People, no one was more excited than the Tech Marines. This strike marked the return of humanity's highest combat power in machinery, after a certain system on the phalanx was damaged. The sons of Ferrus Manus, along with Relf, knelt before Anos's portrait, proclaiming that the light of the Omnissiah would last forever. Situer finished examining Brother Yifeng's arm. The world below was already shattered, with a bottomless valley at its lowest point. The surrounding matter had melted, and lava flowed down the rock walls into the valley. The entire world would be uninhabitable for at least several decades. The Light of the People had the capability to quickly transform it into a paradise world, but Brother Yifeng was unwilling to expend any more resources. "Brother Yifeng, why are you so uncharacteristically, not stingy, today? In life, there are always partings. No one knows when they will leave. I've hoarded so many treasures, I must see them tear through the enemy with my own eyes to rest in peace." Ever since Brother Yifeng had an arm cut off by an unknown minor henchman, a chaos librarian, he suddenly became alert, realizing that there were too many things in the world that could kill him. He couldn't die without having spent his money, he wouldn't rest in peace. "If you had been like this earlier, I could have already gone to battle, instead of being busy with recruit modifications. I am an Astartes too. No, we few people can't handle that group of enemies. We need at least several 100,000 more." Situer plunged the scalpel into Brother Yifeng's arm with precision and force. It wasn't even a minor injury. Wow, Situate, what are you doing? Testing if your life is hard enough. Have you decided about the Imperium yet? How many people can the People's Light hold? I don't know, probably more than Call. He can produce hundreds of thousands of Primaris warriors in one go, so I have to try to. Back then, Belisarius Call was so dashing, he calmly told Robert Guillemon that a ship with 5,000 Primaris warriors would surely be enough for him to launch an expeditionary force. Guillemon looked up at the sky, seeing dense transport ships. This time, Brother Yi Feng generously used esoteric battleships and announced that 1,000 Astartes would permanently guard the People's Light. The number here is about 700. It will be several more years until the next batch of recruits emerge from their tanks to reach that number, but that doesn't stop me from establishing a warship tradition now. Behind Brother Yi Feng was a group of Astartes, fully equipped, full of hope, yet also a little disappointed. They were the first batch of recruits, Ralph's batch, after the great expansion began. 300 men are now reduced to 171, having achieved the feat of walking the 100-meter corridor without power packs, officially joining and replenishing various companies. They were eagerly preparing for their first battle after enlistment, only for it to be ended by a single shot from the People's Light. Brother Yi Feng turned and shouted to the warriors, "There will be plenty of wars. Our enemies will not give up, and neither will we. I hope you remember that what we must do is not only protect the people, but also slaughter all Xenos in the galaxy/Milky Way. We are not just defenders crouching in our trenches, enduring artillery fire and waiting for the enemy to charge, we are the Emperor's blades. We will stab directly into the enemy's heart, carve their flesh bit by bit, and tell them that humanity is the master of the galaxy." Brother Yi Feng felt a bit like Khan looking at the imperial truth back then. What he said, it seemed even he didn't believe it. Below, they shouted in unison, "Unite as one, liberate the entire galaxy." As long as it works. Anthony began to disperse his troops. As the war situation gradually shifted from strategic offense to strategic stalemate, the Imperial Expeditionary Force attacked too many scattered areas simultaneously, and the advance speed slowed accordingly. The Salamanders dispersed their troops, and as usual, they sent their forces to various battlefields of the Imperium, fighting alongside mortals. Anthony emulated this method, sending out 600 of his nominal 900+ troops. These veterans had been with him long enough, and he trusted these battle brothers. This also meant that when the warriors acted alone, if they fell in battle, no apothecary could recover their gene seed. Do we have it? The salamanders still retain their gene seed traditionally, but we don't. Although relying solely on the coral pituitary, the warrior's growth is not as fast as normal Primaris, their combat power is lacking, it is definitely stronger than that of ordinary Astartes. Joining a regular Astra Militarum Legion as an assault tank is also feasible. Dispersing our forces means our numbers are in a Schrodinger's state, and the Inquisitor won't send us to overly outrageous battlefields. Then Anthony's plan fell through. 3 of his companies were dispatched to a combined Adeptus Astartes chapter operation, a distress call issued by the Death Watch, which Anthony reluctantly accepted when he received the notification in front of the Inquisitor. 3 strike cruisers sailed through the warp. The Inquisitor borrowed a ship to gather. The journey was neither too short nor too long. During brief rests at several nodal worlds, they encountered the Creek Death Corps, the Armageddon Steel Legion, and Acadia Astra Militarum Force. Anthony felt a bad premonition, these were some of the most formidable Astra Militarum forces in the Imperium. It seemed the upcoming battle would be brutal. The journey was bumpy, the warp was very unstable, and a huge storm raged in this navigation channel. This temporary joint force gathered around the strike cruisers, and Anthony became the temporary leader of this force. The front of the navigation channel was hazy, making it impossible to see the situation clearly. Fortunately, the Astronomicon was directly behind them, and the navigators confirmed their position by observing the Astronomicon in real time. A mysterious attack interfered with the void shield, and the swirling ion winds killed several maintenance personnel. The light in the corridors was unstable, and there were problems with the power supply, only the Geller field remained relatively stable. The fleet lost 3 frigates and an unknown number of supply transport ships before barely reaching the rendezvous star system. More than 60 chapters had already gathered here, many chapters coming in full force, with the number of Astartes reaching 40,000. The Imperial Navy had assembled an entire main fleet here, with many more scattered warship rushing to join. More Imperial ground forces were still arriving, the Imperial Guard, Valhallan Ice Warriors, Talrn Desert Raiders, the Adeptus Mechanicus Titan Legions. Not enough, still not enough. After comparing the information, a chill ran down the Inquisitor's spine. The Death Watch team confirmed that the Gene Stealer lurking on the main world of Arizith had already summoned the Tyranid/Tyranid Hive fleet. The Great Devourer was coming. The world of Arizith was extremely important, one of the few worlds capable of mass-producing basilisk artillery tanks and chimera armored vehicles. It was a crucial military supply point for the Imperium and absolutely could not fall. Anthony had never seen the Tyranids, but that didn't stop his desire to smash the Astropath's head. When the distance is too great, communication between Astropaths can only be guessed, not to mention the psychic interference from the Tyranid/Tyranid fleet this time. The warp was already a raging storm. Tyranid creatures are uniformly controlled by a hive mind called the Hive Mind, whose vast intellect forms an irresistible shadow in the warp. The arrival of a Tyranid/Tyranid fleet first brings psychic interference, the warp becomes chaotic and disordered, and the shadow of the Tyranid/Tyranid collective consciousness will cover this part of the warp, preventing any psychic distress signals from being sent. After destroying the Gene Stealer, the Death Watch discovered that they had completed their summoning and immediately sent out the highest distress signal. All worlds began to rush to provide support at all costs. Anthony greeted familiar chapters and, led by some old friend chapter masters, visited various chapters he had never seen before. Many here would perish in the bloody battle to come. The Imperium had accumulated considerable experience in fighting the Tyranids. Although these enemies are massive in scale, as long as we show that attacking us would be unprofitable, they will retreat. Then, if we clear out all life in the surrounding star systems, leaving not a single creature in the small star systems, they will depart. Tyranids do not only eat metal, they also consume metal compounds. For example, human bones contain a large proportion of calcium, which is a metallic element. It is certain that they consume calcium in compound form. The Armageddon Steel Legion was deployed to the front lines. The best way to deal with Tyranids is with Melta Flamers, incinerating all biomass. This time, Anthony was allowed unlimited firing authority. As long as there were supplies, he could keep firing. Receiving the longed-for supplies, Anthony's brow furrowed. Was this a good meal before death? The Crimson Torrent chapter was assigned a position near the Salamanders. On the other side was the Black Dragons chapter, also a successor chapter of the Salamanders, one of the unlucky ones from the cursed founding batch, whose bodies mutated to grow bone spurs. Anthony restrained a few impetuous subordinates who saw the Black Dragons chapter warriors with long bone spurs growing from their arms and heads. The current chapter master of the Black Dragons chapter did not reveal his name, everyone called him Dragonhead. He was taller than a custodian. Due to the Black Dragons chapter's unique bone growth, there have been cases where ordinary Astartes grew up to 3 meters tall. After Primaris enhancement, this Black Dragons chapter master's height was comparable to that of Tyranids. Dragonhead was a true powerhouse, far exceeding an ordinary Primaris warrior. The Primaris warrior's muscle coil surgery ruptured due to his bone growth, but he miraculously survived, was rescued by an apothecary, and remodified. Subsequently, hormones from the coral pituitary made him even taller, bursting through his healed black carapace and new muscle coils. In an era when the ascendant surgery had not yet been perfected by Belisarius, this chapter master had effectively undergone 3 ascendant surgeries to achieve his current physique. Anthony stood before him, like a mortal before an angel. Dragonhead was very cold, he disliked the Red Tide's interference. The Inquisitor had repeatedly expressed doubts about the Black Dragons chapter's gene seed, but each time the gene seed tracing found no problems, they went to their parent chapter. The Salamander's gene seed submitted was, of course, fine. The Inquisitor, not giving up, had the Red Tide separate the Black Dragons and the Salamanders. Dragonhead and Anthony had a simple conversation, discussing the demarcation of their defensive zones and emergency procedures. The Black Dragons chapter demanded that Anthony not enter their defensive zone. Even if Black Dragons warriors fell, they would not need their rescue. If the situation was urgent, they would ask the nearby Salamanders to send help. Anthony wanted to say more, but the battle had already begun in the sky. What appeared first was not the Hive ship, but the Vanguard fleet. Bioplasma drone frigates and warrior-type drone frigates attacked first and were immediately met with volleys from Imperial battleships. More scout ships and Siren-class warship began to appear, spewing acid and bioplasma, engaging in a bloody battle with the Imperial fleet. Many fleshy, spherical projectiles were launched towards the Imperial Navy. After evading a large number of point defense guns, these small entities made contact with the warship armor. The rock-solid armor was corroded by strange bioacid. The organisms within the fleshy spheres carried psychic properties, giving these corrosive liquids a certain warp enhancement, quickly melting a large hole in the warship. Countless biomass spewed out from the melted hole. These were all parasites, and knife worm emerged from them. Knife worm, basic infantry, long claws, venomous. These were not projectiles, these were boarding pods. The Tyranid creatures had launched an assault. Chapter 215 Total War. A small number of Astartes remained on the warship, responsible for anti-boarding defense. When the knife worm rushed into the warship, the Imperial Navy, responsible for defending the weapon array nodes, immediately gathered. All surrounding compartments were sealed, and after the knife worm killed a few unsuspecting mortals, they were trapped in the metal compartments. A few lictors, commonly known as lictors, were hidden among the knife worm. They performed similar tasks to the Gene Stealer, primarily reconnaissance. However, these Tyranid creatures had chameleon-like abilities, capable of optical stealth in their surroundings to attack enemy commanders, indulging in a brain feast to understand enemy deployments. This type of Tyranid/Tyranid creature is typically used in close quarters. When the Great Devourer's bioship fleet travels to Gene Stealer feeding grounds, passing snack stalls will have lictors act as reconnaissance vanguards. The knife worm furiously attacked the metal doors, attempting to penetrate deeper into the fleet. Unfortunately, knife worm are the most basic troop type, commonly known as cannon fodder, and without sufficient numbers, they could not cause any significant trouble. The metal doors were dented in several places, and the entire metal wall rumbled from the impacts. All surrounding power was cut, plunging the area into darkness. After a brief standoff, the door suddenly opened, with protruding metal gemming it. The 4-meter-high door only opened halfway. The knife worm didn't care and were about to rush out through the narrow opening. In front of them was an extremely dazzling, pure white light that made it impossible for them to open their eyes. Amidst the flickering light, heavy laser fire erupted, instantly vaporizing the Tyranid creatures at the forefront, leaving only charred skeletons from which wisps of black smoke rose. Under the massive searchlight stood an orderly array of Imperial Navy personnel. A silver-haired battle sisters, clad in black and red power armor, had a gleaming Aquila emblem on her shoulder pad and a golden skull emblem shining on her tabard. She stood in the center of the formation, shouting, "The Emperor is with us." Let the Tyranid creatures be annihilated by divine power, while firing wildly with a mortal-grade bolter. The gunfire was precise and fierce, quickly overwhelming the knife worm emerging one by one from the narrow door crack. The boarding pod was clearly unable to deliver a sufficient number of Tyranid creatures. The battle sisters charged first into the metal door, determined to completely expel these blasphemous Tyranid creatures from the sacred Imperial warship. She leaned halfway into the doorway, shattering several crippled knife worm with her bolter, then swiftly exited the doorway and charged forward. At that moment, a powerful biological plasma burst penetrated the void shield and struck the warship's side. The entire warship shook violently, a section of its outer hull completely vanished, and debris from several outermost compartments flew out. This cruiser tilted 40 degrees to its port side. Several Imperial Navy personnel, who were still attempting to get through the metal door, lost their footing and became jammed together. The battle sisters activated the magnetic locks of her power feedback armor, steadying herself amidst the slippery Tyranid creature blood. Behind her, a lictor stirred, its sharp claws aimed at the battle sisters' silver hair. No helmet. Then don't blame me for being ruthless, it seemed to think. It launched a sudden attack, its dual claws striking quickly and viciously at the silver hair. The battle sisters spun around abruptly, leaning back to dodge the lictor's claw attack, falling backward. Her bolter roared, and the filthy Tyranid creature before her was torn apart by bolter rounds, leaving gaping wounds of flesh and blood. Its face shattered, its carapace disintegrated, and specks of fire spread through its body. Shredded flesh and the lictor's blood splattered onto her resolute face. The battle sisters, half lying on the ground, flung her weapon, knocking the falling half of the Tyranid creature's corpse off her. The Mars pattern Mark II Scourge bolter, with its massive bayonet, was effective but lacked a stock. Just as the battle sisters let out a sigh of relief, a cold draft from above made her feel the call of death. Who said there was only one lictor? A spike shot towards the battle sisters' temple. She raised her bolter, attempting to block the enemy's attack. The semicircular bayonet blade took the full force of the lictor's spike and shattered completely, with one of the enemy's claws also getting stuck in the ruined bolter. Splintered blades cut across the sister's face. She inwardly cursed her luck. In her haste, she had exhausted her bolter rounds. Otherwise, a few shots now would have severely wounded the enemy. She released the bolter, letting the enemy wave the large weapon stuck in its claw, and performed a combat roll, trying to get out of the enemy's attack range to stand and fight again. The lictor's other claw struck viciously at the ground. She abruptly stopped her movement, causing the claw to miss and plunge deep into the metal floor. The sister turned to look, and a disgusting, gaping maw was continuously widening. Surrounding tentacles lunged at her hair, and dense teeth formed a circle, opening and closing as if to crush her skull and suck out her brain. The battle sisters reached for the dagger at her waist with one hand and pushed upwards forcefully with the other, attempting to stop the enemy's bite. But her hand pushing the Tyranid creature was like a clay ox entering the sea, it touched nothing, extending stiffly. Foul-smelling slime dripped onto her beautiful hair. She finally gripped the dagger at her waist, and the enemy's large mouth closed upon her head. Then, nothing happened. An Astartes shook his power sword and kicked the Tyranid creature's remains away. Startled, the sister took a deep breath, bent down, stood up, and looked at the Tyranid creature from before. The lictor had been diagonally sliced in half, which was why her hand pushing the Tyranid creature had touched nothing. As for the other half, it was still clinging to her. The battle sisters quickly stood up, seeing a rapidly departing red silhouette. Only 1 or 2 Astartes were left on each warship to command the battle, while the others had landed on the surface. The Imperial Navy, relying on the defensive lines at the edge of the star system, launched a full-scale interception. The steel defensive line at the edge of the star system had a long history, having once repelled large-scale orc invasions. The entire defense line was composed of countless heavy laser cannons and warship-grade macro cannons, capable of inflicting effective damage on Imperial battleships. This project had been under continuous construction for 3 millennia, never ceasing even during the most critical year of 41K999. Imperial warships and the defense line provided alternating cover, gaining an advantage in the early stages of the war. However, as the enemy's numbers gradually increased, more and more Tyranid creatures' warships attacked from all directions, and the full-dimensional offensive put immense pressure on the defense system. The entire star system's firepower network was a flat disk, while the overall trend of the enemy's attack from space resembled a large, gaping maw, with sharp teeth pointing directly at the target world. This star system contained not only Erissus 3 but also the surrounding worlds 4 and 5, as well as various moons, all with large populations and corresponding manufacturing industries. Imperial battleships launched powerful counterattacks at the positions of several teeth, with Nova cannon salvos breaking the spearhead of the Tyranid attack. On a small flank, the Imperial Navy exposed a weakness, intentionally deploying several cruisers with weaker firepower to defend that area. After the first round of full-scale assault, the Tyranids quickly gathered and compiled information, identifying the enemy's defensive weaknesses, and launched a new round of attacks. That vulnerable area was heavily assaulted, and the orbital defense cannons previously hidden in asteroids now revealed themselves, firing fiercely at the enemy. Drone sentry ships acted as meat shields, blocking the sides of the Devourer cruisers, intercepting and destroying a large number of space torpedoes, and even physically resisting macro cannon attacks. Super heavy Scourge of the Gods lances pierced through these small frigates, causing heavy damage to the enemy's cruisers. Bioacid Razor Fiends and corrosive megacannon Void cruisers swiftly counterattacked. Both sides exchanged blows, but overall, the enemies in this area were destroyed by our crossfire, suffering significant casualties. The flesh and blood of these shattered biological fleets were quickly recovered, their remains devoured and dragged by cruiser-sized Tyrannid/Tyrannid warship, sailing into the depths of space. As the war progressed, the Tyrannid/Tyrannid bioship still had not appeared. This was the core of the Tyrannid/Tyrannid fleet, the very center of the entire hive mind network, the primary base for producing large numbers of Tyrannid creatures, and it had to be destroyed first. The number of these large warship, with destructive power comparable to a battleship, was unknown within the Tyrannid creatures fleet. However, only one commanded all fleet operations, and it had to be found and destroyed for the tide of battle to turn in favor of the Imperium. In the brutal biological warfare, the Imperium amassed a large number of lance weapons, inflicting effective damage on the enemy's biomass. Unfortunately, facing the terrifying number of enemy warship, the Imperial Navy gathered here was unable to effectively prevent the enemy from recovering remains. These biological remains would be pulled back to the Tyrannid/Tyrannid bioship for recycling and remanufacturing. A successor chapter of the Raven Guard, the Claws of Kievar chapter's stealth assault team, set out, secretly following the enemy's biomass recovery warship, attempting to locate the enemy's bioship. The intense space battle continued for several days. Our warship, as planned, inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy at the false weak point and guided these destroyed biological warship to plummet towards the star, allowing the star's high temperatures to completely obliterate these Tyrannid creatures. Through continuous probing, the Tyrannid/Tyrannid fleet found the Imperium's true weakness. They dispatched several Razor Fiends and Void Cruisers, light cruisers, as a vanguard, escorting various types of Devourers, heavy cruisers, to attack from above the star system, near the star. The Imperial defenses here were thin because passing through this area would expose them to heavy radiation from the star, yet the Tyrannid/Tyrannid fleet dared to attack from here. What was so good about those steel coffins that had little flesh and fierce firepower? Lush and juicy colonies were their true targets. This plan was originally part of the Imperial Navy's strategy, just not this particular route. The Imperial Navy activated their second contingency plan. The Tyrannids, having broken through the area opened by their vanguard, surged into the star system, heading directly for Erissus III. The heavy firepower of the Imperial Navy and the star system's cannons fired at the enemy from afar, reducing the enemy fleet's biomass, but not preventing the transport ships from deploying ground forces onto the planet. Relying solely on the Imperial Navy would not be enough to sustain the fight until reconnaissance units found and destroyed the hive bioship. A path had to be opened for them, to draw them into an endless meat grinder battlefield. While the Imperial Navy was maneuvering, the main Tyrannid/Tyrannid fleet launched a surprise attack on the main front. The corrosive megacannon Razor Fiends unleashed long and thick biological plasma bursts, and numerous biological torpedoes slammed into the warship. The Hunter Void Cruiser sped towards the Imperial Navy warship, boosted by biofart propulsion, rapidly closing the distance to the Lunar-class cruiser, after which its acid maw cannons and macro cannons engaged. The Hunters were equipped with devouring claws, and a few also had predatory tendrils, allowing them to hunt like squids. It opened its mouth, biting down on the Imperial warship, its dark blue outer shell appearing terrifying, then numerous fleshy tendrils wrapped around it, spitting yellow-green acid from its maw, melting the Imperial warship's armor. Several tubes extended from its oral cavity into the Imperial warship, delivering a large number of bio-monsters to slaughter the Imperial Navy's defense guards. Astartes stood amidst the wave-like hordes of knife worm, unmoving like a reef in a raging storm, killing enemies with a few wide swings, but after several charges, the biological corpses completely blocked the area, with occasional small parasites emerging from them, leaping to attack the defenders. The etheric hatchery, a biological transport originally designed as a boarding assault pod, was directly spat by the mouth onto the side of the warship where the armor was completely gone, reaching deep into the compartments. The large number of Tyrannid creatures that burst out attempted to bypass the solid defensive areas, launching a surprise attack from behind the Imperial Navy's positions, flanking the valiant defenders. Flamethrower flames engulfed the entire corridor, the airlock valve was destroyed, and compartment A06 was completely overrun. A Battle Sisters, relying on her mortal-grade power armor, could still run through the corridor, facing countless Tyrannid creatures. Some primal Tyrannid creatures specialized in space combat, spitting deadly plasma, trying to melt the wall in front of them to enter the next compartment. The Battle Sisters brandished a chainsword, charging towards the enemy. The chainsword originally belonged to the Imperial Navy leader stationed there, who had since fallen in battle. The enemy spotted her, its biological eardrum lit up, possibly sending a rallying signal. The Battle Sisters' eyes narrowed. This was a node organism. Eliminating it would be equivalent to cutting off the Wi-Fi for the surrounding Tyrannid creatures. She silently prayed, "Emperor, protect me, I walk in darkness, fighting to the death for the Emperor's will, without regret." She leaped high, bouncing between walls, constantly changing her position, causing several biological plasma cannon attacks to miss, with hot molten metal splashing everywhere behind her, floating in space. The node organism leaped up, its armor-piercing spikes on its feet thrusting towards the Battle Sisters. The chainsword and the biological horn spike clashed, the powerful inertia pushing the Battle Sisters back. The node organism seized the opportunity, jetted in reverse, and fled directly. The Battle Sisters knelt on one knee, bracing herself with one hand on the ground, enduring the impact, and looked up. The enemy in front of her had transformed into an endless swarm of guardian organisms. The entire Imperial warship was riddled with holes, the biological tendrils possessing a decomposition field similar to the tips of gene stealer claws, instantly plunging thick, long bone spikes into the cruiser's hull, firmly binding its prey. At this critical moment, the main guns of a nearby Victory-class battleship roared, heavily impacting the enemy's back. The lances overloaded their output, like a giant laser cutter, slicing the enemy in front into pieces. The Hunter Void cruiser clinging to the cruiser was cut into several segments, then shattered by the battleship's main guns, leaving only one tendril still embedded in the cruiser's exterior, drifting with inertia. This heavily damaged Imperial cruiser slowly retreated towards the planet. Ground combat had begun. The atmospheric conditions on Erissus III were quite good. Originally an industrial world, its atmosphere should have been uninhabitable, but the arrival of the Gene Stealer brought about a major environmental reform, and these fanatical Ascensionists almost transformed it into a paradise world. The Astra Militarum deployed here didn't even need respirators, but the problem was that the enemy's attack direction was wrong. Not following the established strategy, the Tyranids' assault direction was elsewhere, rendering the Armageddon Steel Legion's defenses useless. The Tyranids attacked the main world, Erissus III, from the icy, snowy North Pole, and a storm of Tyranid creatures rained down on the Valhallan Ice Warriors. The valiant Astra Militarum were undaunted. They were known for their expertise in snow warfare and their never-retreating defensive battles, especially since the Cadia shock troops behind them were moving extremely fast, already advancing to provide support. The first wave of attacks consisted of spore mines floating in the sky. These things were like leather balloons, drifting in the air, exploding upon contact with non-Tyranid creatures. High-altitude ones could intercept Imperial fighters, while low-altitude ones could attack ground troops. Large numbers of knifeworm and termagants landed on the ground. These were the most basic Tyranid creatures, so simple they didn't even have digestive organs, and they wouldn't live long enough to get hungry. These Tyranid creatures were violently thrown from the sky. Their sole mission was to clear an area to cover subsequent landing forces. The Valhallan Ice Warriors' positions were heavily impacted, with endless Tyranid creatures surging from the front. Some were even directly dropped into their positions from the sky. Ground communications were very smooth. This steel planet's communication base stations were ground-based, their density maniacally high. Minutes after the enemy landed, Basilisk artillery tanks had arrived at their designated positions and began bombarding the descending enemies. The enemy's bioship approached this world, and intense defensive artillery fire destroyed it. Our void shield was still active, so the enemy could only invade us physically. A bioship finally appeared, clearly not a central control bioship, but possessing all other capabilities. It followed the breach path that had just been opened, directly reaching Erissus III. The knifeworm and termagants had made no significant contribution, not even taking the main positions of the Valhallan Ice Warriors. They had merely opened a small area less than tens of kilometers wide. The Hive Tyrant, acting as the node creature for this area, also did not engage, but instead marked out territory and spread pheromones to guide subsequent forces. Numerous cruiser-sized bioships were destroyed by planetary defense cannons. They attempted to withstand the might of the Omnissiah with their biological bone plating and biological plasma cannons, launching attacks on ground facilities, but were all destroyed without exception. Many even crashed onto the planet, damaging a large number of facilities. The Tyranid creatures that burst from the wreckage engaged the first wave of Astartes. Tyranid/Tyranid spore pods, drop pods, scattered disorganized lictors and other symbiotic organisms across the world, their purpose being to disrupt enemy defenses. Even if a Tyranid/Tyranid creature appeared behind the lines, the morale of the human defenders would plummet. The bioship physically arrived in planetary orbit, like a battle barge assaulting a planet, using its brutal biological armor to withstand planetary defense cannons. Its position was at the initial Tyranid/Tyranid creature invasion point. Although the area was small, it was effectively controlled by the Tyranid creatures. At this moment, the bioship, taking advantage of the planetary chaos, extended its capillary tendrils. This was a crucial facility connecting the Tyranid/Tyranid bioship to the planet. Although immobile, it could transport nutrients, and the bioarmy could also slide down the tubes. Next were the reclamation pools and spore cysts. The reclamation pools would turn all biological matter thrown into them into nutrients, which would then be used to create new Tyranid/Tyranid ground forces. The spore cyst was a Wi-Fi base station, and could also release large amounts of bacteria to pollute the atmosphere. After these basic facilities were established, large numbers of basic Tyranid creatures were released onto the surface, followed by reconnaissance organisms and advanced organisms. The Valhallan Ice Warriors and a contingent of Kadian reinforcements merged and launched a fierce counterattack against the enemy, artillery fire continuously pounding the enemy as if ammunition were free. The biological capillaries falling in front of them were an insult to the artillery units. Were they looking down on our accuracy? The factories in the rear were ammunition manufacturers. Until the stored materials were exhausted, the factories would never stop, and our artillery fire would never cease. Imperial atmospheric fighters engaged Hive Crones, Harpy, a common Tyranid/Tyranid flying unit covered in biological missiles, close combat bone spikes, and acid maw cannons. White-gray bone plates protected its vital organs, and dark green thin wings had organs similar to rocket thrusters, giving it maneuverability in the air that surpassed most Imperial fighters. Supporting the Harpies were the Herodons, evaluated simply as flying titans. They were similar to aerial bioships, not only possessing a large number of weapons but also having a dozen gargoyles clinging to them. Gargoyles were flying termagants, flying in groups and adept at finding isolated enemies, equipped with acid glands and sharp claws. In swarms, they were a terrifying tide of death. Lightning strike fighters, in conjunction with anti-aircraft guns, launched a countercharge against the enemy. The clash between steel and flesh brought forth metallic snow and acidic blood rain, lightly covering the Astra Militarum's positions with a foul-smelling membrane. The various high-ranking officials on the War Council intently watched the holographic battlefield. Many in the conference room were holographic projections, and warship commanders issued orders to their crew while observing the overall situation of the conference room. The overall commander was a Primaris warrior, currently Coria Hughes, the captain of the Ultramarines 5th Company. He took over the 5th Company after the previous captain's promotion. Also online were the Salamander's commander, the chapter master of the Medusa chapter representing the Iron Hands lineage, the second captain of the Crimson Fists representing the Imperial Fists lineage, the third captain of the Gloom Angels representing the Blood Angels lineage, and the representative of the White Scars lineage. Wait, where did the White Scars representative go? The entire Kogarus Eagles chapter mobilized, without any distinction between so-called destroyer squads or assault squads. Everyone mounted their motorcycles and, under the leadership of various marines and commanders, raided all battlefields. Aside from the Crimson Torrent chapter, all 5 White Scars contingents that came as reinforcements were in motion. The tracks of their motorcycles covered the entire planet Erissus 3.